Inside the cave, a swarm of poys was running rampant. A message popped up, showing Jae-doo's actions. What's he doing in there? Seeing that horde of poys, the person watching through the screen grew even more astonished. The sight of it opening its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, terrified them even more. They leaped from their original spots. Jae-doo was helpless as he watched the scene unfold. A whole mob of poys was ravenously chewing on the rocks nearby. His face went pale with fear as he thought, "Do I have to eat rocks too?" The viewers sympathized. "Damn, those poys look disgusting. Look at that idiot, completely frozen." "I get it." Jae-doo was still hesitating, wondering if he could eat like those things. It left the viewers bewildered. He's actually planning to eat rocks like the poys. No way. He forced himself to pick up a rock and chew. "No, I can do this." Jae-doo psyched himself up. "I have to climb the tower. I'll do whatever it takes to survive. I will destroy this tower." Poi. Later, when he went to see Miss Han S, she praised him. "That's truly admirable. Jae-doo, it's really hard to find a job these days. Jae-doo, you're different from the others. You've never gotten your hands dirty. You'd excel at anything you do." Jae-doo replied shyly. "Not at all, ma'am. It's all thanks to your support as the chairwoman." She sighed helplessly. "If only the other kids were like you." Jae-doo was curious. Did something happen? Han S placed her teacup on the table and continued, "Actually, the director hasn't been well recently. Our orphanage is a private organization that operates on its own funds. If the director retires, this place can only stay open for 3 more years at most." Jae-doo knew this was a critical issue for the organization. He returned to his empty room, then collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. Kim Jae-joo, that was the name the director gave him, hoping he'd live a brilliant life. In Korean, Jae-doo means mastery or skill. He had just received an acceptance notice from a company. The recruiter told him he got the job. Jae-doo smiled and replied, "Thank you, sir." Now, lying alone in his empty room, he wondered to himself, have I really always tried my best? Even working 1,000 days at the supermarket wouldn't be enough to cover a fraction of the orphanage's expenses. This place has 3 years left. Is there any way to get rich quick? In a state of despair, Jae-doo opened his phone. While scrolling, he stumbled upon a video titled, 3 Ways to Get Rich. He realized something. These days, no matter what you searched for, all the headlines were about the awakened. Those 2 words caught Jae-doo's attention. Awakened. He curiously clicked on a video with the title, First Ever Income Reveal of an Awakened. The MC in the video was questioning the guests. "I have a question for our 2 awakened guests here. You who have escaped the tower after overcoming countless hardships and trials. After your return, what was the biggest change in your daily lives?" One of them shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "This might sound arrogant, but it's definitely the money." He meaningfully held up 3 fingers, leaving everyone to guess what he meant. Money doesn't lie. The aura of a successful person? He must be right. The awakened make a ton of money. The person next to him nudged him. "Hey, why'd you suddenly bring up poys?" Jae-doo was confused. "What's a poi?" 7 years ago, a tower appeared without any warning. It selected random people, bringing them inside, and only a very small number ever returned. No one knows what happens inside the tower because those who return never reveal any information about it. That's why we call the returnees awakened. The awakened, those who possess mana, have contributed immensely to modern society. Magic crafting is a skill that shouldn't exist in this world, but humanity needs the power of the awakened to use it. For that very reason, the awakened are sought after by countless corporations. They are aggressively scouted by major companies. "Please join my company. We'll pay you more than the other guys." Naturally, they earn an enormous amount of money. They're basically walking power generators. Jae-doo sighed. "I'm so jealous. If only there was a guide on how to clear the tower." Just then, a notification appeared on his phone. He stared, confused. "What's this?" A series of new notifications exploded on the screen. Kim Jae-joo has entered the 1st floor. Kim Jae-joo has entered the 6th floor. Kim Jae-joo has entered the 13th floor. Kim Jae-joo has reached 100 subscribers. Kim Jae-joo has received a reward. Library, 527 items. He went pale with fright. What is all this data? Did I get hacked? What the hell is this? Fearing it was a virus, Jae-doo decided to delete it all, but his hand slipped and he accidentally tapped it. What if it's a hacking file? I need to shut it off. Before he could press the power button, a voice rang out. "I am now live." Jae-doo flinched. "Huh?" This voice. "But I have to go to work," a viewer commented. "No, you can't. This is your job now." Jae-doo was stunned. "Huh? I can't go back?" He suddenly realized that the voice was his own. The face, the voice, they were all his. An image of Jae-doo holding an axe, fighting for his life, appeared. He was bewildered. "I don't remember ever doing that. What are these videos?" Below, a poi was eagerly jumping up. He was startled to realize it was a poi. Recalling the interview from the video he'd just watched, Jae-doo was shocked. "Poi? Isn't that what they mentioned in the interview?" A notification screen suddenly appeared with the text, "Poi." The poi is using its strong jaw. Curious. What's this page? So that monster is called a poi? That must be why those guys stopped talking about it. Looking closely, there are many pages like this. A new notification updated. Treasure. Difficulty. Easy, 10 coins. Jae-joo understood that the treasure feature gave him information about treasures and showed him the way. Following its direction, he was stunned. This is a very familiar looking back. Jae-joo realized it was a video of his future self conquering the tower. The Awakened never talk about the tower, so there's no information or strategy guides. But now, all of that is in my hands, and it belongs only to me. At the gate that opened 2 years later, the staff at the counter instructed him, "Please sign here." Knowing he had to start in better physical condition than in the videos, Jae-joo had been working out diligently at the gym, to the point where even his trainer praised him. "You're really working hard," he replied politely. "Thanks." Jae-joo held on to the hope of conquering the tower as if it were a piece of cake. "If I analyze these videos, He continued to work hard at the convenience store, greeting customers with a friendly smile every day. "Thank you. Do you need a bag?" Back in his room, Jae-joo prayed to his phone. "Namo Amitabha Buddha. Oh heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please, let the gate appear today. I quit my job last month just to wait for the gate." The manager had asked him, "Do you want a promotion?" Jae-joo had refused flatly. "No, I'd like to quit." He had his reasons. "I need money." When no miracle appeared, Jae-joo sighed and picked up his phone. The screen was devoid of notifications, making him lose heart. Were those videos just a mistake? Jae-joo shook his head in denial. No way. If it really was just a mistake. This orphanage. He couldn't even bear to think of the worst-case scenario. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, showing just how stressed he was. Jae-joo waited until he got drowsy and had to stretch to wake himself up. "I'm so anxious because I don't know the exact time. Should I stretch a bit?" At his moment of deepest despair, a spatial gate slowly appeared. At first, it was tiny. Jae-joo guessed with suspicion. Is that the gate? The depths of the gate were hazy, like a galaxy, and he couldn't see what was inside. An invisible force from the portal pulled him in, and the distance to the entrance closed in rapidly. The words unconsciously escaped Jae-joo's lips. "Come on." A cold voice echoed from the gate. "Even if you had not called, he had been waiting for this moment for so long. Even if it didn't call me, I'm still going in." Without a hint of hesitation, Jae-joo's feet carried him inside. A notification screen displayed, "Select difficulty, high, medium, low. Rewards will vary based on difficulty." He felt a new beginning had arrived in his life. "I'm finally setting foot in the tower. Please wait for me." Jae-joo pressed a selection on the screen, and his entire body was instantly sucked inside. "Let's do this." The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a dark cave wall. Jae-joo slowly regained his senses and sat up, unsure of where he was. Carefully observing his surroundings, Jae-joo guessed, "This is the cave from the video." The notification screen appeared again, showing complete information. Beginning stream. Streamer, Kim Jae-joo. Current viewers, 0. Followers, 0. Coins, 0. The trial will begin in 1 hour. Defeat all enemies that appear. Time remaining, 59 minutes and 47 seconds. He thought to himself, "I didn't bring my phone. I need to check the video. Whatever, it'll probably be fine. I've watched this thousands of times for 2 straight years, so it should be here by now anyway." On the first floor, participants are given 1 hour before the challenge begins. During that 1 hour, participants must talk to the viewers and receive money from them. The viewers are other awakened, left in the tower from a list of streaming channels. They will join the streams of lower-ranked streamers to sponsor them. The reason for this is coins. Whenever a streamer sponsored by a viewer climbs a floor, the sponsor receives coins, or it could be that the viewers are simply just shields. User The Love has entered. Ju bowed deeply to show his respect. "Welcome, sir," The Love commented. "I've never seen you before." "What do you mean calling him that? At least he's not as shy as the others." "1 coin has been sponsored by T." Ju happily accepted it. "Thank you for the sponsorship, sir. I should use this in the shop, right?" Ju told himself. "I have to make a good impression." The user was surprised. "You've already found the shop? You're pretty sharp. I like that." Ju felt lucky. "I'm glad I watched those videos beforehand." "Thank you so much, sir." The Love was curious. "But what do you plan to use the coin on?" Ju revealed his plan. "I think I'll have to save it for now. I don't feel comfortable using coins right now when I don't know what enemy I'll be facing in the challenge." She was very satisfied with this answer. Finally, a smart kid. Mistaking The Love for a man, he kept saying, "Thank you for your follow, sir." Getting a follow, Ju was ecstatic. "Awesome, I didn't expect to get a follow from a sponsor this early." She left a message. "I'm going to go watch a few other kids. See ya." User The Love has left. He waved goodbye cheerfully. "See you again, sir," Ju encouraged himself. "This is a good start. If I keep this up, I might even get an early follower reward." Being followed by a viewer is similar to being added to a favorites list. The news feed was filled with comments. "I'm definitely clearing the 34th floor today. Streaming now, I'll give it a shot." According to the rules of the tower system, once you follow an individual, you cannot follow another unless you unfollow the person you were previously following. Furthermore, for every 100,000 followers, you receive a special reward that is really helpful for climbing the tower. Ju checked his information. New update available. Streamer Kim Jae-joo, current viewers, 15. Followers, 7. Coins owned, 37. Was he satisfied with what he'd achieved? This is probably good enough. I've gotten a lot of attention just by choosing the hard difficulty. Some people flooded the comments. It's about to happen. Maybe it's that times thing, since it's hard mode. For sure, Ju was vaguely unsure. What is that thing? The viewers took turns teasing him. He's playing dumb again. It's that times thing. Stop it. You'll make him sad. Hilarious. But if we say what that times thing is, we'll die. There's someone called the admin. We'll get kicked out if we spoil it for you. That's not all. You'll get kicked out too if he doesn't like you. Ju understood the reason. Right. The admin. He watches over and controls the tower. It's because of the admin that information about the tower was leaked out. The reason the Awakened don't talk about the tower isn't to monopolize it, but because the admin forced them to shut up. Well, before I watched the videos, I also thought the so-called Awakened were hiding it for some reason. Looking at the timer, he saw that time was almost up and slapped his face a few times to wake himself up. Ju psyched himself up and announced to the viewers, "Dear everyone, I'm going to prepare now. In the meantime, please forgive me for not being able to look at the chat." They were curious. Is he showing concern for us? Is there a newbie who's actually worried about communicating with his viewers? A new notification appeared. User the love has entered. I'm back. The countdown ended. Time remaining, 0 seconds. Eliminate all enemies that appear. Ju was a little anxious. What's going to appear? Could it be? Judging by the small size of the portal, a poi? 3 monsters had been summoned. Turned out they were a few incredibly cute pois. He stared blankly at the 3 soft fluff balls. The viewers were astonished. I came here because I heard some guy chose hard mode. Pois? 3 of them? Hard mode means death. User Sunmun has left. Pois are creatures with an adorable appearance, but their teeth are tough enough to chew through solid steel. When they attack, their teeth are like a saw, and they are very sensitive to the smell of their own kind's blood. They are experts at finding and attacking the culprit who killed their kin. The viewers in Ju's channel started cursing. Damn it, I'm seeing something I never wanted to see from the very first floor. He was well aware of the pessimistic reaction. Every viewer who had encountered a poi at least once must have struggled a lot. Ju asked the viewers for information. Sir, are these creatures really dangerous? The other party revealed, yeah, when they're about to attack, their fur bristles up, so you can't stab them with a sword. And as for their teeth, they can eat anything they come across. Why are they here on floor 1? I'm going to check if the other rooms are like this. A new notification popped up. User the love has left, he replied sadly. Ah, okay. But in his heart he thought, they say that, but they're definitely not coming back. Think. I need to think. 3 pois shouldn't appear on the first floor. That's just too many. I have to remember carefully. Behavior, society, habitat of the poi. They aren't the type of monster to attack first. Wait, why aren't the pois reacting to me? Is it possible they can't see me? Ju carefully observed the 3 pois running around the rock. One of them dodged right past his foot. That made Ju discover a clue. They do notice me, don't they? They're actually aware of me. They're hesitating because of me. Ju tried kneeling down. This action intrigued the viewers. Hex Selector, I'll give you 4 hours. Ju, he had a bold plan. I'll try to imitate their behavior so they think I'm an ally. The others weren't convinced. I don't think this guy has a chance. I'm going to another room. He's pretty smart. What a disappointment. Not happy, Ju figured out the path his channel and he himself had to take. I might be crazy, but this is the best I can do. Fighting them is my last resort. In a dark room, someone was sitting in front of a computer, watching the stream. It was a live stream. Uni student, a viewer on this channel, commented enthusiastically. He's fighting better than I thought. That's right. Is that student soon really a sports university student? The mysterious person made a decision. He's pretty smart. I'll give him a follow. But when he pressed the button, a notification appeared. Cannot follow because you are already following another streamer. This person gave a cold smile. Right. It doesn't automatically unfollow if they die. I guess he must still be alive then. Someone else realized in shock. Wait, are there more viewers than before? Is the rookie still alive while fighting pois? Following that was the notification. User the love has entered. The pois were still moving in the same pattern. They were like balls bouncing up and down. The viewers were surprised. What are they doing? They look so cute. Seeing Ju jumping behind them, they burst out laughing. Poi, I'm laughing my ass off. He became one of them instead of killing them. That's hilarious. Seeing the new notification, coin sponsorship from User the Love, a voice message has been sent. Ju noticed them. She's back again. I knew that glowing stone was a magic stone. Pois usually satisfy their hunger with stones. And among those stones, their favorite mineral is the magic stone. Pois perform a special ritual when they find rare food. They will definitely perform a ritual when it involves a magic stone. However, for these wary creatures, when there's a stranger nearby, they will wander around looking for food instead of continuing the ritual. Therefore, most people just ignore it. After all my effort, I've been acknowledged by the poys. They've invited me to their meal. I'm not gonna deny it. I think I know how those poi things are feeling now. They're happy. You mimicked them until your face was drenched in sweat. As the drops fell one by one to the ground, the three poi stopped. They opened their mouths, revealing jagged, sharp teeth. The viewers were excited. Yes, that's what the poi are all about. I know, damn it, traumatic memories. I was insane to think they were cute for even a second. Gio's face darkened as he realized they were transforming. One of them leaped high into the air. He was shocked, unable to believe what it was doing. Watching the three of them crunching on rocks was hilarious to the viewers. It just turned into a mukbang show. This is the first time I've seen a poi eat rocks. You didn't know that? That's why we throw rocks at them when we run away. Having mimicked them, Gio was tense. Do I have to eat rocks too? They weren't sure either. You're not actually thinking of trying it, are you? You've got to be kidding, right? How can a person eat rocks? There's no way. And yet, Gio's hand touched the stone. He had to make a decision. Right. What can't a person eat when they're trying to avoid death? And so, Gio joined the poi, relentlessly crunching on rocks. He officially became a source of terror for the viewers. No. Is he really eating it? Nothing is ever impossible. What the hell? This is insane. How are his teeth not shattering? Gio was really doing it, not even cutting away from the swallowing scene, and he discovered it wasn't hard. It's melting in my mouth like chocolate. It's refreshing and delicious. It feels like a surge of energy is flowing through my body, like when I eat high-quality food. A few rock fragments fell to the ground and began to glow. Seeing Gio's entire body enveloped in a faint light, the viewers were astonished. What did I just watch? What is this situation? Kim Jae-joo has really made a name for himself. Holy crap, the glow coming off his body is insane. Is that what they do before they attack? Yeah. If he moves even a little, they'll bare their teeth instantly. Kim Jae-joo, don't move. Don't do anything reckless. Jae-joo, please. Seeing one of the poi leap, they panicked. We're dead. Gio, you're a dead man. But instead, they started acting cute with him. What is this situation? How many question marks are in this chat room? He's the real deal. The notification screen appeared. It was a message congratulating you on completing the trial. The path to the second floor is now open. Jiu couldn't believe he had passed the trial so smoothly. He collapsed right there. I'm alive. The whole group of poi scurried after him. Someone couldn't believe it. Beating this trial with a method like that? Waking up. Gio saw the three poi watching him intently. He shot up, screaming, his mind still fuzzy. Was I taken down? He saw the three of them in front of him, their faces full of concern. Gio was curious. Are you guys worried about me? All three chirped poi in unison. In this empty, lonely place, Gio now had 3 soft fluff balls for friends. He was genuinely touched and patted one on the head. Thanks. The viewers flooded the comments. So lame. Stop it. That kid Gio, are you trying to film some sappy romance drama with those poi? Are you okay? He must have been really surprised. Seeing him wake up and hold his breath with my own eyes was more worthwhile than just texting. That's so mean. Gio cleared his throat and started to speak. Hello? The comment section exploded, making his head spin. These messages are too fast for me to read. How many people are in here? The stats have updated. Streamer Kim Jae-joo. Current viewers, 127. Followers, 58. Coins earned, 258. The viewer count hitting 127 made him freeze for a second. He felt it was a shocking number. 127 only. I'm a really lucky person. I don't think I could have done it without all of you. The viewers were amused. A sudden thank you? Don't you just like the coins I sent? All right, keep going. He wasn't surprised. As expected, the ore is just rock. Poi usually eat rocks to curb their hunger, and their favorite type of ore is stone. Seeing Gio imitate the poi by walking around the boulder, the viewers were expectant. More importantly, let's hear what Gio has to say. Let's hear him out. What's he planning to do? Just mimicking those poi? He thought to himself, if I said I understand the poi species perfectly, no one would believe me. Out loud, he was vague. It's nothing special. The viewers were curious. Don't humans hate poi? Huh? Stop hesitating and just tell us already. No, I saw it. Someone just screamed for the poi to disappear. Gio held up a poi that was baring its fangs. I wanted to befriend them because I thought I'd die instantly if I fought them. A series of question marks appeared in the comments. He's scared of those teeth? What is he even talking about? Gio had his own plan. Didn't the instructions at the beginning say I had to eliminate all opponents? It just tells us to eliminate them. It doesn't say we have to kill them. So I thought it would be better to turn the poi into allies. They didn't believe him. Listen to him talk. If you're scared, just say you're scared. Why be so slick about it? Yeah, that's right. Gio ignored them and continued to explain. If you want to befriend a poi, you have to try to understand them first. So I followed them. That's all there is to it. I just got lucky. They finally believed what he said. Is there anyone else in the world who would befriend a poi that way? He must have been really desperate to get that lucky. Terrifyingly lucky. Gio sighed in relief, thinking to himself, even if they don't fully believe me, they'll let it go. I need to make myself look more like a rookie. Maybe I should pretend I don't know about the rewards. Jiu announced. Now, I'll be heading to the second floor. From the comment section, isn't he forgetting something? It's such a pain having to remind newbies to get their rewards. True, but old-timers like you who watch newbies have to put up with it. Jiu just learned this information. Rewards? They educated the newcomer. Each floor has its own unique rewards. You can view them in the window under settings. Jiu clicked on a reward box. A neatly wrapped gift box appeared, stunning them. Why is it wrapped so cutely? Doesn't the box get bigger the higher the item's rank is? I think the operator wanted to make things hard for Kim Jae-joo, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it. He decided to unbox the gift right away. I'll open it now. Inside was a card, a stone, and a small gift bag. He thought to himself, the reward is different from what I saw in videos. They gave me a stone instead of a sword. Gio picked up a stone. Let me check them out one by one. The viewers noticed it too. Check it out, Gio. What are you doing? It seems different from what we know. All three, Poi suddenly became unusually excited. It turned out they wanted to snatch the stone from his hand. Wait, no, you don't. The viewers understood. It must be Poi food, right? They really like it. It's probably like a treat. Master, give it to me right now. Gio felt that it looked a lot like a mana stone. It's already appearing on the first floor. If it were a normal mana stone, it would be bright and have a blue glow. But this one is white. That's why the viewers didn't even realize. You can buy mana stones on the 10th floor at the free stall. But this thing is too precious to feed to a Poi. This is an item worth 5,000 coins. Jiu stopped them. Sorry, I'll give you guys something better later. The viewers scolded him. Aren't you going to check the item info? Are you an idiot? If we don't tell him, he won't even know how. This kid's expression is so calm I thought he was dead. Jiu really didn't know about this. Item info? They confirmed it. That's right. You can check everything you receive. It's not advertised, so he wouldn't know. You have to think about wanting to check the item first. As soon as he picked up the card, its information was displayed. Free name change ticket, common rank. You have one free name change. The viewers were astonished. Why would this item appear on the first floor? For real? None of the streamers use their real names like you do. Gio put it away for the time being. I don't know if this is any good. I guess I'll use it later. For now, let's keep going. You'll use it later when you get to the 5th floor? They urged him on. He doesn't even know what to use it for. More accurately, he's trying to find a way not to change his name. Change your name now. Is he normal? Why not just use it now? Jiu picked up the money bag. Next up are the coins. Seeing the bag, the viewers weren't very excited. It's just a normal drop. Everyone gets one. He regained his cheerful spirit and announced, I'm heading up to the 2nd floor now. And so, Gio and his 3 pets prepared to step into the teleportation zone. One Poi eagerly jumped up, while the other 2 looked curiously in that direction. They started hopping along too. He stopped them. Hey, don't go that way, guys. Hey everyone, does anyone know why the Pois keep acting so weird all of a sudden? The viewers commented bluntly, how would we know? How are we supposed to know? If you're that curious, just follow them. Gio walked over to where the 3 Pois were hopping towards the cave wall. The first one was almost there. It opened its mouth full of jagged teeth again, startling the viewers. Can you please blur it out? Please put up a warning sign before they open their mouths. They're just opening their mouths. The Poi was like a diligent worker, tirelessly gnawing on the rock. They started guessing. The second mukbang is starting. They're probably protesting because Gio didn't give them that light stone earlier. I think so too. Look, the 3 of them have already dug a small passage. He leaned in to take a closer look. That's not it. It's because the Pois found something. Could it be a mana stone? From deep inside the tunnel, a po-po sound echoed out. Jiu heard it and understood immediately. They're calling for me, definitely. Before exploring, he announced to his viewers, hey everyone, I'm going to follow the Pois now. The viewers were shocked. I thought he already had everything? You're still following them? Why not use the main entrance? That's so stupid. Look at the size of that hole. Your arms are already getting stuck. He crawled into the tight passage. Only then did it hit Gio. This is smaller than I thought. The viewers asked with concern. Hey, that looks painful just watching. Are you okay? His skin must be all scraped up. Gio reassured them. I'm fine. They couldn't believe someone could be so stubborn. I just saw your elbow hit the rock. I know for a fact that hurts. I felt like that when I was learning to ride a bike. Only Gio knew he was really fine and felt no pain at all. It felt like the protruding rocks were giving him a massage. The viewers urged Gio on. When are you going to get there? Hurry up. If it's too painful, just come back. Don't want to lose engagement. Gio agreed. All right, I'll speed up. Seeing him crawl through the passage with a glowing hand, people couldn't help but laugh. The man himself was just now startled to realize a light was shining on his face. Gio panicked and cried for help. Guys, what's happening to me? They teased the newbie. You're only just now noticing? You should change your name to Lightman. It's just flashlight mode. I'm dying. Hurry up and change your name. Gio remembered feeling this way when he ate the mana stone. The Pois also glow after eating mana stones. So that's what it is? He decided. For now, I'll just keep going. The viewers noticed. Isn't that like the same thing? Totally. That's exactly what it is. Look, Jiu-do is confused, Jiu-do thought to himself. Asterisk, of course I know. This is a knight's power. Mages possess various magics and skills. You can also become a mage, who is always useful everywhere. Asterisk. Asterisk, you can only choose one of 3 professions. In addition, there are some non-combat jobs, but those jobs aren't very popular because they're pretty useless in practice. Asterisk. Asterisk, the power being activated right now is similar to a knight's power, enveloping the body in an aura to enhance physical abilities. Asterisk. His hand, covered in a faint layer of light, finally reached the 3 poise. Just as he crawled in, the viewers saw it. Jiu-do, there's something on the ground. If they're surrounding it, they must have found something to eat. Hurry and pick it up. Jiu-do took a moment to compose himself. What's this? The sparkling light was coming from a necklace. He picked it up to examine it. This looks like an item. The viewers were astonished. Did the poise call him over just to get an item? Dying of laughter. This wasn't just any necklace that people had seen before. When the 3 gluttonous poise tried to take a bite, he lifted it high and shouted, "No!" Jiu-do began to inspect its information. The information panel displayed, Amulet of Protection, rare grade. Wearing it around the neck brings good fortune to the owner. After saving the owner's life once, it will be destroyed. The words rare grade jumped out at the viewers. They couldn't believe it. What? A high-grade item? Why would an Amulet of Protection appear on the first floor? Don't you need to trade in a ton of special coupons to get one of those? Holy crap! Is this a hack or something? Explain this. Quick. Jiu-do could guess. Looks like this is some good stuff, huh? The viewers pointed out. Look at his expression. He probably has no idea why this item is so good. Holy hell. It's a one-time use item, but it's super rare. It's basically hero grade. Someone pinch me. Jiu-do remembered that in a video, Kim Jae-joo had used an Amulet of Protection on the 15th floor to survive. Asterisk, this is an item people should get after clearing the lowest floors, meaning before the 10th floor. Thanks to the poise, I got it on the very first floor. The problem is, I got it way too early. Asterisk, a system notification appeared. User Love has sponsored you 10 TTS coins. Hurry up and put it on. They were shocked. Whoa, some big spender just joined the stream. Do you know who that is? That name is super famous. That's the guy who specializes in guiding newbies. He felt relieved that his confusion was cleared up. Great, their attention is all on that guy now. Thanks, love. Asterisk, I'll wear it around my neck, but I'll hide it under my shirt so it doesn't attract the viewers' attention. Asterisk, Jiu-do announced to the viewers, "Hey everyone, I'm heading back to the shop now." They found it quite funny. So quick-witted, how cute. When things get dull, he just says, "Hey everyone, it's hilarious." Jiu-do made his way back. He stood before the teleportation zone with the 3 poise on his shoulders. Jiu-do asked, "Are you guys ready to come with me?" "All right, I can't leave you behind. Let's go together." The viewers looked forward to Jiu-do's new journey. Why am I suddenly so worried? He'll do fine on his own? He's got so many items already. Thinking about it, it's actually kinda annoying. That Amulet of Protection is seriously amazing, my dude. Jiu-do sent a message to the viewers. I'm off. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the circle. His posture was straight and full of spirit as the teleportation gate appeared in a different place. Jiu-do had just stepped out when a strong gust of wind blew, causing all 3 of them to shut their eyes instinctively. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. This place looked like an arena, and Jiu-do was standing in the center. He decided to take a look around the place. Guess I'll check it out. The words on the wall caught Jiu-do's attention. The information displayed, "Remember well the blood and bones shed by those who were called heroes." He casually blurted out, "So creepy. It's like they're trying to scare me." A viewer commented, "To be this good, he must be a noble." Yeah, but what bad luck. It's right next to you. Suddenly, Jiu-do noticed another line of text. What? It was a philosophical statement. In blood, sweat, and tears, there is always both nobility and baseness. Therefore, do not think that all effort is equal. Jiu-do understood implicitly. Asterisk. It's true. The same amount of effort doesn't necessarily lead to the same result. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's because in this world where everything is already predetermined, I was born poor, but effort is still effort. It's always better to try my best. Asterisk. An announcement board was about to appear. New quest issued. The trial will begin in 10 minutes. Survive the monsters that are about to appear for 30 minutes. Time remaining, 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Jiu-do was surprised. 10 minutes? There's no more time to waste. I have to get ready now. He started browsing through the shop. It's about to start. I'll just browse the shopping window first. The viewers were even more anxious. You're so screwed, Kim Jae-joo. If a red bear appears, you're gonna lose your mind over that necklace you threw away on the first floor, aren't you? Seriously hilarious. Jiu-do calculated silently. Asterisk, since this is the highest difficulty, if I'm unlucky, a red bear will actually appear. If not, it might be a twin-headed sea serpent. A red bear's entire body radiates fire. It can breathe fire from its mouth and is enormous. Asterisk. Asterisk, I can just get full armor and endure it for 30 minutes. A twin-headed sea serpent might be strong, but out of the water, it can't do much. I just need to avoid its deadly tail, and I'll be fine. Asterisk. Asterisk. If it's the twin-headed sea serpent, I can bring a weapon to defeat it. I really hope things go according to my plan. Asterisk. Asterisk. But considering how much trouble I had on the first floor, there's a high chance something similar will happen on the second floor. No, it'll be fine. They wouldn't give me an impossible task as a trial. Asterisk. Asterisk. Whatever it is, I'll charge in. Asterisk. The countdown appeared. Trial begins. Time remaining. 29 minutes and 56 seconds. Jae-joo stared nervously at the portal in front of him. He guessed that such a small portal must mean it was the sea serpent. The gate is getting bigger. Could it be the red bear? The viewers confirmed. With a gate that size, it's definitely the red bear. Hurry up and get your armor, losing his mind over the necklace. The gate grew larger and larger before Ji-woo's astonished eyes. The massive shadow it cast made the pos break out in a cold sweat. It turned out the gate itself was just becoming gigantic. No monster had come out yet. He had a bad feeling. Wait, that gate seems way too big. A look of shock appeared in Ji-woo's eyes when he saw it. No way. A massive foot stepped out of the gate. It slammed its foot down, and the resulting thud was enough to make the ground tremble. Its roar made the entire space tense up. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. A dragon turtle. The viewers couldn't understand why something like that would come out. I was just wondering why they'd give out a magic amulet necklace on the first floor. This really is the game's idea of perfect balance, isn't it? Ji-woo browsed the shop. I really hope I'm wrong. But in the end, it turned out like this. I currently have 292 coins. They're just messing with me. This is what you get on the highest difficulty, huh? I think this is supposed to be a 3-person challenge. Ji-woo, go apologize to the admin. He selected the Ridus one-handed axe for 250 coin. The item information appeared, Ridus one-handed axe, rare grade. A masterpiece created by a master weaponsmith of the Iron Chain Coliseum. The handle and axe head are a single piece for greater stability, and the blade is infused with mithril, increasing its quality in use. The viewers were stunned. Why did this crazy bastard choose a weapon? Is he actually going to try and kill it? Even if Ji-woo wanted to run, there's nowhere he could run to. Looking at the dragon turtle on the other side, Ji-woo had his reasons. Whenever I live stream, if I attack first, I get a hidden reward. Its blood-red eyes glinted dangerously. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Let's do this. The viewers weren't expecting much. Just run away. Why would a guy who knows nothing buy a weapon? Why the hell is there a dragon turtle on the second floor? The dragon turtle lifted its foot, ready to crush Ji-woo into a pulp. Seeing it stomp down, the viewers came to a conclusion. Is he dead? Even if he dodged that, the aftershock would probably knock him out, so this is probably the end. He couldn't even poke it, so why would he dare to charge in for a direct attack? A thick cloud of dust and smoke rose up, obscuring everyone's vision. The axe in Ji-woo's hand was embedded in the dragon turtle. They were in shock. How did he get over there? Kim Si-da trembled. Look at how calm that kid is while going through all this. Ji-woo's personality must be different. So, I guess I can't finish it in one shot. I was planning on climbing onto its back, but I don't know how much energy my body has drawn from that mana stone. The axe was stuck firmly in the dragon turtle's thigh. Seeing it turn its head to look, he thought to himself, it's pissed. Look at the way it's inhaling. The dragon turtle opened its mouth and unleashed a massive torrent of lightning. Ji-woo leaned to the side, dodging the stream of power that shot past him. The viewers were amazed. He dodged it. It seems like he saw the dragon turtle inhaling like that and moved out of the way. Does that even make sense? It took less than a second for it to inhale. Ji-woo jumped to the ground, a strategy already forming in his mind. If it were a red bear, I could just block its attacks and survive. But with the dragon turtle, I've already figured out its attack pattern. I can kill it. Just you wait. My hidden reward. The dragon turtle was furious that it couldn't hit him. It stomped its feet on the ground repeatedly, trying to crush Ji-woo. But he had already discovered the dragon turtle's weak point was its hind leg. Ji-woo gripped the axe tightly, preparing to attack. He lifted it with a powerful swing, then brought it down on the dragon turtle's hind leg with a sickening thud, watching it roar in pain. The viewers felt a bit bad for it. Why am I feeling a little sorry for the dragon turtle? That just looked painful. Taking this chance, Ji-woo ducked and slipped past its leg. He thought smugly, how could I possibly let you know what my next attack is? The dragon turtle was fuming, but Ji-woo had already gotten away. He knew this guy was probably thinking about the best way to catch him. He didn't expect the dragon turtle's next move was to retract its head into its shell. Its head pulled all the way back, and a green light emanated from around it. The viewers all had different theories. Is the dragon turtle hiding? It looks like it's healing. Its way of healing is so annoying. Look at it, bleeding just a little, and it's already hiding in its shell. Ji-woo analyzed the situation carefully. This is the reason why killing a dragon turtle is so difficult, because it can heal all its injuries inside its hard shell. There are many times you can only stand there dumbfounded and wait. A barrage of comments exploded in the chat. User Chris, I've seen this before. But what's going on? Isn't this only the second floor? Well, this is the arena. So what the hell is that dragon turtle doing? User FLA has joined. Nup, I was watching him until he died, so I had to take refuge over here. Welcome, refugee. But why is this stream already on floor 11, everyone? Everyone's saying the same thing. It was time for him to act, and his figure was already gone from its spot. Ji-woo agilely crossed the turtle's shell. He grabbed onto a sharp spike on the shell. Ji-woo let out a sigh of relief. Nice. Because the dragon turtle put its leg down, I was able to get up here. The viewers discussed, no way. Did he get up there thinking he'd be safe? Ji-woo's a total noob. He probably doesn't know. Looks like he isn't even looking at the messages, so we probably can't warn him. Ji-woo thought to himself. A lot of people facing a dragon turtle for the first time think that getting on its back means they're safe, but the spikes sticking out of the dragon turtle's shell can transform and then explode before disappearing. I have to find its weak point. A new notification appeared. You have received coin from user, The Love, a synthesized voice message. The spikes on its back are going to Get down. He noticed them gradually getting smaller. I knew it. At this size, the dragon turtle will be weaker. Ji-woo chose a spike, then raised his axe. The blade came down on the tough spike. He followed up with a second hit, just one more. Some of the newer viewers were confused. Let's go, glowing buddy, let's go. Can someone please explain why he's glowing? You wouldn't know, only I do. The next swing of the axe successfully severed the spike. Seeing Ji-woo tuck the spike under his arm, they were curious. I really want to know what he's thinking right now. The dragon turtle's entire body began to move violently. It was furious at being tricked. Watching the dragon turtle's trajectory, he realized it was trying to throw him off by ramming into that wall. Ji-woo seized every single second, jamming the spike back into the dragon turtle's body. I only have this one chance. Next, he raised his axe, swung down, and prayed. Please work, please. As he swung down, Ji-woo felt the flow of energy running through the spike take effect. The dragon turtle thrashed in agony. An explosion erupted, blowing everything away. It stopped moving. The viewers were bewildered. What the hell just happened? Is it dead? After a moment, their suspicion grew. What's going on? Why isn't the dragon turtle moving? Could it be? Ji-woo walked out of danger safely, looking only a little bruised. The viewers suddenly remembered. I believed in you from the very beginning. Damn it. That's right. The broadcast would have stopped if Ji-woo died. I forgot. The dragon turtle lay flattened in one spot, unable to move. He thought to himself that it was a dangerous gamble, one that almost didn't succeed. Recalling when the dragon turtle was struggling, Ji-woo guessed, was it trying to throw me off its back by ramming into the wall? The dragon turtle's spikes explode when mana is transferred into them. I'll transfer the mana I absorbed from the mana stone into this spike and use that. I'll blow up the dragon turtle. I was almost blown to bits in that explosion too. He suddenly noticed it moving slightly. Its eyes faintly opened, and light smoke puffed from its mouth. Ji-woo inspected the axe in his hand. It was still perfect, not a single. He raised the axe high in his hand to finish off the dragon turtle. A notification appeared. Challenge complete. A path to the third floor will open. You not only survived against the monster, but also defeated a powerful enemy. You have received a hidden reward. Ji-woo was very proud of himself. I did it. I got the hidden reward. The viewers had their eyes opened. That was seriously amazing. I never thought I'd get goosebumps from watching someone else clear the second floor. Insane. What did I just witness? Poi was so excited it was jumping up and down. Ji-woo quickly understood. I guess you guys want to eat that, right? The monsters in the tower usually have mana stored within their bodies. To Poi, a dragon turtle was nothing less than a giant mana cake. Receiving Ji-woo's approval, you guys can eat it now. The three of them rushed in to devour the magnificent feast. Someone was surprised. They can understand what Ji-woo is saying. I feel like throwing up every time those Po things open their mouths. Is this normal? Yeah, it is. But more importantly, this guy just killed a dragon turtle on the second floor. The comments exploded. Are you a hacker? What's your class? Jae-yoo must have some insane skill, right? Or hacks. That was a good hack just now. Jae-yoo, he's not hacking. Cut the crap. Don't diss him just because you can't do it. But on the second floor? This doesn't make any sense. Jae-yoo finds it hard to explain too. I don't think saying I was just lucky is going to be believable. Alright, I'll just ignore it then. He clears his throat and says, it was nothing. I just thought I could do it, so I gave it a shot. They were impressed. You think you can take on a dragon turtle? Arrogant, buddy. A little suspicious, my friend. You're seriously talented. Jae-yoo analyzes the situation. My viewers aren't watching because I flatter them. They're only watching because of the insane level I cleared and the interesting methods I used. My viewer count proves it, considering I have almost 200 viewers on the second floor. He's quite satisfied with this number. Jae-yoo smiles, pleased. Usually just 50 is already great. A notification reminds him to accept the reward. Hidden reward, reward for the 100 follower milestone. His followers are surprised. 100 followers already? Damn. This is why I watched Jae-yoo's stream. This is so exciting, even though he got a protective necklace on the first floor. Well, to be precise, the poise found that thing. It wasn't a reward. First, he wants to check the reward from the previous floor. A fancy gift box with a red ribbon appears. The viewers have mixed opinions. I'll check the reward from the previous floor first. I think I've seen this thing before. The system announces a pouch of 500 coins. Upon receiving it, it will automatically convert into coins. A rare-grade auxiliary space backpack, an invention of the genius magic engineer Arpix, with a maximum weight of 500 kilograms. Jae-yoo picks up the two gifts to examine them. The coins are a basic reward as expected, but the auxiliary space backpack, it only appears if you get lucky, so my luck isn't too bad. The viewers won't be disappointed with this. Some people commented that it's good, right? 500 kilogram is pretty decent. Back in my day, we had to tear our clothes and tie them together to make a bag. He just got something like this. Jae-yoo picks up the magic stone. A magic stone. It's best if I don't show the item description for this. Each magic stone is a different type, so it's too dangerous to just eat it. I have to change the subject before they start talking about the magic stone. Jae-yoo taps the screen. Now, let's see the hidden reward. They started imagining and discussing being careless with the reward's rarity. Some people might think he's joking about being poor right now. Jae-yoo stares blankly at the magic stone in his hand. This is the available item information. Level up rune stone, hero grade. A rune stone will raise an item's level by 1. However, the item's level cannot be raised higher than the rune stone's grade. A viewer commented, "Wait a minute, this is insane, right? I guess it was worth getting a hidden reward. Who said he was doing useless stuff for nothing?" Jae-yoo puts it in his backpack. "This looks good, so I'll save it." They urge him to use it on his axe right away, using a 20,000 coin item to upgrade a 250 coin item. There are really some trolls in the chat right now. Suddenly, his expression changes. Jae-yoo holds his forehead. "I feel dizzy." The viewers have a solution. Finish up with your rewards and get to the next floor. You've lost too much blood. Go to the 3rd floor. Yeah. Hurry up. All your wounds will be healed every time you go up a floor. You can open your follower rewards on any floor, so you can just go up. Jae-yoo tries to endure it. All right, next reward. A notification appears, congratulating you on reaching 100 followers. Because of your high potential, you will be awarded a blessing. You may choose one of the blessings below. Blessing of vitality, blessing of strength, blessing of agility, blessing of magic, blessing of luck. Everyone suggests their own choice. Go all in on health, man. What are you talking about? Any normal person would choose strength. Based on how Jae-yoo fights, agility would be best for him. Isn't the tower all about who has the best items? This is a luck meta. Jae-yoo wonders. A blessing is a type of passive skill that greatly increases its related stat. Among them, magic is a stat that supports mages and magic researchers. And as mentioned, it's not popular in the early game. That's why the chat isn't paying much attention to it, and he has already made his choice. But Jae-yoo announces to them, "I'll choose this one." They aren't happy with this result. That thing is useless. Unless you want to be a mage, you pick the worst one. So ridiculous. He doesn't listen at all. Only Jae-yoo understands. Unlike mages and knights who are strong from the moment they're chosen, magic research is unpredictable and mysterious, even from the very beginning. No matter how hard you work, it has its own limits. That's why many people regret choosing this class after they've picked it. So it's basically treated as a non-combat class, designed to protect the group from behind or simply for crafting. Well, that's in the early game. Anyway, I clearly remember a scene from a video of a combat genius, a magic engineer. Seeing magic shoot from his palm, he was filled with admiration. Jae-yoo exclaims, "Only real men understand how cool it is to shoot lasers. Besides, being able to craft my own magic engineering weapons like that genius American engineer, that's never going to happen." Preparing to move, he calls the 3 poise over. They look really adorable right now. Jae-yoo hugs all 3 of them, trying to imitate and copy them. Maybe it's possible if I try. Jae-yoo chats with them as usual. "You guys, you really enjoyed that dragon turtle, huh? It's been gnawed completely clean now." That leaves the viewers speechless. This is the first time I've ever felt sorry for a dragon turtle. How can those tiny things eat so much? Jae-yoo starts to look exhausted, his dark circles showing as he speaks. "Looks like I'll be going now. I've reached my limit." The viewers agree. "Please go. You almost collapsed earlier. The portal will make you feel better." Jae-yoo quickly steps into the portal. The 3rd floor is an area with architecture resembling ancient mythology. He clenches his fist and exclaims, "Ah, much better. All the scratches are really gone." The viewers expose the truth. Look at this bastard. His personality on the 1st floor was fake. The 2nd floor was his true self. A new quest notification is displayed. The full content reads, "The 3rd floor trial will now begin. This is the garden of a forgotten ancient god. The slumbering guardians within this place will put you to the test. Be victorious in combat against the guardians. Time remaining until combat, 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Warning, if you leave the ancient gods area, you will be trapped on the third floor forever, Jae-yoo ponders. The first and second floors were much harder than in the videos, but the third floor seems quite similar. The viewers commented, the description is pretty detailed. The first and second floors are just for weeding out the weaklings. Yeah, this is where it really begins. He considers, if the third floor has the same difficulty, then. Next to him is another challenger, who says cheerfully, "Ah yes, clown, thank you for the 10-coin donation. Yes, everyone. I've successfully made it to the third floor." Jae-yoo suddenly realizes, could it be? Is it the same difficulty because it's a trial where I have to team up with someone else? Jeon-xi stares at him blankly. A person? He seems a bit awkward meeting someone at the same level. Jae-yoo coldly sizes up the other guy. Jeon-xi extends a hand and says politely, "Hello." Jae-yoo thinks to himself, look how he's shaking. He must have had a really tough time on the second floor. Jae-yoo replies politely, "Hi." The two of them shake hands to get acquainted. Jeon-xi looks at Jae-yoo, emotional. "Hello, you're a streamer, right?" Jae-yoo confirms. "That's right. Did you have a hard time?" He lets go of his hand and says shyly, "Sorry about that." Jae-yoo can understand. It makes sense. This is probably the first time he's met another person inside the tower. Jeon-xi says apologetically, "I don't have any experience at all." The viewers rushed in with comments. Now this is a real newbie reaction. Is Jae-yoo a robot or something? Putting on airs, you arrogant newbie, he introduces himself. "What's your name?" "I'm Han Seo," he replies. "My name is Kim Jae-joo." Jeon-xi laughs after hearing it. "Jae-joo, that's a really unique name," he responds. "I get that a lot." His attitude changed, becoming wary. "This Jae-hyo guy. Sorry, but are those things on your head and shoulders, Poi?" Jae-hyo's showing off his pet. "That's right." Jeon-suk leaned down to get a closer look and said, "Yeah, the viewers are going crazy. They keep asking why Poi are showing up here." Jae-hyo found it hard to explain. "Well, it's just been like this since the whole first floor incident." The viewers retorted, "What do you mean it's just been like this? The first floor was a really dark chapter in your life, huh? Seriously, if I had to deal with that Poi situation on the first floor, I don't think I could ever show my face again." Jeon-suk was about to say something, but suddenly the place started to shake. The culprits were the giant stone statues that had moved in front of them. Jae-hyo put everything aside. "We'll talk later." The statue's massive club slammed into the ground, and the countdown began. He calculated silently, if the third floor's difficulty is the same, then the Guardian's weak point should be the same too. The Guardian statue's on the third floor. People say this is where the real challenge begins. Low difficulty is 1 statue, medium is 2. Jae-hyo tightened his grip on his axe and told himself, high difficulty is still 2. A blue light cast down on his face and the Poi. Jae-hyo recalled the information. But if you can't take them both down at the same time, the defeated one will revive. The viewers chattered excitedly. "It's starting. I think a lot of people have died here." "Yeah, for real. They get overwhelmed and then bam, they're dead." "It's obvious the one with the shield defends and the one with the spear attacks. But the one with the shield looks more intimidating." The statue lifted its club high, and with one blow, the ground below it shattered. The aftershock spread in all directions. Jeon-suk was blown backward, panting. What kind of power is this? He couldn't see his companion and frantically looked around. "Jae-hyo, where are you?" The viewers were also confused. Did the host die? If Jae-hyo died, the screen would have gone dark. Someone with sharp eyes spotted him on the other side. Jae-hyo was nimbly trying to run past the shield. The statue slammed its shield down, trying to crush the player. Jeon-suk called out worriedly. The stone statue lifted its shield. Only rubble from the stone floor was left behind, and he was already attacking it from the rear. Jae-hyo launched himself high into the air. A viewer noticed he's glowing even brighter than he was on the second floor. "You think so too?" "I see it as well." The axe blade struck a part of the stone statue. A section of its leg was severed. The other stone statue's hand reached out, then caught its companion. The viewers joked, "Look at that bromance. So touching." Jae-hyo was getting impatient. "There's no time left. If I just stand here, the spear statue will regenerate. I can't just let it regenerate." He sprinted towards the stone statues, a second slash cutting through its calf. They were amazed. What kind of decision-making is that? He's sneak attacking the leg of the guy who's rescuing his buddy. What a dirty move. Isn't this Kim Jae-hyo's channel? Why is he playing the villain now? The next axe blow came down decisively. Jae-hyo lifted his axe once more. He relentlessly performed a continuous series of high-difficulty moves. That stone statue began to crumble, and both of them crashed to the ground at the same time, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, the severed foot of the stone statue was revealed. Jae-hyo stood proudly on top of it, then jumped down. Jeon-suk, full of adoration, called out from the side, "Jae-hyo, who on earth are you?" He was particularly troubled by this question. Then everyone suddenly remembered, wait a minute, wasn't this supposed to be a 2-person challenge? This is bad. The other stone statue started moving again. Jae-hyo's sharp ears caught it immediately. Its glowing red eyes glared in his direction. Jae-hyo yelled in terror, "Get down!" Jun-suk hadn't noticed anything wrong yet. He looked bewildered, only now seeing the imminent danger. Right behind Seok, a pyramid-shaped block of stone came flying. He quickly reached out. "Move!" That pyramid-shaped block turned out to be the tip of the club. Jae-hyo managed to save Seok just before it was too late. An explosion erupted where he had been standing. A colossal shadow that blocked out the light fell over the two of them. The second statue had approached. A viewer commented, "What is this, a Hong Kong martial arts movie? Just take them out gracefully, Jae-hyo." Its blazing red eyes stared intently at the player. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect it to be able to throw its spear. Just defeating them isn't enough. Now, let's finish this." They immediately brought their shields down. The viewers exclaimed in commentary, "The power of Kim Jae-hyo. Jae-hyo, you're so cool." He took off running, and in a flash, Jae-hyo had launched himself upward. He stood on the shield, facing the statue. Jae-hyo bent his knees into a ready stance, then accelerated towards the stone statue. Jae-hyo vaulted over the severed leg, using it to launch himself to the top of the statue's head. The axe was poised to strike its head. The entire statue was split in two, its body parts falling to the ground. He stood on the remaining part of its body, admiring the result of his takedown. The remaining statue's hand reached for him, and Jae-hyo slid straight down to dodge the attack. But the other statue was waiting for him below. He worried, "There's no room to dodge up top. What do I do?" No time to think. Before this broken statue revives, I have to finish it quickly. Jae-hyo continued to swing his axe, preparing for another blow. The axe came down, and its arm shattered. The statue stared blankly as its hand fell off. It could no longer protect the other statue, and its body fell backward. The battle was over. He landed on the ground, the two defeated foes crashing down behind him. They looked towards the one who had defeated them, the red light in their eyes fading out. A notification appeared. "You have completed the tutorial." A flood of users donated. User Red Sea has donated 5 coins. User Disco has donated 20 coins. User Kim Pirapo also donated. Jae-hyo thought to himself that he could use the strategy of destroying the red eyes, the Sentinel's weak point, but he wouldn't be able to destroy these statues quickly that way. He announced to everyone, "Anyway, we completed it safely. Took too long, right?" They thought they had misheard. Took too long? My ramen isn't even done cooking yet. So cool. I'm really looking forward to a rookie like you. Jae-hyo looked around. But the gate isn't appearing, they thought. Seeing him like this, does he finally seem like a rookie? It's right in front of you. Go in. Watching him fight, he seems like an experienced player, but he doesn't know where the gate is. Jae-hyo thought to himself, "I was too amazing just now. I probably should be acting the part." Jun-suk, faintly in the corner, raised his hand to call out, "Wait, Kim Jae-hyo." He spun around, waiting for him to continue. "Yes." Jun-suk expressed his admiration. "Can we talk for a moment?" But Jae-hyo was impatient. "I've spent too much time on the 3rd floor. I have to move up quickly." So he bid farewell to his newfound brother-in-arms. "Sorry, but maybe next time." Jae-hyo ran off like the wind, leaving behind only one sentence. "There will definitely be a next time." Only a forlorn Sok was left behind. "I've been abandoned." Jae-hyo arrived at the holy temple. He slowly walked up the steps, his feet stopping where a scroll lay. Jae-hyo picked it up and examined it carefully. It read, "We are awaiting our apocalypse." The desperate screams of the starved and the souls of fallen soldiers wander throughout the empire. In the 957th year of the empire, the maddened king rang the warning bells by taking the head of the young general who had just returned. The reason was simple. He didn't listen to anyone and waged war as he pleased, so he was executed. If you, traveler, are reading these lines, let me give you one piece of advice. Never anger the king. The viewers wondered, what does this mean? Is it real? At least it's useful. What is this? Jae-hyo figured that while he clearly didn't know anything yet, this was at least a hint about the 5th floor. The gate finally appeared, and he quickly made a choice. "First, I have to check the reward before entering the 4th floor, the viewers urged. "Hurry up. The tutorial difficulty was only medium, so I bet the reward is pretty lame." Jae-hyo reached out for the reward. Looking inside the box, the host himself was shocked. "Huh? The reward is just 1 bag of money?" The viewers were gloating. "Called it. The reward is pathetic. There was so much on the 1st and 2nd floors. Why is this one so normal?" He still couldn't believe it. Just 1? Usually, at this difficulty, you get 3. A new notification displayed, "Pouch of 5,000 times level." Normally, it would automatically convert to currency. A viewer was stunned. 5,000 coins for the 3rd floor? Jae-hyo's joy returned. "I was worried because there was only 1 pouch, but who knew it'd be this much?" The viewers feel like they've been slapped in the face. "At first, I was laughing because it was so pathetic, but now I'm crying out of jealousy." Update notification. Current viewers 211, current followers 138, Jew 5,608. He silently calculated that the increase in viewers must be from Jeonso's chat room, 5,600 coins. If there are only coins on the 5th floor, then I'll have to learn more about magic. Someone reminded him, but Ju, haven't the poi been a little too quiet since the 2nd floor? If you're their caretaker, you should be paying attention. Seriously, I thought they were dead. Ju only just now noticed. What's this? The poi's bodies were trembling. Each one of them looked listless, lying flat on the ground without the strength to move. Ju worriedly knelt down and asked them, "Are you guys sick? Does anyone know why they're like this?" A viewer responded, "If I knew, I wouldn't be watching this stream. I guarantee you're the first person to bring a poi along." Someone guessed, "Maybe they're hungry?" Ju recalled how gluttonous they were, but they already ate those turtle shells on the 2nd floor. Ju rummaged through his backpack, just in case. In his hand was a magic stone. The poi showed no interest in the item. He sighed helplessly. "I don't think they're hungry." System reminder, 20 coin donation from user lover. Message, try going to the 5th floor. Ju was stunned. Thanks for the donation. The 5th floor. The viewers were being cryptic. I think they're talking about that incident. That incident. The way they communicate about that incident is annoying. He just remembered, that's right, there's someone on the 5th floor who can take care of the poi. Hugging the 3 weak pets, Ju quickly made a decision. I'm going to the 4th floor because my little ones aren't feeling well. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Ju, wait! Jeonso, panting heavily, exclaimed, Ju, wait a moment. He answered awkwardly, Jeonso, I'm in a hurry. He replied shyly, I know you don't have time to talk to me, but then Jeonso bowed deeply and expressed sincerely, I think I still need to thank you. I finished without a single scratch thanks to you. Ju, thank you so much. This attitude left him momentarily unsure how to react. Finally, Ju cleared his throat slightly. He agreed, sure, whenever we get the chance. Jeonseo's face brightened up. Yes. Ju didn't have much time. He rushed towards the portal. See you next time, if we survive. He stepped onto the 4th floor. Quest updated. Beginning the 4th floor trial. This is a temple sealed by ancient characters. Destroy the seal and open the escape door. Time. Be careful. If you fail to destroy the seal, you will be trapped on the 4th floor. Ju thought to himself, they say trapped, but they really mean I'll die, don't they? Even if I buy food with coins, there's still a limit. Being trapped on one floor is no different from a death sentence. He walked cautiously with every step. It was an empty room, with lines of special characters inscribed on the walls. Ju guessed that there must be hundreds of crystal stones in the difficult mode. The viewers commented enthusiastically. He's at the intelligence trial. 6 hours should be enough to clear it. Otherwise, my brain will be the first thing to get destroyed. He already had a plan. I'll check the shop entrance. A notification appeared, adjusting entrance based on the player's floor level. Ju knew that the 4th floor's shop entrance was different from other floors. It had a lot of food and necessities to entice players to choose them instead of weapons or defensive items. The 4th floor is a battle against time. If I get too comfortable because of the food options and the long time limit, wasting my time, I'll definitely die from being trapped here. So Ju decided to ignore it. There's nothing I need right now, so I'll save my coins. I don't have enough time anyway. They brought it up again. Are you ignoring the chicken? I just ordered some chicken after seeing that, but you have a lot of coins. Do a mukbang. Ju had his reasons. I want to save them for later. Besides, my little ones are sick. The viewers agreed. Shut up, you bastards. The little one is sick. He understood the requirements for the 4th floor. I have to use the characters on the crystal stones to find the right images and colors. The stones will change color when I touch them. That's the basic rule. Thinking back, I really struggled with this thing. Ju touched a stone. It turned green. The stone with this character has a different color sequence. Ju felt dizzy then. It was a huge headache at first, memorizing all the characters I'd never seen or even heard of before. The method I decided on was to replace a letter with a number to make it easier to remember. By now, it should have gotten more complicated. The really annoying thing about the 4th floor is that the crystals I don't touch also change color. The viewers silently prayed for the player. Just watching the 4th floor is making me sick. There are hundreds of stones on the 4th floor, right? Just press them randomly and pray it works. Ju was very calm, but to me this is just an annoying Rubik's Cube that needs to be solved. Watching his series of moves 1, 3, 4, 17, 9, then again they look down on him. This psycho is just pressing them randomly. You shouldn't do that. It's more like he's conducting a choir than taking an intelligence test. A source of light shone down on Ju's calm face. The first row was all the same color. The viewers were horrified. Huh? It worked. So he was actually thinking while pressing those stones? Possibly. Kim Jae-joo is being captivating again. He rejoiced inwardly. 1 row done. Good. Everything is just as I remember. If I keep this up, I can finish in an hour. No, half an hour. Ju didn't forget to reassure his viewers. I'll get it done. They still didn't believe it. It's just luck. His brain will explode if he does the last row. 1 row is easy. Ju's hands moved nimbly, pressing the stones. The countdown timer read 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 22 seconds. As minutes and seconds passed, they were amazed that he hadn't exploded yet. This is insane. He's really good. I hope he gets to the 5th floor soon. I was so shocked I dropped the chicken leg I just ordered. Ju secretly let out a sigh of relief, because they were all the same color, with only the last one left. When the stones all turned blue at once, a portal appeared with a notification. Trial complete. The door to the 5th floor has opened. Donation of 200 coins from user Dekansky, 123. Message, are you in Mensa? Ju replied, thanks for the donation. I'm not in Mensa or anything like that. He didn't dare to say it. Genius, my ass. I just remember the answer that was stuck in my bedroom. Another new sponsor. Donation of 200 coins from user LoverNim. Message, good job. A viewer exclaimed, the big spenders are donating a lot. They're Kim Jae-joo's fans. They can't stand to lose. Ju smiled brightly, grateful for their affection. Thanks, everyone. I'll check the reward real quick and then continue. Looking at the 4th floor reward, they were in awe. Another reward this time? It's not 5,000 coins this time, is it? That's a bit much. Bro, isn't he starting the 5th floor with 10,000 coins? Ju was already thinking about how to spend the money. Awesome. With 10,000 coins, I can buy a hero grade skill book. A notification appeared. Common grade 5,000 coin pouch. Automatically converted to coins upon receipt. The viewers were typing furiously. 5,000 coins is really a bit much. So predictable. But finishing the trial faster gets you a bigger reward. He deserves it for finishing the 4th floor in 20 minutes and winning a 2 versus 1 fight on the 3rd floor. Ju was impatient. The poi aren't well. I need to be faster. He turned back and hugged the 3 pets. I'll go to the 5th floor right away. The viewers chatted amongst themselves. The 5th floor already? Is he holding the top spot? The fastest kid is on the 7th floor. Ju spent all his time connecting with the poi on the 1st floor. He encouraged himself. I'm still fast. It's okay. I shouldn't push too hard. I just need to prove I'm the champion on the 5th floor. A new quest appeared, beginning the 5th floor trial. At this point, viewers cannot switch. A week's time in the world of Asat will be granted, which will not affect the real world. You will possess one of the forms of the desolate world. Asat also has a friend who possesses a different form. There are 2 ways to complete the 5th floor trial. Reach the predetermined ending or kill the other player. The floor's setting changed to a magnificent palace. The bedroom door opened, and a person walked into the room. They sat down on the bed, their demeanor somewhat somber. On the table lay a thick notebook. He took it out to read. It said, Imperial Calendar, May 20th, 944. I am now 10 years old. I asked father for a magical beast as a birthday present, but instead, I got a slap across the face. My older brother's scornful gaze felt like it pierced my heart. What's so wrong with that? Imperial Calendar, May 22nd, 944. I made a secret basement under my room without telling father. I offered 1 gold coin to Fordic, the one who helped me, but he didn't agree. He will give me magical beasts in the future. I think I'll sleep well tonight. He let out a long sigh. I think I know who I've copied. He's the 2nd prince of the Askol Empire, Cao Li. The emperor discovered the magical beast he was raising, and as a result, the prince burned it alive. He earned the title Executioner after getting into a drunken brawl on the street. Duedu, in the form of the 2nd prince, closed the sorrowful diary. A notification appeared, reminding him to proceed to the chosen ending. The copied character is Cao Li. Mission is to become the emperor. However, taking the throne by force is not accepted as an ending. Time remaining, 6 days and 16 hours. He grumbled in frustration. Become the emperor? Isn't that asking for a bit too much? The viewers here are fired up. Just look at this highest difficulty rating. You think he's just going to build up strength and take it by force, right? I mean, isn't he the 2nd prince, the executioner? Yeah, but the crown prince has already built up a good reputation, so it won't be easy. And another thing, didn't he have to burn a magical beast and get into a brawl to become the executioner? Duedu couldn't stop wondering why he was assigned the role of the executioner 2nd prince, the one person who's furthest from the throne. If only I had become a mana engineer like I planned, how great would that have been? A new notification updated. The 5th floor trial will begin now. The actions of viewers are now restricted. The time limit is 1 week in Ashkel Standard Time. Real-world time is not affected. Duedu recalled that when he entered the 5th floor, reality was altered so it wouldn't even take a minute to get to the 6th floor. Viewers couldn't leave for a whole week during the 5th floor trial. There are 2 ways to clear the 5th floor trial. Proceed to the chosen ending, or kill the other players. If another player reaches the ending first, you will experience the annihilation of this world with your entire body. A viewer responded to this explanation. Just say you'll die. Why be so roundabout about it? I mean, it's not like it matters. Just tell us your real name and what floor you've cleared. Duedu cut them off. Everyone, stop fighting. I'll ban you from the chat room if you keep arguing. They replied. Did Duedu really find the ban function? He's sharp. He paid attention to a new notification. It read, choose the ability you want. Duedu understood immediately. Depending on what you chose, the user's character they had to copy on the 5th floor would be assigned. Finally, I see this. If the player chooses a high difficulty level, an important figure of the Askol Empire will be assigned. Magical ability will be assigned to the Empire's head mage. A mana engineer is assigned as the Empire's platinum engineer. Physical strength is assigned as an Imperial Guard. It's also highly likely to be a support class or an assassin class, but their abilities are much lower than the top 3, so only a few people choose them. The viewers chimed in. Play as a guard, Due-du said. Physical strength? No, he has to be a mage if he wants to fight. The assassin looks good for hit and runs. Isn't anyone recommending mana engineer? Due-du had already made up his mind to choose the mana engineer class. He announced eagerly, I'll choose mana engineer. The system understood immediately. Are you sure you want to choose a power related to magical beasts? Someone asked in confusion, what's a magical beast? It's a monster. They call them magical beasts in Ascol. Due-du argued. No, mana engineer. The system had already made the decision for him, confirming, you will be assigned a character related to magical beasts. The viewers burst out laughing. Is the system bugged? Well, that's that. He was given no choice, his entire body sucked towards the portal in despair. No, give me the mana engineer. Back in the present, Due-du agonized over the issue. I said mana engineer, so why did I get magical beast? No, it's too late for that anyway. Calm down. Let's think about what I need to do. If the ending goal is easy, I'll just go with it. For example, if I became a mana engineer, this stage would be cleared once I built an invention. If the goal is difficult, I can aim to kill another player instead. For a crazy job like Emperor, killing another player seems like the better option. The first day of the 1-week period is for getting used to the copied body. It's crucial for players to read their character's diary to grasp the situation. Due-du considered his options. He called out, is anyone out there? A servant replied respectfully. You called, Your Highness? Due-du ordered, call for Fordic. The servant accepted the order. Yes, Your Highness. The viewers were impressed. Wow, how natural is that? His acting is great. I seriously thought he was a real prince. Due-du secretly wondered how he was supposed to view Fordic after having read that diary. This is creepy. There's no way he can act like that after reading it. Goosebumps. The man entered, bowing respectfully, and said, You called for me, Prince? Is it about the new magical beast? Due-du admitted, yes. He thought to himself, I was just wondering what to say. Oh well, perfect. Fordic snapped his fingers, signaling a subordinate to bring in an item covered by a cloth. I thought you might ask about it, so I prepared it in advance. This magical beast is from the north. The subordinate carefully placed the box on the table and lifted the white cloth covering it. Inside were 3 listless-looking poi. He explained, it's known for its aggressive nature, but it's strangely quiet. That makes the job easier. Due-du suddenly remembered he'd forgotten about the poi. He feigned ignorance. They look exhausted, 2 viewers commented. Judging by the whimpers, they definitely are. From the north, my ass. Fordic reported, I asked the hunters, but they don't seem to know the reason for their pain. I checked them myself, and it looks like they've absorbed too many mana stones. Let's keep an eye on them for now. A viewer who had been following from the beginning commented, the stones from the first floor were mana stones? A small one costs a few thousand coins, but one that big? No way. And they also ate the dragon turtle shell on the second floor. They're just too full. Seeing the aura around Due-du's head, he screamed in terror. Prince, that's impossible. How can there be glowing mana coming from a human body? What happened during the month I was away in the north? Due-du reassured him. There's nothing unusual with my body. Don't worry. Fordic refused to believe it. Impossible. Normally, a person would explode from having that much mana. Only Due-du understood that. Aside from sheer luck, it wasn't life-threatening. The mana energy had invaded his head. From now on, if I just get anxious or angry, I could become a vegetable. If it gets worse, my emotions could shatter completely. He advised, Prince, you cannot absorb any more mana. Due-du patted his shoulder reassuringly. I understand. I'll remember your words. Fordic finally gave in. All right then, Prince. I will take my leave. Also, the Crown Prince has been making some suspicious moves lately, so please be careful. He replied, Thank you for your concern. I'll take these magical beasts to the basement myself. According to the information Due-du had, Fordic was Cao Li's only supporter. He was the personal knight of his mother, the late Queen Predisa. Fordic had left his post when the queen passed away and made it his mission to become an aide to the young Cao Li. Due-du put this aside for now. Whatever. It's just because of the mana stones. Normally, I'd be trembling with fear, fighting a dragon turtle. Anyway, the Crown Prince's moves are quite suspicious. I have to defeat the Crown Prince within a week and become Emperor. Killing the other player would be easier, but reaching the ending with the better reward will be hard, just as the diary said. Alright, here it is. As Due-du pulled out the diary, the bookshelf suddenly moved, revealing a hidden tunnel leading down. The viewers were amazed. A new skill? Is that from being a mana engineer? So this is what a mana engineer is? Due-du carried the cage with the poi down into the basement. Inside the secret room were many similar cages. He noticed a new notification panel being displayed. The great thing about a skill book is that I don't have to read the whole thing for the content to just sink into my head. It's so much easier. Jue pressed the button to select the normal difficulty for a book on the basics of magical beasts. Upon use, understanding of magical beasts increases. A skill has been created. Basic Magical Beasts, Level 1. This notification sent Jue into a depression. There's nothing useful here for dealing with monsters. The viewers reminded him, "Do you feel anything different?" Jue-do blurted out, "Nothing much. At least it was cheap." They agreed he was right. This is why no one cares about magical beasts. It's not too late to switch to a knight, you know. Switch to a mage. You've got 10,000 coins you can use to buy it. Jue dragged the bookshelf to block the entrance to the basement, preparing to leave. Because he knew there was only one more place he had to go. The viewers encouraged him, "Cheer up." He realized, "Looks like my rival has already chosen to be a knight or a mage. Mages usually have their own research labs, and the knight commander has a private training ground. If I'm thinking about the reward, I have to limit the other streamer's actions." Over on his side, the player Song-dae was preparing to begin his sword practice. A flurry of beautiful, intricate sword strokes crisscrossed with each other. It sliced the fixed targets into smithereens. He thought to himself, "This is insane. Absolutely insane. I've only used a few skill books, but it feels like I've been training for decades." This was the 4,891st generation of the tower, Song-dae. The viewers commented, "Look at Song-dae, so cocky. That's how it should be." The 5th floor is when people start getting strong. The more he slashes, the more fired up he gets. Just moving around is enough to level up his skills. Zhang-dae thought he'd gotten lucky. By choosing the high difficulty on the 1st floor, he was rewarded with a ton of coins, and on the 2nd floor, he defeated the monsters easily with his kendo skill. On the 3rd floor, he used his companion as a meat shield, so he cleared it in no time. Zhang-dae thought the viewers would roast him for getting a teammate killed, but unexpectedly, he received even more rewards for his resilience. Although he almost failed to clear the 4th floor, with only 30 minutes left to spare, another viewer reminded Zhang-dae, "You've got another visitor. I've seen this person before. His clothes look like they belong to royalty. What was his name again? The Prince of Goryeo, right?" Someone prompted him. "What are you doing?" "Song-dae, get on your knees, quick!" He immediately knelt in respect. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you." Inwardly, he was fuming. Why is a prince here? Is this really the location I read about in the diary? Jue-do told his opponent, "Rise. Seeing you train like this for the Empire brings me great joy." Song-dae replied with a serious tone, "I am merely fulfilling my duty." He secretly sized him up. A streamer? No, he's probably a mage or a knight like me. Jue-do had a firm grasp on his opponent's information. Song-dae's character is a swordsman, the Black Lion Master, an upright man who despises falsehoods. At first, I found their way of speaking really tough, but after copying how the other knights talk, I've gotten used to it. He sheathed his sword and asked, "What wind has blown you to a place so reeking of sweat?" The viewers on this side commented, "Song-dae's a pretty good actor, too. What a truly resilient bastard. You guys didn't see how he sold out his comrade to the Guardian on the 3rd floor." Jue smiled and replied, "It's nothing, really. I just remembered that you are quite fond of wine. Weren't you on the verge of tears at my birthday party last year because your favorite wine wasn't there?" He answered, embarrassed, "Yes." A few people took the chance to tease him. "Look, Song-dae is blushing. If another streamer were here, his cover would be blown in a heartbeat." Jue-do continued, "So I thought I should send you a little something to drink. However, I'm not much of a wine connoisseur, so I can't quite recall its name. What was it again?" The more he talked, the more confused Song-dae became. He silently prayed, "What the hell is he talking about? Chat, give me a hint." A flood of comments appeared. Pop quiz time. "Oh my god, how the hell am I supposed to know?" Song-dae is looking at the chat. "Everyone help him out." Info. The expensive drinks at the Chot outpost are usually one of these: Regan, Rosaxenon, or Piatai. Calling all alcoholics. Just guess one already. They won't know the difference anyway. So Song-dae took a gamble and said, "I believe it was Piatai, Your Highness." Jue-do replied, "Is that so? It sounds familiar. I'll have it sent over tomorrow." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Your Highness. This humble servant vows to strive even harder to serve the Empire with all my heart." In his mind, he was celebrating. I'm saved. Where did Jue-do learn to talk so vaguely? But now that I think of it, I forgot to ask what your Korean name is. This made Song to snap. This guy is insane. He asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Jue-do wasn't about to blow his cover like someone else. "Can't you see? The second prince of Chot Goryeo." He radiated a murderous aura and asked, "Oh, is that so? You're a prince, but you didn't call your retainers to protect you. So how dare you come here alone to cause trouble? And hey, let me ask you this. How did you know I was trying my damnedest to act natural?" Jue-do said nonchalantly, "Do I have a reason to answer you?" He thought smugly. "It's because that introverted prince wrote everything down in his diary, Black Lion Master, and all for a drink." Song-dae was stunned. "What did you just say?" But isn't the second prince a useless good-for-nothing that I could finish off with a single strike? Those two words, useless good-for-nothing, pissed Jue off. The viewers chattered. Look at that guy. He's so out of line. Sis, you're getting way too into character. But he should be mad, right? I bet he really wants to be a warrior. Jue scolded him bluntly, without holding back. I could sense your shallowness and vulgarity from the very beginning. I've been pretending not to smell this disgusting stench, but it just keeps assaulting my nose. The word vulgarity struck a harsh blow to Songdae's ego. He couldn't swallow this insult. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. You're dead meat, you bastard. Before he could make a move, Fordic rushed in, shouting, What is the meaning of this? He was overly concerned, shaking a startled Jue-do. Your Highness, are you all right? He replied, Yeah, I'm fine. No need to overreact. Fordic became indignant. What are you talking about? I saw with my own two eyes this man pointing his sword at you. Jue-do made an excuse for Songdae. Don't worry. I wanted to see his swordsmanship, so I asked him to give me a demonstration. Isn't that right? He didn't dare make a sound, replying, Yes. The viewers jeered. Look how crazy he looks. I think Songdae is a total idiot. Seriously, he could have just swung his sword, killed Jue, and cleared the 5th floor. Fordic acted like a mother hen protecting her chick, scowling menacingly at Songdae. I clearly felt bloodlust in that demonstration. Despite Jue trying to explain that I asked him to use his full strength, he brushed it aside. Watch yourself next time, unless you want to be charged with attempting to assassinate a prince. Then he whispered a few threats into his ear. You'll have all your limbs cut off and be tied to horses that will drag you around the city. Songdae bowed low, admitting his fault. It was my carelessness. Fordic didn't even bother to look at him. Get lost. Since the prince has spoken, I will not pursue this matter any further. Narrowly escaping death, Songdae took off running. Fordic felt he was different. Something's strange today, Jue replied. That's just because you were deliberately picking on him. Fordic continued with regret. How pathetic. The heart of the Empire, the Black Lion Master, being so reckless. It sounds like you're feeling nostalgic for a bygone era, from the way you're talking. He fell silent when Jue brought this up. Fordic answered tactfully. That is a difficult question. I have no other ambition than to serve the Empire faithfully. He smiled and replied, I see. I just wanted to take a walk because I was bored in my room. Don't worry, just go about your duties, he advised. I understand, but it would be terrible if you were to run into the Crown Prince, so I hope you will be careful. With that, he immediately took his leave. Jue had his own things to do. This took more time than I expected. I should stop by the magic engineering workshop tomorrow. Everyone was curious. What are you going to do now? You found the other streamer, but things are really tense now. Doesn't that make it more interesting? Jue-do hesitated before saying, I will complete the ending I have chosen. Everyone was shocked. Sir, you only have 6 days left. 6 days? You think just anyone can become emperor? It's not too late to go kill that guy. Go tell Fordic he was just threatening you. It's that easy. Fordic will have that bastard killed. But Jue had another idea. No, there has to be a way. There just has to be. The information office staff handed Songdae a file. Here are the documents you requested on Sir Fordic. He took it and replied politely, thank you. He couldn't help but feel a surge of relief at his luck. Songdae was asking the viewers for help. This is insane. What do I do, everyone? This guy was even on the verge of tears to get the viewers' sympathy. If he's a prince and orders my execution, I'm toast. The viewers were nonchalant, not seeing it as a problem. But he let you live. Songdae is really lucky. It's not normal for Jae-do to find out your identity and still let you live like this. I think he's just crazy. Look at this idiot. Look how he's shaking. Songdae, listen up. I'll teach you how to take that guy down for good. He asked, touched. Really? Step by step, they laid out a plan. First, go to the commissar's office and find information on the second prince. Yeah, whatever works. Remember to look for Ford, too. In the end, Songdae found the file. The file contained all the details on Ford, a long-term official for the royal family. Duration of service, 29 days. Mission details. Investigate and study the ecosystem of magical animals. Notes, possesses 3 point. Special circumstances. All 3 point are silent, as if they're sick. Hypothesis. Illness is due to environmental pollution. One of the viewers suddenly remembered, hey, I think I know who that is. If he's a knight just like Songdae, then it's game over. 3 point and just one person? They discussed amongst themselves. Kim Jae-joo, right? I still remember his unique name. Why did he keep them instead of killing them? Can you even do that? He's that guy from the first floor, right? I left his channel because the Poin were so annoying. He even passed the trial with those Poin. What a psycho. I still don't really get it, guys. But what does his identity matter? They pointed it out to him. Of course it matters. Just listen. Now, go to the gate on the outskirts immediately. There should be a chapel there. Touch them. That's the... Songdae followed their words to the outskirts. The viewers reminded him about the chapel, and sure enough, there was a chapel right in front of him. Zhang Dae thought to himself, this is a method that only works if you've already found out the other player's identity. You're dead for sure, Kim Jae-joo. 1 hour ago, as Zhang Dae was walking down the hall, he heard footsteps echoing from the opposite direction. And Zhang Dae had run into Jae-doo in this empty hallway. He smirked, a dangerous smile on his lips. Jae-doo calmly crossed his arms, meeting his gaze, and asked, "You again? I heard you were investigating my background." Knowing his identity, Zhang Dae went straight for the reveal. Drop the act. You're pretty famous, aren't you? Zhang Dae growled out the name, Kim Jae-joo. Seeing his expression, Zhang Dae became even more confident. So I was right. And with that, Zhang Dae hurriedly ran off. Jae-doo called after him. Wait, he held on to a single belief. It's over. I'm not gonna die here. The missing piece on the 5th floor that the viewers told me about. Zhang Dae followed the directions to find the chapel, calculating in his mind, if I find my opponent's name at the chapel, I'll be able to clear the trial. However, I'll obviously lose the chance to upgrade my skills, and on top of that, there's the penalty for failure. It's not a recommended method. But does a skill upgrade even matter when I'm in a life-or-death situation like this? A few viewers noticed a problem. This seems a little too easy. Kim Jae-joo is just a psycho. Do you really think he'd befriend Poin if he was crazy? Zhang Dae took the key from the basin in the middle of the hall. As he held it gently in his hands, a notification immediately appeared. On it displayed the message, "Your intelligence will be tested. State the name of the participant accompanying you in this trial." Zhang Dae spoke the name he knew. Kim Jae-joo. The screen switched to a new notification. Checking username information. Kim Jae-joo. Confirm answer, yes or no. Once you confirm, the answer cannot be changed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Dae pressed the yes button on the screen. The statue in the middle of the hall began to move. He was terrified. What? The system prompted. Your answer is incorrect. You have been cursed by a demon soul that mocks intelligence. Current user attribute, Roy Scarson. Predestined end. Acquisition of the 5-sword style of the first knight of the Empire. What? The curse. Loss of all acquired skills. As the punishment was dealt, Zhang Dae was still in disbelief. What did you say? What? A desperate scream echoed throughout the chapel. What the hell is this? The viewers on Jae-doo's side urged him on. Hurry up and go catch him. Are you stunned or something? Jae-doo, it's a pleasure to know you. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank God that guy is just a blockhead. Seeing the dangerous, calculating look on Jae-doo's face, they knew immediately that Kim Jae-joo was hiding something again. He calmly turned and walked away. Jae-doo returned to his room. His backpack was placed in a corner. He walked over and rummaged through it. The viewers made wild guesses. I think I know what Kim Jae-joo is thinking. Thinking what? Don't be vague. When they saw him take out a card, they were shocked. No way. Is he going to use it here? How did he know about the hidden piece? This was all a scheme from the very beginning, wasn't it? Without hesitation, Jae-doo tore the card in half. The system displayed a virtual keyboard along with a request. Enter the new nickname you want. New nickname? Kim. The viewers commented, just go with newbie. What are you thinking? You should change it to Po Po Po. You have successfully changed to your chosen name, Kim Jae-joo 2. They were absolutely floored by this name. Oh, for crying out loud. Jae-doo, Kim Jae-joo 2. Don't tell me there's a Kim Jae-doo 1 through 5. He must have multiple personalities. How did you figure all that out? He's a swordsman. He has to learn the sword style of the Empire's first knight, right? Failure at the intelligence trial, all skills revert to their initial state. Once a skill is reset, the player has to buy the skill book again. Without a rich sponsor during the broadcast, he'll have no chance to change that outcome. Jae-doo, say something. How did you know about the hidden piece? And no one would be stupid enough to invest in that moron. The viewers discussed, why does that matter? Someone in this chat must have leaked it. The important thing now is Kim Jae-joo 2, isn't it? What the hell is Kim Jae-joo 2? He finally got annoyed. What's wrong with Kim Jae-joo 2? I was in a hurry, so I couldn't think of another name. Kim Jae-joo 2 is simple and won't get mixed up with my original name. Got it? They called Jae-doo out. We suggested newbie, but you didn't even listen. To be honest, you even abandoned the point. Was Kim Jae-joo 2 made in too much of a hurry? Well, to be fair, he had his reasons and was pressed for time. The viewers stopped giving him a hard time. Anyway, just give him the name. Truth is, even love speaks its name. A shout erupted from outside. Let go of me, you damn bastards. A few people found the voice familiar. It's that guy again, but this should be fun to watch. Jae-doo stepped outside and asked, what's going on? The soldiers saluted the prince in unison. They were restraining Zhang Dae. This is Sir Zhang Dae. He insists on speaking with you, Your Highness. My subordinate told him to come back tomorrow because it's already too late. He refused to listen. His face darkened as he tried to suppress his anger and asked, Prince, do you have a moment? Jae-doo agreed. Just let him in. The viewers had a bad feeling. Huh? Let him in? Look at Zhang Dae's face. He looks like he's about to stab him. Why are these guards so lazy? They should at least disarm the guy. These guys are part of the first prince's faction. They'd be happy if he died. Don't you have your own guards? I do. Ford is a one-man army, a real executioner. Zhang stormed in with a hostile attitude, opening his mouth with words that violated community standards. You son of a bitch. He was so angry that veins were popping on his face. Who are you? Jae-do smiled nonchalantly and replied, I believe I've already told you, haven't I? This attitude clearly set Songdae off. He furiously picked up a nearby chair and then swung it straight at him. Cut the crap, you son of a bitch. Jae-do leaned back to dodge, his face devoid of emotion. The viewers were outraged on his behalf. He's lost it. He's really gone insane. The guards outside aren't lifting a finger even with all this noise. His own guard doesn't seem to care either. Songdae touched the hilt of the sword at his hip, deciding to go for broke. That's right. It's all going to end like this anyway. Let's see who dies first. Jae-do calmly leaned to one side to dodge the attack, wondering to himself, his movements are as slow as a turtle. Is it because his skills have disappeared? His hand gripped the opponent's sword wrist tightly, then he twisted the other wrist, pinning it behind Zhangdae's back. He roared in fury. You disrespectful little shit! Let go of me right now! Jae-do squeezed the sword hand with all his might, causing Zhangdae so much pain he was forced to drop it. Everyone was excited. How is Kim Jae-joo so good at fighting? Well, did you really think he beat the dragon turtle on the second floor by pure luck? Make him kneel. Show him the difference between your levels. His voice rang out coldly by his ear. You are still useful to me, so I will permit you to live. Don't mistake my mercy for fear, understand? Pale with fear, Songdae begged. I understand. Please just let go of my arm. Please. Jae-do casually pushed him away. Zhangdae collapsed weakly to the ground. He gently rubbed his wrist and ordered, If you understand, then get lost. As if he'd been pardoned, the man scrambled towards the door. Jae-do sighed in relief. He won't be bothering me anymore. I don't need to pressure him any further. This is enough. The viewers were also curious. What are you going to do now? So the other streamers aren't a problem anymore. Stop being stubborn and just kill that guy already. He's always making such a big deal out of things. Jae-do revealed his intentions. I'm weighing my options. I can kill Zhangdae anytime I want. They replied, Why let him go? There are still 6 days left anyway. But isn't he about to be finished? Isn't it more like there are only 5 days left? He sprawled onto the bed, calculating silently. If the current emperor doesn't die, there won't be a successor. Even if the emperor dies suddenly, the first prince still has the advantage. The best option is to study magic techniques until the last day and then eliminate the other streamers. But if I do that, I'll have to give up the final reward. Kim Jae-doo's first trial. He was currently copying the character Alex, chief of the Black Wolf tribe. After a long training session, he tiredly reported to his viewers. Are you guys sure this axe is for real? This method is way too hard. There's no reason I should have just gotten an axe out of nowhere. On top of that, it's heavy and so hard to swing. They reminded him, Hey Jae-do, stop whining. You're the one who chose it, remember? Honestly, you used it really well back on the 3rd floor. Come on, hurry up and level up your skill. Jae-do smiled brightly and replied, I was just curious, that's all. I'll give it my all. The viewers noticed. Look at him. He's not going overboard. He's got a great attitude. To be honest, he's been swinging that axe for 6 days straight now. Why is it so noisy over there? Jae-do turned around curiously to see what was going on. Is something wrong? Someone suggested. Here we go again. Jae-do doesn't want to practice anymore, so he's looking for a distraction, right? He stammered, denying it. That's not it. They made a few comments that confused him. No, look, it's so big. It's times that times thing. That thing. Well, you have to go then. That was the 6th day of the trial. The second prince was in handcuffs, awaiting his trial. Jae-do stared blankly when he saw the 2 words. A trial. He grinned and pleaded with the viewers. Guys, come on, tell me what's going on. They stubbornly refused to say. Everyone knows but you. Let's just mess with him. Laugh my ass off. He's gonna cry. Someone gave in. Go and see. We'll allow it. Jae-do's face lit up. Thanks, everyone. As he walked down the hall, the crowd in front of him was buzzing with conversation. I can't believe it. It's disgusting. Count Sen initiated a conversation. Who is this? If it isn't our brave chief of the Black Wolf tribe. Alex? He replied politely. It's been a while, Count Sen. But what's going on? The Count read his expression. It seems you haven't heard. The Imperial trial is about to begin. Jae-do was shocked. Huh? What's that? The viewers commented enthusiastically. This has to be a conspiracy. For your information, only members of the royal family are required to attend the Imperial trial. Thanks for that, Captain Obvious. Stop saying things everyone already knows. But Kim Jae-joo didn't know. Sen glanced around, and seeing no one suspicious, he dared to whisper in his ear. The second prince has been arrested and charged with the emperor's assassination. Jae-do was stunned. Sen added, It's a good thing. The man was blind as a bat anyway. We don't need the second prince for anything. He asked curiously, Are all these people gathered here for the prince's trial? Sen confirmed, Yes, a meeting is still a meeting. All the royals and nobles are here. Jae-do looked ahead with some anxiety and replied, I see. Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder by accident. It was Forik. He quickly said, "My apologies, Sir Alex." Jae-joo thought to himself, asterisk. That guy looks like he's about to die. Asterisk. The viewers were sympathetic. Poor Forik. He was the second prince's only friend. For real. Something doesn't feel right to me. What do you mean? The emperor is about to die. He knew well that the emperor didn't trust anyone, so he had hidden numerous knights all around this place, only for them to die in a single night. It was just as strange as the viewers said. And all of those knights were shape-shifting beastmen. The second prince must be in deep trouble. Let's just watch the trial first. A great number of people had come to attend today's trial. The viewers discussed, it was obviously the first prince. Hey, don't just say things like that. There's no proof. The proof is that the first prince is incredibly ambitious, while the second prince is as meek as a lamb. You've got a point, Jae-joo thought tensely. Because this was such a serious matter, the courtroom was almost completely full. There were chief mages, clan chiefs, nobles, counts, and even higher ranks. The stream viewers also noticed, I don't see any magic engineers. Those guys are professionals. They'd rather invent something new than sit through a trial. So the conclusion is that magic engineers are just not cool at all. The court clerk rang a small bell, signaling the start of the trial. He announced loudly, I understand that many esteemed individuals are present here today. However, the court will conduct this trial with absolute fairness. Anyone causing a disturbance will be punished, regardless of their class. This presence made the viewers gasp in awe. Whoa, that clerk has some serious presence. What if he's a dark butler? Yeah, you're right. He's definitely a confident lackey. It's his job, after all. He introduced the person in the last seat. K, the representative of the commoners, has arrived. The representative stood up and replied, yes, they were curious. Is the commoner here just for decoration? Yeah, that right seems pretty symbolic. Next, the clerk introduced the person in the middle seat, Marquise Crow, representing the nobility. The viewers were surprised. How'd you know about the wig? I got bored, so I just cut it open. You're insane. He mentioned the next people in the highest seats. As His Majesty has passed away, the Grand Duke Magnus will take his place. Will the three of you on the jury please heed the words of the Goddess of Justice? Can you handle this trial without any personal feelings? All three of them exclaimed in unison. Yeah, I swear, of course. The words of the three surprised the viewers. Huh? What was that? Huh? In a situation like this, with all the commoners, nobles, and royals around, of course they'd be nervous. The clerk emphasized, before we begin, please understand that this trial is being held swiftly because the defendant was caught red-handed in the act. Therefore, testimony was not taken carefully and the defendant has not yet confessed. So please understand that this is a trial for the official record. Jae-joo understood the implication. Asterisk, so that means they don't even need to prove his guilt? Asterisk, the viewers also caught on to the problem. Stop twisting his words. The criminal has already been caught, so why are you all still arguing about who did it? This trial is so rigged. He requested, will the defendant please take a seat? Half of Ko Lee's face was shrouded in shadow. When asked for information, state your name, he replied with a trembling voice. Ko Lee. He asked the next question. Do you understand that because your crime has been established, there will be no questions about who the culprit is, nor will there be a lawyer? He lowered his head and answered, yes. The viewers wondered, how could someone like him possibly kill the emperor? But he already confessed. The clerk began to report on the case. At 2 a.m. today, the second prince, Ko Lee, went to the room of the sleeping emperor and wished to speak with him. They then spoke in the drawing room for about 30 minutes. Witness, is there anything wrong with what I've said? The witness replied, no. When no sound came from the drawing room, we, the royal knights, became suspicious and opened the door. We both burst into the room. What we saw was the emperor, collapsed on the floor and spitting up blood. Before our eyes was none other than Ko Lee, the second prince. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to whisper amongst themselves. Ko Lee couldn't control his trembling. He tried to grip his shaking wrist tightly. The witness continued. After the autopsy, powdered dried lap-lap leaves were found in the tea the emperor was fond of drinking. That same powder was also found on the second prince's clothes. A viewer wondered, isn't lap-lap a flower? Yeah, but it's super poisonous. It has no smell or taste, so assassins use it a lot, the clerk announced. Are there any objections or errors in what I have just stated? Ko Lee replied in despair. No. He waved his hand, declaring the end. The entire audience present was shocked. Jae-joo was confused. That's it? That's the whole trial? It's over just like that. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his emotions. At that moment, Magnus spoke up. That is enough, model. The god watching is probably laughing his ass off, tying the second prince of Goryeo to a horse and dragging him across the kingdom. 1, to let all the subjects of the kingdom know, and 2, to confess his crimes before the god and beg for forgiveness. The old man asked for everyone's opinion. Do you agree? Both Kus and Kay exclaimed at the same time. Yeah, of course. Ford was the only one who objected. This makes no sense at all. Marnus questioned, Sir Ford, are you suggesting there was something wrong with the trial? He exposed it. No matter how important the matter, the court cannot skip the necessary steps and rush the process as if it's hiding something. Secondly, please understand the second prince's normal way of life. Please take some time. The old man snapped back at the implication in his words. Are you giving me an attitude about how I handled the trial? There's nothing more to say. Drag that criminal away. Two soldiers proceeded to escort Goryeo out. The viewers were curious about his silent expression. Is he sleeping, Jae-woo? I think he's in shock. That's why. Geez, what kind of man gets shocked by something like that? Jae-woo couldn't accept it. Everyone, what kind of world is this? If they knew what was going on, what are they even doing here with him? The trial room status is on. What can he do without any power? Stop overreacting. Everyone on the 5th floor is like this. The court's verdict felt incredibly unfair to Jae-woo. I will never agree to such a ridiculous trial. Just you wait, I'll destroy this tower. And as for this stupid god or whatever, I'm going to drag the admin out and give them a piece of my mind. A viewer reminded him, can you even take responsibility for those words? When he came to his senses, Jae-woo was in the role of Goryeo. They checked on him. Are you awake? Did this guy just fall asleep? It's normal. He thought to himself about Goryeo's trial in the dream. I was really angry about that trial in there. A viewer suggested, Jae-woo, what are you gonna do? Just kill him, man. Do you have another plan? I've decided. They advised him to just see the ending. Give up. Goryeo is a tough one. You'll regret it big time if you fail. Jae-woo, on the contrary, was quite confident. I think it's a good start. He flipped back through the diary to learn about the Beastmen. A viewer wondered, his plan is to become emperor in 7 days? Jae-woo read every line carefully, because he knew the reason Goryeo was obsessed with magical beasts was because the emperor couldn't communicate with Sai in the video, so he had to find out for himself. He was serious as if afraid to miss any important information, but the more he read, the angrier Jae-woo became. He sighed in frustration. Damn it, the content of this diary is too short. What should I do? Should I ask Ford? The man, having sharp ears, immediately burst in. Yes, Prince. You called for me? Both the viewers and the streamer were startled. How long was he outside the door? Was he spying? Jae-woo cleared his throat and began. Ahem, Ford, I have something to ask you. He bowed respectfully and replied, I am ready to answer. Jae-woo tried to probe him. When I wanted a magical beast as a child, my father slapped me. Do you remember me crying? How could Ford forget? Yes, if it concerns you, Your Highness, I remember every detail. I am surprised that you still remember. A viewer compared, isn't Ford basically his dad at this point? Jae-woo voiced his concern. When I asked father why he was so angry, he said, you would tell me. You haven't told me yet. Isn't now the right time? Ford refused. That is not possible. A while later, Jae-woo left the room, surprising the viewers. He's going straight to the emperor. He didn't read the scroll before entering the 5th floor. The emperor is a madman. Don't even think about meeting him. Even though Ford said that, that's not how it is. He understood clearly. Everyone is reacting so negatively, and they should be. The emperor had been slowly going insane ever since Empress Perdisa passed away. He thought that someone had to be responsible for his wife's death and became unable to trust anyone. It also meant that the emperor loved his wife very much. The fact that he didn't love the child his wife left behind is absurd. Ford then sadly revealed that it was beyond saving at the time. The magical beast you wanted for your birthday was too dangerous for a young prince. A viewer reminded him, Jae-woo, calm down. You're in the palace. Why are you so out of it? The emperor's room was heavily guarded. Jae-woo informed his viewers, before I go in, I need to focus, so I'm going to turn off the chat for a bit, okay? They spammed the comments. Damage control communication. Damage control communication. Let's go. He tried to sweet-talk them. Everyone, don't be mad. You'll see it when you're meant to see it. A viewer replied, if I could leave this room, I would have already left. Geez, just keep watching. It's only because you're curious. After turning off the chat window, Jae-woo took a deep breath and hypnotized himself. Okay, chat is off. Focus. I am Goryeo. Not a timid and gloomy Goryeo, but a renewed Goryeo that even the emperor would be surprised by. The guards were surprised. So diligent this early in the morning. Jae-woo announced, I have come to speak with His Majesty. They blocked him. It is not possible at this time. Jae-woo pressed, not even for the prince? One of them replied, there are no exceptions. He was so angry he exhaled sharply, but the beastman showed no emotion. Jae-woo gathered his spirit and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, the second Prince Goryeo requests an audience as I have something to tell you. After speaking, he stared straight ahead, waiting. The large door opened on its own. An attendant from inside relayed the message, please wait in the reception room. Jae-woo rejoiced internally. It worked. He followed the man into the reception room. Jae-woo sat down to wait. However, he looked quite tense. Jae-woo closed his eyes, continuing his self-hypnosis. I am Goryeo. The large inner door of the room opened. The person who arrived was the Emperor of the Astro J Empire, Rediak du Top Rock. He was quite surprised. It's interesting that you've come to see me. Jae-woo bowed his head in respect and replied, what do you think when a son wants to see his father? Rediak sat down opposite him and asked, "Since when did you treat me like a father?" He smiled, trying to remain calm as he answered, "It has always been so." He rested his chin on his hand, let out a sigh, and spoke his mind. "I have always emphasized that you need proof for your words." Jae-woo sat down, calmly replying, "I know that you had secret beastmen raised near me not because you were worried about me." Rediak was surprised. "You dare to guess that?" He continued. "The point is that I understand it as a parent's love, and as a son, I will follow you." He thought to himself, "I only know about the secret beastmen because the viewers in the chat room were talking about it." He sighed again, then leaned back on the sofa, his attitude more relaxed as he asked, "So, is that all you wanted to say?" Jae-woo boldly suggested, "Please send the beastmen away so they cannot divert our conversation." Rediak needed a valid reason. He let out a forced, slightly embarrassed laugh. A silent atmosphere enveloped the place. Finally, he gave the order to the beastmen, "All of you, withdraw." Rediak returned to the main topic. Can I now hear the real reason why you wanted them to leave?" Jae-woo got straight to the point. "If the magic ring truly controls the beastmen, then you can say that I know about it. The ring you are wearing is a fake." His face darkened unhappily after hearing this. Rediak threatened in a cold voice, "Ridiculous. And where is your proof? Your next words could decide your fate." Jae-woo reached into his chest and said, "Rather, you have another ring," then took out a piece of paper and read from it. "The first Prince Slogan initially discovered it and was praised by you 3 years ago for his excellent leadership in the victory at the Laval Plains. At the celebration ceremony afterward, there was an incident where the first prince spilled wine on you." Rediak interrupted. "Stop. Are you trying to convince me with just what's written on a piece of paper?" He calmly showed the paper to him. "This is the content of the document, and I will add to it. The first prince wiped the wine with a handkerchief and naturally took your ring. The first prince then switched the real ring with a fake one and hid it in the handkerchief." Rediak uttered darkly, "This is complete speculation from beginning to end. Where is the proof for these words?" His attitude frightened Jae-woo, who had to calm himself down. "Calm down. There's no reason for the emperor to be angry. This is it." Outwardly, he replied calmly and clearly, "There's no need for proof. It's not that you already know everything, but I just wanted to tell you that I know too." Upon hearing this, Rediak burst out laughing. "This is the first time I've genuinely laughed in a long time." Jae-woo continued, "I understand that I have more days to live, right?" He confirmed, "Yes. I didn't think you were hiding a secret card. Pretending you didn't know from the beginning, only to bring it up now, means you want something from me." He clenched his fists and replied, "Yes, that's right." It was unknown where Jae-woo got the courage, but he declared loudly, "I want to be emperor." Rediak stated the main point. "A country cannot have 2 kings. Of course you understand. I know." With that, Jeddu's expression turned cold and dark. "Then you should just die." This scene made one viewer burst out laughing. Jeddu's face appeared on the screen. The man gave a cold laugh. "Really? That bastard Kim Jae-joo? That guy really has no equal. I've been waiting for someone like you, and you just suddenly appeared." So, this person chose to donate 1,000 coins to support Jae-joo. A notification popped up. User Sir One Punch has donated 1,000 coins and has recorded a voice message. He shouted, "Jae-joo, take all their heads." The viewers were dazzled by the rain of coins and exclaimed in awe, "My God, that guy's gross. It gives me the shivers. What did I just hear? Kim Jae-joo, that guy's a god." He replied shyly, "Thank you. Disabling the chat window is such a pain." A few new notifications popped up. User Key has donated 200 coins. User Pori Pori has donated 1,000 coins. The viewers commented, "No, it's just the situation. Kim Jae-joo is really talented. It feels like I'm watching an open ending. If everything goes according to plan, won't there be some time left over? What are you planning to do next?" Jae-joo revealed. "Right now, I really want to go get some breakfast. Then I'll go learn some new skills." Arriving in front of a building, he said excitedly, "This is the workshop. I finally get to learn magic engineering." Someone saw Jae-joo. "What are you doing there?" It was the Grand Prince of the kingdom, named Sloan. He replied in a cold voice, "And what are you doing here?" The viewers on his side didn't like this guy either. "What's the Grand Prince doing there?" Just looking at him is annoying. "It's because I heard what Kim Jae-joo said about him. Disgusting." Sloan said sarcastically, "Compared to the last time we met, you've gotten more disrespectful. My father took pity on you," he thought to himself. He must have gotten that information by controlling the Beastmen tribe with the stolen ring. Perceptive viewers noticed his jealousy. How funny. A bastard like him is known for being kind and talented. Seriously, the real deal and the fake are standing side by side. Jae-joo figured out this guy's motive. He was curious about what I said to the emperor, so he came all the way here because he couldn't wait. He said calmly, "I met with the emperor at dawn. It seems you heard about it from someone else." Sloan was trembling with rage. "You used to just tremble and hide behind 4, and now you dare talk back to me?" A viewer advised, "Jae-joo, just ignore everything and give him a good slap. I'll give you all the coins I have. For real. If you slap him, I can give you a total of 10,000 coins." The man angrily raised his hand to smack Jae-joo. Just then, the master of the royal workshop, Bran, stepped in to stop him. Stop. What's all this commotion in front of my workshop? Sloan answered, annoyed. This is none of your business. Bran bluntly exposed him. What do you mean it's none of my business? You two are causing a disturbance in front of my workshop, Bran continued. I should be the one saying that. You're not even the emperor, yet you demand respect. The viewers rejoiced at this takedown. Finally, some revenge. But will it be okay? Info. The emperor is someone who treats talented people very well. Yeah, Bran is the best magic engineer, so he speaks very informally with the emperor. Bran continued his lecture. If you don't like others being disrespectful to you, you'd best not show your face around my workshop. Everyone was satisfied with this scolding. Awesome. You have to see it with your own eyes to believe he's a legend. Sloan gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his anger. He declared in a low growl, I will not forget today's humiliation. In his heart, he held a grudge. How dare that old man insult me right in front of that Goryo bastard? Bran wasn't scared at all. Do as you wish. I don't care if you come spit on my grave after I die, but I will have this line carved on my tombstone. Prince Sloan is a useless piece of trash who only knows how to rely on those around him. Here lies Bran. As a final word, this exchange made the viewers rejoice. He just called out his weakness. Why do I feel the burn? What's with this attack range? Sloan watched him casually take a drag from a cigarette, getting so angry that the veins on his fist popped out. He swore that once he became emperor, he would kill that old man first, to see if he could still run his filthy mouth after his head was chopped off. And so, Sloan had to leave, fuming. I can't stay here any longer. It's too much of an eyesore. Bran sent him off. All right, you eyesore. It was not a pleasure to meet you, so let's never meet again. With the trouble resolved, Jae-joo turned and said, thanks for your help. The old man wouldn't accept it. It wasn't to help you. I was just annoyed that my quiet morning was interrupted. The viewers really liked this personality. I'm not helping because I like you or anything. He's so wild, he hesitantly began. I have something I want to ask. Bran flatly refused. If it's a request to assassinate the Grand Prince, I refuse. Seeing that he was about to go inside, Jae-joo yelled, that's not it. Bran replied, if you ask again, I'll agree. If you just want to look around, feel free. He was surprised. An apology? Looks like I didn't leave a bad impression. So Jae-joo went in to look around. The smell of oil from the machinery made him wrinkle his nose. This place really is a magic engineering workshop. They asked curiously, are you really planning to learn magic engineering? I'm trying to advise him not to. Me too. Kim Jae-joo always does the things we tell him not to. It's true, but he's better than us. I can't even argue. It's so frustrating. He noticed a new notification display, which read, you have entered the area of an individual attuned to magic engineering. Related skill books are now available for purchase. Skills related to magic engineering have been enhanced. Jae-joo looked at the display in amazement. It's because I chose to study magic at the beginning. Skills outside of my class are really expensive. The viewers sympathized. Just the title is enough to make my head spin. I bought it too. Then I gave up right after I started studying because it was such a headache. Jae-joo, you can't be serious, right? A notification from the item shop appeared. Items in the cart have been paid for. They were shocked. What the hell? Give me my money back. The comment section exploded. You're not planning to learn them all at once, are you? Info. Magic engineering will damage your brain with just the first attempt. Why the hell are you learning something so useless? Are you stupid? This is so frustrating. Damn it. What's with this outburst? What's with going over the limit? Jae-joo kicked that user out, then sighed and clicked the option. I'll ban him, he thought to himself excitedly. Great. I can use them as an example. With one action, user Law was banned from the chat. The viewers got excited. Awesome. How is he going to get past the 5th floor without chat? I like Jae-joo's decisive personality. A notification popped up. Do you want to use the skill book? He immediately pressed yes. Next came the update notifications. Skill has been created. Basic Magic Engineering Level 1. Basic Thermodynamics Level 1. Basic Material Mechanization Level 1. The convenience of creation and its correlation to daily life has been learned, increasing the benefits received when studying the skill. His body was clearly showing signs of being overloaded, feeling extremely uncomfortable. I feel so nauseous, learning all 4 at once. I still don't fully understand it all. It feels like I've only memorized the framework. It's fine. Even with a half-assed understanding, I can still simulate the skills if I can't create them. I have to level up the skills first, the viewers commented. Do what you want. Give up, Jae-joo. He really doesn't listen to us at all. Looking at the room cluttered with weapons, Jae-joo decided he would stay here for a while. Then, let's begin. He walked up to a room and knocked politely on the wooden door. Bran came out and asked, do you need something else from me? Jae-joo replied, yes, I'd like to ask you for a favor. The viewers had felt something was off for a while. Since when was he so polite? Info. Bran's royal workshop comes from a prestigious noble family, and he is also the greatest master. He swore in front of a noble and someone of the Lamo royal lineage. He stepped back to make way for him. Come in. Following Bran, Jae-joo said politely, Please excuse the intrusion. Meanwhile, Sloan returned to the palace, fuming. He thought to himself, I heard that foolish Goryeo bastard met my father at dawn, so I thought he was plotting something. He's a little intimidating, but nothing has changed. You pathetic Goryeo, you should have just stayed in your tiny little room. You will witness my coronation as emperor from your grave. Bran asked about his intentions. So, what brings a person like you to a place like this? Jae-joo didn't beat around the bush. I want to use your workshop, he said sternly. If you're here to play around, I must refuse. Magic engineering is not something to be trifled with. He stated his strengths. I have a basic understanding of it, so don't worry. It's embarrassing, but I have a fundamental knowledge of mechanics and thermodynamics. This caught Bran's attention. Interesting. He dipped his pen in the inkwell, waited a moment, then slowly began to write. Bran handed him the blueprint with all its parameters and notes. Can you explain this? Jae-joo took it and replied, I can. He even thoughtfully pulled out a chair for him. Bran pointed at the paper and explained, this circle is made from a machine commonly used in the Empire, called a latan. Now, solve it. Jae-joo stroked his chin and thought, latan is a material used like steel in engineering, and the three materials outside the circle are. Thinking this, he diligently wrote on the paper. A moment later, Jae-joo placed his pen down next to the paper. I'm done. The man picked it up to evaluate it. Unfortunately, you're only half right. He grew a little anxious. I see. Does this mean I can't use the workshop? Are the viewers getting nervous for him? Is Jae-joo eliminated? I think so. He said it was only half right. Yep, he lost. But as it turned out, Bran was quite pleased. No, even if you're only half right, it's still a satisfactory solution. You may use the workshop however you like. However, think it through carefully. It is not good for a young man like you, especially a prince, to be interested in magic engineering. Jae-joo smiled brightly and replied, yes, I'll be in your care. He went upstairs, leaving behind a single sentence. I'll make sure the Grand Prince doesn't come near here. Those words put him at ease. Now there's nothing stopping me from learning magic engineering. Before he started, Jae-joo warned the viewers. If it gets a little boring, please bear with me, everyone, they wondered. Is he really going to do it? What are we supposed to do? It's not like we can just leave the 5th floor. And so, Jae-joo began his days of studying magic engineering. As the days went by, the poise looked weaker and weaker. He tore at his hair, still unable to find a solution. 5 days passed, and Jae-joo was still hard at work. With 1 day and 16 hours remaining, hurried footsteps entered the workshop. Fitch rushed over to the prince, the emperor. He's been executed. Jae-joo thought to himself, asterisk, the 5th day has come, asterisk. The viewers sighed in relief. Finally, freedom. To hell with magic engineering. He reported, I still need to investigate further. He followed up. And the culprit? Fitch replied, they haven't started yet. Bip entered with soldiers, carrying a summons. Second Prince Goryeo. By the laws of the state and under the will of the gods. Fitch shielded Jae-joo and asked, what is the meaning of this, Bip? He ordered the soldiers, arrest the emperor's murderer, Jae-joo Toprock, and take him away. Under these tragic circumstances, we will have this criminal confess in the interrogation room. As he was cuffed and led away, he thought, asterisk, the trial hasn't even started, and they're already calling me a criminal. Bip is definitely the Grand Prince's man. Asterisk. He ordered, take the criminal away. Fitch tried to plead with them. Please wait. You can't take the prince without any evidence. Prince Jae-joo was led to the familiar trial from his dream. The old scene repeated itself as the sound of a bell rang out. Vat So spoke, opening the trial. I understand that many esteemed nobles are present here today. However, our court will judge this case with fairness. He silently compared the clerk's words to the video. It was just as fate had decreed. This time, as the second prince, he sat and listened to Vat So's demand. State your name. Jae-joo could feel it. So this is what Goryeo felt. Seeing Fitch looking extremely worried from above, he thought, asterisk, this is not good. Asterisk. Most of the royals here are on the Grand Prince's side. I've been dragged to a place with no allies, and I'm being treated like a criminal. How can I possibly stay calm and not tremble? Is there any way out of this? His fists clenched, revealing his anxiety as he silently called out. Prince Vat So interrogated him. Do you understand that because the crime has been established, there is no need for a lawyer or to question the identity of the culprit? Jae-joo replied, I understand. He recited the same old lines. Good. The case is as follows. At 2 o'clock this morning, Second Prince Toprock went to the sleeping emperor's chambers to speak with him, and they talked in the drawing room for approximately 30 minutes. Witness, is there anything wrong with what I've said? The witness replied, no. A thought suddenly flashed through Jae-joo's mind. That was Jolie's monotone voice. When no sound came from the drawing room, we, the royal guards, grew suspicious and opened the door. He could confirm that this was a meticulously planned trial. To frame and depose someone, he continued reading out the process of the crime. Goryeo, Second Prince, it was you. After the autopsy, dried laplap leaf powder was found in the emperor's favorite teacup. That same powder was also found on the Second Prince's clothes. Are there any objections or errors in what I have just stated? He asked in a cold voice. Even if there were, would you listen? Vat so nodded. Speak, Zezu declared clearly. I did not murder the Emperor. Ha! Magnus was the first to object. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I will repeat the Emperor's own words. Do you have any proof for what you say? If not, this trial is over. Jezu calmly continued. I have no proof, but I do have a witness. I will accept beheading if this witness speaks falsely. The viewers had been waiting for this moment. He's finally showing his cards. The old man was so furious he slammed the table and ordered, Since this is your last wish before death, we will hear them out. Call the witness. From the hallway came the sound of hurried footsteps as someone rushed towards the courtroom. Everyone present at the trial was horrified. They couldn't believe their eyes. How can this be? Whispers rippled through the crowd, but they said he was dead. Then, this trial. But the person standing here is... Ziak's jeweled necklace flashed brightly. They were shocked. It was the Emperor. Seeing him stride into the main hall, everyone was stunned. What the hell? I thought the Emperor was dead. What is going on? Vadi's eyes scanned the attendees. He said casually, Thank God you all still look healthy. I see you all became very close to Sloan while I was away. Magnus was terrified and couldn't believe it. It's really the Emperor. What is happening? He isn't dead? Redak greeted the old man. Archduke Magnus, it's been a while, hasn't it? You look healthier than the last time I saw you. However, since when do I have to look up at you? The remark hit the old man right where it hurt. Magnus scrambled down from his seat, then kowtowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. For the honor of the Empire and for the citizens under our rule, his cronies chimed in, Please bless us. Jesu was startled when the man turned back with a bright smile. He looked so happy. Am I seeing things? The viewers commented, The Emperor's vibe is insane. I thought he was the gentle type. Redak brought up a pressing issue. There are places where taxes have skyrocketed. He walked over to where Magnus was cowering at his feet. Redak expressed his disappointment. How disappointing. Archduke, stand up. Why would you let this happen in such a crowded place? Archduke, a viewer commented. Is he threatening the bad guys? Yeah, I got a girl to fall for me by copying him. Really? How? Redak called out to Magnus. A viewer hinted. First, you splash water on her face during a blind date and say you're watering a flower. I was so dumb to take that seriously. At that moment, Redak was asking, Who is the one who should be sitting on that throne? The old man replied, It is you, Your Majesty. He followed that up with a request. Then there should be no problem with me passing judgment, correct? Magnus had no room to argue. Yes, I will accept it. Redak waved his hand, signaling for the soldiers to bring a chair, and said, You look awful. My introduction went on too long. He sat down and said casually, Let's begin a proper trial. Vatso summarized the trial, but he was at a loss for how to properly phrase it. Crow was filled with late regret. Asterisk, I shouldn't have listened to Magnus. Asterisk, back then, he had thrown his lot in with the old man. Please, take care of me, Archduke. The old man offered a chest. Don't worry, just trust me. This is a small token of my gratitude. The contents within had been impossible to resist. Now, Crow stammered, not daring to recount the trial's proceedings. Asterisk, I trusted Archduke Magnus. Asterisk, disgusted by this attitude, Redak said, Enough, I don't need you. He called for Kay. The man immediately answered respectfully, Yes. Redak gave him a chance. Can you summarize the trial? Kay agreed. Yes. Currently, Second Prince Goryeo is under arrest and charged with the attempted murder of the Emperor, and the defendant, Goryeo, is requesting a witness. He quickly reached a conclusion. I will pass judgment now. Not guilty. Any objections? No one dared to say a word. No, sir. The verdict. It's wonderful, Your Majesty. Redak slowly rose from his seat and said, Looking at the events that transpired in my absence, it seems Archduke Magnus has committed quite a number of crimes. From now on, you are no longer a judge blessed by the goddess, M. Is that clear? Magnus was forced to accept. Yes. The Emperor continued his orders. Good that you understand. Now, I will say what I want. First, you swore to judge this trial without a shred of personal feeling. A slap landed squarely on the old man's face. Are the viewers not satisfied? What am I even watching? This is awesome. Redak raised his hand, preparing to deliver another slap. Second, I told you to watch over the nobles and care for the common people, but you did not. The two men behind him cowered, bowing their heads low, not daring to look up. He gently rubbed his wrist, finishing his list. And finally, third, you conspired with Sloan and became a sewer rat gnawing away at the Empire. I am truly disappointed. His face swollen from the slap, Magnus made an excuse. It's a misunderstanding, Your Majesty. I've lost sleep worrying about the people going hungry. Redak growled. And a person like that would sign papers confirming a price increase on 10 types of food staples and send them to Sloan? The old man had no way to deny it. The Emperor lost all patience. I see not a shred of credibility in your words. 4th clan head Alex. 5th clan head Lai. Hi, you are both present. Yes. Rediac declared that from now on, Magnus would be treated as a grade 1 criminal. Drag him like a dog to the deepest cell in the dungeon. The two stepped forward to restrain him and carry out the order. The old man still tried to argue. How dare you, bastards! Your Majesty, this is someone's conspiracy. Your Majesty. The Emperor coldly refused to listen to this man's nonsense any longer. As he was dragged out of the courtroom by the two men, he screamed, "Let go! I said let me go!" Rediac thought to himself, a conspiracy? Heh, yes, and I'm the one following it. 4 days ago, in the Emperor's drawing room, he asked with suspicion, "Are you telling me to self-destruct?" Cao Li replied firmly, "Yes, I've been losing my patience watching my brother's actions." The Emperor didn't understand. What does that have to do with my death? The boy analyzed, if your Majesty dies, based on my brother's personality, he will find a way to eliminate me, simply because I'm an eyesore to him. Rediac waited for something more explosive. Cao Li predicted that he would act even more childishly. He'll want to humiliate me by pinning the murder on me and holding a trial. Rediac understood. In that case, Cao Li, it seems you already have a plan to overcome and reverse this situation. The boy finally relaxed a little. Cao Li said confidently, "Yes, I do." In the present, Rediac was very pleased with his son's performance today. The Emperor announced, "Then I will conclude this trial. Release Cao Li. Arrest and bring the first prince, Sloan, here for the crime of assassinating the Emperor." Sloan resisted as he was arrested. "Let go! I said let go!" Angry shouts echoed throughout the court. "Let go! I said let me go! Let go!" The spectators murmured. Look how the atmosphere has completely changed thanks to Cao Li's influence. They're bringing him in now. That bastard isn't even in handcuffs. Sloan blamed everything on his younger brother. "Father, this is all that bastard Cao Li's plan," Rediac asked darkly. "Do I look like your father right now? What do you think you're doing?" "You do not address me with respect." Terrified, he admitted his fault. "Yes, I apologize, Your Majesty." The viewers were overjoyed. Just look at that terrified face. So satisfying. "Everyone, focus." He glared resentfully at Cao Li beside him. Everything was going according to the boy's calculations. That's right. Let him be angry. Cao Li glanced at the system screen that had appeared, where someone was sending a pleading message. "I'm sorry, Cao Li. I'll send a gift as an apology. I cursed you out over the Magi Tech Engineer thing and upset you. You don't have to forgive me, but please, unban me from the chat room." Seeing Cao Li press the X button on the screen, the viewers began to comment. "Nice try, but no, that writing is so cringy. I told you he was a good guy." Rediac spoke up. "Now, to begin the verdict," Cao Li interrupted. "Wait, Your Majesty. Just a moment ago, I stood in the position of the accused. If you were to ask if I felt insulted, the answer would be yes. That is what I wish to say." Those seated below were horrified. He dared to interrupt the Emperor. Something big is about to happen. He gave his permission. The second prince continued to speak. The boy bowed his head to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your permission. I wish to personally prove Sloan's crimes. Please grant me a chance to prove my own innocence, as well as to expose the true culprit." The viewers were so proud. "Our Cao Li is so well spoken. Please give him a chance." Rediac, of course, agreed. "Very well, I permit it." Others were utterly astonished. "What?" Cao Li replied. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He thought to himself, "That's right, you wouldn't believe it. If this were the Emperor everyone knows, he normally would have had me dragged off for my arrogance. But that's the plan, isn't it?" Cao Li announced. "Now then, I will begin the interrogation of the defendant, Sloan. Your name is Sloan, correct?" He growled in anger. "How dare you?" The boy calmly repeated. "I will ask again. Refusal to answer, according to the laws decreed by the gods, will result in an immediate judgment. Please answer." Sloan clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. His face flushed red as he answered. "Yes." Cao Li said. "Second question, then. Let me ask you right now. Sloan, you attempted to kill the Emperor, did you not?" His face darkened upon hearing this. Cao Li repeated. "I will ask again. You attempted to kill the Emperor, did you not?" He shouted indignantly. "Nonsense! This is all complete nonsense!" the boy demanded. "Do you have any evidence to refute the claim?" Cao Li already had a countermeasure for any evidence he might present. Normally this wouldn't mean anything, but knowing Sloan, if I pressure him like this... Seeing Sloan burst out laughing, the viewers were shocked. "He's laughing? What's so funny?" The man laughed loudly as if he'd heard something particularly hilarious. He said mockingly, "The way you imitate the Emperor is quite amusing." Sloan then walked right up to Cao Li and asked directly, "Do you want the throne? I don't know who put you up to this, but if you kneel and beg for forgiveness before this goes too far, I might even spare you." The boy bluntly knocked the hand off his shoulder. "We are currently in a trial." He understood clearly. If this were the pure, easily manipulated Cao Li of the past, he would have trusted you as his one and only brother. It was written in that diary. Imperial Calendar, May 19th, 944. Today is Kao Lee's birthday. The young boy wondered, Father doesn't smile much these days. What should I do to make him happy? When I asked my brother, he laughed loudly and told me this. Father likes demonic beasts, so he'll be happy if you ask for one as your birthday gift. Imperial Calendar, May 20th, 944. I am now 10 years old. I asked for a demonic beast for my birthday and was slapped across the face by Father. Imperial Calendar, May 21st, 944. Fordic asked me in surprise what had happened. He told me not to worry and that he would find out what was wrong. Why did I cry even more after he comforted me? Imperial Calendar, May 22nd, 944. I made a secret basement under my room without telling Father. I offered a gold coin to Fordic for helping me, but he didn't accept it. He said he would provide me with demonic beasts in the future. I think I will sleep well tonight. Imperial Calendar, May 29th, 944. The secret room is slowly being filled with demonic beasts. But why did Fordic tell me to keep it a secret from Father? Father would love these demonic beasts. Imperial Calendar, May 12th, 945. I can't believe it. Father brought up the demonic beasts I had hidden in my room and became furious. I trembled as he told me I had to burn them with my own hands. How did he find them? I didn't tell anyone except my brother. Could it have been Fordic? No way. I don't want to think about it anymore. Heartbroken, Kao Lee could only watch helplessly as the great fire consumed the demonic beasts he had raised. The diary continued. Imperial Calendar, May 23rd, 948. I really did burn all of those demonic beasts with my own hands. I went to a common tavern where no one would recognize me and got drunk. This time, I promised myself I would raise demonic beasts again, but without letting my brother know. Right next to me, a demonic beast hunter was loudly boasting about his hunt yesterday. For some reason, I threw my cup and screamed. I woke up after being beaten, with Fordic right beside me. Imperial Calendar, June 23rd, 948. I can't trust anyone anymore. I've started to think demonic beasts are better than humans. Breaking free from the images of the past that surfaced through the diary pages, Kao Lee became more resolute. He said bravely, I will continue this trial. Sloan was already prepared. Yes, very well. Since you've said as much, I will hear your witness. I will call the beastman who was guarding the reception room to testify. Ji-woo requested of the other man. Good, witness. Take your position. He approached and spoke. I will question the knight at the stand. Clowen fumbled in his pocket, then took out a cloth concealing a ring and asked, Who was the person you saw in the reception room? He was very confident. Asterisk, I have the beastman control ring. It's so easy to control them. Speak. The one who will fall is you, Kali. Asterisk. The beastman hesitated and said, That is, he's telling the truth. It was Prince Clowen. He froze when his name was spoken. What did you just say? The beastman answered more fully. I say, under the blessing of the goddess of victory, Anion, and on my honor as a knight, I am certain it was Prince Clowen. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Rada spoke up. What is it, Clowen? He still hadn't recovered his senses. Asterisk, impossible. Asterisk. He rested his chin on his hand, the ring on his finger flashing. You seem to be unhappy about something. Is something bothering you? Clowen noticed the ring on his hand, and he trembled with fear. If the Emperor's real ring wasn't obeying his command, his whole body suddenly slumped. The ring fell from the cloth, rolling a few times on the ground with a clinking sound. Ji-woo walked to where the ring fell, bent down, and picked it up. Standing before Clowen, he said, You've admitted to the evidence yourself and saved us the time of searching for it. Clowen, you are convicted of the attempted assassination of the Emperor. He turned to Jian and asked, The ring the defendant was holding looks extremely familiar. Your Majesty, do you know anything about it? He held up the ring he was wearing. Well, it's nothing new. This thing looks exactly like the ring I used to control the Beastmen, a device created by Bran. This thing has no compatibility whatsoever with a foolish apprentice. You stole your master's fingerprint out of greed for money just to make this piece of trash counterfeit. Legend, is it just my heart that's beating this fast? His grim voice rang out. Please do not dishonor my name any further, Clowen. Ji-woo proposed, Your Majesty, if I may, could you allow me to determine the final verdict? Redis agreed immediately. I consent. Clowen gritted his teeth, unable to accept it, and screamed in fury. I do not accept this trial that doesn't follow normal procedures, nor this arrogant bastard who has no right to judge me. He pointed to several people sitting in the upper rows, and even those who took my money yet still like to pretend they're innocent. I won't allow it. Ji-woo was shocked. Asterisk, he's completely lost it, even admitting to bribery. Asterisk, he continued. If you've decided to escalate things this far, then let me ask the audience. Does anyone wish to stand and speak in Clowen's defense? The two who had been bribed didn't dare make a sound. He stared, stunned, at the silent group sitting behind him. Ji-woo declared, There is no one. Then, with the judge's permission, I will deliver the final verdict. He pitied him. Poor Clowen. The fools you bribed with power and money have turned their backs on you. Though, in a situation like this, that's only to be expected. He ordered the soldiers. Since Clowen has been found guilty, arrest him immediately. He tried to struggle. You psycho, let me go now! Where's that soldier who was looking down on Kim Jae-joo earlier? He even beat Clowen at switching sides. I guess now all he can do is cry until all his hair falls out. Jae-woo made a request to read us. Your Majesty, before I carry out the sentence, may I deliver a personal message to the criminal? The Emperor didn't understand. Why would you do that? He replied. Because I was framed by him in the past. I want to get a little payback. He granted the wish. Very well. I permit this request, Jae-woo replied politely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Clowen was speechless with rage. You dare? The crowd was supportive. Do whatever you want. Could this kid be thunder? Jae-woo truly deserved this special favor, he warned. I'm telling you in advance. Consider this compensation for the many times you've framed me in the past. It might hurt a little. Clowen stared, stunned, at his opponent's action. He raised a hand brimming with power and said, This might hurt a little, big brother. He put all his strength into that slap. They watched this scene, horrified. Is he channeling power into his hand? It's glowing. Look, from father to son. The Emperor's son is Kali, and my son is Kim Jae-woo. This is the son we worked so hard to raise. He listed each crime one by one. First, you mocked the imperial law, which is based on the will of the gods. They realized this wasn't the Kim Jae-woo they knew, but the real Kim Jae-woo. Holy shit, Kim Jae-woo, he continued. Second, you used the title of prince for personal gain. I am deeply disappointed. A punch landed squarely on Clowen's face. Watching him raise a hand to stop his nose from bleeding, he exclaimed, And finally, for your own personal ambition, you attempted to murder your father. This is beyond disappointing. It's disgusting. The personal message is now finished. He ordered the soldiers to carry out the sentence. Grand Prince of the Empire, Clowen, a criminal who has committed an act unbecoming of a prince. Let all the people know of this crime. Tie the criminal to a horse and drag him across the entire empire. Furthermore, we acknowledge to the gods that such a sin has been committed and beg their forgiveness. Finally, I hope the judge and jury will make an admirable decision. That is all. Jae-woo had bet everything on this gamble. Asterisk, I'm just one step away from the ending I've chosen. Asterisk, I see nothing wrong with this verdict. What about the others? Though they didn't want to, they had to accept. It is an excellent verdict. No objections, Redis emphasized. Good. Then I will deliver the final verdict. As soon as this trial ends, tie Clowen to a horse and drag him through the entire country. Furthermore, slit the corpse's throat and hang it from the highest point in every city for 1 month. This merciless punishment made Clowen sob uncontrollably. The onlookers were horrified. That's his son, too. Well, that's what makes him the emperor. The man tried to kill his own father. So what's the problem? Soldiers, escort Clowen out. Before the royal law, everyone is equal. Jae-woo watched until they left. Rita stood up and announced, Now, let's conclude this trial. He stopped him. Your Majesty, if the trial is over, may I speak as the second prince, Kali, instead of as the prosecutor? The emperor was curious. Is this related to the trial? He denied it. No, it is not. But it is something that must be said. Jae-woo replied. I will hear it. He listed his points. First, I apologize that this is not related to the trial. But the reason I bring this up is because the people who run this empire day to day are all present here. Redis waited for the next request. And so, Jae-woo changed the subject. I ask to speak to your majesty and to the gods who watch over Asos. I wish to become the sun that envelops this Asos empire. Please grant me your permission. By invoking the gods of Asos and the Asos empire, which itself is considered a world and the sole supreme power, the sun, Jae-woo's request to become the sun of the empire was a demand for his abdication. The emperor remained completely at ease. With a delayed reaction, Redis finally burst out laughing. How amusing! Redis advised his younger brother. Your words lack any persuasion. They have no foundation. However, just this once, I quite like this request. My apologies, everyone. I didn't think this would happen in a place like this. Some believed this was the final command of the Emperor of Asos, Jae-woo the First. The audience was frantic. Is he planning to leave? It's over. Oh, my son Jae-woo. The announcement was explosive. I, Redas, declare the second prince, Kali, to be the Emperor of Asos. He was surprised and wondered, asterisk, the Emperor of Asos, asterisk. Everything felt like a prearranged script. At the very end, the scene suddenly blurred, the colors melting away like a watercolor painting smudged by water. The world spun, and then only black and white remained. Jae-woo saw that his hands were also changing. His familiar skin began to crack, and a red light shone from the fissures, as if a strange power was surging through his veins. He looked around, feeling an extreme sense of strangeness. Everything is disappearing. Jae-woo's eyes widened in amazement. Impossible, he thought to himself. Administrator. At that moment, Jiwoo had escaped from Kali's form. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the 5th floor, he called out. Administrator, the screen replied. Yes, Jae-yoo asked. What would an administrator want with me? The system issued a series of commands. Become an administrator, yes or no. Become an administrator, yes or no. The yes or no questions relentlessly bombarded him. They made Jae-yoo's head feel like it would explode as the screen issued a threat. If he refused, the system notification would turn red. Death. A player has died, Jae-yoo shouted. I refuse. His status window gradually faded to black. The screen displayed a question. Aren't you afraid of what the future will hold? Jae-yoo snapped. You just said you'd kill me if I refused. A pair of mysterious eyes appeared, and the system announced again. I will be waiting for you on the 10th floor. You have cleared it. There is still time. Do you wish to continue the challenge? You will be automatically transported to the 6th floor when the time is up. Yes or no? After the choice was made, he was suddenly teleported. It seemed he had returned to the form of second Prince Achu. A viewer commented, Is it just me or was it lagging? It's working again. He's back. It's like an ad popping up right at the most dramatic part. Yeah, 6 ads in a row totally killed the mood. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Jae-yoo's shoulder. It was Jae-ik, who wanted to say something. This is clearly what you wanted, yet you seem rather surprised. Is there something you want to say? He was taken by surprise. Emperor Jae-ik of Goryeo. Jae-yoo said in a panic, I apologize. He instructed him earnestly. From now on, even when you apologize, you must do so with solemnity, because I am no longer the emperor of this land. Jae-ik declared with pride. You are. He nodded and replied, Yes, sir. I'll be careful from now on. He patted his shoulder. Today is a day for celebration. So, how about we all have a drink? We can't miss a special occasion like today. A viewer had to admit, wow, he's pretty friendly. From now on, we won't call you a mannequin anymore. Your Majesty, the Emperor. He's not the Emperor anymore. Kim Jae-joo is the Emperor now. Someone's voice cheered. At the same time, in the dungeons, Slohan bowed his head in disbelief, his voice trembling. It can't be. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Slohan's eyes turned fierce. Are you mocking me? The hand of the person opposite him immediately stopped his outburst. Zeon-jae sighed inwardly. Asterisk. Now's not the time for this. That bastard Kim Jae-joo. Asterisk. The comments became lively. So when is this boring channel finally gonna end? It's about to die. Yup. When it's over, we'll just be automatically moved to another room. He said gently. Everyone, please don't be like that. But inwardly he cursed. Asterisk. You bastards. You told me I could trust you. Asterisk. A notification began to appear on the system. Night number 4891, Lion D, you have lost. Another player has reached the ending first. Your rival has reached the Emperor of Asos's ending. He was shocked. What? The screen displayed again. Because you failed to reach the ending, your entire existence will be erased from this world. Zeon-jae refused to accept it, gritting his teeth as resentment burned in his chest like an inextinguishable flame. The system displayed a notification. Time remaining, 1 day, 11 hours. A viewer commented, no matter how you look at it, this is the most legendary 5th floor I've ever seen. For real, Kim Jae-joo became emperor. So why are we the ones celebrating? All the subordinates bowed to welcome him. We bow to you, your majesty. A viewer reminded him, tell them to rise. They used to look down on you so much. Look how they've changed. It hasn't even been that long, has it? Jae-yoo looked out the window thinking, is the celebration still going on? Asterisk, hurry up. I already got permission from Emperor Jae-ik, but I should just finish up and get out of here. Asterisk, he moved towards the grand doors of the castle. Jae-yoo grabbed the handle, preparing to push it open. The viewers commented, suddenly the Emperor wants to drink with you. What are you doing here? Hello, Emperor Kim Jae-yoo? He strode quickly inside, but his feet suddenly stopped. Jae-yoo looked up at something, feeling as though he just had to come here first. He had once looked at it with immense sympathy. Looking at the picture, Jae-yoo reminded himself. Asterisk, Goryeo, you cried for the fate of the person in the picture, this poor soul. If I reach the 5th floor, I will definitely help you. I'll stand up and speak for you. Asterisk, Jae-yoo closed his eyes, satisfied. Asterisk, I did it. Everyone's waiting for me. I have to go. Asterisk. The viewers commented, the 5th floor vibes are real. My God, just go have a drink and forget about all that. It's not even real anyway. He glanced over and said, yeah, that's what the viewers are saying. This world isn't real, and I'm not really Goryeo, but I hope you're happy now, Goryeo. Jae-yoo opened a new door. Inside the room was a lively party scene. The system announced, time remaining, 17 hours. As he slept, his clothes scattered on the floor. Jae-yoo was not in good shape. Lying on the bed, he called out weakly, water. The comments section erupted. His Majesty is awake? He can really hold his liquor. Seriously, how much did he drink? Jae-yoo thought back to the noisy party scene. Asterisk, did I go a little overboard at the celebration yesterday? I couldn't refuse their offers. Asterisk, is His Majesty the Emperor refusing a drink? A toast. Your Majesty, stop it, you devil. The viewers cried out in alarm. Kim Jae-joo, if you're gonna puke, pull the curtain first. He's still drunk. The system displayed, do you wish to activate blind mode? The viewers sensed things were not looking good. We're screwed. Screwed as in it's all over screwed? The screen went dead. He felt lucky. Asterisk, that was almost a disaster. Asterisk, when blind mode is activated, viewers can only see the comments, and even the audio is turned off. People started to get curious. What's he doing? What else is there to do? He crushed that other streamer and got the ending. Seriously, use the coins first. I donated a ton yesterday. He was surprised. Coins? Sorry, everyone, I completely forgot. The viewers were a bit dissatisfied. See, I told you he wouldn't remember if we donated while he was drunk. No, we deserve to have some fun too. Honestly, it would have been a real letdown not to donate then. Jae-yoo explained. It was all because of the bet with Bran. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The system displayed his current coin balance, 16,592. Jae-yoo asked urgently, everyone, just how much did you all donate yesterday? A viewer confessed honestly. I used up my entire month's savings. The screen continued. User, the love, has donated 10,000 coins. Another notification appeared. Good job. The viewers admire you. Donating so much like it's nothing. The love. He nodded his head repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, everyone. I'll definitely work even harder. Asterisk, am I finally being acknowledged? If the love donated so many coins on the 5th floor, it must mean my efforts really paid off. Asterisk. I'm going to visit a few more places and then finish the 5th floor. The online community urged. Hurry up and get your reward. Just let him do what he wants. Hearing a knock on the door, Jae-yik said, come in. He gently called the visitor's name. Jae-yoo bowed. I finally come to see you, father. Jae-yik said softly. You should rest more. There's much to prepare. He replied respectfully. It's all right, father. I just thought I should come see you. He closed a book and said, it seems you have something you wish to discuss with me. Jae-yoo replied, it's not much. It's just that yesterday, while reading my diary, I came across a few things. Back when I was little and got caught with those demonic beasts, you punished me severely. I'm not resentful about it anymore, but I'm truly curious as to why you were so angry. Jae-yik sighed and explained, so you still don't know the truth. It seems 4 has kept his mouth shut. Very well, at this point, there's no reason not to tell you. When I was inspecting that unusual collection of demonic beasts of yours, I found a few among them that were showing signs of going mad. At that moment, it dawned on him. Going mad, I understand, he admitted. I was going to overlook it, thinking you were just inexperienced in raising demonic beasts. But soon after, I discovered that someone had intentionally caused it. I trust you know who I am talking about. My feelings were truly complicated, but that was the main reason. I saw your mother in you, that shameful tendency to be easily swayed by evil, and I truly couldn't bear it. If your curiosity has been satisfied, then go. You have a tight schedule. There's no time for idling. Jae-yoo bowed his head respectfully. Yes, father. I will return later. It was like you suddenly remembered something. That's right, Jae-do called out to the person in front of him. Father, thank you for raising and loving a wretch like me until the very end. Redak leaned back in his chair and said, after becoming emperor, he really has changed a lot. Am I going to have to teach him to be tougher? He said cheerfully. I've finished everything and said my goodbyes, so let's head back. Viewer comment, yes, whatever you wish. Your Majesty, I give up. Why didn't you pick a warrior weapon? Physical strength is the best at the start of the game. Jae-do wailed. No, I don't want to. They started chattering again. Kim Jae-joo, magic engineering, physical strength. You could have bought anything, yet you chose some weirdly cute mechanical gauntlet. Jae-do praised. Magic engineering is great, everyone. The online community commented. Yeah, for you, Ju. Whatever. A mysterious figure holding a pipe called out, who's there? The son of the Empire has come to a place like this? He stepped forward and answered politely. I only came to give my thanks. How is your health? Bran said casually. Don't you worry about a thing. You lost that drinking bet. Worry about me? Try again in 100 years. Jae-do gave a sheepish laugh. You have a point, huh? I'm sorry for being unreasonable. He continued. Let's skip the pleasantries. Are you here for those gauntlets? The other party nodded and said, yes, I need them. Bran continued, that thing's a bit unstable, so be careful with it, you hear? Although, I have no idea why you'd need something so dangerous. Jae-do replied softly, thank you for worrying about me. He turned his head to look at him. Ju bowed gratefully. Please take care of your health and continue to create many more great inventions in the future. Bran waved his hand, saying, this kid, you're the Emperor, and you're bowing? Someone might think I'm never going to see you again. After saying goodbye to him, Jae-do packed his things. After this trial ends, none of this will exist anymore. System display. Time remaining 13 hours, and Sai's unjust death will revert to how it was. I hope the time I've spent on this 5th floor will have meant something. At the same time, on the 3rd floor, someone's footsteps hurried along. User 4901, Baekwon, lamented, "Everyone, why is this so damn hard?" Viewer comment, "You're the one who chose the high difficulty. If you don't like it, just go die already." He fumbled around asking, "Where's the gate?" They raged. "Is this guy blind or something? See that scroll? If you open it and read it, the gate will open." Baekwon cursed under his breath. "These sons of bitches. I'm putting my life on the line here." In the year 957 of the Asat Empire, for the first time in history, a dynasty so strict and just that it was completely free of wrongdoing was born. The emperor was exceedingly wise and bold. All the people praised him, and the nobles were always fearful and respectful before him. Celebrations erupted throughout the empire. To the explorer reading these lines, "I beg of you." Online community commented, "What's this? This isn't how the story goes. Is it a bug? Don't play with the reader's kind hearts." Everyone was baffled. "Has anyone ever seen this before? What kind of bug is this? Let me see." "Shut up." Signed, Fordic. As Jae-joo walked, he said to himself, "Now that this is done, I should probably go check on the poise." "Fordic?" The viewers were startled. "Oh my god, you scared me. I didn't think he'd hear the call." Fordic bowed his head. "Yes, you called for me." They started commenting excitedly again. "He's here! You didn't think Fordic would get here so fast, huh?" He inquired. "Have you found out why the poise ended up like that?" He replied respectfully. "I have not yet found the reason, but there are no signs of them going berserk, and so far there have been no strange symptoms, so you need not worry," Ju said with satisfaction. "All right, you are dismissed." Before leaving, Fordic bowed. He was overjoyed. "If there's no problem, let's go find the poise." Viewer comment, "The Emperor is number 1. Poi poi." The scene gradually changed, the light mist dissolving to reveal a warm space. Rows of small pens came into view, neatly arranged inside the spacious house. Inside each pen was its own little world, clean and tidy, where the poise were sleeping peacefully. As if sensing someone's approach, they groggily opened their eyes. Jae-joo asked with concern, "How are you all doing?" Seeing him, the poise became overjoyed. The online community buzzed. "They're completely fine now. Our little poise. Why are there so many mom fans here? You know that anyone who doesn't like poise has already left this channel." He placed a hand on the pen and said softly, "I'll open it right up for you. It seems Fordic took good care of them. Just a second now. There." The moment the gate opened, the little ones in the pen rushed out. Little round, soft figures scrambled everywhere, like living, surging snowballs. Their chirping sounds brought the room to life, their sparkling eyes welling up with tears. Jae-joo affectionately patted their heads. "Now, who's a good poi?" The whole group beamed, scrambling for his attention. The viewers were so jealous. If I got close, they'd probably bare their teeth at me. Magic engineering might not be so bad after all, huh? He told them, "I have to finish what I was working on here. I'm going to turn off comments for a bit." The viewers offered suggestions. "Why don't you cause some trouble and enjoy your remaining time as the Emperor? Go on, please do it. Or just play with the poise instead." He bent down slightly, gently lifting them with both hands before setting them down in the middle of the yard. As soon as they touched the ground, the whole group scattered, scurrying off with chirps, their round, soft bodies bouncing up and down like running snowballs. Just then, Jae-joo thought, "It's too unstable." Just as Brand said, "If I make any mistakes, it'll be very dangerous. No matter what I do, it's so hard to completely interfere with the magic. I fix one thing, and another breaks. And if I fix that part, another part that was fine breaks. What a vicious cycle." This is exactly why I respect Rynan so much. Rynan, the magic engineer I learned about from that video. When he showed up, the magic engineers of the tower were even split into factions. I'm not a prodigy like Rynan, but I still can't give up. System display. 10 minutes remaining, he wondered. Is it almost done? At least I can use it now. Ju took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. He raised his gloved hand in front of him, focusing his entire mind. From the jet-black fabric, thin veins of light, like rivers of fire, began to spread, tracing the patterns etched onto the gauntlet. The air around him hummed faintly, as if an invisible power was slowly awakening. He assessed, "It's a bit slow, but it's more useful than I thought." Ju glanced up at the system display. "The comment suspension period has ended. Comments will now be re-enabled." He said, "Sorry about that. I had to focus. I completely forgot about this." The viewers commented excitedly. "Jae-joo, turn the comments back on. You're pushing yourself too hard. You're going to collapse at this rate. Go look at some plants and relax a bit. What about it being broken because it's secondhand? Why do I feel sad?" The screen began a countdown. 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. You have reached your chosen ending and cleared the trial. The gate to the 6th floor is opening. The restriction on user entry has been lifted, transferring viewers from other streamers on the same floor. The online community was in an uproar. Take in these refugees. Streamer, introduce yourself. Damn, I thought Lee Seung-jae would actually manage to backstab him in that trial, but it turned out to be so boring. Hey, tell those refugees to shut up, everyone. Ah, Kim Jae-joo is a god. Are you all crazy? Sucking up to a loser from the first floor? Jae-joo, kick all those idiots out. He thought, Lee Seung-jae's channel has quite a few viewers, huh? I don't want to ruin the atmosphere in the comments section, so I'll be disabling comment privileges for viewers with less than 12 hours of watch time. Disabling comment privileges for viewers with less than 12 hours of watch time. People commented, much better. Seriously, stop telling him what to do. He knows. Calm down, everyone. If we were like them, we'd probably act the same way. Jae-doo scratched his head and gave a relaxed laugh. Let's all calm down, okay? Let's check the reward first. He pressed the button to display the screen. From above, a brilliant streak of light fell, sparkling like a star touching the earth. A small box tied with a red ribbon landed gently right in front of Ju. It was as if space itself skipped a beat. Even the poise stopped hopping around, their round eyes fixed on the mysterious gift that had just appeared, waiting for the magic to be revealed. System display. User Cash Hedgehog has gifted 10 coins. What's this? Why is the box so big? You got 10 coins for using the bubble mirror. So what about me? Hey admin, my reward is all gone. The coin limit for voice messages. 500. You told me you'd limit my voice messages to 500 coins too. They won't just give out 500 coins for inviting someone from another channel. At the same time, the screen displayed, User La has rewarded 1,000 coins. Honey, are you asleep yet? The read icon isn't disappearing at all. Please let me send a message. I'm sorry. I'm begging you. I'll even bow my head to the ground if you want. Please, just lift the comment ban. Jae-doo laughed mockingly. Not a chance. I'll open up the rewards now. The viewers commented enthusiastically. Such decisiveness is worthy of an emperor. The emperor won't be swayed by those guys. What's this? I thought it was going to be something big. Does it have any special functions? He picked up the gift, thinking to himself that since there was no option to check its information, it must just be normal clothes. The online community commented, is that really all the reward is for becoming the emperor? I swear, I'm just gonna have to chew out the admin. How can they be so petty? Jae-doo smiled and said, so they're trying to provoke me. This is a message from that admin. Trying to say I'm just the same Kim Jae-joo from that video doesn't accomplish anything. While he was lost in thought, a small poi crept closer. Its round, sparkling eyes lit up, and after a few sniffs, it suddenly opened its mouth and chomped down on the pile of clothes. Jae-doo shouted, don't eat that! Let me open the next box. Suddenly, something took him by surprise. The system displayed the information. Leather gauntlets of the seven-headed serpent, Lord Lutino, hero rank, Lutino's gauntlets. You can control serpents, each with its own unique special ability. Made from the skin of snakes that died during childbirth. Possesses the special abilities of a snake. Special abilities, hardness control, size control, invisibility, color camouflage, and writing. He wondered to himself what on earth the admin was thinking. The viewers commented, a hero rank item here. The admin's a real tsundere, but that thing is super hard to use. Jae-doo was also surprised. There was a reason why the viewers weren't shocked by this hero rank item. It's because this thing is incredibly difficult to control. I'll show you all what Spider-Man is all about. It looks hard, but how difficult can this really be? The young man in the clip fell flat on his face. He sighed, thinking to himself, in those other videos, I couldn't even use it and had to watch someone else do it. It seemed Jae-doo had an idea. The viewers commented, who said it was hard to use? When I tried to use it, it thrashed around like crazy. Seeing him use it so effortlessly makes me so salty. Are they okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Emperors are really just built different from birth. He scratched his head and gave a relaxed laugh. I think it's perfectly fine. Even though it has a terrible reputation, I don't feel any discomfort using it at all. It must be because I ate that mana stone. Jae-doo gently opened the gift box, and the screen displayed a notification. Bag of 5,000 coins, common rank. Upon receipt, it will automatically be converted to coins. They started chattering excitedly again. Why does 5,000 coins seem so little to me now, right? This is the first time I've ever seen someone with over 20,000 coins after clearing the 5th floor. Well, usually you're completely broke after buying a pile of skill books. He clutched the bag, thinking, I did consider learning other skills, but with this many coins, I could already buy that thing from the 10th floor. Time to head to the 6th floor. This is a team challenge. It'll be a pain if they see the poise. Here, get inside, little ones, the viewers commented. I cannot agree with this. Why worry if they'll be fine in there? But I won't get to see them anymore. The poise happily crawled back into the bag. Jae-doo said, let's go. They started urging him on again. Hurry up and get to the 10th floor. I wonder what's on the 6th floor. I'm worried. It's about teamwork. It can't be that bad, right? Let the poise out right now. Yeah, it can't be that different from the group project on the 3rd floor. He didn't really care what it was. It wasn't important. They can do whatever they want. The system announced, number 4891, number 4892. 4 entrants have been confirmed. The required number of members has been met. The 6th floor challenge begins. Welcome to the Forest of Vile Spirits. Annihilate all enemies that appear. The challenge on the 6th floor consists of a total of 5 waves. Time remaining until the first wave, 59 minutes. Dung Kang-hyuk asked, looking puzzled. So, about that challenge, he's here. Are you cold? We have a fire. Come on over. The viewers commented, am I the only one who doesn't like that muscle-bound meathead? No refusing now. Refuse what? Jae-joo said. Looks like I'm the last one, huh? Nice to meet you all. He silently guessed that the muscular guy was a knight. That man over there seems to be a mage, Jae-joo presumed. And the last one. Suddenly, a voice startled him. What? The girl asked coldly. Is this the first time you've seen a human being? He said in embarrassment. Sorry, your mask is interesting. I saw this coming, but her personality is seriously hot-headed. The viewers were also indignant on his behalf. Who is that? How dare she talk to the emperor like that? Seriously, she needs to be taught a lesson. But that mask is really expensive. What is it? The young man in the group waved his hands to ease the tense atmosphere. Hey, whether we like each other or not, we have to clear this tutorial together, so let's not fight. Since we have a new member, why don't we introduce ourselves? The viewers got noisy again. I don't like that bastard. His eyes look like they're lagging. Fact is, troublemakers always die first around this time. He volunteered to go first. First off, I'm Dung Kang-hyuk. I'm 26 years old. My job in the outside world is a physical trainer. Dung Kang-hyuk, class, Knight. As you can see, I'm a Knight. I chose a high difficulty, so I was assigned as the floor master on the 5th floor. You can trust my skills. The notification board introduced the next person. Bak Ji-nu, class mage. He also introduced himself. Bak Ji-nu, mage. I'll handle my own part, so don't worry about me. As I said earlier, I have no intention of matching your pace. So once this is over, let's go our separate ways. He silently sized up their attitudes. It looks like there's some kind of history between those two. Dung Kang-hyuk kept rattling on. All right, now it's our student's turn. The viewers started buzzing. That fitness freak's tone is so annoying. Agreed. He must be trying really hard for that leader position. Let me go investigate his stream. Then I'll take the mage. I'll check on the schoolgirl. User Wakanda Forever has left. User Baby Dino Sopaduri has left. User HP Donut has left. The last girl in the group introduced herself. Lisa Saha, class, unidentified. I'm Lisa Saha. I don't want to get into details, but I'm pretty good at dishing it out and taking it, someone asked. And the last one? He cheerfully spoke about himself. Kim Jae-joo, class, magic engineer. My name is Kim Jae-joo. I work at a supermarket on the outside. I'm a magic engineer. He scoffed at the useless class. Aren't magic engineers completely useless in a fight? No. What were you thinking? Your viewers must be demons, he answered the accusation. No. I chose it myself. The viewers commented, that bastard is insulting us. His audience. Look at his face. You can read his thoughts like a book. But we really did try to stop him from choosing magic engineer. Dung Kang-hyuk slapped his head. Your viewers tried to stop you too? I'm going to lose my mind. She said, what does it matter? We can handle things ourselves just fine. Old man, you're worrying over nothing, he yelled. What? You might not know this because you're young, but right now, Lisa Saha scoffed internally. A lowly magic engineer, Bak Ji-nu, who had been silent, finally spoke up. The student is right. Let's stop arguing and make a plan. First, let's assess our situation. A fog surrounds us from the outside. It looks like ordinary smoke, but when you touch it, it's as hard as rock. In other words, this fog is the boundary of this floor. Dung Kang-hyuk and Lisa Saha are mid-range fighters. You two will fight on the front lines. I'll provide support from the center as the mage. Non-combatant, magic engineer, Jae-joo. You observe from the rear and help out if someone's in danger. In other words, he's the tank. She's the close-range damage dealer. Bak Ji-nu is the main damage dealer, and Jae-joo is useless. Dung Kang-hyuk rubbed his chin, looking a little worried. Not bad. Let's go with that for now. It's a pain having a non-combat member, but he didn't know what to say. Not that his reaction is wrong. That's the common perception of magic engineers right now. Anyway, it's not like anything will go wrong. The system displays the time until Wave 1 begins, 15 seconds. Wave 1 begins. Suddenly, a large figure appears, its mysterious pincers emerging, leaving the viewers just as bewildered. Something's wrong. Aren't souls supposed to float, since they're ghost types? What? How does it have a physical form? That's what I was thinking. Are those legs? A single knife was swung out as he smiled confidently. So, shall we start now? Someone in the group quickly stopped him. Wait, Lisa Ha studied it and said, everyone in the chat room is saying something's weird. Let's wait a bit. He also agreed with that idea. Same on my end. Only Dung Kang-hyuk was naive enough to say, hey, I'm the master of the 6th stage on the 5th floor. First strike definitely wins. Let's go. He raised his longsword, its steel blade flashing under the light, pointing it straight at the gleaming pincers of the swarming creatures before him. Suddenly, Dung Kang Hyo-si felt that something was wrong. What? How can a ghost type be this hard? The pincer grew even stronger, but the sword in his hand was knocked off its trajectory, flying out of his control. The blade tumbled several times in the air as their pincers stretched out, grabbing tightly onto Dung Kang Hyo-si. He screamed, "What the hell is this? Let go!" Suddenly, a sound made Dung Kang Hyo-ok freeze. She shouted, "Old man, get back!" The online community commented enthusiastically. "Wait, this is so weird. Mr. Physical Trainer is losing it. Losing it? Are you crazy?" He yelled in anger. "You damn bitch!" It squeezed even tighter. Dung Kang Hyo-ok screamed with all his might. His large body was lifted up and then slammed violently to the ground. Dung Kang Hyo-ok was terrified by what was in front of him. The monster's form was becoming clearer. The viewers made their guesses. A disgusting bug. Is that a dung beetle? A demon-type creature. Mr. Physical Trainer suddenly felt afraid. The 6th floor master is entering. Ju speculated. Dung beetles. They shouldn't be appearing on the 6th floor. Although they're the lowest rank of demon types, they're monsters on the same level as the guys on the 25th floor. This thing will unilaterally slaughter rookie awakeners who have just set foot on the 6th floor. I knew it would be a group tutorial, but I didn't expect the admin to adjust the difficulty. He said in pain, "Bugs." It was as if its power had been activated, moving as fast as a lightning flash. Its sturdy wings beat the air with a whoosh, each sharp pincer aimed straight at Dung Kang Hyo-ok, turning the entire courtyard into a surging, dark flood. By this point, he was truly terrified. Dung Kang Hyo-ok closed his eyes, thinking he was going to die. Suddenly, a hand appeared, grabbing hold of their aggressive pincers. She fought the swarm of dung beetles by herself, her determined gaze not yielding in the slightest. One of Lee Saha's hands shot out, gripping the monster's sharp set of teeth tightly. Her other hand reached out, veins bulging, her fist clenched as if channeling all her determination and strength into it. She punched straight at the swarm of dung beetles. The viewers were now filled with admiration. She smashed it with her bare fist. So a high school girl is as strong as half a battle tank? One dung beetle was defeated. The system announced, Wave 1 complete. Time until Wave 2 begins is 30 minutes. Lee Saha looked at herself, grimacing as she said, "My clothes are all dirty." They started chattering again. She really is a one-punch high school girl. I think she's that military camp student, the one she called pretty good at fighting. She turned and said, "Old man, you got a death wish? I told you to wait because something was weird, so why didn't you listen? A weakling who just likes to run his mouth." Lee Saha turned away. So annoying. Weak-willed, spineless adults who only talk big like you are the most useless kind of people. He silently assessed Lee Saha. According to the videos, she's a famous awakener. The viewers commented enthusiastically, "The high school girl team captain is terrifying when she's angry. She has every right to be angry. She's being nice by not cussing him out to his face." Agreed. How dare a mere floor master act up in front of the emperor? Suddenly, she paused her assessment. A magic engineer, huh? Lee Saha sighed helplessly. Another weakling. But something felt familiar, as if I'd seen him somewhere before. Ju stepped on the monster's body. He thought to himself, thank God it's not my turn to step in yet. The system displayed a notification. User Wakanda Forever has logged in. The schoolgirl team is back. The viewers were buzzing. What? What's wrong with their stream? These guys are the complete opposite of me. What's this now? What's up with those people? The vibe of the stream over there is like an old dad and his daughter. That's true. Anyone with him is like his daughter. He just does whatever they want and then sits around waiting for people to donate. But I never thought I'd be the bad guy in someone else's story. Kim Jae-joo is the best. That's right. How can the others even compare to this level of majesty? Jinu walked over to ask a question. Hey, fellow student, what did you do on the 5th floor? Lee Saha replied coldly. None of your business. The system screen displayed, player baby Dino has logged in. Uncle Saab's team is back. The viewers were dissatisfied. Why is this guy such a downer? The atmosphere in the Uncle's stream is boring as hell. Why? What's going on? Nobody here is interesting. They're all so serious, with grim, solemn faces. All three of them, too. So boring. They must be arguing about something. It seemed Jinu understood something as well, rubbing his chin and saying, all right. On the side of the road, a person sat huddled, their whole body trembling as if trying to fight off the pain and exhaustion enveloping them. Ju asked with concern, how's your injury? Dung Kang Hyo-ok looked up and replied, I'm fine. Jiu didn't believe him and said, let me take a look. The viewers were also chattering away. Is he okay? His fingers keep trembling. He brought it on himself. They already told him not to go. But I think his hand is broken. Stop being so harsh. The system displayed on the screen, player Hyo Pagon's Donut has logged in. The trainer's team is back. The viewers were confused. What's with these people? Do they just pop into other people's streams to do this? Dung Kang Hyok painfully held up his trembling hand and said, "Here." The viewers felt immense pity. Damn, his hand is shaking non-stop, yet everyone seems to be enjoying this. You monsters. Hang in there, Mr. Physical Trainer. Jiu assessed the situation for a moment, then said, "This might hurt a little, but try to bear with it." Dung Kang Hyok stuttered in fear. "What do you mean?" The moment he finished speaking, Jiu's gloves suddenly began to glow, and the surrounding scenery was powerfully affected. Seeing his opponent writhing in pain, Jiu gently comforted him. "It's going to hurt like hell right now, but you won't lose any more blood." Just then, Jinu appeared and said, "Hey kid, did you make those gauntlets with a magic engineer?" Jiu replied, "Yes." He rubbed his chin and continued, "It's not that difficult, is it?" He answered the question nonchalantly. "It was indeed difficult, but not impossible." "Is that so? I should have mastered the basics before getting to the 10th floor." The viewers started to get excited. The 10th floor? Gross. All of that guy's coins are going to disappear. You'll see. Jiu and Jinu chatted idly together. Right then, Lee Saha, who was standing nearby, thought to herself, "If he's a magic engineer, they're all the same. Nothing special." Jinu turned and said, "I used to be a pretty good fighter. You just go on ahead, and I'll provide support from the rear. And you," he said to Jiu, "just stay in the back like you are now." "Any problem with that?" Jiu said confidently. "No." At that moment, Jinu saw Dung Kang Hyosi writhing and said worriedly, "That Dung Kang Hyosi guy, I think the impact of that treatment was a bit too much for him. In his condition, he'll just be a burden with no use to us. We should probably leave him behind." The notification screen displayed, "Wave 2 begins." The hazy figures of strange creatures began to appear. The community screamed, "Help! Did anyone bring any Max Pugo? I want to spray it as thick as fog." Suddenly, there was the sound of powerful footsteps rushing forward. It was the figure of Lee Saha, furiously punching and striking the same dung beetles from before. She bravely fought against them. The dung beetles attacked aggressively. Lee Saha didn't yield an inch. The battle grew more and more fierce and frantic. One dung beetle was taken down. The viewers commented, "Is she crazy? Does she not feel any fear?" That last punch was pretty good, though. The system announced, "Wave 2 complete. Time until Wave 3 begins is 30 minutes. Looking at the filthy stains on her clothes, Lee Saha said with annoyance, "They got my clothes dirty again." Jiu, standing nearby, was full of admiration. To think she could handle all the monsters from Wave 2 by herself. It makes sense, though. The title of Close Combat Geniuses isn't just for show. Lisa, a player who got to the 4th floor through sheer luck and donations. On the 5th floor, she played the part of a commoner, wandering the streets, accidentally met a master, learned close combat, and then awakened. After that, with her agile body and hand-to-hand combat skills, the title Close Combat Genius gradually became well known. She's the same class as me, but I never expected to run into her here. In any case, running into Lisa while facing all these difficulties is a real stroke of luck. There were 2 of them this wave, so the next one will probably have 4. Someone's voice echoed. "You block them up front. I'll provide support from the rear." "Hey kid, you'll take care of anyone who falls behind." Jinu gave a relaxed smile. "I trust all of you. We're not going to lose anyone else." The screen displayed the countdown to the 3rd wave. It wasn't long. All 3 of them were on high alert, ready to fight, as 2 even more ferocious beetles appeared. Lisa assessed the situation. It's the 3rd wave, but why are there still only 2 of them? First come, first served. With that thought, she shot forward like the wind. Just then, Dudu said worriedly, "Is she going to be okay? I mean, this doesn't look like it's going to be easy." The situation was unexpected. Jinu turned to ask for an opinion. "You noticed it too, didn't you? Why are there only 2 this time?" Jinu felt the same way. Yeah. His eyes widened as if he'd realized what was about to happen. His heart hammered in his chest, his whole body as tense as a bowstring. A premonition of the brutal fight to come made the air around them suddenly feel heavy and suffocating. Just as they'd expected, the figures of the beetles appeared abruptly. Du thought to himself, maybe there aren't just 2 monsters on the 3rd floor. It's just that they only come out 2 at a time. Someone shouted, "Kid, get back!" Turning around, he saw Jinu had already unleashed his power. A massive fireball erupted violently, radiating a brilliant red light and a searing heat that made the space around them feel like it was boiling, signaling that an unprecedented battle was about to begin. He charged straight at the beetles, but they were completely unaffected, making Chinshu cry out in alarm. "What? It's not working on them at all," a viewer commented. "Knew it. What was he thinking? Using basic 5th floor magic here. Oh my god, those flames are. Time to cool things down." Jiu placed a hand on Jinu's shoulder and said, "Please step back a bit." It was time. The enthusiastic viewers cheered. "Is the king finally going to make his move? Let's go. We've been waiting for this." Over there, Lee Saha was also fighting frantically against the swarm of beetles. She thought to herself, "What's happening behind me? Are they okay? Something's wrong. Don't tell me 2 more have appeared?" The shadows of the beetles launched a surprise attack, striking at Lee Saha from behind. She thought, I let my guard down. There's no time to counterattack. I have to switch to defense. A splash of ink hit Lee Saha's face, surprising her. As the beetles closed in, they suddenly collapsed. Jeo appeared with a smile and asked, I almost hit you. Are you okay? The viewers commented, I completely believe in you. A real-life One-Punch Man has appeared. Whoa. So, the rumor about Kim Jae-joo using an enhancer on his Rafanto shoes was true. In that instant, Jae-joo started to move. He said, I'll be right there. Against monsters they'd never faced before, a mage could easily become a tasty snack for them. The beetles grew more aggressive. Jae-joo raised his fists, ready to fight. He thought that these things could fly straight at their prey at incredible speeds. They also had extremely hard outer shells that could resist steel weapons. But if you looked at them from a different angle, that was all they had. Jae-joo didn't hesitate any longer. He leaned in, pivoted on his heel, and charged straight into the swarm of beetles. He threw his first punch, so powerful that one of them went flying, its body slamming hard. But they weren't afraid. The more he knocked them down, the more frenzied they became. He gritted his teeth, sweat rolling down his forehead, his hands gripping his combat gauntlets, now soaked in their blood. Another one was taken down by Jio's gauntlets. He thought to himself, okay, with the two remaining, Lee Saha should be able to handle them. Suddenly, one of the beetles expanded, its form growing terrifying. Jiu-du fell back into a defensive stance. This is dangerous. I might not make it in time. Taking advantage of the powerful propulsion from his boots, the sound of stone shattering echoed from the intense friction. In that moment, Jiu-du's body became one with the battlefield, every movement carrying the weight of survival. He put all his strength into a punch, spun around, and delivered a sweeping kick that took down several more, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Jiu-du smiled sheepishly and said, I accidentally made a bloody mess again. Are you all right? The viewers were incredibly impressed. Awesome! What did I just see? Once Kim Jae-joo reaches the 10th floor, they'll probably all kneel and worship him. At that moment, Lee Saha was still in shock. What just happened? I didn't even see anything. The system displayed, Wave 3 complete. The time until Wave 4 begins is 30 minutes. The expression on Jio's face suddenly changed. Lee Saha's did too. He tried to avoid her gaze, telling himself to just act like nothing had happened. I have to pretend. In reality, Jinu was looking right at him, and he was afraid the guy would say something he shouldn't. I have to change the subject. Jiu deflected. Mr. Pooh, do you have any stronger spells? He sighed with regret. Sorry, this is the best I've got. But kid, didn't you say you were a magic engineer? Jiu replied. Yeah, that's right. Jinu continued. But you're even faster than a knight. Jiu-du answered shyly. It was just a coincidence. The viewers thought he was lying. Coincidence, my ass. Why won't he just admit he's that fast? He must have a magic stone with him. Kang Hyuk cheered innocently. Go, everyone. Things aren't going so smoothly, but everyone is strong, so there's no need to worry. The other three were left speechless by his words. The system announced, time remaining until Wave 4 is 2 minutes. It's almost time. Everyone get ready. Kang Hyuk chuckled. This time there will be 8 monsters, but that shouldn't be too hard for you all. Jinu, who was beside him, spoke up. Yes, just as he said, 8 will appear from both sides. All 4 of them prepared themselves for a high-level battle. Jiu-du thought to himself, it seems changing the monsters wasn't enough. They even doubled the difficulty by doubling the number of monsters on screen. They really don't want us to pass this easily. He threw a powerful punch into the swarm of beetles, and Lee Saha also fought with all her might. Meanwhile, Kang Hyuk was scared out of his wits and ran, which infuriated her. The system announced, Wave 4 complete. The time until Wave 5 begins is 30 minutes. A fierce fire blazed. The expressions on their faces were not good. Perhaps everyone had already guessed what was coming in Wave 5. 16 squared would be 256. Jinu was stunned, clutching his head. I'm going to lose my mind. A viewer said that they had tried to call the moderators, but no one was picking up. Another viewer commented passionately, yeah, he's telling the truth. I just tried. The line is disconnected, so we can't say anything. Those two groups intentionally went dark. Kang Hyuk couldn't keep his composure any longer. What the hell are you talking about? Jinu didn't back down either. Why are you yelling at me? It's not like I know what else to do. The system announced again. Time remaining until Wave 5 is 26 seconds. Jiu-du thought, but I guess this is the only way. Kang Hyuk called out in confusion, and he spoke up. Everyone, fall back a bit. The system began. Wave 5 begins. Jiu-du warned everyone. If you want to live, listen to me. This is a warning. They swarmed from every hole, from the cracks in the walls, even rising from beneath the ground, flooding the path like a thick black tide. He gathered all his strength, the veins on his arms bulging, panting heavily, but not taking a single step back. The force emanating from him was so powerful that Lee Saha had to push Kang Hyuk's head down to shield him from the impact. A brilliant light flashed across the scene, clearly outlining Jio's small but resilient figure amidst a ferocious sea of insects that was constantly swelling. His feet were dug deep into the ground, but his steps showed no sign of giving up. Jio-do gritted his teeth and thought, "This explosive energy is too much. I have to kill them all in one blow." His hands gripping his combat gauntlets, muscles tense like a drawn bow, Jio-do shot forward like an arrow, using his power to tear through the insect-filled darkness with an iron will. The swarm of beetles was hit by a powerful attack, and the space turned into a blinding white void. Everything around them was leveled to the ground. Jinu was astonished. He wiped out all those monsters with a single move. Lee Saha also wondered who this guy really was. Jio-do suddenly froze, and his gauntlets fell off. Something was wrong with his body. The viewers were worried. Jio-do, no, our king did what a mage should have done, he thought to himself. I used too much magic power. I had a magic stone hidden in my gauntlet, but even that wasn't enough. It feels like all the magic in my body has vanished. But without it, I probably would have collapsed before I could kill all the monsters. The system announced, "You have completed the trial. The path to the 7th floor is now open." The viewers commented, "Did he kill them all? For a magic engineer to do something like that, I'm scared shitless. Is Kim Jae-joo okay?" He just spat out blood. His feet struggled to keep his balance, despite the chatter around him. Ji-yoo turned back. Jinu asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Over here?" Lee Saha praised him. "You did great back there." Ji-do reassured everyone. "I'm fine, not injured." Lee Saha showed her concern. "You're coughing up blood like that and you still say you're fine?" He casually slung an arm around Jinu, smiling cheerfully as he replied, "It's really nothing. This is just a side effect of using magic power. It's normal for magic engineers. You're a mage, so you know, right? The side effects aren't a big deal," Jinu said. "All right, if it's really just a side effect of using magic, then he should be fine." The viewers were just as worried. "Hey, is he really okay? He said it's just a side effect. I hope he's okay after coughing up that much blood, but he's not even a mage." Someone teased, "Hey classmate, no need to worry." Lee Saha denied it. "What? Who would ever worry about you?" A viewer commented. "Gio, I don't want to have to worry about your health. A tsundere and a boxer girl? What a weird combination. When is she going to take off her mask? I'm starting to get curious about what she looks like." The system announced, "User JV Kapizi has donated 500 coins. Who are you, really?" Jinu asked. "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." A viewer commented, "What a weird question. He's our king, that's who. Does that guy have any idea what's going on? This dude probably doesn't know how to text, so he's using voice chat." Jiu said, "Let's check the rewards. Then whoever wants to leave can go." "What are you thinking about? Now that it's over, they should just go their separate ways. It's so annoying. Kang Hyok is in a mess over here, too." Just as that happened, someone's voice suddenly rang out. Lisa Saha walked over and whispered, clutching her mask tightly. Lisa Saha shouted, "Hey, old man." The viewers had no idea what was happening either. "What's this? What's going on now? Is she pissed because her kill got stolen? Shouldn't she be thanking him for saving her life?" I could only see her place a hand on her own mask, her beautiful face twisting into a scowl. "Hey, you weird old man. I'm talking to you." The viewers were in an uproar. "Whoa, what the hell? Now I get why her stream is so popular. There's a reason for everything. This girl must have had a heart attack climbing all the way to the 6th floor. Hurry, heart attack? My ass." She asked what his real name was. Ju was surprised by this. "My real name? I already told you. My name is Kim Ju." But Lisa Saha didn't believe him and said no. "My viewers said that name doesn't show up in the system search." Just then, the system announced, "Change successful. Name selected, Kim Ju 2. The viewers scoffed at his stupidity. Ju. Kim Ju 2. Kim Ju. Where did floor 15 go? Don't tell me he has a second personality named Kim Ju 2? That's right, he's not Kim Ju anymore. Ju thought, looks like these two have pretty loyal viewers, unlike Dung Kang Hyok. I didn't think so many people would jump over to my stream. Should I say something to her to test the viewer's reaction? Ju decided to speak. "You have to add the number 2 at the end of the name." "That number 2, a viewer commented. "The system is such garbage. Why doesn't it work even after typing the full name? What a stupid system." Come to think of it, the name just has a number 2 added. Enter 2. The system kept displaying notifications, forcing Ju to turn off viewer alerts. Suddenly, Kang Hyok yelled, "I'm sorry, Ju. All my viewers are gone." "So I was right?" Just as I predicted, his viewers all jumped over here. A viewer commented, "I don't want those guys from the other stream coming here. I saw their chat log." "That's right, streamer. Ban them all." Ju spoke up. "All right, I'll set some restrictions," he thought to himself. Right. After kicking Dung Kang Hyok's viewers, there aren't many left. Looks like it'll be hard to get the viewer reward on this floor. The system then displayed that Lisa Saha had donated 5,000 coins. "Thanks. I only survived because of you," Ju replied casually, rubbing his neck. "It's nothing. I had to clear the stage anyway. Thanks for the support." A viewer commented again. "Well, I'll just consider this a regular viewer." Kang Hyok said with an embarrassed laugh. Yes, Hyungnim, thank you for coming back. Yes, of course. I'll work really hard. I almost lost all my viewers. Seeing everyone just standing around, Jinu spoke up. Come on, what are we standing here for? Let's get our rewards and get going. Hearing that, everyone turned back to the system screen. Jinu urged him. Hey kid, what are you doing? Now that you're done, you should check your reward, right? Ju said reluctantly. Yeah, I guess I should, a viewer commented. I think I understand why he's like that. Me too, my king, he thought to himself. There are people around, so I just have to pretend to be normal, right? Lisa Saha called out, Hey old man, we've met somewhere before. Suddenly, a gift box appeared in front of them both. Both Kang Hyok and Jinu were gaping in surprise. He wondered, is the sixth floor reward based on ability? Kang Hyok, standing next to him, was also curious. His box is completely different from ours. Viewers commented positively. Hey, that's what a king gets. Don't you guys even think about messing with him. Ju, hurry up and open the gift. Ju silently opened the gift. I knew it. What's wrong? Kang Hyok scratched his head in embarrassment. No, I just wanted to see what was inside a special gift box. The viewers' comments made him even more embarrassed. I want to take a peek too. For real, that sparkling box is so eye-catching. But Kang Hyok felt annoyed. Damn it, why is he being so stingy about a little peek? Ju gently opened the lid of the gift box. The system displayed the reward details. Lotan's leather gauntlets. Master of the Seven Serpents, hero grade. With Lotan's leather gauntlets, you have the ability to control snakes. The gauntlets are also made from the skin of snakes during their shedding season, and the abilities of the snakes are all combined in this pair of gauntlets. The ability to control temperature, to cast magic. The viewers commented excitedly, Holy crap, but if they hadn't done this, Ju wouldn't have gotten it, so it's real. Ju thought, since they're giving it to me, it'd be rude to refuse. The system displayed, set effect 2 out of 7 activated. Snakes will be attracted to their own kind. Function. Used to cast magic that mimics color and texture. A viewer commented again, just using one of those 2 abilities is already difficult. But it'll be fine for Ju, right? Yeah, but I'm still a little worried. This is a monster drop. Kang Hyok, who had been waiting nearby, sneered. Hero grade. This thing? It doesn't look any different from regular gloves. Jinu stroked his chin, assessing it. My viewers say this is a useless hero grade item, he said. Let me see my reward. Kang Hyok replied. All right, I'll ask him. My viewers are asking if you can remove the viewer restrictions. You can't, right? But Ju flatly refused. I can't. That would be an inconvenience to my existing viewers, a viewer spoke up. That's right, they'll just kill the vibe. Not that the vibe isn't already dead. This made Kang Hyok extremely dissatisfied. You arrogant bastard. You're just trying to steal my viewers, aren't you? You think I actually want to stream with losers like this? The system screen displayed. Pouch of 5,000 coins, common grade. This item will be automatically converted to coins after use. A viewer commented, but which administrator sent you this gift? What a bunch of junk. A corner of the gift box was broken. Jinu laughed cheerfully and said, Kid, thanks. If I'd known magic engineering was this awesome. Ju held his head and laughed shyly. I started learning early. I'm just doing it to survive, so no need to thank me. A dimensional gate opened. Jinu said his goodbyes. See you on the other floors. Kang Hyok glanced back once before turning and walking away. A viewer jeered, Look at that beefy dude. Yeah, the old man at least said thanks and goodbye. I guess his mouth is glued shut. Ju looked around and said, So that's it for our first meeting. Who knows, next time we might be enemies. Let's wait for the gauntlets to cool down, then we'll continue to the next floor. He placed his backpack on the ground and opened a compartment. 3 pairs of blue eyes stared intently at him. And just like that, the adorable creatures rushed out, chirping excitedly. Po boy. Ju was surprised too. They must have sensed the magic gauntlets and jumped out thinking it was food. No eating this. It was hard enough for me to make. He yelled, Stop! No! You guys can't eat this! That look won't work on me either. Standing behind him, Lisa Saha asked curiously, Old man, what are those things? He explained. Miss Saha, these little guys are... But she was already captivated by their cuteness. Their sparkling eyes and adorable faces were utterly mesmerizing. Lisa Saha was completely charmed. Ju called out, Miss Lisa Saha. She was speechless. So cute, you damn old man. Hope to never see you again. A viewer speculated. Did she almost say the word cute? Ju was confused. What was that about? This isn't the time. I've been standing around for too long. I need to get to the next floor quickly, a viewer commented. Ju, is your body okay? He said. It's just a small side effect. It's fine. At least the next floor shouldn't require too much physical strength, right? The 7th floor, is that it? That's fine. But what if the admins don't answer? He said. Right. Ju instructed the po boys. All right, you guys, get in and don't eat anything weird out there. You hear? Let's get going, a viewer commented. Ju, The 7th floor is a place where you need a stable mentality. Whatever happens, don't spoil it beforehand. Somewhere on the 7th floor, a mysterious figure lurked. The person whispered, "Just a psychological battle." A cunning smile spread across their face. A viewer commented, "Jew, the 7th floor is like a type of psychological warfare. It's the place where the player very berry juice quit. Even if he doesn't react, you shouldn't spoil it beforehand." Jew smiled. "Thanks to the videos, I already know a lot about the 7th floor's challenge. Your power is becoming more and more formidable." The system announced, "Player 4891, Player 4896. A total of 2 players have entered. The required number of participants has been met. The 7th floor trial will now begin. From now on, viewers will not be able to move between stream rooms. The use of force is forbidden on the 7th floor. A malevolent statue, steeped in demonic tricks, will test you. 30 minutes remain before the practice match begins." Viewers commented as the malevolent statue trembled. "Jew, click the summary to see the game rules." "Isn't this just a game of luck? Damn it, look at its creepy hands. It's trying to use every weapon to kill him. What's with that hammer?" "Jew, there's someone over there." A strange young man appears. "You're not just anyone. That person is." "I can't believe it." The young man just said calmly, "I'm not going to harm you anyway." "Mind your own business," Jew retorted, dissatisfied. "But why are you killing people who have nothing to do with this trial for no reason?" He said it as if it were obvious. "So, do you want to join them?" Jew felt a chill of fear. "He's too dangerous." The man asked, "What's your name?" Lost in thought, he replied, "Kim Jae-joo." "And you?" The other party answered nonchalantly, "Han Si-joke." A viewer commented, "I wonder what the viewers in that room are thinking. The BER face is on. He's going to lose at Go Stop." Jew inquired, "Han Si-joke, what kind of work did you do before coming to this tower?" Han Si-joke replied, "Oh, so he's making small talk with me now. We haven't even checked the trial details yet. It's a bit too early to be asking that." A viewer felt he was being too dramatic, acting like a boss. "I really thought Kim Jae-joo would warm up to him quickly. He's the emperor, for crying out loud." Asterisk trembles times. "That guy looks like a tough nut to crack. I'm worried." Jew was fed up. Han Si-joke, the one person I'd most want to punch if I ever met them. "It's a good thing he appeared in my videos, but he's the worst possible opponent for me in so many ways. I know the trial on the 7th floor. It's also called the lie detector. A psychological game where you either expose your opponent's lies or deceive them with your own." The system displayed the 7th floor trial summary. Once the trial begins, each participant must stand before their respective stone slab. When the color of the stone slab changes, the participant pointed at by the statue will be asked a question. Questions must be answered unconditionally. Silence will be considered a lie. If you decide an answer is a lie, place the statue's eye into the groove on the stone slab. The statue's eye will then light up with the color of the participant who is lying. When all 3 of the statue's eyes are the same color, the statue will awaken. If an eye is placed due to a participant's incorrect judgment, that person will receive the same penalty as if they had lied. A viewer commented, "Even the description is making my head spin. How is he supposed to do this when that guy looks completely emotionless? Kim Jae-joo is so screwed." At that moment, he spoke up. "Then let me ask a question. Did you come to the tower voluntarily? Or were you dragged in randomly?" Han Si-joke replied, "Either way, what does it matter?" Jew pressed on, "You're avoiding the question." Han Si-joke answered coldly, "I came here voluntarily." "Serves you right." Jew sighed in acceptance. "I see. Thank you. Is that so?" Jew's eyes lit up with an idea. "To make Han Si-joke lie, what kind of questions should I ask?" A viewer commented, "I don't think we can help Jew with this one. I don't know either." The system displayed a screen. 1 minute remaining. Han Si-joke explained, "Since you're just standing there, I'll go to that stone slab." The color of the slab has already changed. The system announced 0 minutes remaining. The malevolent statue shifted slightly. Han Si-joke watched intently as the screen displayed the task. "Player, please ask a question within the allotted time." "The allotted time is 1 minute," he asked Kim Jae-joo mysteriously. "Did you know me before you entered the tower?" A viewer commented, "How could he possibly know? What kind of brain-dead question is that?" Jae thought to himself. "How? No, that's not important. It was obvious from my initial reaction." He replied calmly, "No, I didn't. Han Si-joke can't be sure, so I'll just deny it for now." But, as if he understood everything, he said, "That's a lie." The viewers buzzed with excitement. He made a crazy decision. Is he digging his own grave? Is Jew going to win without doing anything? Congratulations, you have received the red eye penalty. The system displayed verifying results. What? Kim Jae-joo trembled, completely baffled. What? So, that guy. The screen announced, "Player, please ask a question within the allotted time." Han Si-joke gave a cold smile. "If it wasn't necessary for the trial but you had to kill someone, could you do it?" "Of course. Always ready." The system announced, verifying results. Viewers commented again, if he's a psychopath, this is going to be tough. It's not like the admin is sabotaging us again. Han Si-jok, holding something in his hand, said, Kim Jae-joo, you already knew what the 7th floor trial was, didn't you? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? That's a lie. A viewer commented, I'm really wondering at this point. What the hell is that guy even thinking? Is he trolling? The screen displayed, verifying results. Suddenly, the statue's eyes flew wide open. Ju felt that this opponent was no joke. How much has he figured out in such a short time? Did my emotional storm after seeing Han Si-jok reveal too much? No. As soon as I entered the 7th floor, he probably realized I hadn't read the trial details yet. That was my mistake. But I know you. If the person you had to kill was your wife, would that still be okay? Han Si-jok's expression shifted slightly as he said, that's a meaningless question. But Ju pressed on. Would it still be okay? He quickly retorted, you don't even know if I'm married or not. Ju ignored him and repeated the question. It would still be okay, wouldn't it? Answer me. Han Si-jok didn't evade it. I could never do that to my beloved wife. Ju immediately refuted it. That's a lie. Hearing that, his face changed slightly, a clear sign of being caught off guard. The system displayed again. Verifying results. Viewers were in an uproar. Crazy. This bastard is truly insane. Han Si-jok, still in disbelief, asked back, Kim Jae-joo, you knew I was married and have a wife? He nodded and said, yes, I know. The screen continued. Verifying results. A viewer commented, how did he know that? Did they know each other before entering the tower? But that other guy doesn't know anything about him. What's going on? Ju said, it's my turn again. Han Si-jok, if your wife followed you into the tower and got in your way, would that be reason enough to kill her? Reason enough for you to chop her in half and throw her out onto the street? Han Si-jok was clearly uncomfortable. Your questions are going too far. Ju wouldn't let up. Could you kill her? While the statue judges lies based on facts, it also considers an individual's way of thinking and mindset. His words became more hesitant. I couldn't. Ju let out a sigh of relief. I see, just as I thought. If it's about love, then of course you couldn't do it. Your answer is a lie. The moment he finished speaking, he pressed the button. After hearing my question, Han Si-jok would naturally think, could I really do that? I know Han Si-jok is someone who could. The system displayed, verifying results. The statue began to move. A viewer commented, the public opinion in that stream room must have hit rock bottom, huh? Hot take, Satan's about to be out of a job, but isn't this really bad? How is it bad? Because his true nature has been exposed, he can just spit out the truth without needing to lie anymore. He clutched his head and said, you're interesting. The viewers buzzed. That's right. He can just keep throwing questions until Ju is forced to lie. This damn garbage trial system. They make it so idiots can't win. You can't win, you idiot, he said in an icy voice. Kim Jae-joo, to be honest, this is your second time entering this tower, isn't it? Hearing him ask that, Ju's heart skipped a beat. Ju, looking grim and breaking out in a cold sweat, stammered, that's not. Si-jok gave a cunning smile, his hand still stroking his chin as he secretly calculated something. I see. You should probably stop lying. The next second, he reached out and gently pressed the round button in front of him. The system flashed, verifying results. At the same time, the malevolent statue began to shake violently. One of its top arms, gripping an axe, stiffly lifted up. After its upper body moved, its lower half followed, slowly bending a leg to lift it. The judging statue closed its eyes and slowly bowed forward, getting very close to Han-jok. Then, very suddenly, it snapped all three of its eyes open, their red glow terrifying. At the same time, the system's voice clearly enunciated that the demon would now enact its punishment on player Han-jok. He stared up in terrified disbelief. What? The scenery changed, and a phone with a glitching screen made a sound. Do you want to take the position of administrator? A small conversation between someone and Jae-won appeared. You will be able to make all of your wishes come true. Jae-won didn't answer right away, thinking it over slowly. Suddenly, his determined and confident eyes opened, pulling him back to reality. He wasn't the Kim Jae-won in those videos. The statue would consider the player's personal thoughts and what they believed. If I personally feel that this is my second time, then Han-jok will be the winner. But the me in those video clips isn't the real me. In contrast to that calm demeanor, Han-jok was frozen stiff, only able to stare helplessly at the judging statue. From the base of the statue, vine-like things shot out with a rustle. They quickly grabbed Han-jok's arm, yanking him and not letting their prey escape, as another one instantly wrapped tightly around his leg. His hands and feet were bound tight, unable to move, and he trembled, about to collapse to his knees. Before him stood the giant judging statue, its eyes cold as it raised its sword high. Han-jok's face was ashen, drained of all color, and his whole body was shaking. He turned to ask, Kim Jae-won, who in the world are you? Jae-won glanced at him and replied coldly, Does that matter? Han-jok was still incredibly stubborn, demanding an answer. Yes, It matters to me. The people watching through the screen commented with amusement. I'm guessing he's a psychopath. Seriously, he's about to die. Is that really what he's most concerned about? Jae-won lowered his head slightly, a somber tone in his voice. I don't know. He remembered images from a long, long time ago. Brother Hanjok. Back then, Jae-won and he were still close, talking in the forest. What's your reason for climbing the tower? Is it just because you don't want to die? Hanjok looked bored, resting his chin on his hand lethargically. No, it's just because life is too boring. No matter what happens, I can't feel a thing. The scene shifted to a hand stained with blotchy black marks. The person was trying to wash it clean. It was none other than him. At that moment, Jae-won was beside him, asking, Bro, do you even know you just killed your own sister-in-law? Hanjok's eyes were soulless, and a chilling feeling emanated from him. You think relationships matter in this tower. Back in the present, Jae-won gave a vague, non-committal answer. It seemed the moment of judgment was at hand, as the judging statue's axe-wielding arm began to move. As he continued speaking, the statue lifted its arm high and looked down. Let's just say we knew each other in the past. With no way to retreat, Hanjok was struck by a sharp axe blade. What followed were blood-curdling screams. Jae-won stood frozen, quickly shutting his eyes and turning away. He didn't know what the outcome of this would be either. The viewers continued doing their thing. That was so satisfying. But him saying he knew the guy seems strange to me. Then again, based on his questions, the guy sounds like a real piece of work, huh? Yeah, that's right. I wonder if Hanjok's wife will be happy, or even sadder when she comes to the tower later. Curious comments from the gossiping accounts kept flooding in. Damn it, he's so smart. Or maybe he's so smart he went insane. Who knows if they see us as monkeys for an experiment. That experiment where monkeys have to try and get bananas hung from the ceiling with a rope. The judging statue's mouth widened in a delighted smile. It looked down, held its spear upright, and what was bound to happen, happened. Now, only the commentator's voice could be heard. At first, they weren't smart enough, but after being injected with the experimental drug, they got smarter. They started to unalive themselves with the ropes on the ceiling. Everything Jae-won did was just to escape a terrible future he already knew was coming. Thanks to the commentators, the tense atmosphere vanished. It's so quiet. So, they turned into bananas. Bananas? Then I guess they achieved their dream. At least he managed to beat it. On to the next floor. Let's go. He could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, what am I supposed to do with these people? Oh, whatever. The system notification quickly popped up. You have passed the trial. A dimensional portal appeared right next to him. Jae-won ignored it and opened his information panel. I'll check the rewards first. A relentless assault of notifications followed. User Kalori has donated 500 coins. Sir, we're sorry, please unban us from the chat. User Searcha has donated 500 coins, restricted chat. User Flat Shoes has donated 500 coins. So cruel. User Puppy Hand has donated 500 coins. Knock, knock, knock. Jae-won. Knock, knock. Jae-won was stunned and blurted out, No! In his heart, Jae-won had a good guess that they were viewers from Lee Sung-jae's side. They'll definitely cause trouble if I unban them. No way in hell. The other gossiping viewers chattered excitedly. An emperor must be steadfast. For real, our Jae-won is totally different. He's won for the second time, but there's still the thunder rule. I'm a little scared of that becoming a reality. He didn't care and immediately put his hand into the gift box. A pair of black gauntlets appeared, and their attribute panel popped up along with them. Lu Chinsu's protective gauntlets, Master of the Seven Snakes, grade, Hero. Lu Chinsu's protective gauntlets, belonging to a snake handler with many different abilities. When the snakes gave birth, he would use the dead snake skin to create leather. Thus, these abilities are embedded in the protective gauntlets, including the ability to nullify spells. A chorus of amazed comments rang out. They're just making fun of Kim Jae-won. Ah, Lu Chinsu is legit though. Stop it. At least the protective gauntlets are the best item in the Lu Chinsu set, right? Without hesitation, he put them on his wrists, thinking, spell nullification. This is truly an ability to look forward to. Looking at the item's function panel, it read, Effect Activation, 3 out of 7. The snakes attract each other, which has activated several functions. Teleportation, magic amplification, color and shape simulation, and spell nullification have been activated. Jae-won turned back to the gauntlets and read the command, Color, Light Type. His eyes lit up as the black gauntlets slowly turned white. The quick-witted commentators noticed, they're blending in. Our Jae-won is a real pro, huh? He is a pro. Stop using the word amazing. As expected, he held a bag of rewards in his hand. Of course, the other reward is coins. Next to the bag, a basic information panel also appeared. Bag of 5,000 coins, common grade. This item will automatically be converted into coins upon use. At that moment, the comment screen exploded. How come his coin bags always have at least 5,000? Is Kim Jae-won richer than us? That's not why I watch. I'm so sad and miserable. If you're that worked up, you know what you should do, don't you? I'm never leaving Kim Jae-won's broadcast. But is this really Kim Jae-won's second time in the tower? The statue said no. All the necessary checks were complete. He looked up and slowly moved towards the gate. I've got my reward. Now, time for the next floor. The viewers feigned ignorance. Who cares if this is his second time or not? We're only sharp when it comes to investigating his coin count. That's right. Let's go. On to the next floor. We're almost at the 10th floor. A new trial is about to begin. Jae-won walked straight into the gate, and everyone followed along. But the next floor is where the kid gets hurt again. So exciting. The scene changed, revealing a dense forest with small rays of sunlight piercing through. The system immediately announced, the 8th floor trial has begun. The viewer limit has been removed. He walked in a daze, utterly exhausted. My head hurts so much. I'm mentally drained. The quest panel quickly popped up. Defeat all enemies that appear. Time remaining before start. 10 minutes. Jae-won looked up at the sky, shielding his eyes with one hand, as the viewer's chatter rang out. Seems like this happens often here. That's why the 10th floor players stopped broadcasting after seeing Kim Jae-won on the 1st floor. That person on the 10th floor is me. Dude, you're a true fan of Kim Jae-won. Thank you. Ignoring them, he tiredly placed his backpack on the ground. Wanting to rest, he found a shady spot under a tree and sat down. Jae-won sighed, getting a moment of relief. He closed his eyes peacefully, leaned against the tree trunk, and fell soundly asleep. Amidst the gentle breeze and dappled sunlight, a sound was heard, but it was quickly drowned out by the system's countdown. 1 minute remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Shortly after, a group of poi emerged from the bushes, looking suspiciously at Jae-yoo. Sensing them, he opened his eyes and looked up. Jae-yoo stared blankly as the army of poi inched closer. Am I surrounded? They're not happy that I've invaded their territory. They were on guard, constantly crying poo. Every single one of them had a grim face, trembling with anger. Quickly, one of them took the lead and let out a loud cry to attack. Jae-yoo got into position, his eyes locked on the poi charging at him all at once. Boy. They tried to act scary, screaming loudly to intimidate him. Po. In the end, the poi just snuggled into his arms, revealing happy, satisfied faces. They fought for a spot, each one of them smiling gently and rubbing against Jae-yoo. Po. He smiled helplessly and opened his arms wide to hug all three of them. The commenters in the chat went wild over how cute it was. Damn it. By some miracle, I suddenly find poi so adorable. It's normal to be jealous of Kim Jae-yoo, right? He broke into a sweat as he looked at the poi, thinking to himself, is it because I learned the basics of handling mana beasts, or have they just started to like me? I can feel the poi's emotions. They're really happy to see me. Out of sight, Jae-yoo's bag suddenly made a noise and opened up, revealing a vast galaxy inside. The three poi reacted instantly, getting behind him and pushing him forward. Poi! They were resentful and angry, each one trying to speak up. Po. Jae-yoo gave a helpless, strained smile. Hey, it's dangerous for you guys to suddenly jump on me like that. Wait, what is this? What's wrong? This bunch just wouldn't stop climbing all over Jae-yoo's head and neck. Boy. The online viewers teased him. Kim Jae-yoo looks like he's suffering. Po. More than 256 cleaners in the outside world. Are they jealous? How cute. He just read the comment and chuckled to himself. Jealousy. Just then, an announcement came as a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. You have completed the trial. The gate to the 9th floor will now open. This bewildering turn of events sent the chat into an uproar. You cheater. If you were going to get angry, you should have done it back on the 1st floor. Ah, you don't know what they're talking about? Right, I forgot this girl only joined back on the 5th floor. They weren't here from the very beginning. Jae-yoo gently moved the poi off of him. Come on, get down. The one that had managed to get on top of his head was looking smug and proud. He glanced at his own three poi and thought to himself, they really are jealous. That must be it. This case is exactly like what happened on the 1st floor. Once the poi no longer hold any hostility towards me, it means I've fulfilled the requirement to defeat all enemies. Changing the subject, Jae-yoo opened the menu to check his reward. From the space above, some kind of scroll appeared. It suddenly dropped to the ground with a thud, drawing his attention. Jae-yoo picked up the scroll and opened it. I wonder what's in this scroll. It gave him secret information about this world. The world tree is broken, and spirits are gradually escaping. The spirits will continue to uphold the resilient will of the world trees, Foreign and Forden. Living beings will be the ones who mourn the withering of the world tree more than anyone else. The spirits wish to plant a new world tree seed. As long as the will remains, it will continue to grow once more. Once the message had been delivered, the text vanished without a trace. Forden is the name of the world tree, one of the factors that can change the fate of the world. The trolls in the chat started up again. What the hell is that even used for? There's a crack in the world tree, and everyone gets sad. Great reward. After the world tree is suppressed by evil spirits, the world will descend into chaos. The trial on the 25th floor leads to a place that turned the entire world upside down. Meanwhile, the evil spirits see the fall of the world tree as an opportunity for them to thrive. He ignored it all, not wanting the headache from thinking about it, and flopped down exhaustedly onto the grass. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to excuse myself, just for a little nap. Jae-yoo's whole body was exhausted. He quickly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The poi continuously gathered around him. Some slept with him, others nuzzled him while crying popo. Some time passed. The sound of popo continued non-stop, but this time it felt much more urgent. Jae-yoo frowned in annoyance, thinking, I want to sleep a little longer. They were all climbing on top of him, looking extremely worried. The online viewers were moved by these fluff balls. They're so cute. I was going to step away for a bit, but I just can't take my eyes off them. Look, they're playing King of the Hill on his chest. Jae-yoo shot up, sending the little guys flying in every direction. He picked up his backpack to continue his journey. I think I've slept for about an hour. I'll get going now. The viewers felt a little sad to see him go. What about the poi? He can't take them all with him, but it looks like they don't want to leave. That's right. The 3 he has with him have been with him since the first floor. Jae-yoo walked to the gate, making sure to carry his 3 poi, while the reluctant cries of the others echoed behind him. Po-po. The viewers were full of regret, seeing their sad, round, unwilling eyes. They look so pitiful. I feel the same way. He must be struggling with this too. I think it'll be really hard to leave just because of the world tree. Jae-yoo smiled and waved goodbye. Take care, everyone. He was halfway through the gate but was still waving goodbye reluctantly. Finally, he was out of sight. The group had truly left. The scene quickly changed to another location. It was very dark and gloomy here. Player 4891. A total of 2 players have entered the gate. The required number of players has been met. The trial of the 9th floor will begin shortly. This is a temple sealed by an ancient language. Break the curse to open the escape route. Longtime followers could guess what was coming. We're back to an intelligence test again. The maximum time is only 4 hours. Sounds pretty tough, huh? That's right, this is a 2-player trial, so if your partner is a troll, it's going to be painful. Kim Jae-joo cleared the 4th floor in less than 20 minutes, though. But something's strange. Usually there are only 2 walls, right? 1 for each person. He sighed as he read the rules for this round. Maximum time, 2 hours. Warning. If you cannot break the curse, you will be trapped on the 9th floor. Mission. Make all the gems on each wall match in color. All 4 walls do not need to be the same color as each other. Jae-yoo was furious about the rules, but he could only curse silently to himself. The administrator here really doesn't want me to pass easily. The spectators, however, were enjoying the drama. Why was the time cut in half? This is brutal. What the hell? He quickly shifted his focus, looking for his partner. Jae-yoo approached to introduce himself first. Hello. His partner, completely off guard, was startled by him. The person was wearing a cloak that completely hid their face. Hello, she said, slowly pulling back the hood of her cloak. Is that Haeyeon? He leaned forward with a bright, friendly smile and continued. A poi? Po-po. She excitedly grabbed Jae-yoo's hand and exclaimed, Oh my god, how did you get one? It's so adorable. Jae-yoo's cheeks turned red. He glanced away, trying to avoid her gaze. Let's finish the trial first. But his mind wasn't focused, thinking to himself, is that a faint, sweet scent? The commenters noticed immediately. Look at her flirting. Why does she need to grab Jae-yoo's hand when she's talking about how cute the poi is? Not paying attention to anything else, Haeyeon let go of his hand and got to the point. Right. I'm sorry. I just got too excited. What's your name? He replied with a forced smile. Kim Jae-joo. And you? She introduced herself with vibrant energy. Ju. That's a really nice name. I'm Jane Haeyeon. You can just call me Haeyeon. Contrary to her harmless appearance, she was already calculating in her head. I knew we were in the same group, but I didn't expect we'd actually meet here. Hearing her name, the viewers immediately thought of one person. Isn't that the girl from the first floor? The girl who's well known, like a celebrity. Yeah, all the perverts are always drooling whenever they look at her face. But aren't we the real perverts for letting her watch Jae-yoo like that on the first floor? Jane Haeyeon, a person more widely known by her nickname, the Witch. A memory of her bewitching smile surfaced. Do you want to be burned to death, or do you want to drown? You only have 2 choices here. She didn't even bother with the unusual difficulties anymore. Instead, she was paying attention to the poise. Many have suffered disastrous ends just by being mesmerized by that beautiful smile. Jae-joo didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. So, Miss Haeyeon, can you turn 100 squares to the same color by yourself? Haeyeon played the part of an energetic, innocent girl perfectly. To be honest, I have a lot of oppas helping me. I'll give it a try. The unimpressed commenters immediately showed their disdain. What a poser. He's useless. Here come the keyboard warriors again. He was very wary of his opponent. Once I memorize its sequence, I'm sure I can do it all myself, just like back on the 4th floor. But it's not good at all if it attracts Haeyeon's attention. Mission start. A wall full of buttons in all the primary colors appeared right in front of Jae-joo. Time remaining, 1 hour and 21 minutes. The commenters quickly realized. Is Kim Jae-joo intentionally slowing down? Is this a light-pressing challenge or what? Hurry up, Jae-joo. With suspicion in his heart, he glanced back to probe her. Strange. It's been almost 40 minutes. She's still struggling, unable to solve it. So strange. Why isn't it working? Confusing thoughts kept popping up. There's no way Haeyeon would have trouble here. She must be doing this on purpose. But we can't get stuck here just because we're suspicious of each other. Only then did Jae-joo get serious. A series of lightning-fast hand movements flashed by. I'm picking up the pace. In just a few minutes, the multicolored wall turned a single shade of green. Satisfied cheers erupted from the viewers. That's right. Stop hiding your skills. The 10th floor is right in front of you. You can't lose here. That was so satisfying to watch. Jae-joo, concerned for his teammate, approached her. Miss Haeyeon, let me do it. Step aside. She waved her hands awkwardly in response. But I feel so bad about it. Jae-joo, still stone-faced, professionally took her place. It's fine. Just move to the side. We have to complete the challenge. Haeyeon stepped back and sighed. All right. One by one, according to the color of each wall. First, the red one was completed. Next, the blue buttons were also solved with ease. Finally, the room with 4 walls was complete. He let out a sigh of relief. The most unbelievable thing was the total time it took to solve it. Time remaining, 21 minutes and 11 seconds. Her mouth was agape, her whole body trembling in disbelief. No way. Overjoyed, Haeyeon threw herself into Jae-doo's arms. This is crazy. Absolutely insane. Jae-doo, are you a genius? How could you complete it so easily? Seeing this, the viewers immediately got fired up. That damn vixen, she's touching the Emperor's body so casually. To be honest, I'm jealous too. Jealous of Jae-doo, not her, he asked back, his voice devoid of any emotion. I'm not a real genius. You should know that, right? Haeyeon smirked and looked up. What do you mean? Jae-doo quickly pushed her away. I'm sure you know. Miss, Haeyeon, if it were you, you wouldn't even need an hour to solve all 4 of these walls, would you? She grinned sinisterly, her upward glance like that of a wild beast. A memory from the past surfaced, when a teammate had asked, Haeyeon, how long did it take you to pass the 5th floor? She scratched her face and answered uncertainly. I don't know. About 30 minutes. I just got lucky. Another teammate sighed in protest. He exposed the truth. Haeyeon, stop lying. It didn't even take you 10 minutes. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Back in the present room, Haeyeon suddenly burst out laughing. She put her hands on her hips, revealing her true, cunning self. So, what is the true identity of our beloved Kim Jae-joo? This really is your 2nd time entering this tower. His eyes turned sharp, his expression darkening threateningly. What are you talking about? Do you really think that's possible? But the next second, Haeyeon returned to her old self, winking cutely. I agree with you. But the new oppas in my stream room were suspicious and wanted me to ask that. They even gave me a bunch of coins. Teasing comments from others also popped up. That must be someone who couldn't find Kim Jae-joo, 2 in Hanok's room, so they came here to lurk. We meet again. Logically speaking, how could someone enter the tower a 2nd time? The admin's just for show. He didn't feel amused at all, his voice filled with coldness. Regardless of whether this is possible or not, let's just assume this is my 2nd time. If that were true, Haeyeon, you would already be dead by my hands. She swayed her body, still maintaining a teasing attitude. Of course, I don't think this is your 2nd time either, but you're just too careful. Maybe it's regression, or reincarnation, or something like that. Jae-joo, losing his patience, glared at her. Do you have any reason to think that? Previous images appeared as Haeyeon spoke. My oppas gave me a replay coupon, and I watched your 7th floor challenge. If this was your 2nd time entering the tower, you didn't seem to know much about the tower itself. It's more like you know a lot about times that person, asterisk, isn't it? Based on his own understanding and observations, Jae-joo analyzed it internally. She's a witch, famous for chasing anyone she targets to the very ends of the tower. If that happens, it'll be a huge problem. If I answer this well, I might be able to avoid that. Finally, he sighed and made a decision. If you're that curious, I'll tell you. But in return, Haeyeon loved getting up close and personal all of a sudden. Before he knew it, she was right in front of his eyes. In return, startled, he dodged, turning his head away, unwilling to look at her directly. Give me the cloak you're wearing. If you do that, I'll tell you. Haeyeon was completely bewildered, frozen like a statue. What? You've got to be kidding me. Jae-doo, still avoiding her and trying to keep his distance, was firm. No, I'm serious. The viewers were treated to an interesting scene. So, suddenly, Jae-doo's just another simp after all. She clutched her cloak, her voice a warning. If you're joking around, I won't let you off easy. The drama-hungry crowd screamed endlessly in the comments. Kim Jae-joo, what are you thinking? I never even considered that he could be a regressor. Go back 1 year and receive 10 billion. Haeyeon slowly took off her outer cloak, and the comments exploded. Isn't the second choice the obvious one? I'm only here for the money. Congratulations on returning for a year. Please don't waste your time this round. The answer was already decided. When the cloak came off, contrary to her gloomy, disheveled appearance, she was slender and much more beautiful. Are you done looking? Satisfied now? A flood of thirsty guys rushed in. Look at that crop top, you perverts. I still love Jae-joo the most. Jae-joo, can you ban those Haeon fans from the chat? He still refused to look, averting his gaze as he reached out his hand to take it. What do you mean? Am I done looking? I wanted you to give me the cloak. Because he understood her well, Jae-joo reminded himself. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's a witch. Haeon was about to go crazy with anger at him, trying her best not to curse out loud. Seriously, what the hell? This is an expensive cloak with a mana amplification function. Jae-joo reached out to take it, secretly pleased. I know, that's why I want it. He quickly put on the cloak. Haeon stood beside him, urging him on impatiently. Can you answer me now? The viewers were also curious and started chatting. It's not like it's the meaning of life or anything, right? Why are you so insistent? But I'm curious too. For real, Jae-joo explained as he put it on, glancing at her. It's not my second time entering, nor is it regression or reincarnation. His eyes suddenly hardened, looking somewhat distant. I know more about the structure of this tower than anyone else. It's an illogical architecture where everything about a streamer is laid bare, and without viewers donating, climbing the tower becomes increasingly difficult. Therefore, all the existing viewers have formed a faction with overwhelming power, and streamers on the lower floors can only beg for mercy. Just like that guy on the 6th floor, if you mess up, viewers who get excited seeing a streamer die or get hurt will flock to you. Jae-joo, with a serious face, revealed a part of the truth that was hard to believe. I'm just someone who knows everything about the tower. Haeon crossed her arms and questioned him clearly. Does that include user information as well? He said evasively, without a straight answer. That's for you to judge. She tried to suppress her anger and replied with a forced, friendly smile. It seems you've skipped the explanation of how that's possible. Jae-won shook his head and spoke bluntly, not hiding a thing. Secrets? I already answered your question about whether I was a regressor or a reincarnator, didn't I? Even the people watching from afar couldn't help but voice their admiration. That confidence. As a former Emperor class, I'm really curious about that too. This is interesting, but is that even possible? Talking about the tower on the outside is strictly forbidden. Did Haeon really freeze up, completely overwhelmed? The next second, she burst into a sinister laugh. Her laugh was so loud and intimidating that the poi creatures trembled and hid behind Jae-won. Haeon laughed until her stomach hurt, wiping away a tear as she spoke. I'm having a hard time accepting this, but it's really interesting. Seriously, it's been a long time since I've felt like this. I like guys with a lot of secrets. Reading the comments just made me think of something else. She's into bad boys. I'm the baddest boy there is. You sound so proud of that. Jae-won ignored her. Let's go. It's time to head to the 10th floor. He was speechless, with nothing more to say. Awesome. Jae-won bent down to hug the poi creatures, silently sizing her up. At this point, who wouldn't think she's a witch? He didn't stay long, immediately turning to leave with a farewell. We're done talking, so I'm leaving. Haeon reached out to stop him. Wait. You have to at least tell me your real name. Kim Jae-won? Don't joke around, there's no way that's your real name. Hearing this, he froze, his vision darkening. The online viewers had a good laugh. Kim Jae-won. Haha, get out of here. It's not Kim Jae-won, but it is Kim Jae-won. Haha. She didn't give up, raising her hand and shouting, Your name! The comments continued to tease him relentlessly. He left without even checking the reward. He's so embarrassed. Kim Jae-won, are you embarrassed by that name? The scenery changed again, revealing a small city. Welcome to the free zone of the 10th floor. Public features have been activated. You can now toggle your broadcast on and off. You can now switch channels. A notification popped up. You can now watch broadcasts from streamers below the 10th floor. Users below the 20th floor can no longer watch your broadcast. Shu will be distributed to viewers based on summary standards. Total watch time, amount of Shu donated, tower climbing stream time. The viewers continued their discussion. I just happened to stumble upon this broadcast, but he's blowing up so fast. A few tens of thousands of Shu is nothing compared to Lover. Lover is his #1 fan. He was the first person to watch him. Jae-won opened the screen, preparing to end the stream. Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take a look around first. You guys stay in here for a bit. You'll stand out too much. He pulled up his hood, his eyes scanning the street outside. All right, the first thing I need to do is, under the clear blue sky, the streets were crowded, yet there was a strangely grim and silent feeling. Jae-won observed his surroundings for a moment before remarking, Something's not right. Just then, a little girl who was running bumped into a passerby. The girl was startled and fell hard to the ground. The passerby she bumped into looked down with a cold expression, just standing there with their arms crossed. As he squeezed through the crowd, he thought to himself, a commoner bumping into a noble. Unlucky, but it'll be hard for me to save her. The man's large hand reached out, and the little girl squeezed her eyes shut in fear, not daring to move, letting him grab her. Contrary to what he expected, the noble was gentle, calmly patting the little girl's head. I see you're not hurt anywhere. You have to be careful in crowded places like this. The little girl looked up, stunned. Yes, I'm sorry. He kindly bent down and helped her up. Don't be so scared. Being a noble doesn't mean much. As long as you're skilled, you might end up in a higher position than me someday. After all, this is the empire cared for by Emperor Kawoi Dutop TP Rock. Jae-won was stunned, watching from a hidden corner. Confusion filled his thoughts. A noble being friendly to a commoner? He quickly turned and left, not lingering any longer. Besides, something about that emperor has changed. At the monument in the large park, people were feeding the pigeons. Each one was cooing pleasantly as it pecked at the food. A kind old man smiled cheerfully as he scattered seeds on the ground for the flock. Just then, a figure approached, blocking part of the light. Jae-won appeared, an imposing figure with a grim, unhappy expression on his face. Kim Jae-won sat down before asking, "Is it okay if I sit here?" The admin didn't mind, replying casually, "Of course, please do." He looked up and thought, "In that recording, I met the manager on the 10th floor, right here in this park." Kim Jae-won couldn't help but ask, "Have you lived here long?" The old man gave a helpless smile. "I don't know. I don't remember anymore." Suddenly, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. "So, are you happy now?" The admin let go of the handful of feed. "I don't know if I have anything left that you could call an emotion." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent, with only the sound of trickling water nearby. Suddenly, an image appeared. Someone held out a hand invitingly. "Will you take the admin's place?" At that time, Kim Jae-won had answered, "Yes, I'll do it." Suddenly, the admin threw the bag of feed down, startling the pigeons and sending them scattering into the air. As fast as a flash, he snatched one of them from the air. Jae-won asked nonchalantly, "What are you thinking, admin?" The old man turned back, a terrifying look in his eyes. Kim Jae-won was suddenly transported to another place. He wondered in confusion, "What is this sound? Is this an illusion?" "I was just talking to the admin." Down below, a man shouted, "Who dares to look down on Taruha?" All the soldiers roared in response, creating a thunderous sound. Kim Jae-won thought of something. "I'm sure this is the desolate Taruha, the site of the 15th floor's trial. This Taruha has fallen into the hands of evil monsters. They have all reached a level where they're immune to all damage from level 15 players. And on this floor, there are countless monsters like that." One soldier sliced a monster in half, while the person next to him brought their weapon down on another. Soon, monster corpses littered the white snow. Not a single warrior died, but that didn't mean it was over. On the 15th floor, there is no end point. Over there, the Diettetang Tam had begun to bloom. Each petal opened to reveal sharp teeth inside. Monsters would be born endlessly from its heart. This was truly a nightmare that would repeat until the end of Taruha, and even then, it would not stop. Someone shouted a cheer. "I dare even God to touch us for Taruha's sake." Both sides roared in unison and charged into the battle for survival. The monsters kept getting stronger. This time, one had snatched an axe blade. The monster swung it mercilessly at the person in front of it. Beside it, another one savagely bit a soldier's arm. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with some monsters even trying to climb the city walls. Suddenly, a shadow began to envelop Kim Jae-won. He sensed something and turned around. Behind Kim Jae-won was a giant, hideous mouth. He snapped back to reality with a jolt, falling off the bench. The admin asked softly, "You've just witnessed your destiny. What do you think?" Kim Jae-won slowly got back on his feet. "No matter what you do, I won't change my mind." The old man showed no emotion. "Due to you, haven't I made myself clear? I was just showing you your future," he replied anxiously. "I was able to change the future you showed me last time. You should know that. You saw it." The old man chuckled softly. "So you knew I was watching." Kim Jae-won, "That is why you must become an admin," he shouted in protest. "No, I'm not the Kim Jae-won in the video," the admin asked gently. "Then do you know why those recordings were shown to you?" He replied decisively, "No, but I'm refusing to be an admin. I don't want to die. I'd rather take your trial." The old man squeezed the pigeon so tightly that it went still. "Aren't you curious about the reason behind those recordings?" "If you want, I'll tell you," Kim Jae-won said warily. "Just tell me. It's better to know than not to know." Suddenly, the admin held out his hand, and the pigeon revived and flew away as if nothing had happened. "What is an admin? Have you ever thought about it?" He answered based on his own understanding. "Just like the name implies, it's someone who supervises and manages the tower." The old man didn't comment, just asked another question. "Then what about that virtual world? Do you think it was created just for entertainment?" Kim Jae-won frowned, thinking back. "No, if I thought the world on the 5th floor was fake, I wouldn't have acted like a prince. I would have just chopped off that Lee Sung-jae's head." The admin laughed and said, "That's not it. To be honest with you, there were a few other candidates who could have become the admin." He asked directly. "Before I started climbing the tower," the old man didn't hide it. "Yes." Kim Ji-yoo asked another question. "So, there are multiple admins? Or does the new one just replace the old one?" The old man put his hands behind his back, deep in thought, and said, "There is only one admin. Anyone who leaves this position has a life of their own. The human heart is a complex thing. I built the tower, appointed a new admin, and created a system of transmission suitable for everyone. I did everything I could. But every time I fix this damn world, every single time, it just breaks again and again. The old man kicked the basin in front of him, and the ground around them shook from the admin's movement. He continued, if I plug one hole, another one springs a leak, and if I keep plugging them, it's like pouring water into a bottomless cup, like that glove you created. Kim Jae-joo asked, is it that hard to fix the broken parts? The admin exhaled sharply. I'm getting too emotional in front of you. An admin is like a jar filled with water, and the demigods are the water being poured in. But I've been the jar for too long. I can't even remember why I chose this job. It's been so long. His face began to melt. The admin's head suddenly turned into the head of a pigeon. I'm broken. I no longer feel love, hate, or sadness for humans. All that's left is this sense of responsibility to meticulously fill the jar. You showed no emotion, simply asking, are all admins as crazy as you? The old man turned his head to answer. When a person becomes an admin, they all feel the same sense of responsibility as I do. They all try to fill the jar with water, like they have an obsessive-compulsive disorder. But every single one of them fails. Either the jar is too small and can't hold it all, or it cracks from trying to hold too much water. But not you, Kim Jae-joo. You're different. You do your job perfectly. You help the demigods without spilling any water or cracking your jar. You raised your voice. Then what was the meaning of that tape I watched? The old man replied nonchalantly. That's the future if you become an admin. No, it's already the past. Kim Jae-joo suddenly remembered something. Wait, you were the one who sent those to me. Why did you do that? The admin turned his back. Peeking into a person's memories is like digging through their soul. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to be so frustrated. You sighed in disgust and said, so you're saying I sent myself those tapes from the future, and you don't know why either, right? The old man kept his smile. Does it matter? The you in that tape and the you right now are both Kim Jae-joo. Your curiosity has been satisfied to some extent, hasn't it? Do you have any other questions? You furrowed your brow, thinking, no, the me who becomes an admin that you're talking about is completely different from the me I am now. Kim Jae-joo said quietly, so I'll ask one more question. After the 5th floor trial, the atmosphere on the 10th floor changed. Do you know why? A ghastly laugh rang out. The admin held out his hand. I told you that you would be the best admin. Your actions are exactly like one, fixing this twisted world little by little. Kim Jae-joo, the old man rubbed his chin stubbornly. You are irreplaceable. You clenched your fists. What I did on the 5th floor was entirely for myself, but it changed the demigods just like in that tape, Kim Jae-joo quietly told the admin. You looked up and raised a friendly finger in front of his face. Elsewhere, the sound of a keyboard clacked away. Hyun shyly brushed her hair back. I like men who have a lot of secrets. A comment appeared. Ji-yoo ignored her and left. Now it's time for the 10th floor. On the video, Kim Jae-joo was opening his arms, waiting for the poyos to jump into his lap. Thank goodness, she said, dissatisfied. You could at least tell me your real name. Kim Jae-joo, stop messing around. An angry girl clutched her head. This is such bullshit. The girl suddenly tried to touch Ji-yoo. Hey, who's this? This person is Kang Soha, Kim Ji-yoo's first follower. Total floors conquered, she whispered softly in front of the screen. Hurry up and climb. Ji-yoo, you cursed bluntly. All right, I'll admit I was getting ahead of myself. You think I was going to say that? The admin said grimly. Your current situation doesn't give you the right to talk so casually. Suddenly, his entire body contorted. A moment later, the admin fell to the ground. But underneath the clothes was only a pigeon. It didn't hesitate and immediately flew out of sight. Kim Jae-joo looked uneasily at the disappearing form. I guess the admin wasn't the one who sent those videos. Kim Jae-joo, why did you send those videos? You're doing a great job as an admin too. What happened? To find the answer, I have to keep climbing the tower. Suddenly, the little poyos came out and started licking Kim Jae-yoo's cheek. You stroked its cheek and asked softly, are you trying to comfort me? Kim Jae-joo suddenly remembered something and opened the system panel. That's right. Nothing will change if I just stand still like this. I have more followers left than I thought. People whose highest floor is the 10th can't watch the live streams of other streamers on different floors. The system screen displayed streamer Kim Jae-joo. Current viewers, 0. Followers, 227. Coins owned, 42,950. Currently offline. My follower count on the 5th floor was 235, so if it's 227 now, then only 10 people are on the 10th floor. Most of Lee Sung-jae's viewers were users from above the 10th floor, so they were all eliminated. All they wanted was to find slaves or allies, or just to make more coins. You sighed. I guess it's strange that some people stayed to watch me and the poyos on the 1st floor. Suddenly, the system window popped up again. When broadcasting on the 10th floor for the first time, your live stream can be featured in the trending section for a short period of time. Should I? Kim Jae-joo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looking at Han Seok's and Jane Hyun's view counts, broadcasting my live stream to a wide audience is a pretty risky move. In the end, you chose not to. At that moment, the live stream reopened, and countless viewers flooded into the room. Kim Jae-joo greeted them. Welcome back. Thanks for following. Have you all been waiting long? Comments appeared continuously. When you just cut it off like that, I thought you were dead. It was like trying to get tickets for a pop concert. I just kept mashing the button until you went live. So, Ji-yoo, why did you turn off the live stream? You answered, flustered. I had something I needed to take care of. I'm really sorry for turning it off, everyone. So many messages. The viewers were extremely lively. Is our Ji-yoo going through puberty? It's like he's being raised by someone else. Who else but us? We're the ones raising him. Ji-yoo has tons of coins after all. Kim Jae-joo opened his mail. The sender was Lucky Charm. Kim Jae-joo, it would be an honor for you to join our guild. We promise to prioritize giving you the best support. If you are interested, please accept the invitation to join the Crimson Eagle Guild. We eagerly await your response and will accept you into the guild immediately. A comment laughed. That's way too formal for a 10th floor guild. I bet it's all a bunch of adults chatting. You thought with a sarcastic smile, it's all friend requests or guild invitations. I don't need to tie myself down to a guild right now. The viewers shared Kim Jae-yoo's sentiment. The emperor just watches. You ignored the matter, put on your backpack, and said, I'm gonna go organize my things before heading to the 11th floor. This is my first time in the free zone after all. I'm sorry everyone, but we'll need to stay here a little longer. In his mind, he calculated, first, change the channel to channel 97. The comments roared again. Don't. What about the Poyos? You're ignoring your fans. Does an emperor need to care about what others think? Leave him alone. There are too many people looking for Ji-yoo right now. Each country has 100 channels in total. I'm on channel 1 of Korea. The only thing that changes when you switch channels is the users who are entering the tower. The location and people of Asgard remain the same, just like back when we were in the game. The viewers started chatting again. How is that so fast? Look at the scenery. That's Cheonlim Park, isn't it? It looks a lot cleaner. I bet the people on the 10th floor can't find Ji-yoo anymore. They don't know about this channel. Kim Jae-joo thought as he walked. There aren't any useful magic crafting items here. I wonder if the workshop's brand value has dropped. A girl covered her mouth and lamented, the apple pie is so expensive. The shop owner explained with a business-like smile. Our shop only uses the freshest apples from the first harvest. Your steps slowly came to a halt in front of a magnificent and splendid place. This place was the Grey Workshop, the Empire's magical engineering industrial workshop. The IST workshop was located right on the main road. Grey Workshop. A note read, IST is Information System Technology. The comments couldn't help but be curious. What? Isn't this place Bran's workshop? This is giving me goosebumps. Where did Bran go? Is this a parallel universe or something? Ji-yoo opened the door and went inside. Anyone here? Gray stretched and asked, what's up? A tourist? I'm sorry to inform you, but we're temporarily not accepting any item orders. I'm not here to place an order. Is Bran here? Gray rubbed his chin, puzzled. Why are you looking for the Empire's best craftsman here? You should be at the palace, shouldn't you? The viewers were once again stunned. Huh, a technical glitch? That bastard admin ignored all the feedback and changed the map on his own whim. So where is Bran? Is he dead? He asked, hands on his hips. Is that all you wanted to ask? Kim Jae-joo replied, no. I also want to get a few things fixed. Or you could lend me a workbench and some materials. I've also studied a bit of magic engineering. Gray was a little surprised. How interesting. Tourists who come here usually have no interest in magic engineering. He shook his hand and introduced himself. I'm Gray. What's your name? He smiled and replied, Kim Jae-joo. He teased, Kim Jae-joo? Tourists always have such interesting names, don't they? He could only force a helpless laugh. I guess so. The comments section exploded. We find it interesting too. It's not Kim Jae-joo, it's Kim Jae-joo too. Gray suddenly changed the subject. All right then, show me the item. He took out his backpack. Here it is. He assessed it silently. Looks like it was made in a real hurry. It also has a dangerously tangled flow of magical energy, but it looks pretty cool. Once it's fixed, please get a magic stone. That way, I can check if it's working properly. Kim Jae-joo replied politely, thank you. I will try to find a magic stone as soon as possible. The viewers couldn't help but buzz with excitement. These gauntlets are a true masterpiece. Gray's harsh critique is a bit excessive. He said he would fix it. But Ji-yoo, what are you going to do while you wait? He calmly laid out his next plan. Go get a magic stone. From the 10th floor onward, there's a free auction house on the community tab where players can buy and sell various items. But only items corresponding to the player's level on the 10th floor are visible. So it's very difficult to find something like a magic stone. However, instead of the free auction, in a real auction house, things like magic stones, the viewers chattered on. Kim Jae-joo, are you heading into the territory for the rich? That place. It's a total gamble. Seriously, how can you buy an item without knowing its information? He ignored the comments, thinking, the disadvantage is that I can't see the item information, so I can only trust my own eyes. There's bound to be a decent magic stone. I want to buy a bloodline, but that's not something you can get just because you want it. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and called out, excuse me. Yumin asked with a smile, You're a player, right? Looking at your cloak, it seems like you're a mage, right? Kim Jae-joo, bewildered, wanted to answer, I'm not a mage. But before he could finish his words, the man called out, Sojang's over here. Seeing him, she said in a cute, whiny voice, Appa, I've been looking all over for you. Yumin winked, as if to say, I think he's a mage. He doesn't seem to know anything, so I was going to help him. Then he turned back to him and asked, You're heading to the auction house, right? I guess you couldn't find what you wanted in the free auction house? Kim Ji-yoo just hummed non-committally. Yumin explained kindly. Even so, don't go in there. I'm not trying to brag, but I brought 10,000 coins in there and still got rejected. Plus, you can't even see the item information. Just looking at it won't help you at all. But in his mind, he was thinking, I'll trick him into joining me. Anyway, we need a mage, so this is perfect. The comments were fed up with Yumin. He's an idiot with a big mouth. This guy doesn't even know GU is live streaming. Exactly. Bye-bye, 20th floor player. He held out his hand in a friendly invitation. So, why don't you join our party? We just reached the 20th floor, so we can help you get through the 11th floor easily. He thought it over. That sounds reasonable. From the 10th floor onward, every time you clear another floor, you can return to the free zone of the 10th floor. So, they're probably here to recruit party members. Despite thinking this, he still turned away. Thank you, but I'm fine. I have some business at the auction house. Sojang quickly stepped forward to stop him. Don't be like that. Let's go somewhere and talk for a bit. The love, also known as Kang Soha, commented angrily, Why is she holding his hand? The others just laughed. An organized scam? It's an old trick, but it always works. Kim Ji-yoo pulled his hand away. No, I'm really fine. Besides, I'm not a mage. As she was pushed away, she let out a weak cry. He called out worriedly, Sojang, you didn't have to push her like that, did you? If you're that determined, then fine. Ji-yoo's face darkened, exasperated with these two nuisances. She reminds me of Jiun Ha-yoon, so I might have gone a bit too far without realizing it. Kim Ji-yoo said frankly, I'm sorry for pushing you. That's all. Goodbye. And yet, she still talked behind his back. Appa, we had 10,000 coins and still couldn't get in. Why is he so stubborn? Yumin was also displeased. Sojang, he can hear you, he thought, exasperated. Exactly, I can hear everything. Seeing Kim Ji-yoo leave without hesitation, the man gritted his teeth. If you're not a mage, we don't want you anyway. Let's see how you'll get in. As he reached the door, a guard stopped him. Halt. If you are a visitor, please verify your assets. Kim Ji-yoo silently opened his system window. A question appeared on the screen. Display current coins. He pressed yes. 2 lines of text immediately appeared above his head. Streamer Kim Ji-yoo 2. Coin amount, 42,050. The moment the guard saw it, he invited him in respectfully. Welcome to the auction house at the end of the border, Silenion. Yumin's eyes widened in disbelief. How? Ji-yoo turned his head and gave a nod as a greeting, then walked straight inside. The scene changes to the Silenion auction floor. A staff member asks politely, Hello, is this your first time at Silenion? Kim Ji-yoo nodded. Yes, it is. The staff handed him a form. Then please fill this out. It's for customer identity verification. Name. Please write clearly so we can confirm your identity. He seemed to understand, but suddenly froze. Kim Ji-yoo fell silent at the name section. The viewers knew exactly why, but teased him anyway. Why are you hesitating? Write Poi. He's embarrassed by the name Kim Ji-yoo. Huh? In the end, he silently filled in the name Kim Ji-yoo. He handed it back to the staff. It's done. Thank you. I'll just run a quick check. The paper was inserted into a nearby verification device. Customer identity verification. Name, Kim Ji-yoo. But the result came back as inconsistent. The staff member wondered why that result came up. He returned the form. Sir, I'm sorry, but could you please check the information again? And so, he had to add the number 2. The viewers teased him again. Kim Ji-yoo 2. I'm dying of laughter. After that, the staff member politely gestured with his hand. The verification is complete. The auction will begin shortly. Please wait in the lounge. Please hand me your cloak, or pull down your hood. Please understand that this is for security purposes. Hearing this, he took off his hood. In the lounge, the sound of lively chatter echoed continuously. The Emperor of Goryeo lowered the personal income tax for commoners. It doesn't make any sense. Instead of lowering the income tax, they should be increasing the number of stable jobs. As Kim Ji-yoo walked, he thought, nobles and commoners chatting casually. No matter how many times I see it, I can't get used to it. On the other side, a girl continued to speak. For some reason, the travelers have been looking very confused lately. The person next to her added, but they still say something about how that bastard Sloan should have been the emperor. He was stunned when he heard this part, and the viewers also commented, she hasn't approached you yet. Kim Ji-yoo stepped forward and waved, Hello, it's nice to see you here. Lisa Saha turned around in surprise. Mister, why are you? He explained. I want to buy a few things. May I sit here? She agreed comfortably. Go ahead. The viewers started talking among themselves again. That high school kid is always like this. I think she turned her stream off. She's usually so sensitive. But how did she get in here? The viewers say she's rich. Kim Jae-joo sat down without being modest. Then I'll take you up on that. Just then, a staff member approached. The auction will be starting soon. Please wait a little longer. Would you like anything to drink while you wait? He replied softly. Just water is fine. She then asked Lisa Saha, and for the young lady, she raised her hand. I would like a cup of hot cocoa. The comments changed again. Hot cocoa. How cute. Hot cocoa is delicious. Good choice. A moment later, the staff brought out the drinks. Here you are. The two of them were silent. Suddenly, Lisa Saha called out, Mister, what did you come here to buy? Kim Jae-joo explained. A magic stone. I need it for my gauntlets. As you can see, ever since it exploded last time. He pointed to his hand. She took a sip of water. I understood last time. After she spoke, they both fell into silence again. The viewers started laughing again. So awkward. I'm going crazy. Jae-joo, I can't watch this anymore. I'll be back when the auction starts. A huge notification message suddenly appeared. User Myungmundo has left. Lisa Saha blushed and spoke up. Thank you. Because of that time, Kim Jae-joo stiffly explained, I did it for my own sake, so don't worry about it. He thought to himself, Asterisk, it's also my fault the difficulty spiked like crazy. Asterisk, she said dejectedly in a low voice. But if it weren't for you, Kim Jae-joo quickly waved his hands. Asterisk, I have to change the subject. Asterisk, Saha, why do you always wear that uniform? Lisa Saha placed a hand on her chest and explained, this outfit holds a memory for me, a very precious memory. He nodded and smiled. I see. If it's tied to a memory, that makes sense. Asterisk. In all the videos, Saha only ever wore a uniform. There had to be a reason. Asterisk. After reaching the 15th floor, Lisa Saha will gain a power that no one can ignore. Asterisk. Befriending her before then isn't a bad idea. Asterisk. Kim Jae-joo spoke softly. Miss Saha, would you like to be friends with me? She looked at the friend request notification, flustered. Friends? The comments exploded with surprise again. So, suddenly, you don't mean times that times kind of friend, do you? The system screen displayed, user Kim Jae-joo has sent you a friend request. Accept or decline, he explained softly. Even if we're not friends in the real world, how about a friendly relationship where we can call on each other when needed? Lisa Saha pressed her lips together, her thoughts unreadable, but in the end, she pressed accept. The system quickly reported, user Lisa Saha has accepted your friend request. The comments section lit up. She really accepted? A military high school girl isn't enough for an emperor. Their rankings are worlds apart. She put her glass down and said hesitantly, But mister, how did you get close to Poe? I'm not jealous or anything. Before Kim Jae-joo could say anything, the comments answered first, you have to do that on the first floor. He remained silent, hiding the truth. It's a trade secret. Lisa Saha complained, displeased, so stingy. Someone even commented, trade, secret my ass. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the middle of the lounge. The auction is about to begin. All participants, please enter now. Hearing that, she stood up immediately. She even muttered, what a pain. The comments started buzzing. She's back to normal now. That's more like it. Kim Jae-joo helplessly scratched his face. He stood up. Asterisk, I should get going too. Can't be late. Asterisk, the viewers spoke up excitedly. I haven't seen the 10th floor auction hall in a while. Actually, having 30,000 coins on the 10th floor is pretty rare. At this point, the auction was still sparse, with only a few people. The comments changed direction again. I don't know if you can call Selenon elegant anymore. It's so messy, it looks chaotic just from the outside. Kim Jae-joo glanced around for a moment as the voices of those around him echoed continuously. An afternoon auction is a pretty good time. I wonder if there's anything good this time? Up above, someone struck a large bell. Raiden announced clearly, Welcome everyone to Selenon. I will be your auctioneer for this afternoon. The purpose of this auction house is for royalty, nobility, and commoners to understand one another, regardless of social class. And of course, that includes travelers as well. The Lord loves everyone, after all. The viewers found a new topic. This traveler looks so angry. Auctioneer, you're so boring. Tell us about your first love. This guy would turn his first love story into a moral lesson. His voice continued on, steady and even. The procedure is simple. I will begin by announcing the starting price. If there are no further bids after I count to 3, the item will go to the highest bidder. That is how you make a successful bid. Now then, let's begin. First, we have a red earth dragon egg. This is a fresh egg, brought in yesterday from the south. 3 magical beast hunters lost their lives retrieving this item from the treacherous RF volcanic region. The viewers commented excitedly again. Isn't this more for collecting than for fighting? But you can ride it to chase flies. Jae-joo, aren't you interested? You studied magical beasts after all. Kim Jae-joo rubbed his chin, thinking, asterisk, since I've studied magical beasts, taming it wouldn't be a problem, but it breathes fire and grows up to 3 meters long when fully grown. Carrying it around would be dangerous because it's too conspicuous. Asterisk, some people were looking down on it. Collecting? How stupid. What's with this guy? Some loser from the 20th floor. Raiden raised his voice. The starting price is 3,000 coins. The price was continuously pushed up. 4,000 coins! 5,500 coins! Finally, he banged the gavel and shouted excitedly, "The Red Earth Dragon Egg has been sold for 6,000 coins! Now, for our 8th item. This is a very carefully selected item. The daughter of the Clay royal family has donated this necklace to the auction. The creator is unknown, and the materials are unknown. We only know that it looks very precious and beautiful. The starting price is 10,000 coins. The viewers couldn't believe it. Why is this useless necklace 10,000 coins? The stone is big, but not 10,000 coins big. Suddenly, he shouted, 10,000 coins! Raiden confirmed cheerfully. Yes, we have a bidder at 10,000 coins. Kim Jae-joo kept his paddle, number 71, raised. He thought to himself, asterisk, this must be it. That red stone is the bloodstone I've been looking for. Asterisk, the auctioneer spoke excitedly. Yes, we have a bid for 10,000 coins. The traveler holding number 71 has excellent taste. The comments changed direction again. Why would he just throw away 10,000 coins like that? God, isn't he here to find a magic stone? No way. Kim Jae-joo gritted his teeth and thought, asterisk. Of course, a gem expert wouldn't know the material, because a bloodstone isn't a gemstone. Asterisk. Raiden raised his hand and asked, as per the seller's decision, each bid must increase by at least 1,000 coins. Do I hear 11,000 coins? A soft voice spoke as paddle number 47 was raised. 11,000 coins, he called out. That's customer number 47, the gem enthusiast, the noble Lady Grail. He watched her and thought, asterisk Grail, the youngest daughter of a gem trading family. I heard she wasn't interested in the family business. Was that just for show? Asterisk. When she saw Kim Jae-joo looking at her, she gave him a wink. He understood her intention, angered. Asterisk. So you want to play, do you? Asterisk. The viewers got excited again. What a pain. How dare she mess with the Emperor like that, winking at him out of nowhere. Geez. Kim Jae-joo's anger flared. 12,000 coins! And so, the two went back and forth. 13,000 coins, 14,000 coins, 15,000 coins, 20,000 coins. Raiden broke out in a sweat, not expecting them to go this high. It's already surpassed 20,000 coins. Customer number 71. Do you wish to continue bidding? He hesitated, reconsidering. Asterisk. The bloodstone is valuable, but it's not the end of the world if I don't get it now. I have no other choice. I'll give up on the bloodstone and aim for a regular magic stone instead. Asterisk. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice became much more excited. Customer number 70 has a new bid, 21,000 coins. The comments were curious. So, suddenly, is that thing really that good? Then the two girls exchanged sharp glances, and the price continued to change rapidly. 22,000, 23,000, 24,000? The comments could only marvel. She must be rich. Yeah, compared to the daughter of a noble family. I've been in her stream before. She gets a lot of donations. Raiden wiped his sweat. What a thrilling match. The final winner is. Suddenly he shouted, Traveler number 70, with a bid of 30,000 coins. Lisa Saha smiled victoriously. After the auction ended, Raiden bowed once more. I sincerely thank you all for participating in this afternoon's auction. Have a pleasant evening. Kim Jae-joo looked at his glove regretfully and thought, asterisk. It's a shame I couldn't get the bloodstone, but at least I managed to buy a decent magic stone for 6,000 coins. Asterisk. Suddenly, he saw her standing by the door. Lisa Saha twirled the item in her hand and said, You took forever, mister. I thought you'd already left. Why are you so slow? The viewers asked, uncertainly. Is that high school kid waiting for Jae-joo? Why is she spinning that 30,000 coin necklace around like a toy? She held out the item in her hand. Here, take it. Kim Jae-joo was confused. Why are you giving this to me? Lisa Saha looked displeased. What's with that look? I'm not going to ask for it back. Just take it. With that, she shoved the item into his hand. Lisa Saha's voice rose. That's a magic stone, isn't it? You suddenly bid on it when you had no interest in the other gems. He replied, That's right, but didn't you spend a lot of money to get it? She blushed and turned away. You're the one who said we should be friends. Friends can buy gifts for each other, can't they? Well then, see you later. And with that, Lisa Saha waved and left. Before she left, she added, Next time we meet, don't pretend you don't know me. The viewers were delighted again. The tsundere high schooler is so cute. What if Jae-joo told her he was actually streaming right now? Just imagining it is hilarious. Jae-joo looked confusedly at what was in his hand. But why? Does she want to be friends because of what happened last time? She's not that kind of person. Well, 30,000 dong isn't much compared to a life. But I have no idea what she's thinking. On the other side, Lisa Ha stretched lightly. She turned and mumbled, That guy must be so confused right now. Remembering a time when Lisa Ha was on her way home, she clenched the paper in her hand, her expression annoyed. Why are uniforms so expensive? Lisa Ha raised her hand to open the door when a small noise made her pause. A man opened the door and stepped out. he said softly. You need to be a good girl and listen to the director, okay? Lee Saha didn't understand, but still replied, oh yes. She wondered to herself, asterisk, who's this? A guest? I've never seen him before, asterisk. Then Lee Saha knocked on the door again. Are you Saha? A voice said from inside. Come in. The woman in the chair asked, why are you here? She obediently explained. The high school I was assigned to notified me that I have to buy a uniform. Since it's a new school, I can't buy a used one. The woman smiled faintly. Oh dear, you'll have a new uniform in no time, don't worry. He left this money for the student to buy a new uniform. Perhaps because he was embarrassed. He wanted you to keep it a secret. Lee Saha asked blankly. Who? She suddenly thought of something. It can't be. Lee Saha suddenly remembered the man she met just now. In the end, she sighed again. Anyway, back to the present. Jae-yoo put both hands in his pockets and said softly, he doesn't need to know either. Gray took off his helmet and exclaimed in surprise, you're already here? We still have another day until our agreed-upon time. Jae-yoo observed carefully before commenting. Even so, the item you're crafting looks really familiar, but it's changed so much. The online viewers couldn't help but be amazed. Is that really his ugly gauntlet? Jae-yoo is totally into it now. Hey mister, kids these days don't get that saying. He laughed heartily. Anyway, engineers always get a kick out of completing a job they find interesting. He took out a necklace with a sparkling gem and said, what a relief. I didn't think you'd be almost finished already. The mana vein is smaller than I thought, so I came to ask you to adjust the size a bit. Gray put on his safety goggles and assured him, you don't need to worry about that. He began to explain using his professional knowledge. I've already figured out a gauntlet structure where a magic stone can fit perfectly, because the sizes of the magic stones you might want to use will vary. That means I just need to make the gauntlet adjustable. It's hard to explain in words, so it's better if you see for yourself. Jae-yoo obediently leaned in to watch. Gray pressed a switch and reminded him, if you press this button on the gauntlet like this, at that, a teal magic circle glowed, radiating sparkling energy and expanding into the space as if activating a mysterious power. The gauntlet slowly indented a small amount, and he added, a socket for the magic stone will open up. Gray demonstrated as he spoke, if you put a magic stone in here, it will be held securely in place. Now you won't have to worry about the size of the magic stone and can equip them freely. Furthermore, to change stones, you just need to press that button twice to release it. Broken magic stones, or those that have been drained of power, will fall out automatically. Jae-doo's eyes sparkled with wonder. With this, I really don't have to worry about the size or shape of the magic stones anymore. But with this kind of quality, the viewers all burst out laughing, starting to joke around. Hey, you have 50,000 coins. What's the problem? But he's worried about the fee. That makes sense. Even the color of the gauntlet has changed. If you need more money, just tell me. Damn, amazing. He gestured with his hand. Don't worry. I'm happy to do it. That's enough for me. As if to prove his words, Gray gave a heartfelt smile. He even kindly advised him, it'll take about another hour to finish. Could you wait outside? Jae-yoo replied gratefully. Yes, thank you. So, a moment later, he quickly went outside to wait so as not to disturb Gray. The comments were filled with respect and admiration. Jae-yoo, he's finishing earlier than you expected. So entertain us for a bit before you go. Why are you in such a hurry? Go explore the 10th floor. Yeah, the 10th floor has changed so much. We're curious too. Jae-yoo shook his head, refusing those suggestions. No. Not far away, a teleportation gate had silently opened. It was like a vortex of light, spinning violently and brimming with mysterious energy. He announced briefly to the viewers, I'm going up to the 11th floor tomorrow. While Jae-yoo was sleeping soundly, the sun was already nearing its peak. A small fluff ball was trying to crawl out from under the blanket. The cute little poi emerged and screeched loudly to wake up its master. Despite its desperate cries, Jae-yoo slept like a log. Suddenly, as if it had a great idea, the little fluffball's eyes lit up. A second later, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a mighty roar. Woken up by all that sticky slobber, he asked helplessly. What is it? It licked its lips, putting on an innocent expression. Jae-yoo could only sigh and sit up. Seeing the group of pois grimacing and hopping on the bed, Jae-yoo finally realized, you guys are hungry? They climbed onto him as if begging for attention. Jae-yoo opened the system while wiping away the drool. Wait, let me turn on the stream first. The system activated quickly, starting the live stream. Viewer count, 200. He stared at the viewer count, dumbfounded. 200? Don't you guys sleep? Everyone started commenting at once. It's been a while, Jae-yoo. I've been waiting all day. I woke up super early. Don't lie. You stayed up all night waiting for the stream notification, didn't you? He thought to himself. I have 227 followers, so most of them were probably waiting to get in. A moment later, Jae-yoo took a few magic stones out of his dimensional backpack. Seeing them, the pois started drooling buckets. He ordered firmly, here, eat up. Jae-yoo took the opportunity while they were eating to get dressed and prepare to leave. A comment suddenly appeared, catching his attention. So, have you thought of a name for your gauntlet yet? Jae-yoo looked at his hand and pondered. A name? Memories from last night came flooding back. Gray shouted excitedly. It's done. Try it on. Urged on by him, he had no choice but to put on the gauntlet. The result was beyond Jae-yoo's expectations. He thought gleefully. Asterisk. It's so comfortable. Way more comfortable than before. Asterisk. Seeing this, Gray laughed loudly. Looks like you really like it, huh? Jae-yoo sighed with a bit of resignation. I really can't just accept this. You put so much effort into crafting it. Please, at least let me pay you the commission fee. He shook his head, refusing. No, if I took money, it would ruin the best day of my life, he said gratefully. Oh man, you've left me speechless. As soon as he finished speaking, Gray suddenly made a condition. However, please give the item a name. No matter how exquisite a piece of equipment is, without a name, it's still considered a dead thing. Jae-yoo agreed without hesitation. Yes, I understand. I'll think about it. The comments were dying of laughter. But it really is a dead thing. Seriously. Laugh my ass off. A gauntlet isn't a living creature. You damn bastards. Don't you know what sentimental value is? He also expressed his unconditional trust. I trust that someone like you wouldn't lie, he replied politely. Thank you. Remembering that, Jae-yoo couldn't help but clench his fist. He said with determination. I'll have to think of a really good name. If I don't try, making that promise is meaningless. Today, the number of people leaving the city was especially high. The spatial gate connecting to the 11th floor. Although it seemed like there was something behind it, it was blocked by an invisible wall you couldn't pass through. Furthermore, except for players, the residents of the outpost couldn't see the gate, let alone enter it. Jae-yoo also put on his cloak and joined the crowd. Asterisk, I've already changed channels, but there are still quite a few people. Asterisk, the viewers all expressed concern. Are you planning to go straight to the 11th floor without forming a party? What, and get stuck with some useless guys? If you just party up randomly, you'll definitely end up with some useless people. Jae-yoo knew full well that there were many team-based challenges from the 11th floor onwards, so normal players would usually form a party after checking the recruitment page on the community tab. But his answer was still, I'm just planning to go into the 11th floor randomly. Many people were quite indignant and started clamoring. Those bastards always use random matchmaking to try and leech off others. Usually, they're the ones begging to be spared. But now they're about to get carried by the great emperor. If it's random matchmaking, the failures will just pretend they're playing badly. Exactly. How can anyone stand to watch that? Jae-yoo thought to himself, I want to act together and help the people who were on the first floor watching my stream back then. But since I don't know what tricks the administrator will pull on the 11th floor, I need to be sure first. It would be terrible if I partied up and those people got dragged into levels where the difficulty has been manipulated. He quickly touched the dimensional gate. The system immediately presented the difficulty options: high, medium, low. Rewards will be based on difficulty. The rule of the tower is that stronger and more confident players on the 5th floor will increase the difficulty, while players threatened by their viewers will lower the difficulty to survive. Even so, Jae-yoo said nonchalantly, well, it's not like I need to worry about that now. And so, following his choice, the system made an announcement. You have selected the high difficulty level. Everyone watching the live stream nodded in approval. A true alpha male. The emperor sure is confident. Jae-yoo looked straight ahead with determination. All right, let's go. On a small island, the quiet atmosphere was broken by an argument. This is so damn annoying, the man yelled angrily. What? You think the answer's just gonna pop out of there? The girl shot back just as fiercely. We have to get it before it surfaces. Just then, a dimensional gate opened, and a person appeared from within. The other two players immediately whipped around. Jae-yoo calmly stepped out, and the gate slowly closed behind him. The system quickly reported, Player 4891, 4890, 4880. A total of 3 people have entered. The required number of participants has been met. The 11th floor challenge will begin shortly. Fight and defeat the magical beast. The difficulty of the magical beast will be adjusted based on the player's average difficulty setting. Time remaining before the challenge begins, 20 minutes. Hearing this, the girl asked cheerfully, You're wearing a robe, so you must be a mage, right? Jae-yoo said politely. Hello, the other guy waved happily. Perfect timing. Come over here and let's talk. At that moment, he glanced forward, quickly assessing the dual swordsman and the spear user. They must be glad to see someone dressed like a mage. The comments started pouring in like a flood. Judging by their armor, I'd guess they're both knights. If that's the case, of course they'd be fighting. Only having 2 knights on this floor is going to be tough. The young man pointed at Jae-yoo's hand and asked probingly, Is that a gauntlet? You're a mage, right? He immediately shook his head in denial. No, it seems you've misunderstood because of my robe, but I'm a magic engineer. Sibel exclaimed in shock. A magic engineer? Damn it, I'm going to lose my mind. Most of the viewers were displeased with him. Look at that attitude. What do you expect from random matchmaking? Unu expressed her apology sheepishly. I'm sorry, our current situation is a bit, you understand, right? How many tools can you use for support? I heard you can bring up to 20. Juyeo accepted the apology and then hesitated. It's okay. Tools? I think I have one. Hearing that, her expression soured. Well, I guess it can't be helped then. The comments immediately filled with dissatisfaction, but some were understanding. Look at their annoyed reactions. That's only because we know Juyeo. Otherwise, we'd all be just like them. I'm curious to see their reactions after Juyeo fires his laser beam. He didn't say anything more and looked up at the system panel. It's about to start. Soon the countdown timer ran out. Time remaining before the challenge begins. 0 minutes. The challenge will begin now. Sibel and Unu quickly got into a defensive stance. He shouted a prayer. Please, it can even be 10 sea serpents. Just please, as long as it's not times that times thing. Something enormous began to rise from the sea. She trembled, her face pale, still hoping against hope. Damn it, does it really have to be that one? Sibel closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, speaking with deep regret. And here I thought I could safely escape my guild, only to die a stupid death like this. Seeing the two of them, Juyeo suddenly felt a sense of unease. Their reactions aren't good. Did the administrator do something again? A massive shadow loomed near the surface, accompanied by terrifying cries. He suddenly froze. Why does that sound so familiar? The green-skinned, red-eyed monster slowly raised its head. Then its entire body leaped out of the water, revealing its true form, the dragon turtle. Unu and Sebel's faces went white with terror as they screamed, "It's the dragon turtle!" Only Juyeo remained expressionless, standing there like a statue. A comment broke out in laughter. Kim Jae-joo was worried for a second, but now he's just pissed. He quietly hid his gauntlet, thinking he probably wouldn't need to use it and attract unnecessary attention. But this thing might break since I can't control my strength. Juyeo then stepped forward with the axe and warned the other two. Get back. Move aside. I'll handle it myself. Sibel yelled angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Just by gripping the axe, Juyeo radiated an immense pressure. Terrified, the other man's bravado instantly deflated. He muttered, What? The comment sneered with delight. So arrogant at first. Now he's scared. He got scared just by seeing the axe and the Lotuso gauntlet? How cute. The dragon turtle's eyes glowed red as it let out an uncontrolled roar. He impatiently yelled at Unu and Sebel. There's no time to explain. Back off if you don't want to die. She just stood there dazed, holding her spear. What are you talking about? Viewers chimed in with comments. The little turtle is mad about being ignored. Juyeo, isn't that your buddy from the second floor? Say hi. Second floor? What? The dragon turtle could no longer hold back and charged, creating a huge explosion where it landed. As the dust settled, the dragon turtle quickly targeted the juicy prey on the shore. Unu and Sibel didn't understand what Juyeo meant, but still obediently fled. Seeing it go after them, he rejoiced internally. It looks like they're acting as decoys. This works out better for me. A second later, Juyeo enveloped himself in a blue aura of magic and shot forward, axe in hand. He moved with incredible speed to match the dragon turtle's pace. Juyeo held the axe tightly and channeled energy into it. Seeing the opportune moment, he decisively swung the axe at the creature. However, the axe head immediately snapped off. It flew through the air for a long moment before finally landing not too far away, while the dragon turtle roared in fury. Juyeo held the remaining handle, his heart sinking. It seems it wasn't durable enough. Not giving up, he pointed the handle forward. The axe head suddenly twitched as if responding, flying towards the handle like a piece of iron drawn to a magnet. A second later, the axe head was firmly back in place. The viewers were amazed. Damn, that transformation is so seamless. Seeing that makes me really want to buy some Lotuso gear. You better put it up on the auction house for just one day. The dragon turtle was trembling with rage. The spot where its tail was severed began to glow. The comments were full of awe. It's in recovery mode, not like on the second floor. Since there's water on this floor, this'll be a pain if he doesn't kill it fast. If it gets into the water, its recovery speed will go insane. A green light slowly enveloped the dragon turtle's entire body. Where its tail had been cut off, a new one had already grown back. Juyeo was also surprised by this recovery speed. It can't get into the water. I have to kill it as fast as possible. Thank God, because if it dived, I'd have no way to follow it. Sibel anxiously wanted to help. Let me help you, but he was coldly rejected. It's dangerous. Stay put. The commenters had mixed opinions. Just stay put. Stop getting in the way. Why so mad? Be a little polite. What's with the attitude? Juyeo ignored the two hindrances and took a few leaps, climbing straight onto the turtle's shell. He rubbed the back of his neck, calculating. He'd had to use all his strength to climb to the top of it back on the second floor, but now, all it took was a single jump. A few viewers in the comments realized it. Isn't that the dragon turtle from the second floor? But some of the newer viewers were still clueless. What is that? How come only you guys know? Time for the main event. Just then, the dragon turtle suddenly turned its head, startling Juyeo. Realizing someone was on its shell, it began to thrash about, trying to shake the prey off. The viewers were extremely excited. Is it disco dancing? How is Kim Jae-joo so good? He calmly drew his axe and sized up the dragon turtle's spikes. Nice, they're just the right size. A second later, an axe blade glided lightly past a spike. It froze at Jae-joo's action. The spot where the spike had been cut was now clearly red. Noticing the growing grim atmosphere, he felt a bit worried. The dragon turtle is pissed now. The viewers in his stream, who had been frantically typing, suddenly went quiet. Kamikaze Jiu, run. He realized the danger too, gritting his teeth and bolting. Gotta be faster. If it explodes, I'll live, but those two won't be able to escape the blast. Thinking of their safety, Jiu infused a little mana into the spike he just retrieved. He decisively threw the spike far away, while he himself took off in long leaps to escape. Jiu quickly leaped off the dragon turtle's shell. He headed straight for the sea, and just when it seemed he would keep running, he pulled a 180 and launched himself into a mid-air flip. While upside down, Jiu caught up to the spike from before, his hand gripping the axe handle, ready to strike. Still, he was hesitant, but he was willing to risk it all and go for broke, even though his only experience was with 50-cent basketball arcade games. The moment his eyes locked onto that spike, Jiu knew his chance had come. He struck it hard with his axe, and the added force sent the spike shooting off like an arrow. It plunged right back into the dragon turtle's shell. Red cracks quickly appeared on the spike, and then, just as Jiu had calculated, it rapidly exploded. He had already landed safely. Jiu immediately turned back to check the situation. As expected, the explosion had defeated the dragon turtle, leaving it motionless on the ground. The system displayed a notification. Challenge complete. The gate to the 12th floor will be opened. The gate back to the 10th floor will be opened. Another portal appeared at the same time, and only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Just in time. He then melted the axe to put it away. The viewers were all ecstatic. Jiu is so cool, you can't even compare him to how he was on the second floor. If you don't use it right, Luo Kinto's stuff will break. Hey, if you're just buying it because you saw Jiu, you're not going to get good results. He was too lazy to read the comments and continued to put away his gauntlets. Usu and Cebalum, having been carried so hard, stood awkwardly to the side, mumbling. After a while, they finally worked up the courage to approach and sincerely express their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. He smiled brightly and said, I thought I was going to die here. She clasped her hands and added, thank you so much. Jiu, slightly embarrassed, pulled up his hood. It's nothing. I had to clear this floor anyway. It's okay. Lift your head up. The chat seemed to melt at the sight of him blushing. Our little Jiu is embarrassed. So cute. But he's actually pretty gentle, isn't he? Sable added timidly, I'm really grateful. So, if you don't mind, could I know your name? Hearing this, Jiu immediately cut her off with a sour look. I do mind. Now get lost, he yelled in alarm. Yes, sir. The viewers laughed teasingly. Look how cold he gets when it comes to his name. Why not just say it's Kim Jae-joo? Those two look sad. You trying to embarrass the number 2 or something? And Jiu actually took it to heart. I didn't chase them off because of my name, but these jokes are so damn annoying. He cleared his throat, pretending to regain his composure. Now that they're gone, let's see what the rewards are. As Jiu opened the system panel, he thought, the 11th floor is normal, but the 9th floor was hard and adjusted by the admin. I don't want another pile of attention. I'll just take the reward box. As soon as the system finished adjusting, he hit confirm to receive the gift. A wood-grained box and a white gift box with a bow appeared. The comments section exploded. Kim Jae-joo. If those two saw this, they'd probably laugh themselves silly. He calmly opened the boxes one by one. The rewards included a bag of 5,000 gold. Normally, the item will be added directly to your funds. A spatial pouch voucher that increases the weight limit in your spatial pouch by 500 kilograms. A low-grade magic stone, common type. A small, marble-sized magic stone used for casting basic magic. Seeing the tier of these rewards, Jiu grew a little pensive. There was no admin interference on the 11th floor, so the rewards are pretty normal, huh? With that thought, he opened the other box to check. Let's see the reward from the 9th floor. However, opening it also revealed just a bag of 5,000 gold. Normally, the item will be added directly to your funds. The viewers just found it hilarious. That's so much money. Now that's a real reward. Seriously, who wants 1,000 coins? Jiu wasn't disappointed and continued to fumble around in the box. Then he pulled something out in shock. This caused all the online viewers to express their astonishment. Again? No way. I knew it. Jiu double-checked. A cloak? Reward information. Luo Kinto's leather cloak, owner of the Serpent Master. Epic grade. The cloak of Luo Kinto, who controlled countless different snake species, made from the shed skin of a snake. The powers of the snake species are all within this cloak. Self-defense ability. The chat was filled with groans. It's Luo Kinto's again. Hurry up and put it on. Jiu listened and tried it on. Noticing the sleeves were too long, Jiu was slightly dissatisfied. It's a little long. As soon as he put on the cloak, the system immediately reported, set effect 4 out of 7 activated. A snake species attracts its own kind by using certain functions. Activated skills: magic power amplification, color and material simulation, and incantation nullification. Self-defense. The viewers couldn't help but tease him again. Look at Ji-yu stealing his dad's cloak. Doesn't it have no effect if it's not part of the set? He has 4 pieces now, right? Ji-yu felt the material for a moment and thought to himself, I'll adjust the length to here. This cloak is a bit too flashy, so I'll change its material too. And just like that, the cloak shortened. Ji-yu then thought, and a hood. The cloak quickly sprouted a hood, and the chat stopped joking and switched to awe. Damn, you look good, Ji-yu. They should have given you one more Luo Kinto piece on the 11th floor. Didn't he push you up from the 11th floor? That fight between Ji-yu and the admin. Ji-yu read the comments and replied, I don't know. Let me check again. Hyung-nim, I'm sorry, but I'm going back to the 11th floor one more time. Many expressed concern. Check. Why, you think the admin messed with you? I don't think that crazy bastard would change anything else. Ji-yu pulled on the hood and laughed. Who knows? Even if it's just a rock on the side of the road, you still have to give it a kick before you pass by. And so, he confirmed it. Returned to the 11th floor. The axe once again swung down fiercely, blood splattering everywhere in a grim scene. The dragon turtle once again had the honor of dying at Ji-yu's hands. As soon as the system announced the trial was complete, the viewers excitedly flooded the chat. That massive turtle can't fight you anymore. Ji-yu silently assessed that he had tried again, but the difficulty level was still the same. The 2 other participants in the challenge were overjoyed, showering him with praise. Amazing, so cool, thanks for saving us, let us thank you. Ji-yu paid them no mind, quickly using his cloak to block an incoming wave. This cloak is pretty useful. With the challenge completed, he left without a second thought. I'm leaving. The 2 of them called out in alarm. Wait, at least leave us your name. Stepping through the portal, Ji-yu returned to Serenity Park. He sat down quietly and thought, I'm a little worried since this is where I first met the admin, but it's the quietest place I know, so I'll have to deal with it. A few curious viewers commented, why here? A not-so-obvious place. Great secret spot. The bag next to him began to wriggle, and 2 fluff balls poked their smiling faces out. Poi poi. They playfully jumped out of the bag. The 3 of them chased each other, running and jumping all over the place. Ji-yu caringly reminded them, don't go too far, okay? Everyone was quickly won over by their adorable appearance. Who'd have thought I'd get to see a moe explosion on a live stream? They're cute, though, only when they don't open their mouths. He smiled, happily watching them as well. Suddenly, he spoke to the viewers. I'm thinking about giving them names. Any ideas? Hearing this, they immediately started commenting. Now? I thought you didn't care. Is this because of what Gray said? The 3 cute poys were striking various poses by the lake. Ji-yu explained fondly. I like them too. And besides, there are 3 of them, so I can't just keep calling them poi forever. The system suddenly made a notification sound. User Sweet Red Bean Bread Anpan has donated 1,000 coins. How about Bosun, Bodun, and Bo? Ji-yu made a pained expression and commented, a disaster. The chat offered countless opinions, then just poi 1, 2, and 3. Nabi, Chi, Lumi. Are they cats or something? Navarios. Ji-yu's studying magical beasts. He probably knows more than we do. He read through all the comments, then opened the system panel to look it up. Magical beasts, huh? There are a lot of skills related to them for sale, and they're cheap too. The information collected showed the relationship between mana stones and magical beasts, the history of magical beasts and humanity, getting closer to magical beasts. I mean, who would want to spend money to learn skills about magical beasts? Seriously, who'd have thought I'd be buying books that nobody wants like this? Despite that, Ji-yu bought them without a second thought. The system flashed continuous notifications. Purchased the relationship between mana stones and magical beasts, the history of magical beasts and humanity, and getting closer to magical beasts. He carefully checked if everything was correct before moving on to the next step. When Ji-yu closed his eyes, a gentle stream of mana enveloped him. A level 1 mana beast. The history of mana beasts and humans has increased your understanding of mana beasts. The relationship between mana stones and mana beasts has increased your skill, experience, acquisition. Ji-yu suddenly felt a sense of unease. Well, it's lucky I don't actually have to read these books, but getting dizzy every time I absorb new knowledge is really annoying. Noticing his uncomfortable expression, the poys all ran over worriedly, and Ji-yu was deeply moved. You guys, he looked at them, surprised. Is it because of the skill? The poys felt very different from before. Ji-yu gently caressed the little furball, then stood up and said loudly, All right, I've decided. The goddess of love, Ba. Your name will be Laha. Even though you love to eat, remember to take care of the other poys first. May the goddess Palaha bless you. Next furball, the god of courage, Raskadin. Your name is Kodin, a brave name fit for a brave soul. You will lead and protect the other poys when they're in danger. May the god Raskadin bless you. The last one, the goddess of wisdom, Baron. You will be Baron. You're the most careful and clever of the 3. May the goddess Baron bless you. The little poys excitedly hugged Ji-yu. As soon as they saw the small, adorable creatures, a flood of admiring comments erupted. So cute, I could die. He named them after the gods from a distant land. Ji-yu is walking with gods. Am I just imagining things? I think the poi understands him. Just as he was happily hugging the little ones, he suddenly realized something. Ji-yu awkwardly cleared his throat and pretended to compose himself. Right, I'm still live streaming. This is actually a little embarrassing. He quickly changed the subject. I've finished naming them. Now, on to the 12th floor. Ji-yu cheerfully took out his backpack and called their names. Laha, Kodin, Baron. Seeing the little ones obediently line up and go inside, the viewers spammed the chat like crazy. Now they just crawl into the bag like it's nothing. Are you planning to keep them in your bag until you go in? Seriously. If it were me, I'd carry them on my shoulder. But he times carrying them on his shoulder now. Ji-yu put on his hood seriously and explained his actions. At least until I get to the 15th floor, I have to avoid unnecessary attention. Just wait a little longer. Everyone tried to reassure him. Calm down, buddy. Remember what I said would happen if you get angry? All right, be good. He felt guilty and glanced at his backpack. No matter what, even if it's a new skill, I still feel bad because it feels like I'm locking them in my bag. After entering the trial, a player information panel updated quickly. User 4855, User 4875, User 4874, User 4891. A total of 4 people. The required number has been met. High difficulty, 2 people. Medium difficulty, 1 person. Low difficulty, 1 person. Seeing that his teammates had all gathered, Ji-yu looked up and called out, "Here we are." Then, he walked forward to greet them proactively. "Hello, I guess I'm the last one to arrive?" Jae-hoon smiled politely and replied, "Hello, I'm Kim Jae-hoon." Ji-yu shook his hand in return. "Hello, I'm Kim Ji-yu." Just then, Jae-hoon flinched and whipped his head around. "I just heard something." "A snake?" "What the hell?" she retorted, annoyed, with her hands on her hips. "Snake my ass. It's nice to meet you. I'm Soyun." Ji-yu nodded politely in greeting. "Hello, I look forward to working with you, but it seems you two already know each other," she confirmed cheerfully. "We met on the 10th floor and teamed up. By the way, your outfit looks really unique." Observing him closely, Soyun commented curiously on his long cloak and hood. "I've never seen an outfit like this in the shop. Did you make it yourself?" Ji-yu nodded and answered vaguely. "It just sort of appeared," the viewers commented, bewildered. Sort of appeared? Technically speaking, he did create that cloak for himself. A second later, Ji-yu wondered about the dazed person standing over there. There's still one more person. Seeing the guy's sparkling eyes, Ji-yu wondered in confusion, why is he staring at me like that? Just then, Ji-yu scratched his head and decided to speak up, startling the other person. "Why are you staring so hard?" Sang-yoon fumbled for words like a fanboy meeting his idol. You said your name is Kim Ji-yu, right?" The viewers reacted noisily. "Is there a problem with our Ji-yu's name? I mean, it is pretty special, but that reaction is a bit much." Ji-yu, slightly annoyed, shot back. "Yeah, is there a problem with my name?" the guy asked gleefully. "You're the one who accidentally became the emperor, right?" Ji-yu's face went pale as if he'd been found out, and he rushed to cover Sang-yoon's mouth. Ji-yu, fuming, threatened, "Shut up." Seeing him nod like a pecking chicken, the viewers died laughing. "You once accidentally became." Knowing his intention, Ji-yu cut him off bluntly. "Don't kneel, either." Sang-yoon froze at his words. "But I have to do something." Ji-yu buried his face in his hands and sighed in frustration. "You don't have to do anything. Just introduce yourself first." Hearing that, he stood up straight and reported, "Yes, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Yoon Sang-yoon." The viewers joked in the comments. An impromptu fan meeting. Isn't he that difficult guy from the 10th floor? He got kicked from the stream when he reached the 10th floor. To think they'd meet. Ji-yu felt like a fish out of water and thought to himself, I thought I wouldn't run into any of the viewers who got kicked from the stream when I hit the 10th floor, since there were only 8 of them. Now my viewers are too busy trashing us. Maybe I should switch to a foreign channel. Just then, Soyun tilted her head curiously and asked, "It seems you two know each other too?" The viewers excitedly urged him on. "Is Ji-yu embarrassed? So cute. Give him an autograph." Sang-yoon looked around awkwardly. Well. Ji-yu nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, we met on the 11th floor." Seeing this, she laughed loudly. "I see. Well, this is better than all 4 of us being complete strangers." Jae-hoon, sensing something unusual, approached to question him, making Sang-yoon freeze for a few seconds. "But you're acting strange. Just a moment ago, you were so full of confidence, talking about all the great gear you have. Why are you suddenly so nervous?" Sang-yoon hastily waved his hands in denial. "Me? How could I dare? In front of the emperor." Ji-yu cut in unhappily. "Don't. The viewers analyzed this. He saw your magic techniques during your overseas training session. He even saw Ji-yu become emperor. If he's been watching since the 1st floor, he'd know all of Ji-yu's dark history." He cleared his throat lightly and changed the subject. "Anyway, are you two not in a guild?" Soyun clarified, flustered. "Guild life doesn't suit us." He agreed with her sentiment. They couldn't help us at all. All they did was demand contributions all day, so we left. Hearing this, Ji-yu asked further, "Is this your first time challenging the 12th floor?" They both answered in unison, "Yes." Realizing the problem, he continued asking, "I see. So, what's your stream name?" Jae-hoon replied wearily. "We turned off our streams a long time ago. I never even got up to 20 viewers, and they all just came in to flame me without giving me a single penny." Ji-yu thought with disappointment. Looks like they've already half given up. No matter how you slice it, it must have been tough for them to get information about the 12th floor after leaving their guild. Looking at their gear, he worried silently that the 12th floor was not an easy place for knights and other melee classes. They're both knights, so it's definitely going to be tough for them on their first try. Ji-yu then changed the subject to their classes. "Sang-yoon, what were you doing before you came to the 12th floor?" He confessed honestly. "I got kicked out of my guild, so I was just wandering around. When I was looking for a first-floor user to be my companion or disciple, I found Hwang Kong, an absolutely amazing stream by a newbie." Sang-yoon continued to recount his tear-jerking journey, "And I got rich after donating to him. Thanks to that, I got new gear." He cheerfully commented on his current situation, "And I made it to the 12th floor, so here I am." Fighting with two newbies who have no experience on the 12th floor, Ji-yu stared blankly and sighed, not knowing whether to call him lucky or unlucky. Jae-won-do suggested a schedule. "Let's skip the introductions. We only have 10 minutes left. Let's start planning the mission now." Sang-joon growled with discontent. "How dare you give orders to Jae-won-do?" he calmly advised. "It's all right, Sang-joon. Have you ever played on the 12th floor before?" He beamed, answering, "Did you call me, sir?" Jae-won-do indifferently offered his opinion. "Then let's have Sang-joon decide our positions." "Any objections?" He spoke mockingly, making Sang-dong turn around and glare at him in anger. "Anyone who didn't know better would think you were his subordinate in the army." June, bewildered, retorted loudly, "We're playing on hard mode and you dare say you specialize in magic skills? Damn it." So-yoon criticized him, arms crossed. "You're so mean." Geo-do sighed and thought to himself, "I knew it. Every time I tell people my class, I get this kind of reaction." The viewers commented with amusement, "The murderer is about to make an appearance. Sang-dung has entered rage mode." But still, I'd be mad too if I heard that. He proposed a solution. "So, do you have any useful tools or something?" Geo-do confidently shared his idea. "Just one. I'll use it. It's used to support battles. It has a magic cannon function as well as the ability to enhance strength." June, looking displeased, gave his advice. "You should have chosen to be a knight like me instead of doing weird stuff like that." Jiu-du showed his annoyance. "Knock it off. Why do you keep saying that?" The audience commented doubtfully one after another. June's holding a grudge. "Is that a death note? I'll kill that bastard if he keeps acting like that up to the 20th floor." So-yoon cut in to introduce her role. "I'm an assassin. Unfortunately, this place isn't very advantageous for me. There's nowhere to hide," she thought to herself. Compared to knights, their skills are weaker, and assassins can't help much when fighting against magical beasts. A viewer wondered, "Damn, with an uncommon ability, how did an assassin like her even get past the 5th floor? Well, So-yoon's pretty, so maybe she seduced the boss on the 5th floor or something?" Sang-dung cut them off and got straight to the point. "All right, I'll decide our positions now." He nodded in agreement. "Do it," they agreed. Then he knelt down and laid out the plan. "Okay, look here." Sang-dung clearly explained everyone's position. "June and I will be at the front to block the enemies. Jiu-du will be in the middle and support both sides. So-yoon will assassinate enemies from behind." He stressed a particular point, saying that there was something more important than our positions. "Don't rely on your skills too much in real battles like this. Our enemies could be orcs or venomous hounds." Sang-dung described the danger. To put it simply, they are very fast learners. He clarified the risk. If one of them dies, the others won't fall for the same old attacks. It'll be a serious problem if you all rely too much on your swordsmanship. Using the same moves means you'll die in a second." He protested indignantly. "That's ridiculous. I learned all these skills from the 5th floor up, and now you're telling me I have to forget them and rely only on my own strength?" Not wanting to argue anymore, Sang-dung turned away without another word. "Fine. Do whatever you want. Now I remember why I refused to take on newbies." Realizing something was wrong, Jiu-du watched them walk away. They don't seem to get along at all. At this rate, things are going to get ugly. He quickly walked over and called out, "Sir Kim Jae-joo." Sang-dung asked in a low voice, "You can fight very well on your own, but there must be a reason why you're hiding it, right?" Jiu-du made a request. "Drop the sir. And besides, fighting alone in a team battle like this isn't a good look. People will think I'm showing off." After hearing that, he asked excitedly, "Showing off? No way." Jiu-du's face darkened as he warned him, "Say that word one more time and we'll never see each other again." Sang-dung scratched his head cheerfully. "Got it." The viewers immediately caught on to the situation. What an idiot. He's intentionally teasing Jiu-du, isn't he? That's what I was thinking too. Just then, a warning appeared on the system. 23 seconds remaining. Jiu-du was startled, realizing it was almost time. He yelled, urging everyone on. Time's almost up, get ready! Just then, in the distance, a large group stood menacingly on the hill. A jetty raised its head and spoke in a hoarse voice. Rakuha. Immediately, the group of jetty clustered together, their fighting spirit flaring. They roared in unison. Rakuha! Sang-dung shouted a panicked warning. Shit, it's a whole pack. Everyone, grab your weapons. He held the sword in his hand, trembling. I'm so nervous. Getting to the 12th floor just makes me even more worried. Jiu-du patiently placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Calm down. You'll get hurt at this rate. Everyone will be fine, Sang-dung asked with wide, hesitant eyes. We'll be okay, right? Jiu-du casually advised. Just as long as you don't lose your cool. Seeing this confident display, the audience roared with laughter. So reliable. Take me, Jiu. The guy up front is way over the top. Jun mockingly stabbed his spear into the ground. Why are you two so scared of beasts that don't even have weapons? He declared arrogantly. I thought it was another dragon turtle. Soyun, how many are there? She replied seriously. 16. But watch out for the boss in the front. It looks like it's over 3 meters tall. Jun did the math and announced, You heard her, right? That means we each take on 4 of them. The next second, he charged forward as fast as the wind. The boss is mine! Get your money bags ready! Soyun yelled in annoyance. Hey Jun, you crazy bastard! The audience chattered, so confident. Where have I seen this before? The gym! Just then, Sang-dung turned to ask worriedly, What should we do? Because of that guy, our formation is broken. He sighed and explained, He's a knight, so he won't die. Let's just wait and see. Jiu-du calmly assessed the situation in his mind. There are people who never listen to advice and have to experience the consequences of their actions firsthand before they give in. That confidence might be what got him to the 10th floor, but if he keeps being this stubborn, it's going to backfire on him. Watching the reckless action before him, Jiu-du analyzed coldly. If I help him now, he'll just get himself killed later anyway. It's better to let him experience this on his own. At that moment, the jetty paused and waved its hand. It grimaced and let out a few growls. Then the jetty let out a furious, piercing scream. The icy breath from its mouth made Jun shudder and stop in his tracks. The jetty took powerful steps toward him. Standing before its enormous figure, Jun froze in surprise. The jetty pointed a finger and uttered a few words. Sumeha Turan. The viewers commented in confusion. What's it saying? Is anyone here a cryptozoologist? As if, Jiu-du, can you translate? He shook his head and answered honestly. No, I don't understand what it's saying either. I only know one word. In his mind, Jiu-du was deep in serious thought. Even if I can't understand the words, I can feel the jetty's emotions, just like when I named the Pop Boys. Even though it's old, its fighting spirit is still fierce. Jetty are a common type of monster found north of the 15th floor. The older they get, the weaker they become, and they die when they lose their position as leader. Instead of being afraid, they turn that fear into motivation to fight. It wants to prove that it's not old yet. Just then, Jun smirked with amusement. This is hilarious. Why is it taunting that guy? He tightened his grip on his spear and declared to himself, No, I can't back down. That would be too humiliating in front of Soyun and everyone else. As Jun shot forward like a rocket, the viewers cheered excitedly. What's he gonna do? This is interesting. He's not gonna get blown away, is he? He spun his spear, aiming it forward. Jun pointed the tip of the spear at the jetty. It quickly read the move and deftly stepped to the side. Sumaha, he growled, grinding his teeth in frustration. Jun jumped up and spun his spear. The jetty, anticipating the move, stepped back again. He realized with irritation, simple attacks don't work on you, huh? The viewers all criticized him at once. He wasn't paying attention when Sang-dung was talking, but it seems like he was thinking about what to do then. He hasn't used any skills yet. Looks like it's about to happen. Just then, an idea sparked in Jun's mind, using his light ability. He couldn't believe it, doubting himself for a moment before charging forward like a flash. Are skills really useless? Jun aimed his spear and told himself with determination. Bullshit. The only way to kill this thing is with a skill. I'll blind it with my light aura, then attack. The audience commented in awe. Is that the spear technique of the 6th Knight Captain? Looks like he chose a high difficulty on the 6th floor. He's no joke. After he launched the technique, he praised himself internally. Even though it's a simple skill, it's perfect for distracting an opponent to land an attack. Seeing that the jetty had fallen into his trap, Jun celebrated inwardly. It closed its eyes. Is my aura too bright? As he prepared to unleash his final move, the spear suddenly fell to the ground. I'll finish you. Jun looked up in shock as it powerfully stomped on his spear. Then the jetty swung its arm high into the air. Seeing the fist closing in on his head, he screamed in terror. No! Jun pleaded desperately. Please. Just when he thought he'd been reincarnated, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a majestic and imposing back. Jun unexpectedly called out Jae-won-do's name. He ordered irritably, Get out of my way. The guy fearfully scrambled away. Jae-won-do focused intently on his next move. It's really strong. I have to finish it before it gets a read on me. He stepped forward, pushing the Yeti back. It struggled, swinging its muscular arms. Jae-won-do quickly seized the golden opportunity. This is my chance. He swung the axe, slashing across the Yeti's body. It flinched, freezing for a few seconds. Red blood dripped from the axe to the ground. Crimson blood sprayed from the Yeti's chest like rain. Jae-won-do confidently hoisted the axe onto his shoulder before its fallen form. The viewers watched in awe. Is this the power of a Lo-Tan 2? I'm buying one right now. A few days later, someone posted a listing for a Lo-Tan 2 tool, used only once. Then he looked up with a stern gaze. The remaining Yetis saw their leader had met its end, and they trembled, sweating in fear. Jae-won-do seized the opportunity and charged in without hesitation. The Yeti's morale plummeted. Let's end this quickly. In the end, it was a brutal, bloody battle. After the fight, he let out a breath and looked up at the sky. Jae-won-do was stained red, and on the ground lay a pile of Yeti corpses. Immediately after, the system announced the opening of 2 doors, one red and one blue. Through the door, the gate to the 12th floor has opened, and the gate back to the 10th floor has also opened. After the victory, he didn't forget to praise everyone. Good job. The audience saw this and started mocking. Jae-won-do did all the work. That June guy is just putting on a show. June is my girlfriend. That guy is June. So-eun and Sang-jun looked on with sincere admiration and gratitude. Thank you, she expressed her feelings. I get it now. You must be a pro who reached the 19th floor and came back down, right? So-eun exclaimed shyly. No wonder. So that's why Sang-jun acted like that. Jae-won-do scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I guess so. Seeing the tense situation, she forced a teasing smile, which made June look as heartbroken as if he'd been dumped. Are you embarrassed? We only got through because of you. Thanks. My foolish teammate has been too much trouble. The viewers excitedly asked each other, Is this it? That's right. So-eun hoisted him up, preparing to enter the red gate. Suddenly, June hesitated, turned his head, and asked, Jae-won-do, do you know what Sumeha means? She, annoyed, shot back, You idiot. Is that important right now? He trembled as he affirmed, It's important to me. June got goosebumps thinking back to that moment. I can't forget that cold glare it gave me. Jae-won-do thought silently. Sumeha was also the first thing I heard in the video. He replied nonchalantly, It means kid. The guy asked again in confusion. Jae-won-do repeated it once more. It was calling you little kid. June's face turned beet red and he spun away. I see, thank you. Then he hurried off. So-eun, left behind, called out, Hey, wait up. The viewers were speechless, their comments exploding. So embarrassed he'd ditch his friend. Why was he so obsessed with asking anyway? She waved cheerfully. I'm going too. Bye-bye. Let's grab a bite to eat if we meet again. He was stunned by the unexpected invitation. The skeptical audience roared. A meal? Why? I thought those two were dating. Jae-won-do, you've got a long way to go. Just ignore her. Just then, Sang-jun also took the chance to poke fun. Even people who've just met you for the first time are drawn to you. He judged self-consciously. You're streaming, aren't you? Someone like me, stuck on the 10th floor, needs to get out of here fast. Your viewers are probably cursing me out right now. Sang-jun bowed politely. I'll be going now. At that moment, he asked curiously, Have you been watching my stream since the first floor? Sang-jun denied it and explained why. No, I was on the 2nd floor and got curious about how you killed the demon dragon, so I started watching. The clueless viewers posted random comments. What? Scared your dark past will be revealed or something? You gonna kill him to silence him? You guys have been watching too many movies. After hearing that, Jae-won-do expressed his gratitude, making the guy stop in his tracks. Thanks. Sang-jun, you sincerely revealed your feelings. For watching my stream and donating, which couldn't have been easy for a player on the 10th floor. Thank you. Sang-jun gave a mysterious smile in reply. Why would you say that? It's thanks to you that I earned money and had a great experience. After watching your stream, I learned that there were people living in the tower. He suddenly knelt down and continued respectfully. I hope you can reach the 100th floor and live a happy life. The viewers exploded in shock. No way! He's actually kneeling? That's too much. He's bowing to a king. Jae-won-do waved his hands in embarrassment. Don't do that. The next action left him completely stunned. Jae-won-do's face went blank as he witnessed this mortifying act. Sang-jun's eyes sparkled as if he had found his savior. He suddenly spun around and leaped up. Then, Sang-jun dived into the red gate and let out a joyous shout. Yeah! He stood there, frozen for 5 seconds, as the audience died laughing. That idiot, he's so adorably goofy. He looks dumb, but it's hilarious. Jae-won-do sighed and thought to himself, I should get out of here after checking the rewards. The audience immediately urged him on. Boy, 442, hurry up and claim your reward. Rewards have been received. The notification immediately showed 1,000 coins and a basic swordsmanship skill book. Jae-won-do thoughtfully held the reward in his hand. This should be enough. For a normal difficulty like this, I guess this reward is about right. I'll save the basic swordsmanship book in my inventory for when I have nothing left to learn with magic. He looked up and reported to his viewers. All right, I've got something to do, so I'm leaving. People complained in their ratings. He looks a bit cranky. Don't be upset over items like that. Come on, we're not laughing at you. Jae-won-do coolly slung on his backpack. I'm not upset. He stated his plan and then vanished. I'm going back to the 10th floor to switch channels. Then I'll head up to the 13th floor. On the other side of the battlefield, in a cold, snow-covered forest with a biting wind, in the distance, a group of people sat huddled around a fire. One person in the group smirked and announced, "A new one has arrived." As soon as Jae-won-do stepped through the gate, the audience was uniformly shocked. For real? He's switching to the US channel? Are you bored of Korea? Is there no stream starting notification? I guess it's still the same person, huh? Jae-won-do walked over and greeted them friendly. Hello, Clark replied in surprised politeness. Is this your first time on the 13th floor? Jae-won-do nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, the guy shrewdly deduced. Based on your mouth movements, I'm guessing you don't speak English. You must have just switched channels, right? Jae-won-do was startled and a bit wary. Even though I'm using the auto-translation system, my lip movements don't change. He realized right away I'm not an Asian American. He's got good observation skills. He scratched his head and introduced himself. Yeah, I'm Korean. Clark laughed, extended his hand and joked. Korean? North or south? Just kidding. Nice to meet you. I'm Clark. Jae-won-do politely shook his hand and introduced himself again. I'm Jae-won-do, the guy asked with a friendly demeanor. Are you streaming? Jae-won-do shook his head, looking shy. No, I don't have any viewers following my channel. And besides, it's a bit embarrassing. The audience screamed in protest. You're embarrassed of us? I'm so hurt, Jae-won-do. Hey, why are you guys so dirty-minded? He said he was embarrassed about himself. You're the one overreacting. You think we're actually being serious? Without another word, Clark shared formally. I see. Let me introduce you to everyone. The members of the team looked up coldly. Jae-won-do gave a polite smile while secretly observing them. He just met these people, but he's introducing me to them without hesitation. He seriously calculated in his head. The viewers analyzed quietly. It's obvious these guys already know each other. Aren't they being a little too obvious? 3 knights, 2 mages, and an assassin, right? Who are these guys trying to fool? Their team is more than strong enough to clear the entire 13th floor with just 6 people. Jae-won-do cautiously recalled the Black Scorpions, one of the trash groups accused of shady dealings. There are 6 of them, but they form an 8-person party, pretending not to know each other while waiting for others to join. They'll act friendly to the 2 newcomers to make them lower their guard, then turn on them. Right after, groups like that usually have the intention of mistaking them for enemies or having the assassin lure monsters to attack their prey. Then, after saving their prey, they will threaten them to extort compensation for their damaged equipment. On top of that, these guys are even worse. These guys will rob all the equipment from those who don't have money and kill them to silence them. For randoms who join their party and don't belong to any guild, they don't have to worry about retaliation. Jae-won-do racked his brain, muttering to himself, what should I do? There must be 1 or 2 things I saw in the videos that I can use to handle these guys. Just then, Clark waved with a pleasant expression. Hey, why the serious face? Come over here and talk for a bit. He smoothly started a conversation. I forgot to ask what your class is. Jae-won-do replied coldly, I'm a magic engineer. Clark pretended to think. Oh, really? So you'll be our support, huh? The audience knew exactly what was coming next. They'll probably say that since you're not contributing to the fight, you should compensate us for doing all the heavy lifting. That's a given, but I think they'll ask for even more. Yep, they'll probably demand gear made by a magic engineer to replace their broken stuff. Jae-gu found it ironic how smoothly everything was going. I was invited to the team so easily. It's understandable, though. I must look like helpless prey. Just then, the system displayed a report for user 4734913. A total of 8 people have entered. The 8-person requirement has been met. The entrance to the 13th floor will appear soon. This is a test of team operation. Time remaining, 30 minutes. Suddenly, a man stumbled out of a blue gate. He was a mess, trembling uncontrollably. That guy rushed over, feigning concern. Hey, you all right? The last person to join the team was this guy, who had escaped to the 13th floor after a sword fight on the 12th. He slung an arm around his shoulder, acting all friendly and asking curiously, why didn't you go back to the 10th floor? Zit answered honestly, full of frustration. They all ganged up on me. One of them blocked the gate leading to the 10th floor. Hearing this, the guy feigned pity while his teammate chimed in with a laugh. Oh man, those bastards almost got you. Annoyed, Zit shot to his feet and demanded, what's so funny? Why are you laughing? Kuttner waved a hand to calm him down. It's not like that. We're just happy you managed to escape. Our team is good too, so why don't you clear the 13th floor with us? The audience was filled with sympathy for the guy. Zit's so unlucky. Pray twice in a row. Poor guy. Just then, the clock showed 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. The group stood up expectantly. It's almost time. The guy waved his hand excitedly. Time to get ready. The kid asked nervously, shouldn't we clarify our roles first? Kuttner gave a careless reply. Ah, it's fine. We already talked it over. You just support us from the back, with that other magic engineer. Zit snapped, annoyed. I'm a knight. The guy ignored him and continued. Support on the flank, pal. The kid was stunned, completely baffled. No, but just then, the dry branches began to shake violently. A monster with enormous feet stepped out with force. The drowsy-eyed poison hound stomped forward irritably. They drooled a disgusting green liquid. Zit shouted a warning. Poison hounds! We have to fall back! Kuttner frowned, analyzing the situation. This idiot talks too much. There are about 40 of them in total. I'll take out 20 first, then let the rest attack the guys in the back so we can get down to business. Seeing the plump prey before it, the creature stared and drooled. Just then, Jae-goo leaped into the air, charging straight for it without a moment's hesitation. Then, he sliced the poison hound clean in two. It died right before the eyes of the Black Scorpion gang. He casually put his hands on his hips and yelled, making the other beasts stare in stunned, sweaty confusion. What the hell are you guys doing? Why are you backing away in the middle of a fight? Kuttner replied, confused. Weren't you in the back? When did you get to the front? Jae-goo slung the axe over his shoulder and replied confidently, Does it matter? Just then the guy's face went pale as he urgently signaled, Wait, behind you! As a poison hound opened its jaws to bite his neck, dozens of spikes suddenly erupted from his back, impaling them. Jae-goo taunted them arrogantly. Looking closely now, you guys don't seem too keen on fighting, huh? Instead of whispering about these poison hounds, maybe you should have been swinging your swords to cut them down? The guy stammered in shock. You said you were a magic engineer, right? So, what's with the cloak? Jae-goo shrugged and replied calmly, It's just a piece of equipment. The audience shook their heads in pity. Look how humble Jae-goo is. These scammers are going to cry when they find out that cloak is a genuine Lotanto. They probably don't even know how to use it. Kuttner suddenly yelled, Everyone, focus up! He could feel the shift, mentally noting the comfortable atmosphere was gone. Are these guys in front of me even more dangerous than the poison hounds? Jae-goo cautiously turned his head. Beasts have better instincts than humans. They must know that I'm the most dangerous predator here. Amid the tense situation, he stood his ground defiantly. Jae-goo asked smugly, So, what are you guys planning to do? The viewers, understanding the situation, commented, That bastard Kuttner. Is he so scared he has to call for help? He's not even trying to hide it now, huh? The pack of poison hounds also began to creep forward, brimming with anger. Kuttner asked cautiously, his voice low. Are you a player hunter? A criminal hunter? Jae-goo replied calmly. You probably wouldn't believe anything I tell you at this point. He roared in a fury. You dare lie to me about being a magic engineer? You think I wouldn't find out? The boy remained perfectly calm. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your delusions are getting worse. Kuttner raged. That gear you're wearing is clearly a Lotanto item that can create a shadow aura. Don't think just because we're criminals. We don't watch the broadcasts. Jae-goo remained unfazed as he asked, And what does that have to do with my magic class? The man pointed angrily. A normal person's body could never handle the strain of a Lotanto item. Do you take me for a fool? I don't know how you collected those items, but the fun and games are over. You look down on us way too much. Do you really think this is the first time we've dealt with an arrogant hunter like you? They're always around, but the ones left standing in the end are always us, the ones right in front of you. Zit looked back and forth, completely lost. What the hell is going on? The sword in his hand suddenly melted. So you're saying I lied about being a magic engineer? Jae-goo wondered. Is that gauntlet that just transformed also a Lotanto item? Kuttner nodded. That's right. They're rare items that can only be found on the 20th floor, worth thousands of coin. Hero rank! Zit exclaimed excitedly. Hero rank! Jae-goo suddenly set the bag he was holding on the ground. Kuttner said with a hint of contempt. Giving up already? Smart. If you want to get out of this alive, you'd better do what we say. Jae-goo rolled up his sleeves. What you see isn't always the truth. If you still don't believe me, Jae-goo activated Enyon. Then fine, I'll prove I wasn't lying. The comments immediately exploded with excitement. Magic class, I believe in you. The king of items, the lord of gear. Aren't you guys going to stop Jae-goo from using his magic class? A blue light began to glow around Enyon. Kuttner sneered. Are you trying to waste time? The pack of poison hounds charged forward. He suddenly shifted his feet, taking a combat stance. They seemed to sense something was off. The poison hounds stopped, scanning their surroundings. One of them quickly noticed something behind it. A black shadow was rushing in. Jae-goo unleashed a powerful blow towards them. The hound at the front was gravely wounded. The one behind it saw its packmate get hit and cowered in fear, not daring to advance. The comments flew in again. Holy hell, what did I just see? Who needs skills? The man just went in for the punch. He looked down at the poison hound with murderous eyes, and a sense of dread washed over Kuttner. Shit, is he really that strong? This isn't good. He looked up into the trees, signaling the person hidden there. The poison hounds began to move closer to their packmates. Jae-goo understood perfectly. They're grouping together because they feel intimidated. Good. Makes it easier to wipe them all out. He raised Enyon and unleashed its power. A massive beam of blue light shot out, aimed directly at the pack of hounds. Wherever the energy beam passed, the snowy ground cracked and split apart. Jae-gu thought to himself, "It's more stable now. The firepower is weaker than when I fought the cleaners, but my body still has a ton of mana stored. That means the mana cost has dropped significantly and the side effects are much weaker. I don't need to draw power from the ground anymore. I can rely on the strength of my own 2 feet." The man in the trees had been waiting in ambush for the right moment. He's let his guard down after finishing off those beasts. "This is my chance." He leaped down from above, aiming for the spot where the boy stood, his face a mask of menace. He brought the knife in his hand down decisively. Die! Before the attack could land, Shev was intercepted by tendrils of black smoke. He was pierced clean through and screamed in agony. The system message appeared. Challenge complete. Opening portal to the 10th floor. Opening portal to the 14th floor. Behind Javen and Jumper, a mysterious gate suddenly materialized. One of the men immediately made a run for it. Jumper panicked. "Wait for me!" Suddenly, an attack struck down where they were. Jiu-do appeared with his arms crossed, smiling. "Where's the fire? We haven't finished our little chat yet." Terrified, they started to stammer. He invited them with a smile. "Kill them," comments immediately popped up. "Kill them. Run now before things get worse." Is that a thank you to the real-life sunflower? Hearing Jiu-do, he nodded eagerly. "Thanks." He smiled brightly at them. "How about we have a relaxing little chat? If you cooperate, this won't take long." The comments appeared again. "A talk with my fists is still a talk, right? A talk with his fists? These guys are the type who laugh standing on other people's corpses. Just kill the motherfuckers." Jiu-do's eyes turned ice cold. "Raise your hand if you have an opinion. Otherwise, I'll assume everyone agrees." He thought, asterisk, "Kill them all? No, I can't let them die that easily." Asterisk Jiu-do turned to them, now with a sly expression, and asked, "How many coins do you have?" Hearing this, the men froze. Jiu-do continued, telling them, "Sit down." Jumper immediately waved his hands. "Wait a minute, calm down. My friend, you must be misunderstanding something." Jiu-do was losing his patience. "Who's friends with you? And there's no misunderstanding." "Sit down," he thought, asterisk. "There's no misunderstanding here at all. If they were just some ordinary gang, I wouldn't remember that name so clearly." Asterisk. The Black Scorpions. They usually operate around the 13th floor, robbing survivors. But with their rapid accumulation of wealth and power, they tasted more forbidden fruit after reaching the 20th floor and became notorious. Before Do could finish his sentence, "We were just joking around a bit." Jiu-do spoke up. "Here are a few new rules to make you more cooperative." He understood them perfectly. "Just watching the videos, I've seen you rob and murder. There's nothing you haven't done, and you dare say you were joking?" Jiu-do told him. "First, shut your mouth until you're asked a question." He warned. "Second, don't you dare lie to me." After giving his instructions, Jiu-do dropped Do to the ground, who clutched his throat in pain. He continued, "I trust you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying." Jiu-do spoke up. "I'm going to set a few rules so we can cooperate easily. First, don't open your mouths unless you're answering a question. Second, don't lie when you answer." Suddenly, he struck out hard at someone. Jiu-do's face was frozen, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at them. "I trust you understand what I mean." One of them refused to submit. Dan roared in anger. "You son of a bitch! Damn it! Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? The bastard even took off his gloves. Let's all charge him, kill him, and take his items. He's probably got a few thousand coins on him." He suddenly realized something. Why did they look so scared? Dan wondered, what are they looking at? He turned his head and asked, "What are you guys looking at?" Suddenly, something black brushed past Dan's face. Jiu-do didn't flinch. "I'll show you what happens when you break the rules." As he finished speaking, tentacles had already wrapped around the man's tongue. Comments immediately appeared. "Tentacles? Awesome. Are you crazy? Jiu, how are you so good with tentacles?" The black tentacles ripped his tongue out, and it fell onto the white snow. Jiu-do looked up and said, "You people don't even deserve to be treated like humans." The comments were delighted. "Look at how cruel Jiu-do is. He's cruel, but so cool. Kim Jun is just a show-off." He continued to ask, "Anyone else have any objections? Speak now. I'll take it that no one has any, correct?" The comments answered for them. "You think they dare to speak? They can only obey." After ripping out his tongue, Jiu-do isn't being too cruel. "Does anyone have a healing potion? Go heal that guy." Do immediately walked over and replied, "Yes." He raised his voice, "Kirpner, please step forward." The man stepped forward, his face full of resentment. "What do you want?" Jiu-do smiled when he heard him speak. He was beaming. To others, Kuopnir is just trash and a criminal they don't want to get involved with. But I think you're a good leader for your comrades. The comments section was thrilled again. "What a sick burn. Is that a compliment or an insult? Does that sound like a compliment to you?" Jiu-do continued his praise. "That's why everyone gathers around and reacts to your words, Kuopnir. And those 2 knights ran for their lives at just a gesture from you." The man was tired of this. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Jiu-do held out his hand. "Accept my friend request. The system window appeared. Do you want to become friends with Baldy? Kupner yelled in panic. What, excuse me? How do you know my username? Jiu-do warned. Rule number 1. Reluctantly, he answered. All right, I've accepted. The fans in the comments were thrilled. Zhou scared the piss out of him. But why add him as a friend all of a sudden? Are you just jealous he didn't friend you? Jiu-do thought. Kupner, username Baldy. That's his nickname. Asterisk. Asterisk I know, because they were that despicable group from the videos. Asterisk. He waved his hand at them. Now, everyone turn around. The injured can sit down. I told you were a good leader, didn't I, Krupner? Jiu-do threatened. Answer me, the man replied in fear. Yes, you did. Another comment appeared. Look how scared he is. Jiu-do continued. That's right, because a good leader doesn't just plan for the present, but for the future, too. I'm sure you've already made plans to reach the 20th floor, how much money your comrades have, how to use it. You've probably instructed them on all of it. Kupner swallowed nervously. Well, that's... Jiu-do said to them. Now, it seems you finally understand. Tell me how much money your comrades have, and send it all to me through the friend mail. Go on, and don't lie. I'd be very disappointed if you didn't stick to our agreement. The comments got excited again. The Emperor's disappointment is terrifying. 3 disappointments and you're done for. He's really going for it. This money management structure makes it so no one can take the money directly. Unless the owner voluntarily sends the money through a trade. The money disappears with the corpse when the owner dies. That's why even these robbers have to use such complicated methods to steal money. He beat his chest in anger. This is bullshit. What do you expect from people who live day-to-day doing things like this? Suddenly, a voice called out, Kurupner. Jiu-do leaned close to his ear. Sooner or later, by the time you clear the 20th floor, I heard you say this in a bar once. In the tavern, Kurupner was drinking heartily. My biggest regret is leaving the magic stone in the guild house on the 10th floor because I was in such a hurry to get here. Jiu-do placed a hand on his shoulder. That's what you said. The man denied it. Nonsense. The commenters were displeased. What is he saying? Why is he spouting nonsense? Is there something you don't want us to know? Secrets whispered in his ear. Jiu-do continued to whisper. I heard that stone is worth thousands of coins. Did you really think it would take me that long to look through hundreds of channels? Because Kupner has a difficult and suspicious personality, and if his comrades and money disappeared, he had a trick to keep all the cash. He bought a magic stone that held its value like money and didn't fluctuate much. It's usually not hard to convince guild members to use it for insurance and for sharing guild assets. Jiu-do continued. Or how about this? If you cough up all the money you have now, I won't touch the stone. And of course, I'll let you go back to the lower floors. Kupner understood. A man who could so easily find out his name without him revealing it could just as easily find the magic stone. Kupner agreed. All right, I'll do as you say. Jiu-do asked, a bit curious. What's the name of that knight over there? Jerry? Oh, right. You can't speak because you destroyed yourself, can you? The comments buzzed again. You're the one who caused it, you monster. Why is Jiu-do the bad guy? Watch your mouth, they're the bad guys. I was just kidding. Why are the fanboys getting so heated? He walked over and asked, since you can't speak, if you have more than 2,000 coins, nod your head. If not, shake your head. Jiu-do feigned confusion. That's strange. According to Kupner, even including entertainment expenses, he recorded that you guys made at least 3,000 coins yesterday. The man flinched and nodded his head frantically. Jiu-do's face darkened as he warned, don't you dare bullshit me. No one is leaving here alive today if you don't cough up every last coin. 12,000 coins. There's a discrepancy of 150 coins compared to what Kupner said. It was probably spent on trivial things like food and drinks. Whatever. Let me ask one last time. Has everyone forked over all their money? Good. Now put all your recovery potions in the bag and set it aside. Jay was dissatisfied but didn't dare to speak. Down to the very last potion. This guy is more vicious than we are. Jinu held the bag of potions with satisfaction. Good. He gestured for them to come forward. The whole group, thinking they were about to be freed, moved with joy. Suddenly, several tentacles appeared from behind Jinu's back. They shot out, attacking them one by one. He warned them, I'm just gonna slice a little off each of your ankles. Think of it as karma, you child molesters, serial killers, and daily kidnappers. Scammers. I guess it makes sense for a bunch of scumbags to stick together. The comments immediately lit up. For real? How'd he know? If it's true, they totally deserve it. Zhu poured a green liquid on the spot where they were attacked. The group roared in resentment. You bastard. I'll kill you. What does this mean? This crazy son of a bitch. What the hell? Robert N cried out in pain. Fuck! Zhu grabbed one of them by the collar. Did you know? The 14th floor is a maze. And the fun part is, it's a 6-person party challenge. They seem to realize something. Zhu turned and continued. And you guys deposited money into an account to form a 6-person party, right? Let me help you with that. Ven quickly stopped Zhu. Wait, they screamed in desperation. No! You promised! You promised you'd let us go back to the 10th floor. Gio reminded them of the terms. There's one condition for letting you go back to the 10th floor. Cough up all the money. They shot back. But you said you saw the exact amount already, Gio retorted. That's just the amount CN knew about. The real amount is different. And I never said you could keep a single coin. Though they still had more, no one wanted to hand it over. One of them roared in anger. Damn it, you never intended to let us go from the start. You goddamn swindler. He denied Robert N's words. No, I didn't lie. Like I said, the problem is, there's still money. There's definitely still money you haven't handed over. After getting the gift box, Gio dusted off his hands as the comments buzzed. What Gio said to CN is what gave him away. Tell us. Hurry up and tell us. He put on a satisfied expression. Don't wanna. Right where Gio was standing, there was a gift box. He stood before them and said, no matter how many times I clear the 13th floor, I at least get a 1 gold coin reward, right? The comments got lively again. You planned this from the beginning? Well, Gio isn't wrong. I'm getting goosebumps. Satan, my master, I still don't get this part. Robert N was suddenly dragged across the ground. Hey, you're pulling a little too hard, Gio said, amused. Now, let's have some fun. Since they had already formed a party, the 6 of them had to clear the 14th floor challenge on their own. Trying to navigate a maze with a missing leg, it was basically suicide. Unable to resist, one of them roared in anger. You bastard! I'll curse you for the rest of my life! Gio turned his head back towards the remaining group. Now I'll check my reward. The comments got excited again. Gio is the first person to draw me in like this. So you didn't come here to watch the stream? His Majesty said he's checking the reward. Holding 2 items in his hands, he immediately knew what they were. A common grade bag of 1,000 coins, a common grade mace, and a common grade magic orb. As expected, they're just okay. Gio didn't hesitate to make the 2 items disappear. The comments chattered. They're so common I want to fart. The moment I saw the box, I wasn't expecting much. Are you going back to the 10th floor to sell those items first? Gio shook his head. No, my bag is still pretty light. I don't have enough necessary items yet. Going back to the 10th floor now would just be a waste of time. As he headed straight for the gate, he thought, luck plays such a huge role on the 14th floor. You can't really call it a team challenge. All right, I'll head up to the next floor now. Welcome to the Maze of Mischief. The size of the maze depends on the selected difficulty. Please choose a starting point in the middle of the maze. As soon as Gio stepped through, he looked around. The 2 people who entered before him were discussing. I'm not sure how we should split up and start. There's still one last member. Let's wait for him to arrive and discuss it together. One of them raised his hand and called out cheerfully, Gio, over here! An older man came forward and asked, Are you Asian? Chinese? It's pretty brave of you to come here alone. Gio smiled and replied, I'm Korean. The man laughed loudly when he heard this. North Korean or something? Just kidding. I'm Robert. Let me introduce you to my comrades. The comments buzzed. Why is every foreigner like this with Koreans? That's deja vu. Looks like they were a team before. 2 knights, 2 mages. I'm not sure about the last one. Robert gestured to introduce each member. I'll just give a brief introduction. From the left, that's Foreman, Ricky, Sai, and Chris. Jiyu asked them curiously. It seems you all know each other already? Is this everyone's first time on the 14th floor? He wondered. Judging by the atmosphere between them, they must be a veteran team. It's a bit strange for a team like this to enter the 14th floor without knowing it's a 6-person challenge. The man praised him. You're quick-witted, aren't you? The comments continued to chatter. That's why I hate those quick thinkers, but these guys don't look like thugs. Robert and Gio chattered as if discussing something. Robert's team originally had 6 members, but Foreman's friend was unfortunately seriously injured on the 13th floor. So that person temporarily left the group to get treatment on the 10th floor. After hearing the explanation, he understood a little better. I see. No wonder their equipment is all in pretty good condition. I thought it was strange for a team of only 5 people to know each other so well and trust each other completely. They explained regretfully, We wanted to wait for him, but he kept insisting we go on. He didn't want to be a burden. Since there was no one else to go with, we proceeded as a group of 5. Gio replied, I see, I understand. Robert suddenly remembered something and explained, Please don't misunderstand. We're not thugs or anything. I can understand why a solo player like you would be so cautious. Gio smiled brightly. It's fine. I'm not worried at all. The comments appeared again. Gio was disappointed. So, who's the thug now? Let's set some ground rules. The man continued, You're that relaxed, huh? Oh well, that's good too. All right. Before we start, let's all introduce our classes and what we're best at. Now that we're done with introductions, let's discuss a strategy for exploring this maze. Is this your first time on the 14th floor too? Gio answered cheerfully. That's right. This is my first time, Robert replied. All right, then I'll explain it to everyone. Make sure you listen carefully. He told himself, I already know the format of the challenge, but since the maze's corners change over time, this is basically my first time too. I need luck on my side. The man then began to analyze the structure of the place. First of all, the maze has countless complex corners. If you hit a dead end, a trap or a monster will appear. If you look at the table here, we can choose our starting point. See these white dots? There's only one condition to clear this challenge. You can use any means necessary. All we need to do is find a path from one of these points to the center of the maze. On the 14th floor, the path that leads us from the starting point to the destination, as well as its width, is always changing. So there's actually no specific strategy for us to use. Everything depends on how we deploy our formation. All 6 of us can start from the same point or split up. One of these 4 locations will have fewer traps, and if there are monsters, they'll be at a lower level. We have to pray that we end up in the easiest area. Gio raised his hand with a question. You said we can split up, so what if we happen to land in the easiest spot? Can we clear it on our own? To his question, Robert shook his head. No, you can't. Even if we don't know which is the easy path, the death rate is still very high if we go alone. Jiu thought, the shape of the maze changes randomly, so no one knows what will happen. If I have to use my gauntlets, the other members might get in the way if we're in a narrow passage. He spoke up and told everyone, all right, let's do this. I'll take a different path by myself. The rest of you can go together. The man slammed the table in disagreement. No way. We're not that cowardly. Do you think we'd agree to let you face the danger alone, just because you're not a member of our team? Jiu replied confidently. I'm saying this because I believe I can handle it myself. Robert suddenly recalled, it seems you cleared the 13th floor all by yourself, without a team. So, I won't question your combat abilities. However, we can't let you get the short end of the stick for our own benefit. Jinu thought to himself, unlike the last team, this one actually has a conscience. He spoke up, fine, I'll just stand here until everyone else has gone ahead. That's final. The comment section erupted again. Damn it, he always does whatever he wants. Jinu, just fire a single magic blast into the sky. That's all you have to do. Seriously, they'll listen to you right away. He was powerless to force Jinu. I agree. I can't stop you. Here, take this. It isn't much, but it should be helpful. If you feel like you're in danger, just stop and wait. If we're on the right path, we should be able to get through with 5 people. Jinu happily reached out to take it. All right, I'll do that. The group then moved forward together. We'll start from the west. As soon as he finished speaking, all 5 of them were teleported. He calmly placed his hand on the table. Then I'll start from the north. The comments immediately got excited. Let's go. Let them get there and charge them a toll later. Those guys are so nice they'd probably give him the money even if he didn't ask. Ahead were towering walls, where sword slashes sent one monster after another back to the dust. Chris still asked worriedly, is it really okay for him to go all by himself like that? Robert replied confidently, someone as sharp as him won't die. If he runs into danger, he'll definitely stop immediately. Ricky was curious about that remark. How do you know that Asian guy is so sharp? He answered without hesitation. It seems he was able to figure out our team's experience just by watching how we greeted each other. And on top of that, he immediately noticed that our team didn't have enough members for this trial. She asked again, you mean about being a group of 5 in a 6-person trial? Robert continued his thought. Even in a suspicious situation, he remained calm to gather information. I think he's hiding something up his sleeve. Ricky agreed. Obviously, with a cloak like that, he's got to have a few other things. I get why he's so confident, but going alone is still incredibly dangerous. He turned his head and replied, yeah, no matter how good his equipment is, going alone is never a wise choice. That's why we need to get to the center as fast as possible. He'll probably stop and wait before things get too out of hand. Someone turned and asked, what should we do now? We won, so it should be fine, right? But Robert explained, a leech. We were moving cautiously thanks to the team's experience, but this is going to put us at a disadvantage. It attacked us instantly, and I blocked it with my shield on reflex without even thinking. He thought to himself, that's the strongest magical beast that can appear on the 14th floor. Such bad luck. Chris was also helpless. My sword is broken too. I don't think I can even use it now. Its body contains an acid that corrodes swords, reducing their durability on impact. Dealing with it could affect the durability of our equipment. His face darkened as he thought in silence. We won this time, but everyone's gear is damaged. From now on, we have to be prepared for at least one person on the team to be sacrificed. Chris looked up worriedly. At this rate, we're all going to die. I don't expect our friend back there to get through this maze by himself either. Did you guys hear that? The sound was like a massive explosion suddenly going off ahead of them. Everyone nervously raised their weapons in defense. A powerful blow sent the thick wall flying. Engulfed in a cloud of dust and smoke, they yelled in fear. What's happening? Standing before them was Jinu, the one who had caused the tremor. He didn't know how to explain and said, a little awkwardly, Is everyone okay? Jinu placed his hand on the table, making his decision. All right then, I'll head north. The teleportation system appeared, and upon arriving at his destination, he scanned his surroundings. Jinu walked at a leisurely pace, his hand holding his backpack firmly on his shoulder. An adorable creature suddenly appeared, chirping, Boo. He gently turned around and said, Baron, why did you come out? The online community was buzzing about its unbearable cuteness. Cute, but why the name Baron? For real, it's so adorable, but with such a formal name, it's really awkward. It really enjoyed it when Jinu poked it gently. Baron whined. "Bo boy." Seeing this, he teased, "Are you bored, little one?" It squirmed and leaped to the ground. Jinu asked, "You want to get down?" "Why? Are you feeling hungry, Baron?" For some reason, Baron started acting strangely, completely different from its cute demeanor just moments ago. It bared its teeth, revealing a ferocious expression. The online community got lively too. "Is there something wrong with me if I still think Baron is cute? You too?" "I think he's cute too," he thought in confusion. No way. Jinu watched it frantically biting the rocks in front of them. He wondered to himself, is there magical energy coming from this black wall? I've never heard of black mana stones. Seeing the look on Baron's face as it enthusiastically chewed on the rocks, the online community buzzed, offering many theories. Is the entire wall a single mana stone? Does that thing even make any sense? That's a door that can't be broken, even with a skill. Hey, that's cheating. Are you allowed to break it like that? Two other poys leaped out of Jinu's backpack, chirping away. "Bo," it chirped, happily greeting its two friends. "Po, po." The online community was also surprised by their attitude and started teasing. "Is Baron on the development team or something? This restaurant is pretty good." "Jinu, are you starving the poor thing?" Watching the poys eat so heartily, he was certain he had given the little guy a feast of stones, more than enough to fill its belly whenever he had the chance. But even while feasting, it still balanced a rock on its head and walked over to Jinu. Baron's eyes were filled with happiness as it cried out, "Bo, bo, boy." He took the rock it brought and said with a smile, "I'm not mad, I was just lost in thought. Is this my share?" "Thanks, Baron." It squeaked happily. "Bo, bo." He carefully examined the stone. "First, I should see if this is even a rock." Jinu raised his hand. This was the Iyun gauntlet. He gently took it out and placed the stone Baron had brought inside. The online community commented, "Look at Jinu, thinking to use it right away. For real. If you ever owed Jinu money, you'd end up losing everything, even your underwear. Yeah, even your underwear. Damn." Jinu thought that if this really was a mana stone, this would activate. Will it even work? The online community was also skeptical. Is it going to work? His hand clenched, and the stone fell out. Jinu sighed. So this isn't a mana stone either. The whole group of poys chirped, full and satisfied. "Boy." They happily hopped onto his head and shoulders, making joyful sounds. "Boy," Jinu said to them, "we'll travel like this from now on." The poys moved on with him. The online community commented, "I was wondering which path they'd take, but I guess they're really going that way. You get a penalty if you climb or fly over the walls on the 14th floor. This time it's literally walking through a maze, just like its name, so it should be fine." He was confused about the path. A fork in the road? Jinu didn't know what to do next either. "Now what do I do?" The online community cheered him on and eagerly gave directions. "Trust me, just put your hand on the wall and keep walking. The left-hand rule, I tried that once. Ended up stuck in the maze for 3 whole days." He looked as if he had discovered something. Jinu saw a pink beam of light shoot straight into the air and wondered, "That's a vampire. That's where Robert and his teammates are." "Ah." He tilted his head and asked Laha, "Do you think you can break that?" It responded with excited joy, "Bobo boy." Laha's form became menacing and agitated. It smashed through the wall with a single charge. The online community was shocked. What was that? This is different from what Baron did before, isn't it? This time, the little one's been buffed. That aura is a sign that it's been enhanced. After smashing the wall, an excited Laha broke through and ran inside, causing Jinu to shout urgently. "Wait!" It chirped cheerfully. "Bo boy." He quickly chased after it. "Laha! Hey bosses, I'm gonna go check on the situation over there." The online community commented, "I'm guessing the difficulty on that side isn't very popular. The red team is tough to fight. Be careful," Jinu. The more it smashed, the more frenzied it became, forcing him to yell to rein it in as he gave chase. "Laha, slow down!" Jinu guessed that Robert and his team must be on the other side of the wall. "Wait, that wall." Before he could finish his sentence, the wall crumbled. It smiled smugly. Popoy Ju and the other two poys were also sweating at the scene before them. He shouted in alarm, "Laha, get over here. Can you kids be quiet for a second? Is everyone okay?" He was bewildered. "Why is he here? Did you just break through those walls to get here?" Ju, hiding the poise behind him, answered awkwardly. "Somehow, things just turned out that way. Anyway, I was so worried when I saw a vampire. But it looks like no one was seriously hurt, right?" Robert bowed his head, exasperated. "Actually, no one got hurt at all, but all our gear is damaged, so it's pretty much the same." "This is pretty embarrassing." Chris rubbed his head and forced a laugh. "You know about them, right? They're pretty poisonous, so our equipment is in bad shape." Ju tried to comfort them both. "Then just wait here for a bit. It'll be dangerous for you guys to continue with your gear in such bad shape." He didn't seem to understand what Ju meant. "What are you talking about?" Seeing the situation wasn't going well, Ju backed away to leave. "Well then, I'll see you all later. Robert was stunned. He just left. Foreman realized something. But that poi sound we heard when the wall was destroyed, that was from Kim Jae-joo, wasn't it? At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. The pois were chirping excitedly. Joo thought to himself, asterisk. All right, I've warned them, so they probably won't move around recklessly. Asterisk. Let's go, you guys. We just need to follow the pillar of light. They replied enthusiastically. Poi, poi, poi. Pieces of shattered stone scattered through the space. Asterisk. You think this is the last one? Asterisk. The three pois were still diligently breaking down the wall, their spirits incredibly high. The online community commented, doing this is the right move, right? I was just imagining it. Who knew it would actually break? Isn't this a bit of an exploit? You'll get a penalty if you fly over the wall. Soon, the wall ahead was completely destroyed. The cute little sounds rang out again. Poi, poi, poi! Joo deduced that this was the center of the labyrinth. I just need to touch that pillar of light to clear the trial. Wait, I should hide the pois first. Other people will be summoned here the moment I touch that pillar. The online community commented, at this point, that subspace bag has basically become a cave, a pen for the poise. He deployed his magic. The system announced, trial cleared. Powerful golden rays of light appeared. The three of them, Robert, Foreman, and Chris, were stunned when they heard the announcement. Joo was connecting the space. The image of the three of them grew clearer. The system chimed. The spatial gate to the 10th floor will now open. The spatial gate to the 14th floor will now open. He closed his eyes, trying to link everything together. Someone's gaze grew clearer. Their footsteps hurried. He threw his arms around Joo, saying emotionally, thank you, really, thank you. The online community spoke up. Kim Jae-joo is about to suffocate. Hey, you, help, he said shyly. You're exaggerating. Jae-joo thought to himself, asterisk, this huge guy is really hugging me with the full strength of a knight. Asterisk, if my body wasn't reinforced by stone, my ribs would have been broken for sure. Robert was overjoyed and grateful. Thanks to you, we passed the trial without anyone getting hurt. Not that I could give you any money, since I'm flat broke. He laughed happily and recounted, I thought we were done for the moment my sword broke. Thanks. She patted her chest and sighed in relief. Everything I was worried about is gone now, all thanks to you. Thank you. He smiled brightly. We're planning to head back to the 10th floor to meet up with our old friend Foreman at the hospital. What about you? Joo reassured them. Don't worry about me. You guys go on ahead. The online community was buzzing with discussion. If he weren't here, Robert would be recognized as pretty strong. In front of Joo, though, no one else is even worth mentioning. At this level, he must be on par with that kid on the 20th floor. Chris placed a hand on her chest and bowed deeply. According to Eastern customs, I should bid farewell like this. The online community started stirring. Who knows? The 20th floor is pretty tough. He needs to get to the 15th floor first. A lot of people get stronger there. The admin isn't messing with him this time, so he probably won't have any trouble on the 15th floor, right? He thought about the road ahead. The 15th floor trial was in the northern section, a checkpoint for learning skills, completing quests, and growing stronger. People said this floor was easier than the 5th. However, that's only if the administrator doesn't interfere and pull any tricks. Administrator, that stunt you pulled last time. Joo saw everything blur. He thought that it probably wasn't a hallucination. The online community chattered. Why does Joo look so distracted? Are you worried about the 15th floor? Cheer up. Joo ran a hand through his hair and sighed. I was just thinking a bit too much. I'll check my reward and head out now. He thought to himself. Asterisk, that's right. There haven't been any signs of the admin interfering since the 10th floor. So the 15th floor is likely more normal than I think. Asterisk. The system presented a choice. Do you wish to receive the 14th floor reward? Joo. A gift fell from the sky. The online community speculated, is this the standard reward for the 14th floor? It's like a loot box. You never know what you'll get. He said, I'm opening it. As Joo opened it, brilliant golden light shone out. It turned out to be a common knight's two-handed sword, a bag of 1,000 coins, and a lowest-grade mana stone. He stroked his chin. The online community complained, this chest really sucks. Admin, this box is so lame. The system announced, all rewards have been received. Joo replied, I've gotten my rewards, so I'll be moving on now. He was surprised by a notification. User Merrowman has donated 1,000 coins. The online community buzzed. I'm making a reward box in place of the admin. I couldn't stand that reward box. Open wide, coins are on the way. Joo held his head and laughed. Thanks a lot. The people in the online community rallied even more strongly. Everyone, let's donate. We can't lose Joo. Are you planning to go to the 15th floor right away? Go to the 20th floor and do some recon first. Donate. Just go straight to the 15th floor. The 15th floor is a rest floor anyway. Let's go. Joo stated his own intention. As much as I'd like to go to the 15th floor right away, I have to go back to the 10th floor first. I need to sort a few things out first. The online community was a little confused. Why? Please hurry up and keep going, don't go back. he thought to himself. Asterisk, because the thing I need to bring with me is currently on the 10th floor. Asterisk. Ju smiled, confident in his decision. Asterisk, teleport to the Empire's 10th floor, Adventurer Management Center checkpoint. Asterisk. The receptionist at the Adventurer Management office asked, "You want to know where the Black Scorpion Guild is? Please fill out this identification form first. Also, please take down your hood." Ju pulled down the hood of his cloak and smiled. Of course. His hands moved swiftly, filling out the form. David thought to himself, asterisk, he's dressed like an adventurer, but he's strangely elegant. Is he a noble? Asterisk, Ju reported. I'm done filling it out. He scanned the information one more time. All right, please give it to me. I'll provide the information after I've verified your identity. Your name is Kim Jae-joo II, correct? Hearing that phrase, he felt a little embarrassed. Yes, that's right. The online community teased, "Hey, are you embarrassed about Jew II? You need to learn to accept it." After reviewing it, David handed the form back. Your identity has been confirmed. Your personal information will be recorded. Do you consent to that? Jew smiled gently. Yes. He thought to himself, asterisk, let's go. Asterisk, the northern entrance of the Adventurers District. Jew looked at the directions and confirmed. So it's right at the end. The online community commented, "Why are you going there? When are you going to the 15th floor? Hurry up and keep climbing. Stop ordering him around and just watch." Jiu felt annoyed. Asterisk, asking the same question over and over. It's really tiring. Even if they're people from the Empire, they won't remember an adventurer when the channel changes. To them, the channel they're in is their entire world. Asterisk. And so, to find the location of the Black Scorpion Guild, I had to repeat that same question in 87 different channels. He wondered, is this it? A dark alley, very fitting for the guildmaster's style. A wooden building appeared before his eyes. Jiu knocked hard on the door. He thought that it seemed like no one was inside. Jiu kicked the door hard. The online community chimed in. Use the master key. Just say it's an automatic door. I'm going to report it. He looked left and right, reassuring himself. Asterisk, there's a much faster way to find it than searching by myself. Asterisk. The cute little ones appeared. Poi, poi. Jiu held up a stone for them to see and said, "This is a low-grade monostone. Do you think you can find it?" They replied, "Poi, poi, poi." The online community commented, hound mode activated. The mother of the pois is probably going to be pissed. He watched the group split up in different directions to carry out his task. They gathered at one spot and signaled continuously, "Poi, poi." Jiu smiled and asked, "Is it here?" It replied, "Poi." He stomped his foot hard on the spot it had pointed to, revealing a pile of blue stones underneath. Jiu praised them. "Good job," the online community exclaimed. "What is that? That spot has to be worth at least 20,000 coins. I think there are even mid-grade stones in there. This must be what Jiu was whispering about. I'll let you live, so cough up those mana stones. You poor thing. Why do you have to keep giving and get nothing back?" Jiu took all the stones and shoved them in his backpack. He took out a few stones. Jiu's giving a reward to the cute little guys. "Good job. Here's your share." They squealed with delight. Suddenly, a spatial vortex transported him in front of a majestic castle. Jiu tapped the system and thought, he'd sold the skill book and the two-handed sword. All right, I've sold everything. I kept a few mana stones for my gauntlets, though. I can't believe I earned this much. The info panel displayed, Streamer Kim Jae-joo, coins owned, 87,430. He smiled to himself, thinking, with this many coins, I can probably buy Lu Chinsu's items myself when I get to the 20th floor. The chat was constantly nagging. Are you done yet? Straight to the 15th floor. Hurry up, let's go. Ju smiled and replied, all right, I'm on my way. He thought to himself, to deal with the cold northern lands, I'll use Lu Chinsu's item for a thermal cloak. I've also absorbed the leftover mana stones after using them on the gauntlets, so I guess preparations are complete. A viewer asked, is Ju going to stay on the US channel? He closed his eyes and replied, no, I'm moving back to the Korean channel. I want to get the follower reward. But Ju thought that even so, even if it means running into his own viewers, he still needs to grow his audience. A chatter commented, yeah, that's right. Americans don't like Asian streamers. So you're finally planning to go to the 15th floor? You're not planning on learning magic creation techniques there too, are you? Ju replied, I'm planning on learning some night skills. Night skills? You didn't even glance at it on the 5th floor, so why the sudden decision? A night on the 15th floor. Something big is about to happen. As far as he knew, the 15th floor was the best place to learn night skills. To be able to handle the magic creation item and the full Lu Chinsu set in the future, I first need to build up my physical stats. Ju smiled confidently. Well then, I'm going in. But the situation ahead of him was quite surprising. What the hell is this? The chat immediately blew up. What? Is he being forced to be an outsider? Why is Ju on the outside? It looks like time has stopped. Something's not right. Now that Ju had entered the 15th floor, he was supposed to appear at the challenge fountain in the city center. If the required number of people isn't met, you can't leave. You can only interact with other players while waiting here, he deduced from what he was seeing. From the architectural style, this is definitely the Northern District. Don't tell me this is the admin's doing, a chatter commented. So time stops until the required number of people gathers? I'm really seeing all sorts of things, thanks to Kim Jae-joo. Look what a mess the admins are. He started to walk. The system announced again, user 4750-4883-4891-4899. A total of 50 people have entered. Number. The required number of people has been met. The trial of the 15th floor will now commence. Jay grimaced. Damn it, the wind is so strong. A notice appeared. The Kingdom of Brave Warriors, with its capital as the front line in the fight against demonic beasts. Welcome to Taruha, land of the Frost Warriors, Kingdom of the Northern Lands. Find the power you desire and accept a quest. A gate at the trial fountain will open once the quest is completed. He calmed himself. I need to get to the trial fountain first, a netizen commented. It's no different from the guide everyone else has. The trial seems normal. The admin is just trying to make things difficult again. A voice rang out. Who are you? A burly man questioned him. I've never seen your face around here before. Looking at that neat imperial uniform? Are you a traveler? Zhou, a little intimidated, stammered. Yes. Nice to meet you. In his mind, he thought, asterisk, he's a giant. Asterisk, the man introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Palaham. He politely extended his hand. I'm Kim Jae-joo. The online community was in a complete panic. Warrior Captain Palaham? Run! Why has he shown up already? The other man took his hand. He poured all his strength into the handshake, causing Jae immense pain. Asterisk. What is this strength? Asterisk, he thought. Palaham asked probingly, but how did you leave the trial fountain and get all the way here? In too much pain, Jae couldn't form a complete sentence. I'm not really sure. It just happened. The man just squeezed tighter. He felt like his hand was caught in a press. It wouldn't budge. Palaham gave a strange smile. So, this is your first time here? Jae-yoo answered, yes, that's right. The man became even stranger. And you're already this strong. I like that. I can see the warrior in you. Jae was confused. Something was wrong with his foot. Something appeared. It slammed into him with full force. Jae felt excruciating pain. Palaham suddenly found this interesting. You took a kick from me, and you're still standing. Is it because of that interesting suit? Whatever it is, that's pretty impressive. The online community was in an uproar. No way. Why has the warrior captain shown up already? A lunatic has appeared. I don't think you should fight him right now. Kim Jae was annoyed. Your way of greeting someone is a little on the rough side, don't you think? The difference in size between his massive frame and Jae's was immense. Red spots appeared in Palaham's eyes, his face terrifyingly fierce. Jae, kneeling from the pain, looked up at Palaham and said, now this is what I call a violent welcome. He laughed bizarrely and replied, that's because you lot from the Empire are all too soft. Just consider it an initiation ceremony, he retorted resentfully. Even so, it still feels like you're going to kill me at any second. Palaham scoffed. Even the way you talk is just like those disgusting bastards from the Empire. I was holding back as much as I could to keep you from dying, so stop complaining. Jae-yoo was confused. Asterisk. He wasn't using his full strength? And the effect of my low tan to suit was completely nullified? Just as I thought. He's not someone I can reason with. Asterisk. The hatred for the Empire was deeply rooted in Palaham's heart. It all stemmed from the death of his child. A small conflict with the Empire cut short the life of his son, who hadn't even had the chance to enjoy his youth. Over time, that resentment grew beyond the Empire, eventually affecting even the travelers who passed through it. Palaham, captain of the First Corps. Who would have thought the strongest warrior in Taruha would be in a corner of the castle tower? The online community discussed, initiation my ass. 2 rounds of that initiation, and he'd be dead for sure. But if he really wanted to kill Jae, a broken leg would be the least of it. He looked up and asked, after this initiation ceremony is over, can I go? Palaham answered decisively. No. Jae asked suspiciously, do you want something from me? The man smiled. If I say yes, will you do it? He met his gaze and replied, as long as it's within my abilities. Palaham's smile grew even more bizarre. That's the right attitude. I take back what I said about you being just like those bastards from the Empire. Now, carefully repeat my words. Remember to say them loud and clear. That's not too hard, is it? The online community was now trembling. If you headbutt Palaham, I bet your skull would crack. The Skullcracker. Nice name. I bet he could break my wrist with just a flick of his finger. Jae asked, puzzled. Is that all? The other man replied, that's right. Just repeat my words. He thought to himself, asterisk. Even though I know full well he's one of the most eccentric people on the 15th floor. Asterisk. Palaham pursed his lips and bellowed. A change began to take place. The transformation in the castle becoming more and more apparent. A poster appeared with the words, the new be strong. Jae clutched his head in pain. The online community was utterly bewildered. What the hell was that? Isn't Lachanta what Yetis shout? Are his vocal cords even normal? My ears are bleeding. Palaham smiled smugly and pointed at Jae-yoo. So? How was it? You can do it, right? If you didn't hear it clearly, I don't mind doing it again. Jae-yoo refused. No, I heard it. I heard it very clearly. I was just wondering what it means. Palaham made his demand. You don't need to worry about that. Just repeat what I just said. Don't be like those imperial bastards. He responded, I'm not going to repeat something when I don't even know what it means. Palaham grew irritated. This stubborn brat. The online community buzzed. Wait, who's the one being difficult here? So what would you do in this situation? A long-standing Korean tradition. I'll show you my deep bow. A deep bow is truly a sign of respect. He turned his back, waved his hand, and spoke without looking back. Since this is your first time, it seems you still know nothing of Taruha's greatness. Follow me. The online community was frantic. There's your chance, run. Jay, does he really think he can escape? Escape? No freaking way, he thought simply. Asterisk, there's no reason to complicate things. Asterisk, the warriors following Palaham aren't scary. True, things were a bit rough at first. But in the end, I was going to have to meet Palaham anyway. Palaham is one of the greatest warriors of Taruha. Besides, I was planning on learning how to break the form of a skill anyway, so starting like this isn't so bad. If I break a skill's form, my body will no longer move according to its template. Instead, my body will have full authority to use and control that skill. With that thought, he hurried to follow Palaham. The man led him to a fortress. Palaham turned back to face him and asked, Do you know what this is? Jay guessed. Looks like a mana cannon. The man was surprised by his answer. You know what it is? In the Empire, this thing is still in the development stage. In the last battle, I trapped those Imperial bastards and wiped them all out with this. After that incident, it seems they wanted to try making a cannon of their own. And from what I know, they're still struggling with it. Snow began to fall right then. Should I give it a try? It's been a while, hasn't it? See that black thing over there? Jay looked in the direction he was pointing and answered, Yes. Palaham continued, It wasn't originally that big. Before, from here, it looked no bigger than a mole. When I got closer, I noticed that monsters were using their bodies to shield it. It was the first time in my life I'd ever seen creatures like that. Jay wondered. So you came back immediately? Palaham retorted. I only came back because the condition of my men was pretty bad. Don't get the wrong idea. Do you know where those monsters came from? Jay feigned ignorance. I don't. But in his mind, he thought, asterisk, as if there's any way I wouldn't know. Asterisk. He placed a blue stone into the cannon's barrel. Palaham explained further. They sprout from that black thing. Can you believe it? The cannon began to glow. A netizen commented, What the hell is Palaham doing? No way. Is he firing without even adjusting the angle? Looks like he already has it locked on target. Just as the words were spoken, the stone was fired with incredible force. The cannon's immense power shot straight toward the strange creature. The tentacles moved, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect. Everything went dark. Palaham gave a bitter laugh. That thing that looks like a pile of shit destroyed the great Taruha clan. Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't it just fascinating? This damn world just keeps repeating itself. Once destroyed, it only leaves behind faint memories. But they're still clear enough for us to know that everything is repeating. Jae-yoo thought that unlike on the 5th floor, the people of Taruha on the 15th floor have memories of their kingdom's fall, an ending that has been repeated countless times. As soon as it sprouted, the heart of that organic creature immediately absorbed all the life energy from its surroundings to bloom. When the petals fully bloom, demons and monsters will pour out like a flood. It was a catastrophe that led to Taruha's destruction. Suddenly, Palaham threw his head back and laughed loudly. I've been rambling on about meaningless things for too long. Isn't the greatness of Taruha nothing more than a joke now? Jiu felt a deep sense of sympathy. He had to witness hordes of monsters invade and destroy his kingdom and experience his own death countless times, yet he remained so calm. This man was truly strong, in both spirit and body. Palaham turned and said, All right, I think I've joked around enough. If you have something to do, hurry up and get it done, then get out of here. At that moment, Jiu was baffled. Is the initiation ceremony over? He gave a thumbs up in approval. That's right. I must say, you did very well. Jiu spoke seriously. My business is with you, Sunstone Captain Palaham. The chat was a little annoyed. Is Jiu intentionally ignoring our advice? Are you deaf or something? Palaham seemed intrigued. Meaning you already knew about me? Interesting. Tell me, what's this about? Jiu made his request directly. I want you to teach me how to become a warrior. His eyes showed a hint of surprise, affected by the boy's intensity. Palaham slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. You must get picked on a lot, huh? Yeah, there have been a few travelers here and there. Let me tell you, most of them can't even last an hour, let alone a whole day. He asked again, Are you refusing? He raised his hands helplessly in response. What are you talking about? I'm not that cold-hearted. The chat flared up. Then why did he make me fight 20 Yetis? Taking it out on the victim. How did you even survive? 20 Yetis? Why didn't you just refuse? He watched from a distance and only helped me when I was about to die. He extended a hand in a gesture of goodwill. All right, I'll give you a quest. Go and familiarize yourself with Taruha, then come back here. Being too gung-ho from the start will only get you killed faster, Jiu asked once more. But if you only have vague memories after this place is destroyed each time, what's the guarantee you'll remember me next time? Palaham answered firmly. Don't worry, an unusual traveler like you isn't so easy to forget, he said impatiently. So, what if I say I want to learn right now? The old man just smiled enigmatically. If that's what you really want, then fine. The chat exploded again. Look, that's the exact same look he had when he threw me to those 20 Yetis. Damn it, PTSD. Jiu was a little scared but still accepted. All right, I'll do as you say and take the quest first, then come back later. Palaham clicked his tongue in praise. A good choice. At your level, hunting red-jawed white boars should be a good fit. But aren't you in the middle of a quest? Jiu seemed to vaguely remember something. What the hell, wait, let me check. A stream of information appeared in the system window. Floor 15. You have been assigned a quest. Quest giver. Take the heart of that organic creature. You will be unable to leave the 15th floor until the quest is completed. Warning. If you fail to take the organic creature's heart before it blooms, Taruha will fall, his eyes filled with confusion. What is this? What the hell does this mean? A stream of information appeared in the system window. Floor 15. You have been assigned a quest. Quest giver. Take the heart of that organic creature. You will be unable to leave the 15th floor until the quest is completed. Warning. If you fail to take the organic creature's heart before it blooms, Taruha will fall. Jiu was a little bewildered. I was already worried about this. Is that guy really crazy? No, he's definitely insane. But the screen said, you will be unable to leave the 15th floor. He felt a flicker of fear. If I can't leave, that means I'll die too when Taruha falls. The chat discussion grew even more intense. That crazy admin, I don't get why he's gone silent like this. He just assigned the quest and bailed. Giving up on a quest is different from running away, but can he even complete it? Is this really possible on the 15th floor? Palaham was puzzled. Is something wrong? Jiu answered frankly. Yes. He was lost in his own thoughts. It's just as the viewer said, giving us such a difficult quest on the 15th floor. Even if all 50 of us worked together, we couldn't even put a single scratch on the creature's heart. The chat buzzed with comments. You can barely even see that thing on the 25th floor. I thought he would just have to deal with the monsters it spits out, but he actually has to kill it? Even for Kim Jae-joo, this is too difficult. Palaham seemed to want to help him solve the problem. I don't know what's happened, but is there any way I can help? Jae-yoo replied bluntly. No, sorry. Can I come back later? The old man had no intention of stopping anyone. Do whatever you want. Jiu wanted to stay in touch for later. If I come back, where can I find you? Palaham gave him an answer. Go to the place where the light shines brightest at sunset. He nodded. All right, I'm leaving then. Jiu's departure left Palaham deep in thought. It seems something urgent has come up to make even him so quiet. Jiu turned and walked away. A poster for the series displays the title, The Newbie is Too Strong. The chat came up with many theories. I'm thinking, maybe the admin got pissed because we were being too noisy, so he gave us this quest? Totally possible, right? On second thought, I guess you're right. That bastard admin. This is a purge. They seem to be quick about these things. Jiu was still lost in thought. It's obvious who the quest giver is. Are you trying to throw me into another test? Admin. I have about a month. It usually takes less than 30 days for the creature's heart to bloom. If I can't complete the quest before the deadline, I'll die. The chat discussed the feasibility of the quest announcement. Giving a quest like that really crosses the line. If he'd known this would happen, he should have given up on the first floor. Jiu, what are you going to do now? Jiu let out a weary sigh. I need to find out if I'm alone in this. The others might have received the same quest. If so, we can work together. I can probably find the others around the Fountain of Trials. He walked through the city as a mysterious figure watched him from a high window. A door was suddenly thrown open, and a strange man appeared, trembling and begging our savior. Please, please, stop the impending destruction and save us. His trembling hand reached out to Jiu. He pleaded, Savior, the chat spoke up. They're always like this, you can't blame them. That's what the admin told them. If the admin didn't, they'd go crazy and commit mass suicide. Jiu thought hard about everything. To maintain Taruha's existence, the admin created a setting. One day, a traveler will appear and save all of you. In the name of a god, with a beautiful halo, that being sent a prophecy to the residents of Taruha. If they waited, the players who came later would help them escape their calamitous fate. That is what they have always firmly believed. That hope is their only psychological medicine. I'm not sure if any player has actually done this. To the players, this is just another part of the tower they need to clear. In reality, these people probably realize that too. However, they have no choice but to keep hoping, because they know that if they lose even that hope, they might break down completely. He sighed. I can't worry about so many things. For now, I'll just focus on the trial. He continued on his journey. Scene. The Fountain of Trials on the 15th floor. Up ahead, people were chatting animatedly. A woman asked, there are supposed to be 50 people, so why do I only see 49? A man replied, I don't know, maybe there was a miscount somewhere. Anyway, this place isn't as cold as I thought it would be. Huh? The woman laughed in response. Seriously, only a musclehead like you would feel warm. I'm about to freeze to death over here. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice. Excuse me. The man reflexively stood in front to protect her and asked, what is it? Ji-yu smiled warmly. Sorry, I'm a player too. I just had a few questions. Hearing his introduction, the other guy relaxed a bit. You're the last one. It's nice to meet you. He introduced himself. I'm Kim Sang-hyuk, and her name is Lee Ji-young. You also politely state your identity. I'm Kim Jae-joo. The other guy is surprised. Huh? Your name is really Kim Jae-joo? The woman next to him reminds him of his manners. Do-sung is embarrassed by his rudeness. Sorry about that. He can be a little childish. You just came in from outside, right? Jae-joo wanted to get information quickly. That's right. I have a few things I'd like to ask the other players. She smiled enthusiastically. Sure, what did you want to ask? He asked her directly if she had received any quests. Do-sung checked the system. We just got here. Hold on a sec. Just as expected, there was nothing. The screen displayed the challenge notification for the 15th floor. You have not received any quests. The online community started cursing up a storm. That fucking admin. But Jae-chan, if you didn't, it seems it's a quest exclusive to Kim Jae-joo. He nodded. I see. Do-sung was a bit confused. Is something wrong? Jae-joo reassured her. No, don't worry about it. Thanks for your time. But he thought to himself, if I'm the only one who received the quest, then the other players are just outsiders. She spoke up kindly. Well, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. Jae-joo thought to himself, no matter what I go through, it's not like the other players are going to help. Sung-jin also gave a generous thumbs up, saying, that's right, we've all added each other to our friends lists. Do you want to be friends with us too? Jae-joo had his own calculations. Even though it'll be hard for them to help destroy the heart, adding them could bring in more viewers, so it can't hurt. The online community gave their advice. They seem pretty nice, don't they? Their character seems good, just accept. Jae-joo thought it might be useful for something. He overcame his social awkwardness and took the initiative. Okay, are your usernames your real names too? They answered in unison. That's right, both of us. I'll search for Kim Jae-doo's name too. He waved his hand dismissively, saying shyly, No, I'll send you two a request later. The online community sneered. Embarrassed about the two in your name, aren't you? Sang-jin wondered. Huh? Why wait until later? Do-sung was understanding. All right, if you're asking about quests, you must be busy. The online community was buzzing. You're not Kim Jae-doo? You're Kim Jae-doo too? What if they think you're an imposter when you send the request? If that happens, you'll just have to change your name. Jae-doo, stop teasing him. Cut it out. You guys are going to make him cry. That's enough. What are you going to do now about the quest? After the two of them left, Jae-doo became pensive. To be honest, I'm kind of lost. I need to go back and see him now. All I can do now is get stronger. There's no one at the castle. He told me to go to the place with the brightest light. I need to find the place Balaham was talking about. The online community was speculating about everything. I don't think Balaham can kill that tree. I think Jae-doo is looking for him for some training. Do you really wish to taste suffering again? Human Jae-doo? Is that your purpose? Jae-doo stood on the previous fortress. I think the brightest place must be over there. He started walking, and in front of him was a massive log cabin. He exclaimed, It's huge. Looking inside, he saw a dog was already there. The online community showed its interest. It's been a while since I've seen a dog. Hey, what breed is it? Looks like a hunting dog. Probably a sheepdog. Reminds me of my dog. He lived for 16 years and died before I entered the tower. Don't cry. I'm sure he went to heaven, got a girlfriend, and is living a happy life. No way. He was neutered. What the hell, man? Jae-doo tried to coax it over. Here, boy. Good dog. Balaham suddenly appeared with a mysterious smile. I was wondering who that was. Have you resolved your issue? Balaham asked while petting the dog. You've found a way, Jae-doo replied. Yes, I think I can handle it. I actually came to discuss that. He looked at him with concern. Hey, have you eaten anything? Jae-doo answered. No, I haven't. Balaham put the dog down and said gently, Let's go inside first. The old saying goes, you can't fight on an empty stomach. He followed his words and walked after him. Jae-doo gently opened the door. Inside the house was a dining table, set up simply but neatly. He thought, should I take my shoes off? I don't think taking off shoes fits their culture, but wearing shoes into a house, my conscience as a Korean. The online community couldn't answer all his questions either. That's a tough one. Kim Jae-doo. Turn on your Korean-style wearing shoes on the carpet mode. That's a bit much. Balaham invited him in hospitably. Come on in, he replied politely. Pardon the intrusion. The online community was abuzz. I've never seen Balaham's house before. It's quite humble for the greatest warrior. If you knew the world was in a constant loop of destruction, I think you'd be a minimalist too. Inside, a woman was cooking and greeted him warmly. Welcome. Are you one of the new adventurers around here these days? The online community wondered, is that really Balaham's wife? Wow, his wife is so nice. All right, now we know his type. Jae-do smiled and returned the greeting. Yes, it's nice to meet you. I'm Kim Jae-joo. The woman introduced herself. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Scarlett. I was curious because this is the first time he's invited an adventurer to have a meal with us. You're such a lovely young man. She brought out a very appealing plate of sausage and fried eggs. Jae-do was shy at the enthusiastic invitation. Thank you. The online community teased him. Kim Jae-joo, don't tell me you have a thing for married women. Is Balaham good in a fight? Suddenly, Balaham's expression changed. What are you doing? Hurry up and sit down. Jae-do obeyed. Yes, sir. Scarlett was a very enthusiastic host. I've prepared food that adventurers really like. Come here and eat up. He was extremely grateful. Thank you for the meal. A poster for the story has the title, The Newbie is Too Strong. Suddenly, her eyes became incredibly sharp. By the way, how much longer are you planning to cause trouble in the tower? Balaham was displeased. How can you call it causing trouble? Jae-do ate silently, thinking to himself, Balaham, I didn't think you were afraid of your wife. The online community felt this was a common occurrence. Even the greatest warrior gets yelled at by his wife at home. Honey, I just found a receipt for $5,000 in your graduation album. Can you explain? Abruptly, Balaham clapped him on the shoulder. Looks like you're done eating. Let's talk for a bit. Jae-do wasn't even done eating and stammered. But I'm still. He only saw that the man had already turned and bolted. Good, I'll see you outside. Seeing this, he hurriedly bid Scarlett farewell. I guess I have to go. Your cooking was delicious. Scarlett smiled happily. I'm glad you liked it. Jae-do opened the door and stepped outside. Balaham was petting the dog and said, if it weren't for Scarlett and this little guy, I would have gone mad long ago and probably be wandering hopelessly in this white land. He complimented that she seemed very kind, and the man smiled with immense pride. To me, she's perfect. But are you really an adventurer? Jae-do replied softly. Yes. Balaham was curious. Really? To you guys? What are we? Even though we know the world is coming to an end, we continue to exist in this meaningless, repetitive life. Don't you find it ridiculous? Jae-do had his own answer in his heart. Of course not. Whether they cling to a foolish belief in the existence of a savior or live a meaningless, repetitive life, they are simply learning to survive and hold on in their own way. I don't think that at all. Balaham asked again. Is that so? All of it? His determined eyes answered. Yes. The man laughed loudly. You really don't know how to flatter people, do you? I can't guess what's going on in that head of yours. Seriously. But strangely enough, you're not bad. Jae-do was skeptical. Is that a compliment? The online community was displeased on his behalf. He tells us to get lost whenever we compliment him, but now there are so many victims here. He spoke with a full sense of determination. I'm in a difficult situation right now, so I want to become a warrior. Balaham suddenly became unusually serious. I assume it's related to your quest, right? All right, I'll see you again the morning after next. Make sure you get a good rest tonight. Jae-do was surprised. Aren't you going to ask why? He just saw the man wave his hand, turn his back, and say, I'll ask tomorrow. Just sleep here. The online community jeered. Kim Jae-joo is being treated like an outsider. Here he wants him to sleep on the grass with the dog. Jae-joo has chosen a thorny path. Under normal circumstances, I'd use the facilities provided near the challenge fountain, I thought. But right now, I barely have enough time to train. I can't waste time on something like that. My life is on the line. I have to work hard to level up. The system displays a notification for the 15th floor trial. You have received a quest, a mission to remove the heart of a living creature. You can only leave the 15th floor after completing this mission. Warning, if you cannot retrieve the heart of the living creature before it blossoms, Taruha will collapse. It presented a choice. Explorer, what kind of power do you desire? The extraordinary combat techniques of Taruha or the Emperor's method of using skills? Kim Jae-joo asked from outside. Aren't you going to let me wash my face and have breakfast first? He grumbled. I should at least get to sleep inside. Balaham appeared with a smirk. Washing up and eating will feel better after you train. Don't talk like such a weakling. The online community saw the situation and complained on his behalf. Is this some kind of military boot camp? It reminds me of morning drills. Jiu didn't give up, saying, I want to learn this empire's axe-wielding skills. He thought to himself, that's the weapon I'm most familiar with, and it's also the weapon that Taruha warriors are most proficient in. Plus, Balaham is best at using an axe. He stroked his chin and asked him, does that mean you've already learned the empire's skills? Kim Jae-joo replied, not yet. Balaham suddenly said, if that's the case, it's rather strange that you want to learn the empire's skills, but first, I don't like the outfit you're wearing. Kim Jae-joo was confused. My clothes? His face darkened as he ordered, take them off, immediately. The comment section buzzed with excitement. Take it off. Damn it, He's not into married women, he's into men, Balaham explained. Why would you wear clothes with protective functions for the user? It will only hinder your training. Jiu replied. Understood. He finally got it. That makes sense. Even if I can control it, it will automatically react when I'm in danger. Suddenly, Balaham grabbed his shoulder and said, You've got a decent build. He's very popular with the girls. Please don't say things like that. The online community couldn't deny it. That's right, Kim Jae-joo is really popular, right? That was the high school girl Jane Haeyeon, wasn't it? Kim Jae-joo has committed many sins. He warmed up his body and said, Well then, shall we begin? I was quite annoyed that it ended so quickly the first time we met. Kim Jae-joo was taken by surprise. What? Before he knew it, a fist was flying towards him. The punch was so powerful it sent Kim Jae-joo stumbling backward. He complained, You could at least give a signal before starting. Balaham smiled mysteriously, signaling, Next up is the leg. As Kim Jae-joo got into a fighting stance, he launched a volley of kicks. Balaham kicked his leg hard. He praised him with a click of his tongue. You've never learned any skills, but you can use your instincts. You're really talented. Jae-joo didn't like this kind of assessment. If you're just messing around, then stop. Or is this part of the training? Balaham grumbled. Annoying. You talk too much. This time, it's the head. This time, Jae-joo felt he couldn't dodge in time. The attacks were getting faster and more powerful, making it a little difficult for him to defend. He looked at his hands, thinking, This power feels like I was just hit by a hammer. At the same time, Balaham gave a chilling smile and said, It's not over yet. Let's continue. He kept calling out the places he was attacking. Chin, stomach, next is the head, hip, head again. Kim Jae-joo was exhausted, thinking to himself, What the hell? Is he a monster? It's been an hour and he still hasn't stopped attacking. I can't fight anymore. I'm at my limit. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Balaham crossed his arms and looked at him arrogantly, asking, You said you've never learned the Empire's skills, right? In that case, that should be impossible. Kim Jae-joo couldn't understand either. Huh? What does he mean by that? He asked with amusement. How about it? Do you like it? At the same time, the system announced, You have learned a new skill, Taruha Warriors Martial Arts Level 1. Despite being tired, he felt incredibly happy. Yes, this is great. Balaham spoke up, asking, Do you like it? Kim Jae-joo was still basking in the joy. This feeling is amazing. Everyone in the comment section started chattering. I've never seen that before. Experts. Has anyone seen this skill before? Nope. He slowly sat up, thinking to himself, I never expected this to happen. The audience seemed quite worried. It looks like even Kim Jae-joo doesn't know. We don't even know if this skill is any good. Suddenly, one person commented, He learned it from getting punched? It's a passive skill. It must be a good skill then. Kim Jae-joo was more confident than anyone. It's not a bad thing, even if it wasn't specified by the system. In principle, users have classified skills into two main types, namely active skills, which are used when the user actively employs them, and passive skills, which are activated at all times. Passive skills are often created through frequent use of active skills, and there's also a small chance of activating a passive skill when using a high-level skill. Passive skills created in these ways don't require mana or aura, and passive skills increase the user's opportunities, so the more you can activate, the better. Balaham suddenly walked over. Don't tell me I was wrong. Kim Jae-joo asked curiously, Were you worried you might have guessed wrong? He laughed teasingly. I was just testing you. I figured you were trying to find a loophole to stop getting punched. He forced a strained smile, though he was furious inside. Now filled with fighting spirit, Kim Jae challenged him back. Wanna go again? He wasn't worried at all, and even mocked, Someone suddenly very passionate. Kim Jae couldn't wait any longer. I have to try this new skill. He condensed energy into his hands and rushed forward. Here I come! Balaham was a little surprised, recognizing his speed and movements. Everyone would surely agree that he deserves to be called a warrior of Taruha. How could he imitate my movements after seeing them only a few times? At that moment, his fist was right in front of his face. However, Balaham easily blocked it. He let out a sigh. I knew it. It looks good at a glance, but his attack is still clumsy. Balaham began to speak calmly. You still have plenty of time to. But before he could finish his sentence, Kim Jae-joo launched a kick at his opponent. He immediately used his hand to block Kim Jae-joo's blow, smiling defiantly. What were you saying? Balaham's hand, which was gripping his fist, was trembling non-stop. This time, Balaham's fighting spirit was truly ignited. So, this punch was a feint. Clearly, it was my mistake for lowering my guard. I have nothing to say. As soon as he heard that, a thought popped into Kim Jae-joo's head. I might have made a mistake. People were enthusiastically discussing the matter. I think Balaham is pissed now. Damn, that was awesome. He landed a hit, but I think he's about to pay for it. That wasn't what Kim Jae-joo was thinking. At first, I just wanted to see what this skill was. I was fired up, but as I charged forward, I changed my mind. At that moment, Kim Jae-joo rose up easily. My body felt so light it was as if it wanted to fly. It seemed like a current of power was endlessly spreading through my body. For the first time, I felt like I could do anything, but this difference was so great that I didn't dare think about recovering to my previous state, and that also led to what just happened. That overconfidence gave rise to the idea of landing a punch on Balaham, because he understood clearly that for Balaham, this was a failure. The hand being restrained by Balaham was trembling uncontrollably, forcing him to speak up. Could you let go of my hand first? He started to get angry, looking at him with eyes as cold as ice. Kim Jae-joo, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. And so, the sound of impacts echoed throughout the garden. Chan, who was nearby, heard it and was terrified. Balaham relentlessly attacked Kim Jae-joo. The waste. Only when he saw him collapse did he laugh with satisfaction. How refreshing. What do you think? Kim Jae-joo trembled as he crawled up. I think you're trying to kill me, Balaham cheerfully confirmed. You're overreacting. I'll definitely let you live. Suddenly, a window opened, and Scarlett's voice echoed. That's enough. Come and have breakfast. Balaham went over and invited Kim Jae-joo inside. Let's go. He nodded in agreement. Okay. Just then, the system announced that Taruha Warriors Martial Arts had reached level 2. The viewers were bewildered and couldn't stop exclaiming. Doesn't it take a month for the Taruha Warriors Martial Arts passive skill to reach level 2? That's insane. The Taruha Warriors Martial Arts levels up that easily. Kim Jae-joo is the only one with that skill. So, I wouldn't know. Model. No way. I'm sure lots of people know about it, Kim Jae-joo thought to himself. Just like the viewer said, it's not easy to level up an internal skill. His fists get stronger every time I land a hit on him, but Balaham is a really good teacher, and this is the proof. The comments keep flooding in. I'm on the 30th floor. There's a post on the message board saying it's the martial art of the Taruha Warriors. What are you even talking about, bro? I'm pretty sure only Kim Jae-joo knows that skill. Thank God someone called it out. He looked out at the gray sky and sighed. What a beautiful sky. The viewers reacted harshly. It's going to be dark and overcast for a whole month. Did Balaham knock you, stupid? Kim Jae-joo asked, slightly irritated. Aren't you guys going to eat or something? But they wouldn't let him go. Look at him trying to change the subject. We're eating while we watch. Watching Jae-joo get his ass kicked while eating fried chicken is the best. Jae-joo turns away, sulking. But then he spots something. Balaham is diligently feeding a dog. He gently pets its head. That's it. Eat up. The sight reminds him of the poise. I need to find stones for the poise. The moment Balaham saw Kim Jae-joo, he immediately asked with concern, How was breakfast? He answered enthusiastically, It was amazing. Your wife's cooking is incredible. Suddenly, Balaham's voice grew serious. I've been thinking about it. That quest you took on. It's something about defeating a giant or some monster, isn't it? Kim Jae-joo scratched his face, hesitating. Yeah, something like that. He still felt something was off. That's what I thought. And it's why you want me to teach you. But something feels off. Kim Jae-joo asked right away, What is it? Balaham said without hesitation, considering his ability and the function of that strange outfit. You're not really here to learn from me, are you? Kim Jae-joo nodded in confirmation. I told you back at the castle tower. I was planning on coming to see you from the very beginning. He immediately refuted his answer. No, there's nothing that should have forced you to come here now. Either there was a delay in your plans, you got a quest you didn't want, or it's an impossible quest. Jae-joo still didn't understand. So Balaham pointed to the reddish thing halfway up the mountain. It's that thing, isn't it? The one you have to defeat. He still seemed a little uncertain. Or, am I wrong? Jae-joo followed his gaze and his expression turned serious. He confirmed, You're right. He knew deep down there was no reason to lie here. He's only asking to confirm what he already suspects. The viewers kept commenting in awe. Look how sharp he is. And that was just a guess. The old man still got it. Balaham suddenly sighed. The gods. They can be cruel sometimes. Jae-joo asked curiously. You believe in gods? He teased back. Surprising, is it? Don't I look like the type? Jae-joo hesitated. Well, a little. Do you think trying to kill that thing is a pointless act? Balaham answered gently. Nothing in this world is truly meaningless. An act one person might see as pointless can sometimes mean more than anything to the person carrying it out. Those words made Jae-joo remember when he first got here. More important than anything. He looked at the man's back. So, will you help me? Jae-joo waited nervously for an answer, but Balaham just stayed silent. Suddenly, he turned with a confident smile. All right, let's go. Jae-joo stared, confused. Go where? Balaham pointed toward the demon flower. Over there, of course. They say to defeat your enemy, you must first understand them. It's as if the thing knew its enemy was approaching. A wicked, bloody aura radiated from it. Jae-joo waved his hands frantically. Are you serious? I haven't even learned a single combat skill yet, the old man scoffed, pouting. If you don't want to, then forget about it. Jae-joo quickly changed his tune. All right, I get it. But if things start to get dangerous, we're leaving immediately. Palaham's mood instantly brightened. Of course, I'll just pack some things and be right out. Give me a minute. The viewers were also puzzled. He actually agreed? Was Palaham just faking being mad? Gisu will find a way to make it work. He sighed, slumping to the ground. It's not like I have a choice. I bet he'd be furious if I refused to go with him. The viewers were suspicious. What's the point if it's just a reconnaissance trip? But if Palaham actually gets pissed, Gisu is definitely going to turn into his personal punching bag. At that moment, the dog ran up to him, making him happy. Hey there, good boy. Just then, the poise leaped out of his bag, grabbing the viewers' attention. Why'd they come out all of a sudden? Are they hungry? To everyone's surprise, the poise charged out and acted threateningly toward the dog. Don't tell me it's jealousy. It's watching them. Only the poise are allowed to be Gisu's assistants. He quickly gathered the little ones and looked at the poor puppy. Sorry, buddy. When Palaham came back out, he found Gisu consoling the poise. Sorry, I can't let you guys out right now, Palaham asked curiously. What is it you do with them? He stammered in reply. It just kind of happened. The viewers mocked him. Lame excuse. Palaham replied, startled. I see. This brief reaction surprised the viewers. Palaham is a man of few words. Huh. Probably because he's the warrior captain. Look how cool he is. After that, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Gisu quickly changed the subject. So, what's the dog's name? Palaham turned and answered casually. It seems I forgot to introduce you two. This fella is Khun Lashanta. We usually just call him Chanta. The viewers immediately questioned it. Isn't there also a person named Lashanta? So that's a dog's name? It has to have another meaning, right? He quickly suppressed a laugh and praised sincerely. I see. That's a great name. Just then, Gisu looked off into the distance again, toward the demon flower, the heart of that organic creature, the source of destruction that brought about the fall of Taruha. Can I really destroy it? I have to. Even the admin has stepped in now. I don't have a choice. A few hours earlier, someone asked, I heard a warrior invited an adventurer to his home for a meal? His subordinate replied, That's right, Sir Leto. He frowned, deep in thought. What the hell is that guy thinking? An invitation to dine from the greatest warrior. That's an honor reserved only for those who've been accepted after proving their worth. The more Leto thought about it, the more his head ached. This is giving me a headache. He was clearly displeased. No matter how much the gods like to play games, to be invited to dine in a place like Taruha, even if it's a faded honor, it's still an honor. So, he grumbled, he's probably just messing around again, but his subordinate shook his head. I think this time is different. Kerr stated firmly, the captain and that adventurer just finished sparring a little while ago. I don't think the captain is playing around. This caught Leto's attention. They sparred? That's just the kind of nonsense the captain is always up to. Now I feel bad for that adventurer. It's been a long time since I've seen the captain seem genuinely happy like that. After scoffing, he suddenly paused, sat bolt upright, and started putting on his shoes. Now even I'm getting curious. It's not like we have anything else to do, is it? Better than sitting in a bar, drowning our sorrows, only to wake up with a killer headache tomorrow morning. Kerr quickly called out, You're going right now? He excitedly threw on his coat. Of course, I have to meet this adventurer, Leto said while getting ready. Even I'm curious. Kerr asked from his side, Are you planning to go watch? Leto left excitedly. Besides, it's not like we have anything better to do, right? It beats sitting in a bar, drinking our problems away. Kerr didn't object. All right, should I call the other warriors? Leto smiled knowingly. What are you talking about? We're just happening to pass by, right? Kerr was completely lost. Leto laughed heartily and nodded. Of course we're going together. Kerr immediately refused. No way. I'm not going. You can go alone. Leto looked at him, confused. What's gotten into you? And with that, Leto started dragging his friend along. If you come with me, I'll let you die a painless death. Kerr could only struggle in vain. I don't want to. They chatted lively on the way. Leto was now incredibly excited. I'm betting 500 coin on this. But Kerr was completely worn out. I can't believe you're betting with coins now. You sure adapt fast. He tested the weapon in his hand. Besides, our own currency is worthless here anyway, Leto declared confidently. We should cooperate with our saviors. Kerr wasn't as optimistic. That sounds great in theory, but you're just spending all your earnings on buying drinks for the other adventurers. Leto paid him no mind and pointed to a nearby house. We're here. The constant sound of fighting made the two newcomers freeze in their tracks. Model. The two of them just stood there, staring at each other, but they ultimately decided to grit their teeth and go inside. Peeking through a crack in the door, they saw Kim Jae-joo and Palaham sparring. He used all his strength to block the opponent's blow. Leto was stunned. He can already control his power like that? Karen, standing beside him, said calmly. He was already like that when he was punishing me. He turned around angrily. I'm being serious, Karen. He's being serious too. Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen me joke around? I'm serious too. Leto froze. He looked at Kim Jae-joo, thinking to himself for a moment. I thought he wasn't an adventurer. Those movements. He reminds me of a Taruha warrior. At that moment, Kim Jae-joo was still attacking with all his might. Leto watched his movements and thought, even though Palaham is still holding back his power, he's still able to hold his own while looking for an opening to attack. He nodded, mentally praising him. Not bad. With skills like that, he could surpass a centurion. Just then, Palaham's voice echoed in the courtyard, but Leto quickly dismissed the thought. Wait a minute, what am I thinking? Kiran suddenly spoke up from beside him. That adventurer is a skilled warrior. He immediately retorted, that's only because the warrior commander is going easy on him. If he were serious, that kid wouldn't stand a chance. Definitely not. In the courtyard, Palaham was also exhausted. That's enough. Come over here and have breakfast. I don't know how much time passed before Karen's voice rang out. Sir Leto, he said hesitantly. It's time to wake up. Still drowsy from being woken up, Leto turned over and grumbled, let me sleep a little longer. Karen suddenly cried out, there's a snake next to you. Hearing that, he jumped up in fear. Where's the snake? Leto yelled angrily. There's no snake, is there? Karen shamelessly showed his face. It's me. Leto was so infuriated by his teasing that he gritted his teeth. You damn snake. Karen became serious again. Anyway, get up. The warrior commander is out again. But as soon as Leto looked into the courtyard, he exclaimed, hey, wait a minute. He had noticed the poi on Kim Jae-joo. Isn't that a spirit of the world tree? Karen nodded in confirmation. Yes. As far as I can remember, I've never seen an adventurer carry one of those around like that. Leto was immediately intrigued. I trust your memory. Go over there and ask about it. He agreed right away. Yes, of course. When they entered, Palaham had already noticed they had an audience and commented, Jae-joo, we have company. Kim Jae-joo turned to look. Leto greeted him politely. Greetings, Commander. Palaham walked over and said with a smile, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be dead drunk in some bar by now. Are you here to check if I've lost my mind? It must be because this is the first time I've invited an adventurer over, right? He immediately denied it. That's not the reason. He wasn't angry at all and even burst out laughing. You should learn how to lie first. Palaham formally introduced them. This is Kim Jae-joo. As you can see, he's an adventurer. Kim Jae-joo also gave the other man a friendly smile. Leto looked at him and thought with admiration, what a strange young man. He also spoke politely, it's a pleasure to meet you. Palaham noticed Leto staring blankly. Just a moment ago, he fought like a warrior, but based on his attire, he must be from the Empire. He smiled and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leto. I am the centurion in command of the Taruha soldiers. Kim Jae-joo was also a bit awkward with this new acquaintance. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Kim Jae-joo, an adventurer. In the comments, people were buzzing with excitement. A centurion, what's he doing here? Leto took the opportunity to introduce Kiran, that strange-looking fellow. Behind me is Kiran. Although he's not a warrior, he's an intelligent person. His intellect is probably second only to the queen's. Hearing this, he shyly denied it. You're exaggerating. Karen cheerfully greeted him. I'm Karen. It's an honor to meet you. Kim Jae-joo smiled back. Me too. Along with him, the poi were also very happy, especially Laham, who had the biggest smile. Kim Jae-joo tried to keep them under control. Karen's eyes now couldn't hide his adoration. The audience noticed right away. Another poi fan. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Perfect! Palaham clapped his hands repeatedly. I was just about to bring a few more people. It's great that you came on your own. He walked over and asked, so, what do you say, Leto? If you don't want to, just tell me. He heard this and asked blankly, where are you planning on going? Palaham pointed to the snowy mountain high above. Over there. Leto hesitated upon hearing this. Are you serious? He advised him without a hint of worry. Relax. We're just going to take a little tour. Hearing this, Leto became more excited. Great, Karen, standing beside him, exclaimed worriedly. Leto, I don't think that's a good idea, Leto. He didn't listen at all and took out his weapon. But I have one condition. That adventurer. He felt a bit of resentment in his heart. This insolent adventurer. Leto issued a challenge. I want to have a match with him. He felt very smug now. I'll show you the power of the Taruha. Karen's face turned pale with fear beside him. Leto spoke directly. My life will be in danger if I go with you, so I have the right to know your capabilities, don't I? Kim Jae-joo was a little bewildered. I never thought the captain would suggest a duel like this. The people in the comments were also stirred up. Looks like he's pretty arrogant. That smug captain is hilarious. I never thought I'd see someone like him on Ji-Yoo's broadcast. He clenched his fists, not agreeing right away, but thinking carefully. If I weren't holding back to gain Palaham's approval, I would have asked Leto to train me as per Plan B. Kim Jae-joo readily agreed. All right, if that's what you want, he thought happily. Besides, there's no harm in getting Leto's approval. But the audience didn't think so. Does anyone else feel like something's a bit off here? He's a captain. This won't be easy. Be careful. He put the poise down on the ground and warned them. You guys might get hurt. Make sure to stay a little ways away from me. Oh, the match was prepared quickly. Palaham came over and asked, tell me, are you planning to fight in those clothes? Kim Jae-joo wasn't too concerned about it. It's just a practice session. So as long as he's okay with it, it's fine. Leto approached, looking puzzled. What are you talking about? he replied with a smile. This adventurer's suit is very special. Palaham even described it in detail. It moves as if it's alive. Leto was still very arrogant at this point. Are you worried about me because his suit can move? He kindly reminded him. Speaking of which, you still need a weapon. Karen, lend me an axe. However, Kim Jae-joo refused. No, that's not necessary. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, something was moving under the ground. Hearing the noise, Leto immediately jumped up. It's just the sound of a snake slithering, nothing special. However, nothing appeared on the ground. Did I mishear? When he saw something strange, Leto cried out in confusion. What is that? Kim Jae-joo also noticed. He was shocked to see an identical axe in his hand. Are you trying to copy our warriors? Kim Jae-joo feigned innocence and confirmed. No, I use this all the time. This is one of the functions of the suit I'm wearing. Leto didn't think about it much longer. Is that so? In the comments, there was another uproar. He's suspicious of you. Who has the time to copy you? That Leto guy. Leto observed his weapon, thinking to himself, a large axe blade on a long handle. Rage welled up inside him. Anyone could see that it looked exactly like a warrior's weapon. How dare he, an adventurer? He's making a mockery of the Taruha. Leto gave a meaningful smile. That's a truly interesting suit. In any case, this match is for you to prove your abilities, so I'll be using my full strength, he thought to himself. A brat like you is way too arrogant. He readied his weapon and rushed forward. Let's begin. The audience watched every move with bated breath. Look at his face. Do you know why he's so angry? Keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. Leto shot towards Kim Jae-joo like an arrow. With a determined look in his eyes, he raised his axe. I'm going to split your head in two. The axe came down with a loud crash. Leto smirked when he saw that he could block it. I guess what happened during your hand-to-hand fight with the warrior commander wasn't just a fluke. You even managed to react to my attack. Power surged through Kim Jae-joo's hand. He threw everything he had into shoving Leto away, trying to make an opening for himself. Kim Jae-joo leaped forward nimbly, but Leto managed to dodge his slash. The two axes collided, and he knocked Kim Jae-joo's weapon away. Everyone in the comment section was on the edge of their seats. Jae-joo, are those gloves for cooking or something? Are you hiding your true strength? He just needs to blow him to bits with the magic cannon. Good idea, Kim Jae-joo analyzed silently. With the way Taruha warriors are, they probably think I'm just some coward who can't do anything for himself because I'm using the power of this cloak. Leto was now looking smug. Is that all you've got? He didn't say anything, just stood there, lost in thought. That's why I was hoping to save this for when I needed it most, but it looks like I have no other choice. Suddenly, something happened that horrified Leto. A strange cord had wrapped tightly around his arm. Leto couldn't pull free. What the hell? He reacted instantly, whipping his head around to look at Kim Jae-joo. When did that stream of black energy suddenly appear behind him? The dark energy quickly enveloped Leto. Kim Jae-joo spoke with finality. This is the end. Leto gritted his teeth, thinking, so that hissing sound I heard a moment ago wasn't just my imagination. His hand was now trembling uncontrollably. He can stop my attack cold. Leto resolved to struggle with all his might. This isn't over. He raised his now free hand. I'm going to teach you a lesson, Kim Jae-joo sighed, and the stream of black energy suddenly shot towards Leto's neck. He said softly, I'd advise you not to move. The dark energy formed an arrowhead pointed directly at Leto's neck. He was now powerless to resist, completely at the mercy of Kim Jae-joo, who signaled that it was over. Leto looked unconvinced. Kim Jae-joo remained silent. Balaham approached, clapping his hands. All right, that's enough. He stepped in to mediate. Either way, the adventurer wins, right? Leto raised a hand to correct him. I lost. But Kim Jae-joo humbly explained, if it weren't for my equipment, I would have been the one to lose. He insisted firmly. Regardless, I accept my defeat. You should be happy with your victory. The people in the comments found it odd. Whoa, he dropped the polite speech. Guess he doesn't need to act all brave now. That guy lost way too fast. Do you really think he'd still use polite speech after a loss like that? He was well aware of his own power. He's telling me to be happy about this. But without my gear, I probably would have lost the moment the match began. Kim Jae-joo also realized that Leto was trying to look brave in front of Balaham, so it made sense that he was getting worked up. The way he's treating me is a bit like a kid who gets jealous when their favorite teacher praises another student. If we were to fight again, he'd definitely be more on his guard. And I wouldn't have a chance to win. They started moving on again. Their group's argument drew everyone's attention. Come on, Captain. We're heading into the middle of the Ratuna mountain range. Why did you bring so much stuff? Are you sure about this? Now the conversation is just getting crazier. Khun replied nonchalantly, there are no sleeping bags or ground tarps. Balaham wouldn't let it go and kept scolding him. Last time, you said great warriors don't need stuff like this. Then you got horribly sick after sleeping outdoors. I knew that would happen, so I had San prepare your things. Khun tried to defend himself. But your pack is always full of alcohol. I'm talking about this stuff. He didn't say much more, just gave him a whack on the head. Shut it. You're too noisy. Watching this, Kim Jae-joo had to marvel. It takes some serious guts to nag the Sun Brigade's captain like that. Everyone in the comments suddenly felt sympathetic. So, Karun is the one who preps all of Balaham's gear. Poor guy. Looks like Karun has to do a lot. Life's tough, huh? This is why you don't go hiking with your boss. Balaham suddenly asked, "Where'd all the spirits go?" Kim Jae-joo, confused, asked back, "What spirits?" Balaham clarified, "The poi. You don't know them? Those things that look like cotton balls." Hearing that, Kim Jae-soo realized he meant the poi. "Oh, I was afraid they'd attract too much attention, so I put them in my bag." Balaham was intrigued. "That's interesting. I thought they hated being cooped up. Seems like they really like you. Make sure you treat them well." Balaham went ahead to say something to Leto. Kim Jae-joo, on the other hand, was thinking. The audience in the comments were also very curious about the spirits. What are spirits anyway? I don't know who'd have the time to figure out what they are. They're cute. That's enough for me. The poi are quite special. Unlike other magical beasts, no one knows anything about the history of the poi. The only things we know are that they started appearing when a branch of the world tree broke. And as for their ecology, no one knows the reason or method of their creation. He wondered, does Balaham know something about them? Before long, they arrived at their destination. Everyone went inside one by one. Balaham gave a meaningful smile. "Is everyone ready to have some fun?" Kim Jae-soo silently stared at the path ahead. Before them was a landscape covered in white snow. Without saying much, they each began to walk forward in silence. Kim Jae-soo turned back worriedly to ask, "Are you doing okay? Do you need any help?" Even though Karun was struggling and out of breath, he acted like he was fine. "No, don't worry about me." But Kim Jae-soo knew better. He doesn't look fine at all. He's not a warrior. Compared to them, he's much weaker. And Balaham just threw all the luggage on him without a care. He shouted to them, "Hey, let's rest for a bit before we go on." However, Kim Jae-soo's expression changed in an instant. A set of sharp teeth appeared in front of him. A white gorilla was right there. An ice giant. No, not just one. A whole horde of them. There are so many. Balaham dramatically butted heads with one of the ice giants, which roared loudly. "Rubenla! Not to be outdone!" he roared back. "Sabella!" The battle raged fiercely, with neither Balaham nor the ice giant backing down. They screamed, "Rubenla!" and he yelled back, "Sabella!" The online community couldn't take it anymore. Their conversation is so dumb. So dumb, I figured as much. Jae-joo covered his ears in annoyance. These guys are so loud. Still, we won't be able to get past without dealing with these ice giants. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. "Adventurer, just wait back here for a bit, okay?" He looked at them and said, "Against this many of them, the three of you will still be in danger. I should probably fight too." Karun stopped him. "No, you stay back and deal with any stragglers." At that moment, Latu, weapon in hand, said confidently, "This is nothing for a Taruha warrior. Adventurer, you just need to step back and watch." A cylindrical object was placed on the snow, making Jae-joo wonder. "What's that?" he thought to himself. It looks like an electrical cord, but it seems much stronger and tougher than any normal wire. Despite the situation, Karun explained cheerfully, "This is a type of safety device. I was planning to use it to set up camp, but I guess using it like this is fine too." After hearing him say that, Zesu felt even more confused. Suddenly, Karun punched the cylinder with all his might. The action left Jesu completely speechless. Meanwhile, the online community exploded with comments, and they said he wasn't a warrior. He's like, "Let me show you my real power." The cylinder was now securely staked by the wire. Karun threw his backpack over for him to hold. "Adventurer, watch these bags for me," Jesu agreed. "Got it." A strange sound rang out. Sumaha. He realized Balaham had arrived. "Wait a sec. Why are you over here, sir? You shouldn't be fighting them." Balaham laughed reassuringly. "I don't need to lift a finger. Let's just watch how they fight." Both Karun and Leto were in top form, ready to fight. The ice giants were getting more and more aggressive. Balaham stepped inside the cordoned-off area with Jesu. He couldn't help but wonder, will they be okay? The ice giants roared crazily, showing off their strength. "Rakuha." Leto firmly gripped his gleaming axe, preparing for battle. His footsteps were powerful as he moved. The ice giant howled as Leto's weapon wove brilliant galaxy-like patterns. Each strike carried a chilling killing intent that made the very air tremble. On the other side, the massive ice giant was no less fierce, its eyes bloodshot, baring fangs as if to devour its opponent. It moved with blinding speed, its claws lashing out toward him. Karen deftly dodged each of the opponent's blows, then landed a clean axe hit, sending blood flying everywhere. The ice giant was hit with a powerful blow, and Care took control of it. He immediately tightened his grip, putting his entire body's strength into pinning the ice giant down. It thrashed wildly, its chaotic movements like violent waves in a storm. Despite his efforts to resist, Care was swept up by that chaotic force. His body staggered like a falling leaf caught in a whirlpool, unable to escape. The battle grew more intense, with red blood constantly spurting out. An ice giant fell at Jaewon's feet. He mentally applauded. Nice. Leo was using his overwhelming power to quickly finish them off in large numbers. While Karen lacked Leo's power and speed, he still managed to clean up the ones Leo missed. There was a natural harmony between them that couldn't be achieved without mutual trust. And I especially didn't think Khun could fight like this. The battle was still raging on. An ice giant charged aggressively toward Ju. He calmly faced its attack. At the same time, another ice giant appeared, screaming Rubera as they closed in. The clang of weapons rang out, but the ice giants were nowhere to be seen, only blood splattering across his boots. Jaewon said, startled. Next time you attack, I'd appreciate it if you could give me some kind of signal. He thought to himself, that air pressure was incredible. I think my eardrums are about to burst. Baham chuckled and said, I just snapped my fingers. Don't overreact. How do I have time to do anything else when the enemy is right on top of us? Snow began to fall, blanketing the mountain in white as the battle grew fiercer. The ice giants lay scattered on the ground when one of them shouted loudly, Bam! The remaining ones turned their heads as if they'd received a signal. They all retreated in unison. Bam announced cheerfully, It's over. Leo laughed smugly and bumped fists with him. Yeah, it is. Kerr, gathering the cylinders, pouted and bragged. Hearing that, he immediately turned around to correct him. What did you just say? Seeing this, Karen offered a half-hearted compliment. You fought well. At the same time, the online community commented, Jaewon, you should hit him with a cannon blast. That's a great idea. Leo is just being arrogant. Seriously, our Jaewon could beat those things in a single hit. Observing the situation, he felt extremely confused. By the way, those ice giants must have gone crazy. Why did they all suddenly come down here? Those ice giants live halfway up the mountain. They almost never come down, do they? Baham stroked his beard and chuckled. They aren't crazy, and they didn't act suddenly. Kare's expression changed. Wait, don't tell me you messed with them again. He laughed sheepishly. That's right. You guys were in the bar all day, after all. He was speechless, too. You damn old man, Jaewon asked. Are you okay? Kerr was a little unhappy with the prank. Please, don't mess with people like that. The townspeople see adventurers as saviors. If we finish things this quickly, we'll lose their trust, you know? Nothing good ever comes from the outside, right? Baham scratched his ear, puzzled. Why are you so worried? Isn't the world going to end anyway? Jaewon looked at everything happening around him, thinking about this premature action. Originally, the creature's heart needed a year to bloom. The creature's heart he saw from the castle walls wasn't even half its adult size. Therefore, it would take about 5 to 7 months for it to fully develop and bloom. In other words, he could only take it down at that time. However, the city would soon meet its end, and it was all because of none other than Baham. Jaewon recalled the information from before. The Baham I know would launch magic fireworks from the city walls at the world-devouring heart, while personally charging in to attract its attention. And to recover from the wounds it sustained, the heart would furiously absorb the life force from the ground around it. After fully recovering, the heart would use the remaining life force to grow. Baham couldn't have been unaware of that. Rather, he was venting his anger on the recurring world-ending disaster. Jaewon asked Kerr, let me ask you something. He agreed cheerfully. Ask away. Anything. Jaewon then asked, when Baham caused such a commotion, didn't the city residents and the people on the mountain notice him? Kerr rubbed his forehead and said in a low voice, well, I often ask myself the same question. Maybe they don't know. Or maybe, he trailed off, his gaze fixed on the empty space before him, as if he was contemplating something for a long time. Kerr gripped the backpack on his shoulder tightly, turned his back, and let out a few short words in a low voice before walking away. Forget it. I don't know either. Let's go. Jaewon seemed to have guessed something. From his expression, I think I have my answer. There aren't many people in Taruha with the power to suppress information from spreading like that. He trudged along as the online community commented. After reaching the northern region, I thought you'd love it since there's so much snow. Not at all. At first, I thought there'd be elves in the forest, but it turns out it's just full of hairy creatures. Report him to the admin. Let those white-skinned blonde elves eat that blackfish silver tea. A system message appeared. Player Bard has been temporarily muted. The online community commented, feeling it was unfair. Not the blackfish silver tea rule again. The sound of trees splintering. Baham, trying to clear a path, turned his head and asked, in the chat channel just now, did you know why there's no snow within a certain radius around Taruha? Kerr wanted to say something. Captain, that's... Leo reassured him. Calm down. The captain has a reason for bringing this up. He hurriedly tried to explain. But Leo, he was telling a story. In Taruha, there is a stone that emits an incredibly beautiful and warm light. It's sleeping soundly deep beneath the city. Not only were magic engineers from the entire kingdom recruited, but also the best mechanics from the Empire were brought here to build a machine that uses the stone. Thanks to that machine, Taruha doesn't have heavy snowfall, and we can live a warm life. It's like a heating device. The online community commented, he didn't say that when I was on the 15th floor. Kim Jae-joo is showing off that he studied magic engineering. Jaewon thought, this is something I never saw in the videos. He wondered, Why are you telling me this? Baham clapped Jaewon on the shoulder. I just wanted to tell you a secret about Taruha that other adventurers don't know. The online community buzzed, but now we know it too, you know? So what if we find out? That's right, we can't go down to the lower floors anyway. He excitedly gave him a name. So from now on, you'll be my hound. Got it? Jaewon felt a bit annoyed. That's a dog's name, isn't it? Or does it have some other meaning? The viewers started guessing. Is he planning to work Kim Jae-won like a dog? No, I think it's more like a nickname. Baham clapped him on the back, laughing. About that. I'll tell you when the time is right. All right, we're here. Ahead was an incredibly terrifying scene, a sight so bizarre it was chilling. Every tree was twisted as if it had been tortured, their trunks mottled with dark red stains. Amidst the darkness, the world-devouring heart gradually took form. A single glance at its silhouette was enough to make one's soul tremble, extinguishing any thought of resistance. It was the only living thing on the deathly plane. The group was looking around, assessing the situation. Jaewon stepped forward. He looked at the world-devouring heart and thought that it was making very pleasant sounds, like a fetus in the womb waiting for its day of birth. If this thing awakens, Taruha will be. Do I have to destroy this thing? Jaewon blurted out. I think it's gotten bigger, Kerr said sarcastically. Of course it has. And whose fault is that? He put his backpack down and then noticed something. By the way, it looks like someone was here before us, Leo replied. Do you really think the ice giants would let monsters roam freely in their territory? There was a clash here, but there are no bodies, which means that thing over there absorbed and digested all of them. Kerr was extremely bewildered. What do we do now? Captain, the adventurer is still with us. Maybe we should go back. There are no monsters here anyway. Hearing that, Baham became very excited. Where's the adventurer? My hound, come here. Jae-joo turned and saw the man's face had gone pale as a ghost. He must be signaling for me to run. The online community is getting a bad feeling. I've got a bad feeling about this. Shivering. I should run before things get any worse. But thinking about the mission, this is the last chance I'll get to see it this close, right? But for Jae-joo, this was an opportunity. That's right. This is a good opportunity. As someone who has fought hundreds, if not thousands, of battles against the World Ender, he must know something. I need to get more information from Palaham right now. Just then, he saw the man pressing down on a tendril of the World Ender. Jae-joo quickly said, You've forgotten your promise, haven't you? Palaham replied nonchalantly. The promise to turn back if it got too dangerous? Of course I remember. Jae-joo spoke up. But it looks like you're deliberately putting everyone here in a dangerous situation. The man was indifferent, completely unafraid. Dangerous? What's so dangerous? Isn't it your job to destroy this thing? Go on, touch it. He broke out in a cold sweat. Do I really have to do that? The man answered confidently, Know your enemy, know yourself. 100 battles, 100 victories, right? Jae-joo stroked his chin, reluctantly agreeing. Master Palaham's right. Fine, I'll touch it. He said that, but inside, he was still worried. Master Palaham touched it and he's fine, so it should be okay. His hand touched the World Ender's tendril. The world around him fell deathly silent as an invisible power, like darkness, flooded out and covered everything. Jae-joo realized he could clearly sense its life force. It looks like a plant, but it isn't a plant. The man, still touching the tendril, asked, Can you feel that it's alive? Jae-joo replied, Yes. Palaham explained, That's right. This thing is a living creature. It devours any living thing that gets close to it. I can't stand it. He wondered, What do you mean? Suddenly, the man clenched his fist, saying angrily, The fact that this thing has decided to plant its roots near Taruha, to bring Taruha to its ruin. Seeing this, Jae-joo quickly tried to calm him down. Calm down, sir. Isn't this a little dangerous? Meanwhile, the two youngsters, Leo and Carol, were hiding. His face darkened. Those two knew this would happen, so they already ran and hid. Suddenly, Palaham rolled up his sleeves and gave a bizarre smile. Watch me carefully. Jae-joo was scared out of his wits. Wait, what are you planning to do? In that moment, the man raised his arm, his hand clenched into a fist. A raging storm seemed to howl around his body, making anyone opposite him shudder. He swung his arm, his fist clenched, his presence overwhelming. Leo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, You're so awesome, Captain. Palaham smiled smugly. Jae-joo held his head in disbelief. He defeated all those ice giants without a single scratch, and now he's actually punching the World Ender. Even if at times is times the World Ender, taking a hit like that should take a while to recover from, right? Suddenly, something strange appeared. Jae-joo was shocked at the scene before him. It's already recovered? The online community erupted. That recovery speed is insane. Oh my god, that's terrifying. How is anyone supposed to beat that thing? Palaham lightly patted Jae-joo's shoulder, smiling as he warned, Looks like you won't be seeing tomorrow. Palaham's words echoed in his mind. You are destined to die. Can I really do this? A single punch from Palaham is usually enough to settle things, and yet the flower just stood there, unafraid. Suddenly, the flower trembled slightly, then its whole body began to shake violently as if agitated by an invisible force. From its pistil, streams of thick black sludge erupted, splattering everywhere. Jae-joo was completely stunned by what was happening. He looked over, thinking, black sludge. A heavy, pitch-black glob fell to the ground, spreading out like a pool of thick ink. Jae-joo had no idea what was going on. The scene unfolding before him made him anxious, and the viewers were just as confused. What's that? What is this thing? Suddenly, a large pincer appeared. The viewers started asking each other, are those the sanitation workers? I've seen them in the city before. I think they're the city's guardians. Guardians? For real? That's insane. Well, goodbye, city. Seeing Palaham charge into danger again, Carol turned and shouted, Captain, I'm going to tell Miss Charette you're being reckless again. He stopped, turning his head in disbelief. Hey, can you maybe save that for later? Palaham got into his stance, ready for anything. All right, let's begin. The beetles' attack came like a black wave, relentless and unstoppable. One of them suddenly stopped and fell, as if struck down by an invisible hand. Then, one after another, they were defeated, falling and littering the ground. This all seems too easy. It ended more easily than I could have imagined. No, that can't be it. The captain's here, so obviously we're not having any trouble. Every time Palaham moved, they simply vanished. Carol ran over happily, saying, We're done, right? Please, let's go back. He scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, Should we, though? Jae-joo, are you satisfied now? Jae-joo's emotions were a tangled mess. He thought to himself, this thing will drain all the life energy from beyond the mountain just to survive. Seeing him spacing out, Palaham laughed and asked, What are you doing, trying to burn a hole through it with your eyes? Let's go back and get a drink. He was still lost in his own thoughts. I understand why Palaham keeps getting so worked up. Even if Palaham does nothing, Teruha will eventually be destroyed anyway. No matter how long it takes, he can't do anything other than what he's already doing. When he asked me if I could handle this thing, he was telling me to give up from the start if I wasn't capable of handling it. Jae-joo said softly, No, I'm not satisfied. He knew clearly that if he returned like this, he would gain nothing. He took a step forward, onto the thorny surface. As he climbed the world ender, Jae-joo thought that the only thing he felt facing this thing was helplessness. I can feel the thorns on the inside. They're terrifyingly large. Carol shouted in alarm. Jae-joo, what do you think you're doing? Having no intention of giving up, Jae-joo said, I need to see it with my own eyes. He raised his gauntlet, the sharp movement a clear sign of defiance. The viewers buzzed. Here we go again? Now what? This is unexpected. He didn't care much, telling himself, I have to increase the firepower if I want to kill this thing. That's the only way to destroy it before it has a chance to recover. The moment the flower blooms, if I can't kill it with the magic cannon, the world ender will grow even faster than it is now. If that happens, instead of a month, we'll only have a week, or maybe even just a day. The viewers all chimed in with advice. Think carefully. If you fail, isn't it just a waste of time? What else can he do, though? He has to do something, right? Honestly, this mission is impossible. Jae-joo's on that crazy manager's blacklist now. Jae-joo didn't really care much about that. If I go back now, the world ender will just grow stronger. Then, even the magic cannon won't be able to damage it, and it could spawn monsters even stronger than those sanitation workers from before. That's right. This is the manager's death sentence for me because I refused him. That's why. He poured all his power into the gauntlet, pushing it to its maximum output. Jae-joo's steps were filled with determination. He shouted, I'll do everything I can! Jae-joo gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling from the suppressed energy. He gathered all his remaining strength, channeling it completely into the brightly glowing gauntlet. Although his ears were ringing painfully, Jae-joo wouldn't allow himself to give up. Come on! The gauntlet flashed, shooting forward and striking the world ender with the ferocious power of a thunderbolt. Suddenly, the broadcast signal glitched, becoming incredibly blurry. For a moment, he froze, the shock turning his entire body to stone. Before him, the world ender was completely unscathed. The gauntlet emitted an alarm signal. Jae-joo cursed inwardly. Damn it, the magic cannon's power is decreasing. If this thing recovers, I'll lose my chance. I'm going to die. The black streaks shot out again, and he faced everything before him alone, persevering. The viewers pleaded, What are you doing? Jae-joo, give up. But he wanted to fight to his last breath. Suddenly, the world ender began to change drastically. Jae-joo wondered, Brown? A different one? A strange brown streak appeared. He stared blankly. Maybe it sensed the danger. Even though it's not fully grown, it's already spawning a high-level monster. If it spawns as many monsters as last time, Palaham should probably get Leo and Carol to help. I need to hurry. The viewers watching were confused. Why is he going in there? Jae-joo tried to swim within the Annihilation Core, observing and assessing the situation. The wound had healed, and the space was getting smaller. Is this the end? I'll say this now, just in case. Thanks for watching, everyone. A trembling voice spoke through the screen. Kim Jae-joo, you crazy bastard, a viewer commented. Kim Jae-joo, are you insane? Stop talking nonsense and run. Damn it. I'll tell you how to kill it, so just get out of there. But Gio stubbornly insisted, if you know how, then tell me right now. Even if I run out of here, I'll still die if I can't save Taruha. Even though I keep attacking with the mana cannon, the Annihilation Core's regeneration is still too high. Is the mana cannon just too weak? Damn it. A spatial rift suddenly opened, and several poi appeared, crying. Jiu, worried for their safety, turned and yelled, Laha Koden, Baron, what the hell are you guys doing? Get back here, now, they cried sadly, calling out poi. Then all three of them changed form, becoming tentacles that wrapped tightly around him, as if trying to stop him from doing something dangerous. They used all their strength to hold him back. Poi! The tentacles touched the stomach wall of the Annihilation Core. The three poi broke out in a cold sweat as black miasma relentlessly coiled around them from behind. Jie suddenly realized. Born from the fragments of the World Tree, the poi were the polar opposite of demonic energy. Just touching the Annihilation Core was causing them immense pain. They're doing everything they can to help me. He felt he had been too harsh. You guys. I'm sorry. Jiu tried to use the power of the gauntlet to escape his current predicament. He bit his lip, sweat rolling down his forehead, and clenched his gloved hand, forcing himself to pour every last bit of his strength into it. Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. It's working, just a little more. Suddenly, the situation changed. Something was wrong with his body. Jiu trembled, his hands weak, as he said, Damn it. This is it. The black masses appeared, growing thicker and thicker, and he fell into a state of helplessness. I really hoped I could beat that administrator. The black masses enveloped Jiu's entire body. At the same time, Balahem and Corretto's group of three were in a cave, roasting meat over a fire. He said nonchalantly, he was going to die anyway. So what's the problem? The young man said anxiously. We need to let the adventurer know about this. Balaham smiled. I know. Seriously. The hazy thoughts of Gio, Balaham, and Karun. Am I still alive? He urged. We don't have much time. The demon flower is about to fully bloom. Gio was still lost in thought. For some reason, I feel sad about that. Poi. They usually react when I wake up. It seems they've been poisoned a little. I have to get to the 20th floor to heal them. Holy water can only be bought on the 20th floor. To do so, Leto formally asked the warrior captain, I have a question. This adventurer, I mean Shanta, why did he bring up the story about the Sunstone? Balaham, also not understanding why, said, I'm curious too. I want to know how much he knows. He felt that the old man knew everything, so he probed, the way you say it, it sounds like he knows some unbelievable secret. Balaham gently denied it. I was mistaken. Suddenly, Gio appeared unexpectedly, saying, Tell me what you're talking about. What is it that I don't know? The viewers were overjoyed and asked after him. Hey, you okay? Gio. Leto's eyes widened as he stammered. He only saw the old man smile. Oh, you're awake? There's nothing urgent to attend to. So come over here and eat something first. A viewer fumed. You bastard. You scared the hell out of me. Oh my god. He was just imagining Kim Jae-joo dying. Gio pressed. It is urgent. You're going to tell me, right? Balaham said, acting as if nothing happened. If you want, I'll tell you, but eat first, a viewer asked with concern. Are the poi okay? They're still sound asleep. It seems there's nothing we can do to wake them up right now. Jiu's hand held his backpack tightly, his attention shifting. Balaham's voice rang out over the large crackling fire. How do you feel? Looking at his hand, Jiu replied, I'm fine. Besides my arm being numb, everything's good. The old man, still grilling the meat, looked puzzled. That's odd. Your spirit is very weak, but everything else about you is fine, Gio answered cheerfully. Well, I think it's all thanks to my gear. Looks like the wrist guard protected me. Balaham praised. Your gear is indeed very useful. It's also because of that gear that I had a hard time moving you. A viewer commented, the coat moved on its own to stop him from getting near you. Just let Balaham and the coat fight it out. Gio finally understood. So Balaham was the one who pulled me out of the Annihilation Core. He said, embarrassed. Thank you, sir. Gio exhaled, his mind blank, then wondered, why did you save me? The time of destruction was set because of me, and clearly, the Annihilation Core is still alive and breathing. It's become much stronger and can summon even more terrifying monsters. Balaham didn't answer Jiu's question, instead calling out, Leto, when do Taruha's warriors like us abandon Chanta? Hearing his name, he quickly answered, either when he dies, or when he runs away like a coward. The old man asked again, and has Chanta met either of those conditions? Leto replied, no. Balaham turned back and said, you hear that? Eat. You need energy before you can do anything. A viewer commented, Balaham is grilling meat for Kim Jae-joo. Gio took the whole roasted duck and was incredibly moved. He devoured it with relish. He dug in as if he had been starving himself all day. The old man smiled and said, you look much better now. Gio praised him without holding back. This is delicious. The old man was even more enthusiastic. Want more? Another one? He waved his hand politely. Ah, no, I'm full. Can we get back to the topic now? Balaham replied casually. Of course. Ask away. Jio asked, how small is the sunstone? The old man held out his hand to describe it. How small? He wondered. Do you know where to find it? The old man replied, I do not. Jio thought to himself, even Balaham, the warrior captain, doesn't know where it is. If we can get that sunstone, we can destroy the Annihilation Core. The most powerful person in Taruha might have information about the sunstone, Jiyu said with great determination. I want to see the queen, Balaham said thoughtfully. Right, I understand what you're trying to say. You want to put the sunstone in this thing to hit that flower, right? And to get the sunstone, you want to see the queen? Jiyu nodded in response. Yeah. The old man looked at him, puzzled. Hey kid, do you have any idea how powerful the sunstone is? Jio answered honestly. No idea. Balaham then turned and shouted, Karun! The loud call made him jump. Yes. He held out the gauntlet. Do the math. How many bloodstones of this size would we need to create a power source equal to the sunstone? Karun raised his fingers and mumbled, at this size, we'd need about 11,950 of them. Balaham turned back and smiled. You hear that? If you use it, even your bones will turn to dust. And if you're thinking of saying, just divide it up, don't bother. Jiyu recognized the gauntlet. It's fine. I'm prepared. Die like this, or die from the apocalypse. I want to do everything I can. The comments were also despairing. Jiyu, give up. But if he does that, the poi will die. Seeing his determination, the old man gave a helpless smile and finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll send word to the castle. Jiyu replied happily. Thank you, sir. Balaham waved his hand. Get some rest. We have to go tomorrow. Leto just trembled in fear. He's really meeting the queen? Leto shrugged helplessly. For real. Jiu put the gauntlet away. I'm going to get some sleep. My body doesn't feel right. Let's rest up. Balaham agreed. You'll need a lot of strength tomorrow. He gave a weak smile, understanding completely. I know. Suddenly, Gio saw something in his bag. He picked it up thoughtfully. A mana stone. Gio offered it to the poi. Hey, does anyone want some mana stone? You guys need to eat something to get your strength back. Gio thought worriedly about their usual behavior. Even though they love these stones, they're not reacting at all. Normally, they'd be all over this. Seeing this, Balaham turned and asked Shanta. Can't sleep? Gio replied shyly. I guess I'm just a little bored. The old man then took out a bottle of liquor and enthusiastically drew him in. A good song works wonders in Taruha. When you face death or experience something happy, you sing. He was stunned, confused. Unexpectedly, Balaham explained, it's because most warriors place their hopes in song. Having a song named after you is the greatest honor you can receive as a warrior. Leto threw an arm around his shoulders and teased. With the intel we have on you, the commander could write more than 20 songs in his own name. Jizu was flustered. I see. The comments were buzzing. Balaham just wanted to show off. I guess he's that amazing. Balaham turned and said to his companion, Karen, sing us a song. He was so startled he thought he'd misheard. Huh? Me? In the end, he had to give in to the man. I'll sing, the commentators teased. Why would we listen to some rich kid sing? Seriously. He cleared his throat, steeled himself, and then truly showed off a talent that made the comments completely change their tune. He's so good, he can really sing. That's why Balaham takes him everywhere. You can't even complain. Jezu couldn't help but feel a bit more cheerful himself. Everyone listened to the melody with a sense of relief, and the light from the campfire seemed to grow much warmer. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Karen had his backpack on, ready to leave. Let's head back now. We have to prepare for the final battle. Balaham suddenly stopped him. Karen, I want you to wait here with Chanta for a bit. He agreed. Okay, so he took Leto somewhere else. Now Jezu finally asked. The things that radiated from the flower. What happened to them? Karen reassured him. Balaham took care of them. This made him think even more. Come to think of it, he cleaned them all up by himself. It seems Balaham is stronger than I thought. Even so, he can't do anything about the final flower. He always has to face the destruction. About an hour later, Balaham returned with a scroll. All right, it's time to go see the queen. Jezu was startled. So soon? Are you sure you've been given permission? Why would I lie about it? He laughed with confidence. Don't worry, let's go. Karen will lead the way. He had no choice but to nod. All right, I'll be back. Can you help me look after the little ones while I'm gone? Jezu looked at the group of pois with concern. I can't keep dragging them everywhere anymore. Even if I get the sunstone, they won't be safe with me. The two of them then headed into the city. Jezu rushed off so quickly that many people around them took notice. Karen hurried to catch up. Chanta, you're acting like you know your way around here. Jezu lied without a change in his expression. You're mistaken. But of course, he wasn't easily fooled. Even if you say that, you're still walking ahead of me. You know, he pretended not to hear. I'm just walking a little fast. Inside, Jezu was in turmoil. I think I might have given myself away by rushing. But I don't have time to worry about that now. When I saw the final flower this morning, 3 petals had already bloomed. That means in less than 2 days, all 7 remaining petals will open. The comments were already unhappy. Jezu, are you going to turn off the chat again? He had mercilessly turned off the chat when he met the Emperor last time. This is a matter related to the River of Death, so he has to focus. But Jae-joo just laughed and said, "No, I need everyone's help right now. I need to think about what to do if I'm rejected by the queen. There isn't enough time to search all the places where the sunstones are hidden." He hinted at his request. "Everyone, I'm going to need some coins." Karen was still calling for Chanta. "We're about to go in." But Jae-joo was still talking to the comments. "You're not donating any coins because you think I'm going to die here, right?" The comments were confused. Why is he suddenly asking for coins now? What's this? To be honest, I'm not donating anything this time. Finally, he took a step inside, knowing full well that the viewers are users, just like me. Although they worry about me, they all have to make a rational judgment. Their thinking is that Jae-joo will die here and climb the coin tower as someone's bloodstone. If the user they sponsored dies, their money is wasted. So, everything will be fine as long as I don't die, right? Jae-joo entered the castle hallway, feeling a bit nostalgic. "I just realized that ever since I entered the 15th floor, I haven't been sponsored even once. This change only started happening after I was given the responsibility of eliminating the world-ending Calamity Heart." He clenched his fists with determination, but 2 halberds blocked his path. The soldiers refused Jae-joo entry. "Only travelers are permitted inside. We have been ordered to keep you here until this is all over." "Lord Karen." He was startled, having heard that for the first time. "What?" Jae-joo smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. I can go in alone, no problem. You go get some rest." Hearing that, Karen could only sigh helplessly. He spoke to the comments again. "After I successfully clear the 15th floor, I'll show you all how to reach the 20th floor in the shortest time possible." The comments were still skeptical. "Look at this guy putting on a show. How much more unreliable can his words get? Wait, what the hell does he need coins for now? Even if he gets the sunstone, won't it all be meaningless if he dies anyway? I thought he'd know he doesn't stand a chance and wouldn't ask for coins." Me too. And here I thought he was smart. Faced with this barrage of insults, Jae-joo decided to tune them out. They're not wrong. Even if I try to convince them, it'll just be counterproductive. So he paid them no mind. "All right then, let's do this. If you change your minds, sponsor me when I give the signal. I'll definitely change your way of thinking." Inside, Jae-joo bowed. "I am honored to be in the presence of the great queen of Taruha." He peeked his head up. The person on the throne spoke gently. "I never thought the day would come when Balaham, of all people, would personally write a letter of recommendation for a traveler. I really wanted to see what you look like." Jae-joo observed her, the ruler of the north, the queen of Taruha. Sen asked directly, "What have you come here seeking?" "I'm guessing it isn't pleasure, is it?" He also spoke directly. "I have come for the sunstone." Her brow furrowed slightly, and he delivered his prepared line. "I will eliminate that demon flower for your highness." She refused him decisively. "That won't be necessary." She slammed her staff on the ground, and though she smiled, her words were ice cold. "Even if you were to do so, I believe that fate is inevitable." But Jae-joo persisted. "Even so, I still need your highness to give it to me," the queen asked patiently. "And why must I do that?" He steadfastly played his trump card. "Because I already know the secret of the sunstone." Sen's hand tightened on her staff. "Why don't we hear what that secret is? Dear traveler, if you dare to play tricks, don't blame me when your blood stains this floor." This attitude truly made Jae-joo tense. He knew full well that Queen Sen ruled Taruha with an iron fist. One mistake, and I'm done for. I've heard it said that the sunstone was a gift bestowed by the god of victory. The reason being that he felt pity for the residents of Taruha, who suffer from the bone-chilling cold every day. However, that is not the truth. At this, the queen interrupted. "Did I not warn you that I would kill you if you dared to play tricks?" The soldier's spearheads were at his neck, but Jae-joo remained calm and said, "That is correct." Sen thought he was admitting it. "Well then, if death is what you seek," Jae-joo quickly cut in, "I know who your son is." These words made the queen's expression darken. She waved a hand at the soldiers. "You two, get out," they advised her anxiously. "It's dangerous, your highness. We cannot leave you here alone with this foreigner." Sen reassured them. "You've confiscated all of his belongings, have you not?" But they were still reluctant. Even so, the sound of the staff hitting the floor echoed again as Sen threatened impatiently. "It seems you do not respect your own queen." The soldiers retreated in a panic. "We will be right outside." Then, she spoke calmly. "I grant you permission to continue your story. Go on." Jae-joo let out a sigh of relief and wiped the blood from his neck. "Thank you. Since we don't have much time, I will get straight to the point. It seems there exists a document within the Empire concerning the true origin of the Sunstone." Sen grew visibly anxious. "Impossible." He was thrilled inside. "Yes, the queen is letting her guard down. This is my chance." Jae-joo continued the story. "You are, in fact, the mother of Jedi Du Top Tob Rock. However, due to political issues, you were forced to relocate to the frigid north. And because you had to constantly face the barbarians to maintain a tactical partnership, the Sunstone, a gift from a god, was actually given to you by the Emperor out of pity for his own mother." The queen just stared at him without a word. Jeju watched her continuously tap her staff, apparently a habit when she was thinking. Please decide quickly. I really don't have much time left. Suddenly, Sen spoke. It seems you are not lying. Jeju was overjoyed, but then she cut in. However, what if I refuse to help? The disappointment left him speechless. So, Ju made his move. I will spread a rumor that the Sunstone, the symbol of Taruha, is actually just a gift from the Empire. The queen scoffed. Who would dare believe such a rumor? And even if they did, what's to stop me from killing you right here and now, preventing anyone from ever knowing the truth? Clen's eyes showed she wasn't joking. Behind the screen, someone quietly gritted their teeth and cursed. Asterisk, who the hell does this bitch think she is? Asterisk Ju understood Clen's attitude perfectly. Even though she was smiling and seemed to be joking, this was clearly a threat. He wasn't afraid to retort, if I die, my friends won't just sit back and do nothing. Ju prayed silently, hoping the signal he just gave was enough for them to act. Naturally, his words were met with silence, making Clen wonder. You're talking as if there's someone else in this room. Are you insane? Ju's mind raced, and he quickly explained, wait, you see, we adventurers do this thing called a live stream. Clen wasn't scared in the slightest. Of course, 9 out of 10 of them get abandoned by their viewers and can't even continue being streamers anymore, Ju said confidently. I'm different. She looked uninterested. Really? From where I'm standing, you look like you're in that 9 out of 10 group. Guards, drag this man out of here. But suddenly, a comment popped up. What a rude hag. Clen was startled to hear it. What was that? An angry viewer appeared. User The Love has donated 5,000 coins. Voice message. What a rude hag. Ju sighed in relief. Asterisk, thank goodness. Asterisk. He quickly pressed his advantage. That's right. I'm sure your majesty has realized it by now. I am currently live streaming. Clen had to ask again. What did that person just say to me? Ju put on an innocent smile. They were hoping that the great sovereign of Taruha would show mercy upon me. Inside, he sighed in relief. Asterisk. Thank God that voice message wasn't translated into this world's language. Asterisk. She wasn't entirely convinced. That sentence was too short. I don't think that's what it meant. Ju defended himself. Well, it's an idiom. The language in my world can convey a lot of meaning with just a few words put together. Clen sighed and waved her hand dismissively. I'll let it slide this time. All right, you are all dismissed. The soldiers who had just entered had to withdraw. Yes, your majesty. The comments didn't stop. User The Love has donated 5,000 coins. Voice message. This hag is a complete idiot. She asked suspiciously. I believe it said something else just now. Ju smiled brightly and lied. They are wishing for your majesty to achieve even greater glory in the future. Hilarious text comments popped up. Asterisk, that guy, The Love, gives me chills sometimes. Asterisk, asterisk, I want to buy the voice message feature pack. Asterisk, asterisk, you dropped this. King, here you go. Asterisk, asterisk, what is it? Asterisk, asterisk, your awareness. Asterisk, he smiled to himself, satisfied. Asterisk, all right, so far, everything's going according to plan. Thanks to this, the queen can't kill me. Asterisk Clen had become more cautious. How many people are watching? Ju checked and immediately lied. About 2,000 people, your majesty. The viewers teased. Asterisk. The viewership is more than 10 times that number. Asterisk. Asterisk. Has our boy Ju learned how to lie? Asterisk. Asterisk. Seriously. Asterisk. He turned the tables and threatened her. These people will go to the channels of other adventurers on the 5th floor and spread the word about you once they know the truth. The queen finally gave in. All right, you win. No need to repeat yourself. If those rumors get out, I'll have to endure endless criticism and contempt after coming back from the dead. I will tell you where the Sunstone is. With my permission, no one will stand in your way. I will also heal the wound on your neck. Ju replied joyfully, thank you, your majesty. His expression brightened considerably. Asterisk, this gamble paid off. Asterisk, after he left, the comments were still curious. Asterisk, but what was that book just now? Asterisk, asterisk. Wasn't that the thing he was reading while we were watching his live stream? Asterisk, beats me. I don't remember that happening either. Asterisk Ju ignored them and looked around. Asterisk, I don't see Karen anywhere. Asterisk, he asked a soldier. Excuse me, have you seen where Karen went? The man replied, he left earlier. He had some urgent news to share with the other adventurers. Ju went, oh, I see. The comments popped up in exclamation. Asterisk, I thought he'd lost his mind. Seriously, he almost died in there. Asterisk, asterisk. Well, if he couldn't kill that flower, he'd be dead anyway. Asterisk. He quickly remembered their presence. Thank you to all my viewers. Without everyone's support, I would have failed. The viewers all humbly chimed in. Asterisk, we didn't do anything. Asterisk, asterisk, I'm the one who carried. Asterisk, asterisk, honestly, I thought it was a lost cause, so I just sat back and watched. Asterisk, asterisk, a confession from your conscience. Huh? Asterisk, just then, the same person donated again. User, the love has donated 5,000 coins. Voice message, I simply don't like that queen. Don't get the wrong idea. Ju still thanked them cheerfully. But thanks to you, I didn't get dragged off to be beheaded. The comments teased, asterisk, oh my god, the love is a tsundere. Asterisk, asterisk, it's not like I helped you because I like you or anything. Asterisk, thinking back, Ju was still a bit scared. If the plan hadn't worked, he would have had to run and tear the whole city apart to find the stone. Asterisk, even if I tried my best then, I never would have found it. Asterisk, suddenly, he saw a familiar face approaching. Ju ran up and asked urgently, Sir Palaham, you said you didn't know. You lied to me. Why didn't you tell me? He replied, unsupported. No matter how strong I am, I still have to follow the rules. Ju immediately held out his hand, demanding, I have the queen's permission. Give it to me. Palaham beckoned. Follow me. And in truth, the information Ju had heard was the queen telling him the sunstone was in Palaham's house. Asterisk, even though I get that Palaham can't just hand it over to anyone, why is he wasting time when we're all about to die? Asterisk, as soon as he got back, he saw the poise. Ju looked at them worriedly. Lahaha, Kodin, Baron. The viewers were also sad. Asterisk, not the poise. They look even worse than before. Asterisk, he gently stroked the little ones' heads. Asterisk, the contamination is getting worse and worse. Even when I call their names and pat them, they don't react. Asterisk. Palaham understood. Looks like they came here while I was out. Ju opened his backpack to take something out. Asterisk. At least that means they've moved. Should I give them more stones? Asterisk. Suddenly, he put his arm around Ju's shoulder and said, Hey, do you know why spirits like mana stones? The viewers answered for him humorously. Asterisk. Of course he knows. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's asking the guy who eats stones himself. Asterisk. Asterisk. Isn't it because they find them delicious? Asterisk. But Palaham explained in detail, they don't eat mana stones because they like them. It's an instinct deeply ingrained in their bodies. They store up energy until it's time to save. That thing. Ju understood the implication all too well. Asterisk. That thing. He's talking about the world tree. Asterisk. He stood up and asked, feigning ignorance, Are you sure? He shrugged nonchalantly. Kirin said so I'm sure it's not just some nonsense. But it's just a hypothesis. Turn off the live stream before you come inside. Ju immediately complied. Ah, okay. Then Palaham reconsidered. Actually, it's fine if you leave it on. They can come here anytime they feel like they're tired of breathing. The viewers immediately went into an uproar. Asterisk, we won't say a single word. Asterisk, asterisk, come on. Asterisk, asterisk, we're not outsiders. Asterisk, asterisk. To be honest, I'm really curious. Aren't you guys? Asterisk, asterisk. What difference would it make to turn off the live stream? Seriously. Asterisk, asterisk. Who could possibly be a match for the Palaham of the 15th floor? Asterisk. But he still obeyed and turned it off. Asterisk. There must be a reason why the sunstone is hidden in this house. Asterisk, Ju thought, then informed him. It's off. Inside a room that looked like a library, he looked around in amazement. There are so many books, Palaham replied. I've only read a fraction of these. Then he lifted up a bookshelf, moving it and causing a cloud of dust to fall. Palaham had moved the entire bookshelf to one side. He beckoned, This way. Follow me. Ju was truly speechless. Asterisk. I don't think anyone other than Palaham could lift that door. Asterisk. Then the room closed behind them. He used a key to open a wooden door, and the light from inside was so bright it was overwhelming. He felt himself tense up, sweating, as he followed Palaham down, thinking, Asterisk, the stone is glowing so brightly I can see every single step, and the further down we go, the brighter it gets. Asterisk. Below them was something floating, so bright he couldn't look at it directly. Ju shielded his eyes and asked, Is this? Palaham smiled and replied, Yep, that's the sunstone. It was a dazzling, radiant yellow stone, protected within a glass case. He couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk. How do we get it out of there? Asterisk. He walked over to a control panel. Just stand still and watch. If an outsider touches this stuff carelessly, they're toast. The stone, emitting a scorching hot light, gradually crept out. Palaham suddenly asked, You're not going to regret this, are you? Ju took it with determination. I'll regret it even more if I can't kill that monstrous flower. Then the old man froze, not taking his hand off the stone. You think we haven't tried that before? Jue asked, though he didn't seem surprised. You've tried to destroy it? And it just grows back even after it's destroyed, right? Palaham said helplessly. It's destiny. No matter how hard you try, you can't change it. That's why the queen gave you the sunstone so easily. But Jue took the sunstone decisively. It doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes to change the future. After leaving Palahem's house, Jue started his live stream again. The comments came flooding in. Hey, what the hell was that? Just tell us where it is. We won't tell anyone else. Hey, remember not to tell anyone, got it? A public secret. Jue, I got so bored I ordered some chicken. Every time I eat chicken, I think about the parrot I had as a kid. Why a parrot? Because they're both birds. Whenever my chicken gets delivered, I always yell, delicious, in the delivery guy's face. I'm pretty sure the delivery guy laughs because of you. Oh, chicken, I hope you suffer the same fate as me. These off-topic comments made him shut the stream down. Palahem came out to ask, are you leaving already? Jue nodded. Yes. What about you, sir? What do you plan to do? I've been thinking about what I wanted for a while now. I think I'm going to join the soldiers on the battlefield. I'm sure Kieran and Lei would love a chance to sober up from all that alcohol they downed. Jue felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Are you saying you think I'll fail? Palahem waved a hand. Looks like you're misunderstanding. It's not going to end just by destroying the Sunstone. He clearly had unpleasant memories of the demon flower. They probably had other evil plans for Taruha, but it used every last drop of its energy to summon the monsters that destroyed the city. His words made Jue thoughtful. That means even if I do defeat them, there'll still be more to handle afterward. He bowed politely. Thank you, sir. Palahem gestured with distaste. If you're really that grateful, then do me a favor and drop those imperial manners of yours. It wasn't long, but I had fun. Now, you should get going. Jue gave a determined smile. I had a lot of fun too. With that, he used his teleportation skill, leaving the old man standing alone in the yard. Palahem sighed to himself, even though these are his final moments before he dies. Just looking at that face of his, anyone would think he'd already saved us all. All right then, let's see what we can do, he suddenly called out, and Karen jumped out from behind the fence. Yes, Palahem asked. Where did Lei go? He replied, bewildered. I'm not sure what's troubling him either, but it looks like he's stuck at the training grounds. The old man nodded, satisfied. Even better, go gather all the commanders and soldiers. We are declaring war. Tell them to fully prepare their weapons. Karen followed the order without hesitation. Yes, sir. He hurried off to announce the preparations. Opening the door to the house, Karen still felt a little worried. Now that I think about it, I wonder if the spirits are all right. Suddenly, he saw something that made him go pale. In the castle, a soldier was reporting, Your Majesty, the Sun Commander has started gathering his soldiers. CL read the letter and casually asked, That fool? It's been a while, but I'm not surprised. I'm sure he'll just die in battle anyway. The soldier answered hesitantly. However, it appears he is inviting all the soldiers from Blue Knight, Red Fang, and White Earth to join him. She sighed in exasperation. That idiot. So, is he asking for my permission? What on earth is he doing this for? It says here it's to awaken the great mind of Taruha. He never believed in things like saviors or the word of God. I wonder what prompted him to do this. What should we do now? Just grant his request. Nothing is going to change. Regardless, we will just face the same suffering as always. Sanji Yu stared, helpless and bewildered, at what was in his hands. He trembled in despair. Wait a minute, did I only get a few potions? Su Jung asked tentatively. Is something wrong? But Sanji Yu was about to explode. Are you serious? You think I worked my ass off for days just for times this asterisk? She became suspicious as well. That is weird. I'm pretty sure that even as of yesterday, Su Jung remembered the person she had met in Perfect City. With you two, I'm sure you could rival the strength of 3 snow giants. Back then, she'd noticed that until yesterday, all the warriors who were receiving impressive quests were suddenly getting trivial ones like, I'm a bit thirsty, go fetch me some water. She suspected they had started taking on minor quests for small rewards, like a few potions. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Quest completed. The gate to the Fountain of Trials has been created. Sanji Yu gasped in surprise. It's completed already? Su Jung asked blankly. Is something wrong? Did it just say the quest was completed? But she didn't understand what he was getting at. Sanji Yu didn't reply, having made a decision. There's no other way. Even though I only have a few dozen viewers, I have to start the stream and ask chat. He was hesitant because he had turned it off since they only ever swore at him and complained. But it's my only choice. Suddenly, a notification caught Sanji Yu's eye. Find the heart of the end. The two of them walked towards the high city gate. He squinted, observing. I came because I was told to, but what's happening? Before them was the demon flower, raging. The chat exploded in shock. 6 petals have appeared. We're so screwed. This bastard doesn't even know how to be grateful. Run, you moron, or just stay there if you want to die. Taruha's going to be destroyed by that thing. Sanji turned to discuss it. Taruha will be destroyed by that thing? Sounds pretty dangerous. Su Jung wasn't so sure. Is it really that dangerous? I can't tell anything besides the fact that it's ugly as sin. The viewers noticed something else. Why are the soldiers moving around all chaotically? I see the commanders too. Are they fighting? Follow them and see what the drama is. Following the comments, Sanji Yu took notice. He feigned annoyance. You guys don't even tip me, you just keep bothering me. So I'm ending the stream here. The viewers cursed in annoyance but still sent donations. This bastard is always about the money. Guess we have no choice. We'll pay. Now hurry up and follow them. And of course, Son Ji-yu was extremely satisfied with this turn of events. He immediately pulled his companion along. Let's go, Soo-jung. She was bewildered. Go where? Outside the city gate, soldiers were singing loudly. The comments buzzed. They're singing again. Can you understand what they're singing? It's not translating. I think it's a song paying tribute to the greatest commander. I think they're getting ready for battle or something. Son Ji-yu speculated. Are the soldiers starting a civil war? The viewers couldn't hold back their insults. What the hell? This guy is so stupid. This is hopeless. I think you should just cut your losses and run. You're such an idiot. Why would you actually tell him that? What are we supposed to watch if he runs away now? Unhappy, he thought to himself. I'm not planning on running. If something's going down, I intend to watch it happen with my own 2 eyes. That's how I was able to enter the tower in the first place. And with that, Son Ji-yu made a pledge to the live stream. Everyone, I will observe this battle to the very end, even if my life is hanging by a thread. In return, well, I think you all know what to do. The viewers mocked. He switched on donation mode. He wasn't bothered by the insults. If not, that's fine too. The chat quickly tried to soothe him. We'll pay. Hold on. Of course we'll contribute if you're going to risk your life like that. This time, his life is actually on the line. Instantly, countless people supported him, donated 500 gold, donated 100 gold, donated 1,000 gold, donated 300 gold. Son Ji-yu's attitude changed in a flash. Thank you all so much. Then he said to Soo-jung, hey, you'd better head back to the gate. It's too dangerous here. You could die. She refused, annoyed. What are you talking about? No, I'd rather die than leave you alone. But Son Ji-yu put on a martyred air. I'm telling you, it's dangerous. Just listen to me, all right? Soo-jung answered firmly, no. I'm not leaving your side. The crowd watching this PDA couldn't stop complaining. Sanji kept insisting she was just a friend, but he was putting on a hell of a show. But just then, a pillar of light erupted in the distance, the pressure reaching all the way to where they were. Something had just smashed the demon flower to bits. A pillar of light crackling with thunderous electricity. In a room on the 70th floor, a girl was lying around, watching a live stream. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open. What are you doing here? Why are you just lazing around? You're supposed to be at the guild meeting. What's with that? Soha looked away, annoyed. Didn't I tell you not to call me? Besides, what's the point of going there? It's just a bunch of people with no ambition to leave the tower, who just want to live in here forever. Her friend, Ju, tried to reason with her. I'm sure you understand the situation, at least partially. Life is much better here than on Earth. But the guild master is starting to get annoyed, you know. There's been a slight change in the plan for the 10th floor, and you know it too. The guild master doesn't like it when things slip out of his control one bit. Soha cut him off. I'm not in the mood to talk, so piss off. Ju didn't press her anymore and stood up. Call me if you change your mind. He left Soha alone with her confused thoughts. Please, she whispered. Jae-yu, you crazy bastard. Right now, the people in the comments section were also teasing. You look pretty damn calm for someone who's about to die. Come on, you can't tell others to do it. If you were there, would you go knowing you'd die for sure? There isn't much time left now. Jae-yu, you're really going to do this. He chatted while climbing the snowy mountain. You have to understand. I'm trying to move as fast as I can, but there are some detours that are unavoidable. So time is pretty tight. The moment the heart of the end begins to bloom, the ice giants that we're hiding will start appearing from all directions. Because I'm trying to avoid any unnecessary fights, it's going to take a bit more time. I still have the sunstone and the gloves on me, but why do I feel like something is missing? Finally, Jae-yu had arrived. He stood before the demon flower, causing a commotion among the viewers. 6 petals. It looks disgusting. Jae-yu thought with determination, let's just get this over with. Suddenly, someone spoke. Chanta, you're finally here. The viewers panicked. What is he doing here? I was starting to get a little tired of waiting for you. The comments were truly helpless. Great. Is he insane? Jae-yu was also confused. Why is he unwrapping the cloth in his arms? I came to give you this. The little ones were in a very bad state. Poi poi. He was shocked, not understanding. What? You have to know why I'm here, right? Chanta explained gently. I didn't come here because I wanted to. The spirits tried to brave the blizzard to get here. I'm just helping them. It seems they noticed your disappearance and decided to look for you. Jae-yu's heart ached as he stroked their heads. No way. They shouldn't have been able to move. Take them back. It's dangerous here. He gently hugged them. It seemed the little ones were crying. I don't think the spirits want that. Jae-yu felt even more pity. Why would they do this? The viewers' hearts ached too. Poor Poi Poi. They crawled all the way here in that condition just to find him? I feel so bad for them, everyone. He wondered what he had really done for the Poi Poi. I only used them for survival and to climb the tower. Even so, Jae-yu still held them ever so gently. I understand. Thank you for coming all this way. Chanta bowed his head in prayer. You don't need to thank me. I did this of my own accord, but I must be going now. Although, I'll be back if I happen to die in battle. I prefer a peaceful life. Chanta prayed for his soul to be protected by the glory of Taruha. Jae-yoo also smiled as he saw him off. Only then did he worry about the little ones. Hey, you guys, don't overdo it like that again. Get in my bag and rest for a bit. I am so sorry, you three. I'll take you to get treated as soon as I'm done with this. Okay? Then he put on Enyan with resolve. Administrator, even if I die, I will make you pay for this. Filled with rage, Jae-yoo prepared to charge. Seeing its enemy, the demon flower immediately summoned monsters. The swarm of snarling monsters threatened their prey like ants. His eyes blazed as he observed them, his body moving swiftly. In the blink of an eye, along the path Jae-yoo swept through, countless monsters were slain. He charged straight towards the demon flower. I need to strike the heart of the end the moment I close the distance with it. His hand gathered and compressed energy into a sphere, but right then, a monster lunged out to block him. Jae-yoo was forced to fall back, dodging the attack. He quickly finished it off and leaped up again, heading towards the demon flower. Jae-yoo used its body as a foothold to launch himself. His hand ceaselessly gathered power, and before the guards could swarm him and block his path again. Just then, a little poi-poi jumped out and licked Jae-yoo's face. All three of them climbed onto his neck, hugging him. Jae-yoo looked at them in astonishment. What are you guys doing here? The little one called out sweetly, though tired. Its eyes were still filled with affection. Of course, Jae-yoo wanted to hug them right now, but he knew there was no time to hesitate. Jae-yoo attacked the flower's heart without a second thought. This power is incredible. With this much power, blood was now pouring from all 7 of his orifices, but even that couldn't stop his resolve. The monsters tried to attack and stop him again, but Jae-yoo's eyes were filled with killing intent. It's too late, you bastards. The monsters suddenly sensed something was wrong. They froze, watching the light spread endlessly, as a brilliant pillar of light erupted, piercing the very heavens. Palaham saw it from a distance. It's finally begun. Palaham announced to his subordinates. Listen up, everyone. Although this person was originally an adventurer, the one you know as Chanta, he entered the forest alone to destroy the demon flower. Since when did we become so weak? These are the things that once ripped the heart out of the water core. Even if it leads to our own deaths, the soul of the great Taruha has long been abandoned by us. But someone loudly objected, Warriors, commanders of the sun, I will not agree to this. Unfazed, Palaham asked. It seems you have something to say? She was the warrior commander of the Blue Knight Orchid, and she spoke with great worry. We've already done everything we can. Even if we eliminate the demon flower, what will change? He asked calmly and gently. Is that what you truly think? She challenged him, adamantly protesting. If you think I'm wrong, let me ask the others. Oh, warriors of the Blue Knight Orchid, do you really think our boring lives will actually end? Those people, also in despair, shouted in unison, Don't try to fight against fate. Lucan waved her hand smugly. The sun has already set. Now don't act so foolish. But Palaham burst out laughing, startling her. Lucan, extremely annoyed, tried to cover her ears. He looked at her with a mix of contempt and threat. I can't believe I ever considered trash worse than some adventurer to be my comrade. I can no longer even begin to express my shame. At that moment, Sanji, who was broadcasting, was even more terrified. Everyone, what's happening? The flower just exploded. The viewers teased him. Why do you think it exploded? I think someone used the sun to destroy it. Didn't they stop doing that? I remember Palaham got kicked out for pulling that stunt. But Palaham isn't here. He's down below. He probably told one of his subordinates to do it. This comment made him confused. What's a sunstone? One comment recounted, a lot of people got a beating from Palaham for peeking at it in the past. They didn't notice Sanji saying something in the background. Why are the comments telling stories? You think this guy would be stupid enough to do that? So you're telling me a player is using a sunstone? What the hell? Sanji, extremely curious, asked. Can you tell me what's going on? He didn't notice the person behind him asking if that was the case, but the commenters had seen it. Why should we? Just enjoy the show. What is she saying back there? Finally, Sui-dong couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed. Hey, didn't you say you would protect me? Only then did Sanji remember her, immediately blushing as he affirmed, Yes, but I'm not confident I can protect you, so I want you to go to the gate first. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you properly. Suz-dong was deeply moved. But even so, how could I just leave you here all alone? The comments went wild. This isn't the time to be messing around. Sanji, I know you're a little busy, but come on. He's really never dated before. I can't believe it. This opportunity is more important than his own life. Looking at the words, they realized something was wrong. Oh my god. Because from a distance, the demon flowers had unleashed a horde of monsters. Mud splattered across the white snow. The monsters snarled, threatening the city. Sanji held the trembling beauty and asked the comments, Hyung Nim, what the hell is that thing with the tentacles on its head? They calmly explained that they were just guardians. Their defining traits are being tough and fierce. He looked at another monster. And what about that thing that looks like a cockroach? The comments replied jokingly, they are exactly what you think they are. Don't worry about it. The worst that can happen is getting eaten alive. These crazy bastards. Sanji grabbed his girlfriend and ran. She's not my girlfriend. We're just friends. Run before things get any worse. So Sanji decided without hesitation. Focus. We need to run. Now. Down below, Baham was still trying to rally everyone. Warriors of Taruha, will you fight? Seeing the monsters, they didn't hesitate either and charged straight ahead. Suddenly, that dazzling light grew even brighter, catching the attention of the fleeing Sanji. Suzdung turned back to look at him. Is something wrong? Let's go. Sanji knew, but he couldn't stop thinking. I need to go. We have to go. This damn personality of mine, this goddamn curiosity. Just for a moment, I have to check. From afar, he saw a large crater with a person standing there. Their body was glowing strangely. Sanji frowned as he looked. It looks human. My eyes are playing tricks on me. But that person is still standing there with empty eyes. I don't believe in the concept of an afterlife. His life flashed through Jesu's mind. I thought that when death knocked, I'd be flooded with long thoughts. The parents who abandoned me, the people who were good to me at the orphanage, the people I met in the tower, and everything I've experienced. It's as if my life were replaying before my very eyes. His soul floated in a dark space, but I couldn't think of anything. Is this how I'm going to die? But then Jesu opened his eyes again, and a sharp pain hit him instantly. He wanted to scream, but couldn't. It hurt so much. My eyes feel like they're on fire. My whole body is burning, and it feels like I'm going to melt and evaporate at any moment. Although the pain didn't last long, the feeling of my body slowly disappearing was crystal clear. A ray of light seemed to pass through my vision. Jesu was suddenly stunned. Who is that? He saw a child covered in wounds, crying with his face in his hands. Jesu wanted to get closer to the boy, but the distance seemed to grow farther and farther, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get any closer. Then, for a moment, Jesu froze. The child looked up, his tear-streaked face identical to his own. Jesu was shocked. My past self? Suddenly, the dark space shattered, and the light grew brighter and brighter, astonishing him. What? A giant face blocked the light, approaching Jesu. Although he was bewildered and didn't understand anything, he still saw the darkness silently vanish like diamond shards, along with the familiar and adorable cry of a poi. The comments section exploded. Is that a hack? What do you mean? A hack, dude above. You think climbing the tower is a game or something? But this is just ridiculous. Time to go find poi. The three little ones, Laha, Koden, and Baron, were crying and gathered around him. He woke with a start. Poi poi, a viewer from the Love, hastily reminded him. Zesu, can you put on some clothes? But before he could even react, what happened? Am I still alive? Then he looked in astonishment at the three kids in his hand. You guys, why are you so tiny? The viewers laughed gleefully. Your body feels a little strange, doesn't it? Strange. Are you cold? Please put on some clothes. It's a little hard to look at. But Jesu just blankly repeated the comment. Huh? My body feels a little strange, doesn't it? They decided to be understanding. What happened must have really shocked him. That makes sense. He did just die and come back to life after all. Then, a support message popped up. The Love has gifted you 82 coins. It's even a voice message. Put on some clothes. Only then did Jesu scream in alarm. He immediately activated the blur, embarrassedly reassessing the situation. Jesu sighed in relief. Looks like the Loretta equipment is fine, but the machine gauntlets are completely destroyed. Then he looked around. But where's the most important thing? Suddenly, Jesu realized something. Don't tell me. Hyungnim, did I eat the sunstone? The comments teased. What the hell? I don't know if I should tell you. This is a national secret, don't tease him too much. Can't you see he's confused? From the viewer's perspective, Jesu's body was literally glowing, which they found hilarious. But it's blurred now. I can't see anything anymore. It's right to cover it up. Stop joking around and tell him. If we don't stop, he's going to cry. Okay, so this is what happened. Jesu, you remember that beam of light you shot out using the sunstone? It looked so cool, man. Just looking at the screen, I thought my eyes were going to explode because it was so bright. Anyway, just when it looked like you were about to be vaporized after being swallowed by the light, part of the impact was nullified by the cloak, and the pois released their fur to cover you. One poi was still conscious, but it barely managed to stay awake. It picked up and ate the sunstone on the ground. Then its body started to emit light. We kept watching, and since the broadcast was still going, we guessed that you were still alive. It started licking the other pois, and that gave them enough energy to keep moving. I almost crapped my pants watching that. Finally, they concluded with praise. Poi 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 is the absolute goat. But Jesu still didn't understand. Wait, but what does that have to do with me being alive? The comment section got annoyed. You're so impatient. I can understand how you feel, though. Anyway, it continued to lick you. After seeing your hair start to grow back on your head, I realized that the pois have the solution I need. The bald community unanimously agrees. You think it only licked his head? Seeing the topic go off track, he asked shyly, "So, how long has it been?" The viewers replied jokingly, "Look at him changing the subject. Not that long. Maybe about 10 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that." At this point, Jae-soo turned his attention to something else. "Taruha, is it safe? Even though I managed to survive, countless monsters must have poured out and attacked Taruha after the central object was destroyed. Even if Baham was among them, he couldn't possibly destroy all those monsters. So he resolved himself, I have to go to Taruha." As soon as he put one foot down, Jae-soo's body launched into the air. It turned out the little ones were pulling him up to fly, but Jae-soo was terrified. Why is it so high? In the city, the chaotic battle was still raging. A gleaming sword stroke sent a monster flying. Baham split one in two with a single blow. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something. Seeing a streak of light rushing towards them, he was confused. A shooting star? He only saw the light fly straight into the heart of the monster horde, leaving them stunned as they looked up. An explosion directly blew away the whole group of slime monsters. That streak of light didn't even stop, but continued to fly past, burning every monster it touched, making them too scared to advance. Baham's group also watched in shock. They only saw a person enveloped in brilliant white light in the middle of the explosion, the very same glowing figure Sanji had seen earlier, revealing only eyes as deep as black holes. This person was Jae-soo, without a stitch of clothing on him. This is so hard to control. The boiling mana is moving everywhere. The comments asked Jae-soo curiously, "Can't we just go to the challenge fountain while they take care of everything?" He immediately refused. "No, I'm not the shameless type of person who just runs away." The viewers knew full well he wants to repay his debt. Just let it go. When has Jae-soo ever listened to our advice? Just give up. But I think he just landed right in the middle of the enemy camp. Indeed, Jae-soo was surrounded by a horde of monsters. In front of the city, Kier asked in confusion, "Captain, is something wrong?" Baham was intently watching the glowing person defeat the monsters. He suddenly asked, "Do you remember the story we heard when we were kids?" He stared blankly, puzzled. "Are you talking about the tale of the great warrior?" Baham smiled and turned back to look. "That's right. You have a pretty good memory, so you must remember it, right?" Kier recalled in confusion. "I'm not entirely sure, but he wore a snow-white fur cloak that shone brilliantly, and he could shatter the earth with his fists." The story matched the scene before him so perfectly that he was too stunned to believe it. "No, wait, that's impossible. It's just a legend." But Palaham insisted he was the savior who would revive the glory of Taruha. Karen stammered, "No way. It's just a..." Lucan was more direct, scoffing, "It's just a story. The First Division captain still believes in fairy tales like that. Savior my ass. Stop clinging to such false hope, sir. Something like that will just turn Taruha to dust, same as those monsters." Her sarcastic tone left the two speechless. He ignored her and asked, "What was his name?" "Karen. I'm sure you know." He choked up for a moment, then froze. "The great warrior, La Chan. What we're seeing is exactly like the story of the legendary warrior. You appeared from within the light, saving an entire city." Ju relentlessly attacked the monsters. Even when they surrounded him from all four sides, Ju was able to take them down in droves. A system notification announced that the Taruha close combat skill had leveled up to 3. Ju thought distractedly, "Looks like I can still level up skills in this state. If I can keep leveling up the Taruha close combat skill like this." Just then, he noticed something. The monsters seemed to be kneeling. The online comments exploded. "What's this? Are they surrendering? Gio's an idiot." "Of course not." The horns on their heads sharpened, all of them pointing at him. They pierced through Gio's body, horrifying the viewers. "What the hell? Gio got stabbed. How is that possible?" That wasn't actually the case, because those monsters had lost their horns. White whips were wrapped around your horns. Gio held the horns with satisfaction. "I'll just borrow these for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" The comments went wild. "Nice, I knew it. Hey buddy, can I borrow this?" Why even ask for permission? He's just borrowing them for a second. Jiu took a throwing stance and launched the horns right back at them. Horns returned, though it looked a bit painful, causing the commentators to wince. He returned them right away. Guess he really was just borrowing them. In the end, only a bloody battlefield remained. He was getting a little tired, wiping away his sweat. There are so many of them. Suddenly, a shadow blotted out his vision. Jiu looked up to see the monsters piling on top of each other. "Are they climbing on top of each other to surround me?" The viewers sneered. "That looks disgusting." Kerr watched with some concern. "Should I go help?" Palaham stopped him. "Wait a little longer. If that really is Sir La-chan, interfering would be nothing short of an insult to him." He was still hesitant, but Kerr couldn't rest easy. The number of monsters was growing. Besides, ever since we started surrounding him, there's been no movement. If we leave it like this, I'm afraid something bad will happen. So he ran to get help. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to get the magic cannon." But a flash of light made Karen freeze. From within the layers of monsters, a dazzling beam of light escaped, then exploded, blowing away the entire pile of them. He had to kneel and cover his head in fear. Commander, he thought, incredibly excited. He didn't even budge an inch. What a stubborn guy. But now, he couldn't look away. After coming to the brink of destruction hundreds of thousands of times, I've never witnessed anything like this. The overwhelming power makes you kneel involuntarily. It's just as the commander said. If this is truly the formation of a real Lachan. After the light subsided, Palaham said, "Looks like it's over. Let's go take a look." He stood up, trembling. "Sir?" The old man cut him off excitedly. "Let's go see if our Lachan has truly arrived." Kerr had no choice but to agree. "Let's go." The two of them stepped onto the shattered ground and drew closer. He exclaimed in amazement, "This deep? This is no joke." He stared in confusion toward the center. "What is that light?" Kerr couldn't stop Palaham from running down. "Commander, wait!" But when he turned back, he saw a crowd had gathered. "If I hesitate any longer, I'll be left behind." So he jumped down into the crater regardless. Palaham spoke cautiously. "Are you our Sir Lachan?" He thought to himself. "It's so bright, I can't even see his face." The person gradually dimmed the light on his face. "Oh," Karen waited tensely. "That white fur cloak looks pretty cool." "Wait, that's not the main issue right now." "I'm what?" The other warriors were also watching the situation curiously. The light around Gio completely vanished. Then he collapsed, passing out before he could say anything else, which panicked Karen. "Are you okay?" The little ones climbed onto Gio's head and tapped it, making their presence known. To everyone's astonishment, it let out an adorable cry. Popo, Palaham and the others stared at them in amazement, then recognized the Chanta. In his delirious state, Gio saw a familiar face before finally losing consciousness completely. It wasn't until the morning light shone on the buildings that the young man groggily opened his eyes. Gio whispered weakly, "Where am I?" Then his consciousness returned, and he snapped awake. "Wait, is the battle over?" Gio shot up in alarm. "What about Taruha?" An adorable white fluffball jumped onto Gio's shoulder. He was overjoyed to see the little ones healthy again. "Ha-ha, Kodin, Baron." Back during the battle, my body acted on instinct to defeat the monsters approaching the city. The more I fought, the more I could feel the mana in my body increasing. Before I knew it, I lost consciousness. The last thing I remember is fighting the monsters. Gio looked around the room. If Taruha had been destroyed, I wouldn't be lying here right now, would I? After thinking it through, he felt relieved. Now, the little ones wouldn't stop cuddling him, which made Gio happy. All right, I'm happy to see you guys too. He thought, seeing the poise, so safe and sound. Everything must be fine, right? The viewers also sighed in relief. He's finally awake. When the screen went white, I thought the stream crashed. "Gio, you idiot." Suddenly, the door burst open. "You're awake." Palaham walked in happily. "You look healthier than I expected." Seeing a familiar face, Gio hurriedly said, "I have some questions." The old man brushed him off and fed him some food. "First, have something to eat." Gio burned his tongue and yelled, "Hot!" Palaham teased, "Oh, sorry about that." A little later, after being urged on, the meal was finished. Gio drank water miserably. "My tongue still hurts." Palaham recounted excitedly. "It all happened in the blink of an eye. If you told me that battle was a sign of the apocalypse, I'd believe you. My tongue still hurts." Gio thought, speechless and in disbelief. Then he heard the old man say, "Besides, you are no longer our Lashan." He was confused. "What do you mean, sir?" To his surprise, Palaham performed a formal bow, smiling with deep respect. "It is an honor to meet you, sir." "Our Lachan." Gio was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" The comments were also baffled. "Isn't Lashanta a pet name for a dog? What the hell? Gio is a great puppy." But Palaham had no intention of explaining and said, "It seems I've said too much to a patient. When you feel completely better, will you come outside? I'll be waiting." Gio, only half understanding, nodded. "All right, thank you, sir." Finally, he was left alone in the room with the little ones. Gio immediately began to test his current strength. The three little ones also lined up to copy him. As he performed a punching motion, they obediently swung their tiny arms, making the viewers' hearts melt. The boys are copying Gio's actions. "What? So cute. It's illegally cute." Gio looked at his body with satisfaction. "Seems okay." "No, it's more than just okay. My body feels so light, like I could run to that mountain range and back. This is the real test. After waking up, the overwhelming white mana from before is gone. The only thing left is the mana I had originally. It seems there are no problems with my mana circulation." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Gio's body. He covered his face, coughing violently, which scared the little ones. Just from coughing, his hands were filled with blood. Gio quickly reassured the boy. "I'm okay," but they clung to him, worried. He hid his fatigue and comforted them. "I'm really okay." The comments erupted. "Why is Gio coughing up blood? Is he really okay? It's probably a reaction to the excess mana in his body. I'm so worried." Just then, Palaham pushed the door open. "Rested enough? Is there anything wrong with your body?" He quickly replied, "No, my body is fine, but there's something very strange with my mana." The The old man didn't quite understand and asked, "You mean the kind of power that mages use?" Jae nodded. "Yes, my body has that kind of power, but I can't control it." Balaham finally understood. "Can't control it. You mean your mana isn't circulating?" Jae explained while washing his hands. "It circulates, but it suddenly stops and vanishes when it reaches my heart. That's why I cough up blood." He felt a bit touched. Asterisk, so he came back to give me water to clean myself up. Asterisk. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Asterisk. There's probably more to these things than I know. I thought the heart circulated power, not mana. Was I mistaken? Asterisk. He recalled glumly. Asterisk. It's probably because of that stone I ate on the first floor. Mana is the power used for spells or magic. But instead, I use mana the same way a knight uses aura. Asterisk. Asterisk. I didn't mean to do it. I was just doing whatever I could to survive. Before I knew it, my physical abilities had gotten way stronger. Asterisk Jae-yoo splashed water on his face to wash off the blood. Balaham handed him a towel. So, to sum it up, you're using mana like it's natural energy, or what people call aura. Is that right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. The old man couldn't hide his surprise. Putting aside whether it's even possible, is it safe to do that? Jae hesitated, unsure how to explain, and tried to organize his story to tell Balaham again. At that moment, outside the house, Leto was standing guard. Sanji tried to persuade him. "Come on, just let us in." The people behind them whispered, "You should sneak in and take a look. You're an assassin after all." "But that's Captain Leto. What if he catches me and executes me on the spot?" Unable to convince Leto, he grumbled in frustration. "What's the big deal about letting us in? Unbelievable, these guys." Just then, Balaham led Jae outside. Sanji immediately recognized the three poise. Isn't that Jae? Jae, however, was still confused. Why are there so many people over there? The comments in the room were also wondering if there was some kind of festival. "Look, all the warriors are gathered here. You're famous now. You'll be my little secret. The message board on the 20th floor is flooded with messages from people looking for your channel." Suddenly, the old man shouted, startling everyone. "Khun, my ears! Why is he looking for him?" Khun appeared, jumping out from behind a fence. "Yes, sir." The viewers were speechless. "Why did you pop out from there? I feel like I've seen this scene before. I miss Fort so much." Far away, the person who was just mentioned sneezed. They only saw Balaham drag his subordinate into the house. Outside, a confused Sanji guessed. He took someone inside. Besides, isn't that Jae over there? Curiosity was driving him crazy with Leto. "You think you're so tough just because you're the captain? Move it! Why are you stopping us from going in?" Suddenly, a flash of light stopped them. A familiar, massive pillar of light blew up Balaham's roof. Care, having heard the story, explained, "In that case, there are two possibilities. Right now, the mana in your body isn't circulating, so the first possibility is that your mana circuits are blocked." Jae listened intently. Asterisk. He's talking about the side effects. Asterisk. Asterisk. The end point of my mana circulation is my heart. Since I've been using mana like aura, this isn't that strange. After I reached the 5th floor and heard Fort's warning, I stopped using mana the way I usually do. Asterisk. That's because every time I did, this strange feeling would run through my body, like I was losing all my emotions and turning into a monster. Joe broke out in a cold sweat and quickly asked, "So, what's the other possibility?" He explained, "Because the spirits are rejecting the power of the Sunstone, the two powers are clashing inside your body." Jae denied this idea. "I don't think so. I don't have the Sunstone's power in my body anymore." Kerr continued, "Didn't you say that the mana that should have been absorbed by your heart is being rejected? Because the power is too immense and beyond your control, your heart is currently compressing it just to keep functioning. Your heart is filled with the Sunstone's power, and your mana, which is inherently weaker, is being pushed out." Jae nodded. "That makes sense. If my heart is pumped full of the Sunstone's energy, it's inevitable that my own mana would be drained." The comments agreed after hearing this. "That sounds pretty plausible. This guy's deductions are god tier." Balaham patted his shoulder. "Well, whether you really have some hidden power in your heart or not, there's only one way to find out. Try using it." Khun also encouraged him. "I'm not sure if I'm right, but just give it a try. What have you got to lose, right?" Jae was convinced, thinking they wanted him to try using his mana. But it's true, he really had nothing to lose. In fact, it would be a bigger loss not to try. Asterisk. The mana will just run wild inside my body if I can't find the right path for it to circulate. Asterisk. So, he put out his hand and went for it. In his subconscious, Jae felt himself focusing only on the mana in his heart, ignoring all other sources. Done. He was confused. There was no reaction. He remembered the earlier advice. If nothing happens, try to recall the memories that stir your strongest emotions. It really helps. Jae whispered, just as Care had said, asterisk. The first time I met Poi, when I met the administrator, I've had so many encounters. Memories eventually fade over time. Asterisk. Asterisk. Then, a more recent memory. Asterisk. His heart gave a powerful, shocking beat. Jae realized it instantly. Asterisk. Okay, there's an incredibly intense aura that my own mana can't even compare to. It makes sense that my mana is inactive with this kind of energy in my heart. Asterisk. Seeing him silent, Balaham asked, "Hey, you okay?" But only a small drop of water landed on one of the pois. It was Joe, sweating buckets, his heart pounding louder than ever before. "What's going on?" He coughed up blood in pain, startling everyone. "Hey Jae, are you okay?" But Jae couldn't answer. Asterisk. I don't even have a chance to reply. Asterisk. Asterisk. The energy in my heart is tearing my body apart. It's so hot and painful, like I'm turning into a fireball. Asterisk. Kerr quickly tried to reassure him. Jae, listen carefully. That energy is most likely still in your heart. It's running wild, isn't it? Try it. Can you control it? But when he touched him, he recoiled in shock. Asterisk. Even though my body is paralyzed, I can still feel the incredible heat getting stronger and stronger. Asterisk. Khun quickly advised, release it. Balaham was a little worried. There are people outside, we don't know what might happen. But by now, Jae-woo understood. If he didn't listen to Care and release all this energy, his body wouldn't be able to take it. He couldn't suppress his ragged breathing. Jae-woo's hand tightened into a fist, and if that was the case, he swung it lightly behind him. Care knew what was coming and quickly grabbed the poise to get them out of the way. A massive explosion blew the roof to pieces. That's exactly what Sanji saw from outside. A pillar of light piercing the heavens. Care held the little ones, staring blankly at the sky. He couldn't help but marvel. The sky is so clear. Balaham also walked over and replied, I see. Jae remained unconscious until it was pitch dark. The shocked commenters flooded in after seeing the room was open. God, this live stream sucks. I just want to go there myself and give him all my precious potions. Seriously, I have no idea what the administrator was thinking, making a live stream feature like this. But isn't it hilarious? Just imagining them seeing our world's version, then going back and making an exact copy is funny enough. That old geezer administrator was so shocked by all that advanced stuff that he created a whole new civilization. He groggily opened his eyes and saw the hole in the ceiling. Asterisk, I'm outside. How can I see the night sky? Asterisk. The comments cheerfully called out, He's awake! Kerr peeked in, delighted. You're awake! You've been asleep for a day and a half. Are you okay? Want some water? Ju's eyes widened in a daze. He stammered a reply as he remembered, Yeah, I'm okay. Jae sat up abruptly, bumping his head against him. Wait, the sunstone! Was anyone hurt? Clutching his aching forehead, he trembled. I'm sorry. Care replied weakly. It's fine. The captain got an injury. This made Jae panic. Asterisk. Balaham's hurt. Was it because of me? Asterisk, he quickly asked. What? Did I cause it? Where is he? Care pointed up at the hole in the roof right above them. The landlord chewed him out, so now he's sulking his heart out. Jae-yu gave a helpless laugh. So, an emotional wound. Meanwhile, somewhere on the 20th floor, someone was anxiously watching the live stream. Where are you? The 15th floor. That useless bastard Sanji is so damn worthless. The person ground their teeth with worry. Asterisk. If I can just find Jae, then the 30th and even the 40th floor won't be a problem. I can finally get out of this godforsaken place. Asterisk. Asterisk, I gave Sanji a ton of gold during the live stream and tried to dig up some info, but it was a total failure. All I found was the name Zhou. Even so, I can't verify the information because no search results show up. Asterisk. He angrily threw the beer can. Where the hell is that guy? The young man thought, gritting his teeth. I'm probably not the only one interested in that thing. I need to find him before he reaches the 20th floor. On a street on the 70th floor, a car was moving across a bridge. Rue reminded him worriedly, Are you really going to meet the guild dressed like that? So waved his hand in annoyance. Mind your own business. Director Nam, you think everyone's as vain as you? He had to give some advice too. Why say something so depressing? The world is changing every day. Didn't you hear what the admin said? This world is about to explode. Hearing that, she became serious. I can't trust that admin guy. Something just feels off about him. Rue sighed wearily. I have no idea. Anyway, be careful when you meet the guildmaster. You see it too, don't you? The way he smiled just made So even more irritated. Damn it, I really don't want to go. The two of them approached a luxurious mansion. Guildmaster Jinx greeted them warmly. It's a pleasure to have you both here. Mr. Ju Soha, she quickly bowed. It's nice to meet you. Guildmaster? It seems like no one else is coming, right? He smiled welcomingly. Everyone was busy, so they couldn't make it today. Let's just have our meal, Ju replied cheerfully. All right, thank you for the meal. Suddenly, Jinx asked, Soha, I heard you watched quite a few live streams on the first floor before coming here. Is that right? This probing question made both of them freeze. She glanced at her friend's gossiping mouth before replying, Yes, that's right. Why? He laughed in a friendly manner. I don't mean to pry. Don't worry. I was just curious about one thing. Besides, I believe you're the perfect candidate for this position. Soha suppressed the urge to curse inwardly. This damn old fox. Just look at that smile. I know he's about to ask me to do some dirty work, so had no choice but to play along and ask, "What is it?" Jinx chuckled maliciously and made his request. There have been some changes on the 5th floor. The throne has changed hands, and the citizens have switched their allegiance. Go find out what's going on. She shrugged and asked in return, "Do we really need to do that? From what I can see, the situation on the 5th floor has nothing to do with the 70th floor, right? This isn't just one of the admin's whims, is it?" He suddenly stabbed his knife into the beef, making Soha jump and turn to look. Jinx's threat was clear. "Soha, are you taking me for a fool? Are you just too lazy to accept this job?" She clenched her fists, holding back her anger. "Calm down. This guy doesn't know anything yet." Soha asked probingly, "So what is it you want me to do?" He gestured lightly with his knife. "Although I wish it were as simple as a whim, like you said, I believe this change was caused by the players, right? The collapse of a great dam starts from the smallest crack. The 70th floor is about to be completed, so don't let any incidents happen. If the users are really the cause, then kill them at all costs." In the livestream comments, Ju was also curious about the admin's actions. "Looks like no one has shown up yet. Is no one spreading the word? What if they actually show up? This chat box would probably crash. Zhou is my own little treasure. While he tried to sleep, this place is awful, but if I open my eyes right now..." A comment asked probingly, "Jay, what are you thinking about?" Jay immediately straightened up, putting on his persona. "Of course, I was thinking about all of you. The viewers didn't fall for it. I hate this kind of flattery. Did you eat something weird? I was thinking about you too." Actually, Jay was thinking about something else. There were dozens of people gathered around the house. After those monsters were born, I thought everyone would run out of the gate, but it seems I was overthinking it. In the Spring of Hardship, there's a system called the Hall of Fame. Depending on the difficulty of each quest, the completion time, and the public satisfaction in Taruha, each user is ranked differently. The problem is, after the final solo quest is completed and the 15th floor is closed, the names of the top 3 in the Hall of Fame will be revealed. Our original plan was to use the Hall of Fame to attract viewers and earn rewards based on the number of followers. However, with this unknown power source, there will definitely be people in the tower keeping an eye on me. If they keep staring at me like this, Poi will be in danger too. The reward system has started working against me. There's no guarantee that those people haven't blended in with my viewers. There's no way to know for sure if they're aware of my power or not. Whatever their plan is, I'm confident I can deal with them. But that's no longer just a theory. My power is unstable, and my gauntlets have been destroyed. Although the Lotinta wheels are slowly repairing themselves, I'm not sure when they'll be fully restored. This is really the perfect time for someone to make a move on me. The viewers didn't understand what he was planning to do. "Jay, how long are you going to sit on the 15th floor? Are you just going to lie there on your bed? We're spending our precious time watching you stream, and you're not doing jack squat." The little ones seemed to sense it and tried to act cheerful. The comments melted again. "Did you guys hear the poi? You're not hearing things. I don't believe you anymore." He smiled and petted them. Po, these guys are so cute." Suddenly, I had an idea. Maybe I should train them in combat skills, but the little ones just kept acting cute and cuddly. Jay paused, thinking of something, then hugged them all and lay down happily. Not only am I unsure of what will happen, but I also don't feel comfortable taking these guys into a fight. No, I'm really overthinking things. The viewers started clamoring again. "Jay, trade points with me. I can't believe you're keeping all the pop poi for yourself. Don't hog the pop poi." He ignored them and checked the information panel. "Only 4 more days until the 15th floor closes. I have no choice but to get stronger. It seems all my skills went up to level 4 before the battle. I can make a new mechanical gauntlet and collect the remaining gears. If I can upgrade the Taruha skill further, I can protect my body without needing items. However, it's too difficult to upgrade a passive skill." So Baham was a bit surprised when Jayu suggested it. "You want to train with me? Is this your way? As they say, you can't succeed without a teacher." He laughed a little nervously. "It seems those punches weren't enough for you." "I don't mind, but are you sure? What if you pass out again?" Zhou nodded with determination. "You told me I was a mighty warrior, didn't you?" Zhou had thought it through. "There's no guarantee I can ever come back to the 15th floor. And even if I could, Baham wouldn't remember me because of the system." Jay teased. "It's understandable if you're scared." Though inwardly, he still thought, making friends by bickering and fighting will only lead to exhaustion and wasted time. It's better for me to upgrade my power and climb to the 20th floor as fast as possible. So learning from Baham is the best option right now. Unexpectedly, the old man's punch was unbelievably fast. Baham was genuinely angered. "Remember, you don't have any armor to protect you anymore." Jay laughed defiantly. "I fought you last time without it. Have you forgotten?" Outside the fence, quite a few people were still gathered, watching. He tried to ignore their presence. "Even though I'm worried about all those spectators, the people in the back have always supported me." Seeing that Jay was determined, Baham didn't hesitate any longer. Don't regret this. The sound of continuous impacts rang out. He was also having a really hard time dodging the old man's attacks. With 3 days left before the 15th floor closed, Jae trained enthusiastically with his temporary master. On the second day of the countdown, he still didn't stop training. And so, time passed, and before I knew it, there was only 1 day left until the 15th floor would close. Amidst the thick dust, Jae could feel the power within him. He finally smiled confidently because his Taruha combat skill had reached level 5. Night fell on the 15th floor, and the little poi creatures were happily eating monastones, delighting the commenters. Is it tasty? They're eating so heartily, they must be healthy, right? Jae smiled as he watched them. The Charon mana stones must be really delicious for them. According to what Baham said, I have to leave tomorrow morning, so tonight will be my last night in Taruha. In that case, looking back on my experiences, the trials where the admin intervened gave out very useful rewards. Accepting the reward now will only give those watching more information about me. Should I stop the stream? No. If they know I'm on my guard, things will only get more complicated. Alright, I've decided. I'll check the reward first. The viewers feel like they're waiting for an ending, and now they finally get to see it. After all that, maybe I'll even get an epic grade item? A large gift box suddenly appeared, startling the Poins. Jae opened the box with satisfaction. I still have to collect the accompanying rewards too. A few items flew out. A standard grade bag of 5,000 coins. When receiving items, they are automatically converted into coins. A rare grade spatial backpack, an invention of the genius magic engineer, Elpist. The maximum weight it can hold is 500 kilograms. The leather long coat of Lo Chin-so, master of the 7 serpents. Heroic grade, the long coat of Lo Chin-so, the one who controls snakes possessing different abilities. Made from the skin of a snake that died after breeding, the snake's abilities are perfectly preserved within this coat. Prediction time, 1 second. He wasn't too surprised this time. I had a feeling I might get another one of Lo Chin-so's items, and I was spot on. The viewers humorously thought, looks like Lo Chin-so is determined to hand-feed him items, huh? If this was always going to be the outcome, why even mess with him in the first place? It's probably because it wouldn't be fair if the trial was too easy. Jae was confused about the coat's effect. From what I've heard, it makes other people's bodies seem to overlap. But I'm not sure exactly what that's like. Like this? The comments were also confused. But that coat really is an incredible item. That's right. I used it once, got super dizzy, and sold it immediately. It's more trouble than it's worth. Without much thought, he took off his shirt. Well, I might as well try it on now. The sudden action sent the live stream room into a frenzy. A sudden strip show. Jae didn't intend to blur this scene. It's just taking off a shirt. It's fine, don't blur it. He took off his old shirt and put on Lo Chin-so's outfit. He was a bit pensive. I think using the prediction time effect will be pretty difficult. I wonder if I can control it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he used it, the whole world around him seemed to turn upside down. It felt like everything I was seeing was shaking, so dizzy. Jae could barely tell what was what. Just looking at something made me feel like I was losing energy, as if my life force was being drained away. It got to the point where he wanted to throw up his dinner. Jae tried to stay conscious, focused. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the little ones. Their sweetness felt healing. Jae's joy was visible on his face. I can see now, but the nausea is still there. He almost couldn't hold it back. After adjusting, Jae went back to studying the coat. Although right now, all I can do is see the small movements of the Poins within a 1-second time frame. If I practice a bit more, I'll be able to activate it whenever I want. Things like items and regeneration take time to get used to. The next morning in town, Jae walked around with staggering steps. He was still trying to get used to the nausea. I think this is the hardest item to use among Lo Chin-so's collection. I wonder if I can combine them. This morning, when I woke up, Karun, Ray, and Balaham were all gone. Where did they go? I wanted to express my gratitude before I left. Even though I'm not sure if we'll meet again, it still hurts. Wait, no, something is very strange. Normally the streets would be crowded, but now there's no one. Has the 15th floor reset already happened? If so, it makes sense that everyone, including the players and Balaham, isn't here. The Fountain of Trials isn't closed yet, is it? Unexpectedly, when Jae ran there, the place was already crowded with people. They were all residents of this town, Taruha. Lashanta, may glory illuminate your path. He was truly stunned, not understanding what was happening, yet the people continued to cheer. Lashanta, may glory illuminate your path. The comments were also startled. What is this? Where are all the other players? They kicked them all out. Jae shyly asked Karun, I was just wondering where you two went. What is all this? He couldn't help but find it funny. What else could it be? The townspeople were still cheering. The great warrior, Lashanta. Balaham stepped forward to represent them. This is our farewell. The crowd seemed to respond in unison. May glory illuminate your path. Jae was embarrassed and flustered. Balaham, I'm just a humble adventurer. Isn't this a bit much? The old man let out a hearty laugh and affirmed. What's there to be shy about? You deserve a send-off like this. Someone approached and said, Lashanta, may glory illuminate your path. Our savior, the truly great warrior, Lashanta. Jae was startled to recognize this person. At that moment, he finally accepted it. This is a farewell that all the people of Taruha agreed to hold. A farewell. Balaham gave one last piece of advice. Stay right there. And don't forget that you will walk the path ahead with our blessings. Jae saw Karun's encouragement all the respect they could show. He smiled and said, cheer up. This is a farewell that has never happened in the past and will never be repeated in the future, even though joy was still on Balaham's face. If it's you, you'll do just fine. Warrior. But Jae couldn't hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. He smiled through his happiness. Thank you, everyone. The viewers were moved too. Hey, he's crying. He's crying. Don't tease him. It's perfectly normal for adults to cry. The person above is the worst. After that, Jae bid farewell to everyone with the most beautiful ending. That was how his journey in Taruha, a journey that was, in some ways, a little long and in others, a little short, has now come to an end. Jae approached the teleportation gate, calmly pulling up his hood to hide his face. Even though it's sad to say goodbye to the relationships I've built in Taruha, I have to focus on the next floor now. I don't know what will happen, so I have to be completely focused. And finally, he opened the door and stepped toward his next journey. A young man jumped out of the gate. Player 4901, Jinha, you have arrived at the Fountain of Trials on the 15th floor. Inside, the hall was magnificently decorated. The system announced, a total of 50 participants have entered the trial. No more can enter. The number of participants for the 15th floor is full. Outside, the town was bustling. Jinha looked around excitedly. So, I just need to get quests from the people of Taruha? Much easier than before. Hey guys, I think this is going to be over quick. So can you guys just show me now? The comments gave up on him. This guy is so shameless. You're not getting a single coin until you finish the 15th floor. Let's see. I'll show you. So go to the middle of the mountain. Head towards the castle gate. Seeing the promise, Jinha immediately followed. All right, I'm on my way. When he arrived, he couldn't help but be curious. What do they want me to see? It's all just snowy mountains. There's nothing else. The viewers mentioned something with confusion. Where is it? Who knew it was there? But now it's gone. Jinha grew more frustrated and curious. Can't you explain a little, damn it? This is so annoying. Suddenly, the sound of singing from down in the city caught his attention. Are those the good people you all were talking about? They look like a bunch of old guys, and they're singing too. The comments were just as bewildered. Yeah, they're not usually this happy. This is so damn confusing. The lyrics rang out in praise. A snow-white fur coat and sparkling skin. The adventurer and great warrior, Lashanta. The live stream room was stunned and got goosebumps. The song is being translated intermittently. You guys hear that? Holy shit. The 10th floor was just like this. Is it a bug? What the hell is the admin doing? At the same time, on the 10th floor, security was being tightened. An employee blocked the player's path. Hello, I'm from the Hypergrid Guild. I need to confirm a few things, so I ask for your cooperation. Two newcomers asked unhappily. What is it? He quickly explained. I apologize. Our guild is looking for someone who caused trouble and ran away. There's no streaming event, so it's hard to find evidence. The only option right now is to check faces. As he spoke, the security officer inspected them. Jae-yoo is reportedly a guy with short hair, a backpack, and a brown hooded coat. But how are you supposed to find him with just that? The two newcomers let him check them with annoyance. Is this good enough? Seeing that it wasn't them, the employee let them pass. Thank you for your cooperation. You may enter. Jae was among the angry people. What is this? He thought worriedly. Just as I thought. They're searching people at the entrance to the 10th floor to find me. It seems my name has spread to the higher floors. The comments were in an uproar. What's going on? Is someone targeting Jae-woo? You new here or something? It's those Hypite guys. Don't worry, Jae-woo. I'm here to save you. Of course, he wasn't expecting anything, and just pulled his hood down further. Should I run? No, they'll chase me immediately. I can't get caught here. Earlier, when he left the 15th floor, Jae-woo had run into trouble because the effect of the Hall of Fame was all too predictable. First place, Jae-woo. Second place, High Mage S2. Third place, Top Lena. At that moment, someone got excited. Hey, hurry up and send a friend request. His companion was still skeptical. Wait, but are you sure that's really Jae-woo? But the guy explained it very clearly. Are you stupid? After we got kicked out, he was the last one to go in. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? This led to Jae-woo only daring to leave in silence. He knew very well that as soon as the results appeared, his information would be spread everywhere, and he had run to the 16th floor as soon as he could before things got complicated. Players usually return to the 10th floor after completing an important quest, so I figured any guild wanting to target me would head to the 10th floor. I don't need to walk into a trap. So he decided to go directly to a higher floor, a place that looked much more dilapidated than the 15th floor. Jae-woo looked around with increased caution. The 16th floor quest was a large-scale challenge combining the 3rd and 4th floors, in which 30 people on two sides had to attack each other to win. In that situation, even if I run into them, I can't act recklessly. The viewers also didn't understand his actions. Don't you need a lot of players for this? Why are you going alone? Is Jae-woo trying to solo this or something? I'll give you enough money for pan-fried mandu, Jae-woo. He could only sigh and wait. If I just wait, they'll come. And sure enough, people started entering soon after, as the system announced player 4880, 4882, 4885, 4891. A total of 30 players have entered the challenge. No more can enter. The required number of participants has been met. The challenge difficulty will be adjusted according to the player's average level. The last person to enter was surprised. It's closed already? But we're still missing one person. Was someone already here? Behind him, a companion exclaimed, "So brave, daring to come to the 16th floor alone." He nodded in agreement. "We got lucky. I thought we'd have to wait for a long time." The system immediately announced, "The 16th floor challenge will begin soon. Infiltrate the ancient god's temple. Time remaining before the challenge begins is 10 minutes. Sayun, leading the group, instructed them, "I'll go talk to him." "Tell everyone to get ready," Taegu answered. "Yeah." He then approached Jae-do, but the guy's face was so covered you couldn't see his features. This made Sayun suspicious. Asterisk. Why is he hiding his face? Is he some kind of criminal? Asterisk. He shouted, "Hey, are you a player?" Hearing that, Jae-do came over. "Yeah." Sa-yoon tried to feel him out. "You come here alone?" Jae-do didn't lie. "It's for personal reasons." He became much more guarded. "Can I ask what those reasons are?" "Of course." The boy remained silent, unable to speak. "Sorry." Sa-yoon didn't hold back and prepared to draw his sword. "If you're not going to talk, it's going to be hard for you to fit in with us." Jae-woo gave an awkward laugh, trying to defend himself. "I understand, but it's really difficult for me to explain everything right now." This made the man pause and think. "This is driving me crazy. Are we really going to shed blood right at the start?" So he tried to speak with goodwill. "You seem pretty worried. Let's just talk first. I'm Sa-yoon." Just then, the system counted down. Time remaining before the challenge begins. 20 seconds. The boy also introduced himself. "I'm Jae-woo." While they were talking, the clock was about to hit 0. Time remaining before the challenge begins, 10 seconds. The challenge begins. The statue in front of them seemed to come to life, attacking from right behind him. Sa-yoon frantically warned him, "You idiot, behind you." But it was too late. By the time he shouted, the statue had already attacked. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it shattered into pieces, with only Jae-woo standing there, not even having sheathed his sword yet. Sa-yoon was too stunned to react, and his teammates had also noticed the commotion. When they turned back, they only saw a pile of rubble, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What just happened? The comments exploded again. "I'm speechless. Is Jae-woo insane? Does he really want to solo this? Even with an L, this is going a bit too far." L equals Emperor plus Lashanta plus Poi. Ignoring the people behind him, he moved straight ahead. "There's nothing wrong with my movements. If anything, they've gotten better. If the plan is going to succeed, I have to end things quickly. The 16th floor challenge has only just begun." Jae-woo directly pushed open the door leading inside. Before him was a giant statue of a young man of an unknown race, holding a large vase. Jae-woo thought for a moment, "What should I do here? Overthinking it will only make things more complicated." So, he lightly tiptoed, trying to pass by, but a single movement awakened the statue, causing it to open its eyes. A strange smoke emanated from the water in the large vase, and the three-eyed statue looked down at Jae-woo. The door to the challenge area swung wide open, indicating that the next person had entered. 2 members of the Hanson Guild entered. 2 couldn't help but stop in his tracks, utterly shocked. "This is insane. That guy from before must be incredibly experienced, right? Otherwise, how could he have gotten through this alone?" Because the room that should have been filled with traps was now a scene of utter devastation, with a cold chill radiating from sharp blocks of ice. Sa-yoon frowned and swallowed hard. He was beginning to feel a much deeper impression of that mysterious young man. Since the first trial of the 16th floor is similar to the 3rd floor, just knowing the statue's weak point is enough to clear the stage alone. But after that, there are countless traps and seals. He knew how difficult the process of clearing the challenge was. After passing through the door, there would be a long hall, and if you walked through without knowing, a hidden statue would be activated. The usual result in previous cases was that the vase the statue held would spill a liquid that caused widespread freezing. Even if you were lucky enough to avoid it, it would be difficult to pass through the area due to the cold air radiating from the frozen parts. Sa-yoon considered the possibility that the young man was able to dodge the first phase. Furthermore, even if you get past the ice, stone statues will attack from both sides and ice arrows will fly from the front. That's why cooperation is the only way to survive in this place. He carefully examined the remaining traces, but the ice on the floor was clean, without a single mark. With his vast experience, he gave an order to those behind him. "Apprentices, Spread the sand we brought. Be careful not to touch the ice. They carried the sacks inside. Understood. Sa-yoon noticed a strange phenomenon. What's that on the ceiling? Hearing that, the man looked up in the direction he was pointing. On the ceiling? He squinted. Sure enough, there was an indentation on the ceiling, looking like a footprint. This is really strange, but why is it on the ceiling? He guessed that the player from before must have stepped on the ceiling to get across this place. Sa-yoon described how Jae-woo overcame the challenge without causing too much damage. He must have easily passed these traps that way. And that's also why he defeated the monster so quickly. Tu was shocked because no one would have thought of doing that. He ran across that entire long ceiling. How is that even possible? He scoffed at the man's ignorance. So you think the way he smashed the statue was normal? Did you see the way he moved? While the two were talking, the apprentices reported back. We're done spreading the sand. As he walked, Sa-yoon pondered Jae-woo's behavior. I don't know what his goal is, but soon enough, they entered a place littered with monster corpses, with slimy green fluid dripping from the ceiling onto the path. Even so, his mind was only on the other man's actions. He's doing this to show his worth. Sa-yoon knew very well that the path was leading them to one place. Kim Jae-woo stood before a wall full of blue buttons, his hand about to press the red one when he noticed them. His attitude didn't change much, as if he already knew. You're here? He nodded with a polite smile and answered honestly. Yeah, the path was smooth. His impression of the boy was becoming even more different. He's younger than I thought. He then heard Kim Jae-woo start a conversation with a gentle and mild attitude. I know this is a bit rude, but may I know the name of your guild? Sa-yoon had nothing to hide. He answered that it was Hansen. Hearing that familiar name, the boy muttered to himself, Hansen. Huh. Jae-woo remembered something, his lips curling into a calculating smile. We can't just stand around talking here forever. I'll get straight to the point. He didn't need to hold back at all. Jae-woo spoke freely. I want to ask you for a favor. And now, as they left the dungeon challenge, someone was blocking the entrance, making an announcement. We're from the Hypocrite Guild. We need your cooperation. Lisa Yoon is still the one in charge. He was getting annoyed with this type of person. You Hypocrite Guild guys are so damn arrogant, aren't you? Making us wait just because of your guild's reputation. His tone and attitude clearly showed his irritation. Why the hell should we cooperate just because you say so? These people are members of my guild. You're wearing your hood pulled down low. Jiu silently reassured himself. It'll be fine. They can't force the Hanshin Guild into anything. Faced with that firm attitude, Choi Hin gave an awkward laugh. This is very important. If this is a bother, we can give you 50,000. Look at that. He was immediately met with a scornful tone from Lisa Yun. Are you looking down on us? Make it 500,000 koi. And then maybe we'll consider it, he roared, his brows furrowed in extreme displeasure. But what's this? 50,000 koi? Get the hell out of here. Do we look like a bunch of pushovers or something? I'm already pissed off just being stuck here. Seeing this, the man glanced back, signaling for help from someone behind him, but received a shake of the head in return. After that, Park Wai was forced to bow his head and apologize. We are sorry. Lisa Yoon shot him a burning glare. Only after his guild members had all entered did the other group let out a breath. Choi Hin still didn't understand what was going on. Is the Hanshin Guild really that strong? Why do we have to be so careful around them? His uncle sighed in exasperation. You don't know? Their guild master controls the 10th floor. Starting a fight with them won't do us any good. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief, the tension completely gone. As night fell, they finally reached their destination. Lisa Yoon smiled in satisfaction and gave his instructions. All right then, Kim Jae-joo, tomorrow you'll meet the guildmaster as promised. Jae-joo couldn't refuse. Yes, I'll go to the location you mentioned. Thank you for your help. The man laughed loudly again, because today's business was clearly a great deal for him. Don't mention it, we're the ones who got help. We didn't do anything and still got the reward for a level 60 difficulty challenge. What more could we ask for? His attitude was neither fawning nor arrogant. Jia replied humbly, I only did it because I needed your help, so don't take it to heart. Meanwhile, in the chat window, complaints had started to appear. But why are we suddenly getting involved with Hanshin? Those crazy bastards took over the whole 10th floor. Someone still had the nerve to defend Lisa Yoon's group. Calm down, guys. They're not bad people. However, that comment was immediately shot down. You're from Hanshin, aren't you? He watched the chat window as he saw them off. Judging by the chat's reaction, they must all be players from the 30th floor or higher. Jiu knew what had happened to these players. Although the Hanshin Guild's goal was to prioritize player safety and try to escape the tower as quickly as possible, they faced fierce resistance from players on the 30th floor for trying to control other players with violence at the start of the game. He was still carefully weighing every step. On the other hand, the Hypocrite Guild's main goal in targeting him was the modernization of the tower. They would use any means necessary to achieve this goal, exploiting other players as if they were machines. Of course, nobody likes being a target. That's why Geo chose this path. I don't plan on siding with anyone, but I hate the Hypocrite Guild. Besides, right now, they're the ones who want to destroy me the most. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. so maybe the Hanshin Guild will help me. While he was lost in thought, right before meeting the guildmaster, something suddenly rammed into Jiu's back. His hair was still soaking wet. Jiu turned around and immediately knew what had hit him. Whoa, you scared me. You're done eating already? The round, fluffy furball jumped into the palm of his hand. Haha, the chat started popping off. Haha, look how full it is. But hey, how come the player the Lop hasn't shown up in the chat lately? At the mention of the rich guy who was always here, they started reacting enthusiastically. The Lop was always here whenever I was, so it feels like something's missing. Not among the viewers. Did he fall asleep or something? Doesn't that player even watch while he's sleeping? Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, in the Hypocrite Guild's second factory complex, the reason Kang Soha wasn't present was because she was busy discussing something with someone. Am I interrupting you? The dragon insignia on Kang Soha's clothes was really striking. The factory manager, rubbing his hands together, immediately adopted a fawning attitude. Interrupting? Not at all. It's an honor to welcome you to this humble place. The other person chuckled softly. Call me Kang Soha. All right. Outwardly, he was all smiles, but inwardly, he was cursing. What the hell is this crazy bitch planning? I heard you don't need a team after the 70th floor, so why did she suddenly come back? Kang Soha held out her hand, her smiling face hiding 1,000 blades. How's the work going? Can you show me the daily data for supply sources and machine productivity? Hearing this, the factory manager was startled. Noticing his suspicious reaction, she lowered her voice, her expression turning grim. Why? You don't want to? The manager hid the truth in his heart. My embezzlement of raw materials could be exposed. Of course not, he immediately denied, waving his hands. That's not it at all. Just give me a moment. Just when things were quiet, someone suddenly kicked the door open and barged in. Get the leader of this place out here right now. A guard with the same insignia as Kang Soha spoke up. Miss Kang Soha, she stood up and quickly gave the order. Capture that man and evacuate the workers. Some random guy stormed in, looking pissed. I worked my ass off to get down to the 50th floor, and the damn leader isn't even here? Kang Soha spoke. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Her eyes also radiated killing intent towards this uninvited guest. It doesn't look like you're lost. The intruder cracked his neck, his eyes blazing with fire. Are you the leader here? I'm here to cause some trouble. He was the player Hot Pot, also known as one of Kim Jae-joo's most ardent viewers. Without another word, Hot Pot lunged forward to attack. Kang Soha deftly dodged. She leaped back, issuing a warning. Do you have any idea that you're violating the treaty? Unfortunately, this tactic had no effect on him. Doesn't that only apply if I belong to a guild? Kang Soha landed, and his words made her connect the dots. If he knows about that, he must have been in a guild before. Why are you doing this? Hot Pot lifted his head to the sky with a self-righteous attitude. I heard you people are bothering someone I care about. Even for you, Hypotrash, I never thought you'd dare to cause trouble all the way down on the 10th floor. His fist swirled, creating a gust of wind. But just then, Kang Soha caught a detail that Hot Pot had accidentally revealed, the 10th floor. Before she could say anything, he swung his arm. Take this! A whirlwind carrying bits of rock rolled towards Kang Soha, accompanied by Hot Pot's furious curse. You damn hypo! Suddenly, she uttered a word that couldn't be more familiar. Bobo boy. He froze. A rock flying right at Kang Soha's face stopped dead in its tracks. Hot Pot stammered, staring in astonishment at her smiling face. You're? Back at the workshop on the 10th floor, Gray was looking closely through a small pair of binoculars. His feelings at that moment were incredibly complicated. Wait, are you really going to do that? You asked to borrow the workshop for a few days, so I was curious what you wanted to do. On the table was Gio's gauntlet. The design of this thing was truly shocking. It didn't just have 2 or 3 triple helix mana circuits, but dozens of them. This is clearly a bomb, Gray said in a disbelieving tone. With such a prominent knuckle structure, this must be used for punching. He replied with a bright smile. That's right. This reply left Gray even more stunned. Deep down, Gio knew his own capabilities well. Even though I couldn't learn the Empire's martial arts, I learned the far superior Taruha fighting style. If that's the case, I have to switch to more suitable equipment. Gray was still trying to reason with him. If you use it like this, your body won't be able to handle it. Should I switch it to the structure I normally use? Gio waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Thanks, though. The chat started to complain. Magic mechanics. Just looking at it gives me a headache. Is this all we're gonna watch for the next few days? Seeing this, he felt a little bad. Sorry guys, it's a necessary evil. Please just wait a little longer. Is it really okay? The people in the chat started arguing again. Just stop streaming then. How dare you tell GA to stop streaming? Kick him out. Well, if you say wait, then we'll wait. Where are you going after you're done? He chose a question to interact with. I'm planning to go to the next floor, but I have to pay off a debt first. The questioner was shocked. A debt? You're really going? Kim Jae-joo went to meet someone as arranged. The older man was pleased to welcome his new guest. Hello. I am the guildmaster of the Hanshin Guild, Han Sung-min. You're quite enthusiastic. Would you like some tea? Kim Jae-joo just smiled and refused. No, thank you. A spark of excitement flashed in the Hanshin Guildmaster's cunning eyes. Look at that. Most people would have said yes just to be polite, but he's clearly showing his guard. He couldn't let the awkward atmosphere make him lose his composure. Han Sung-min spoke first. I heard about you, how you were hunted down after being falsely accused by your old guild. That's why I want you to join us. He's quick on the uptake, but I bet it's all a lie. You weren't even a member of the Hypocrite Guild. Kim Jae-joo nodded in agreement. You're right. His heart pounded. I thought I wouldn't meet him until the 50th floor, but here he is. The man sitting across from him remarked with a faint smile. You're not even trying to make excuses. Interesting. Ji-yoo recalled the rumors he'd heard about Sung-min. A pacifist, that's what they called him. He wasn't much of a fighter, but no one could afford to ignore him. At the same time, some people would whisper and mock him, saying he was just lucky. Han Sung-min shrugged and got straight to the point. It looks like you already know I have my information. So, what's your real motive? And yet, those same people would be singing Han Sung-min's praises the very next day. His voice suddenly dropped. Kim Jae-joo. An ominous aura began to radiate from Han Sung-min, his gaze sharp enough to see right through a person. The rumors haven't spread yet, but I know what you did on the 15th floor, which means the changes on the 5th and 10th floors. That was you too, wasn't it? Kim Jae-joo glanced away, lost in thought. He'll figure it out soon enough anyway. There's no point in lying. In the end, he had to admit it. Yeah, it was me. Han Sung-min leaned back wearily into his chair. Hearing you confess so easily, it's almost disappointing. But Kim Jae-joo wasn't finished. Guild leader Han Sung-min, let's make a deal. Han Sung-min looked baffled. A deal? I don't need anything from you, he replied with a relaxed smile. Oh, but you do. Ji-yoo knew he had more to offer. Right now, I have a lot of premium ingredients, and Han Sung-min is the master chef who can prepare them perfectly. He declared confidently, You do. I guarantee it. Han Sung-min's mind instantly went to it, the faint, delicious aroma of something sizzling. As the thought crossed his mind, he grabbed his head and burst out laughing. Han Sung-min couldn't stop laughing. He tried to hold it back before offering another condition. All right then, how about this? Kim Jae-joo answered nonchalantly. I'm listening. That's not enough to convince me. Han Sung-min made his demand clear. Go to the 17th floor and prove yourself. Show me that you're worthy of a deal. Kim Jae-joo had a question. And what if I've already cleared the 17th floor? Getting a congratulations from you would be nice, I guess. It's a matter of skill. Besides, playing the shadow game on the 17th floor a second time is much harder. Ji-yoo's interest was piqued. And how would you check? What if I just lie about it? Han Sung-min just sighed, stating the obvious. There are ways. Don't ask. Kim Jae-joo considered his options. I have to clear the 17th floor to get to the 20th anyway. And so, he made his decision. Getting Han Sung-min's approval would be a nice bonus. He spoke. All right, I accept. The soft echo of footsteps could be heard. A young girl bit her nails, darting her eyes around nervously as she hugged herself in fear. Where? Where am I? It's so dark, and there's no one else. Can I do this? Khun Chap had to be the one to comfort her. Just calm down. Yeah, if it goes that way, they'll just end up fighting each other. This isn't a team challenge, right? Come on, you can handle it yourself. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you so much. Suddenly, a flood of notifications appeared, making the girl flinch. Player 4880, 4891, 4892, 4895. 6 players have entered. The required number of participants has been met. A statue had drawn near her without her even realizing it. The trial's difficulty will be adjusted according to the player's average level. Chat function disabled. Shop function disabled. Skills disabled. Spectators may not leave until the trial has concluded. The 17th floor trial will begin shortly. Confirmed the trial notification window. Time remaining before the trial begins. 10 minutes. Someone suddenly appeared, startling the girl. They were 2 living, breathing people adjusting their status windows. She quickly noticed other dark figures. There was no one here a moment ago. The situation was so strange it made her small heart tremble. Can I do this? I'm so scared. The girl had to check the rules. 17th floor trial notification. One of you 6 will have your soul swapped with the shadow. Find that person or sacrifice 3 people to the evil god's temple. Otherwise, the remaining 5 will die. But if the shadow is chosen as a sacrifice, the shadow will live. Use the system window to vote and find the shadow. Only a limited amount of information is available, such as the demon will be distorted based on the player's average difficulty level. The current average difficulty is 18, and the total number of distortions is 6. Players are allowed to ask a total of 6 questions. If the stone statue smiles, it is the truth. If not, it is a lie. Players have only one chance to vote. The first person to speak was a young man with a kind face. All right, we've all introduced ourselves. Now let's discuss what we do next. Let's follow the usual procedure and each ask one question. He was Park Hyung-suk. Also in the group was a grumpy-faced guy named Lim Jin-sung. But there are 6 distortions. How will we know who's lying? The initially fearful girl named Young Yu Mi spoke up weakly. If there are 6 distortions, does that mean 6 things have been changed about the person we're trying to find? He answered firmly. Yes. It'll be difficult, but it's better than doing nothing. There were 2 other girls in the group, Lee Min-ha, who was covering her mouth with a pale face as if she was about to vomit, and the girl next to her named Jung Ha-young. Her gaze was sharp. Any of you can try to lie. I'm a psychology major, so I'll see right through it. The last one was Kim Jae-joo, who was experiencing a new sensation. Everyone's clothes had changed, and their belongings had also disappeared. Jae-yoo was a bit worried that he couldn't bring the Pios along for this trial. The Pios, are they okay? Just then, the system announced, time remaining until the trial begins. 0 seconds. The trial begins. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. What the? A stone statue emerged right in the middle of the room. The statue had 6 arms. 2 of them held a spear in a stance ready to strike, accompanied by the system's urgent message. Time remaining until a decision must be made is 60 minutes. One side of the statue was filled with a murderous aura, while the other side was gentle. Naturally, everyone's attention was fixed on the murderous statue, because in its hand, it held a giant stone spear, its sharp blade glinting menacingly. He swallowed hard. Just one look was enough to know what would happen to the sacrifice. How cruel. After a moment of hopeless observation, the girl who had calmed down spoke up. Should we pick the most suspicious-looking person and ask the statue if they're the demon? This idea was immediately shot down by him. Asking if someone is the demon is pointless. Lee Min-ha shrugged. Then we could just draw lots or something. Her words were menacing, suggesting they choose 3 people to be sacrificed. Lim Jin-sung was not one to sit quietly through this. He raised his fist. Are you messing with me? Someone's going to die, and you want to turn it into a game of chance? Lee Min-ha smirked defiantly. Go ahead and hit me if you want. I'd appreciate you nominating yourself as a sacrifice. Her nonchalant attitude drove Lim Jin-sung mad. However, if there was a conflict between players, the one who attacked their opponent would immediately be chosen as a sacrifice. That was a rule set by the admin, so this trial couldn't be easily overcome with brute force. Kim Jae-joo silently watched him turn away in anger and felt a sense of unease. If this keeps up, he really might hit her and become the sacrifice. Suddenly, Lee Min-ha turned to the next person. Jung Yu-mi. She jumped. Yes? She used a leading question. You said you were a personal trainer on Earth and recently switched to magic engineering, right? Jung Yu-mi looked timid. Is something wrong? Lee Min-ha didn't stop there. Kim Jae-joo also said he studied magic engineering, and he even stated the names and levels of the skills he learned. But why are you being so vague? Her sharp words left the other girl speechless. She pressed on relentlessly, closing in to accuse her. You won't be clear. I can't help but be suspicious, you know? The other girl trembled as she replied, I just heard from a newcomer on the 10th floor that they created an incredible set of mechanical gauntlets using magic engineering on the 6th floor. The familiar details made him pause. Jung Yu-mi was so terrified she spoke in a rush. The 6th floor, mechanical gauntlets. I'm not good at magic, and I'm not brave enough to fight on the front lines. I heard magic engineering wasn't bad, so that's why I switched. Hearing that, Lee Min-ha crossed her arms, annoyed. You should have just said that from the start. Can't you see how tense everyone is? The girl immediately covered her face and cried, You're so mean. It's just that my personality is a bit introverted. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell over her, making Jung Yu-mi look up. The stare came from Kim Jae-joo, who was silent and expressionless. She immediately shut her mouth and huddled next to Lim Jin-sung, making him blush. Even so, she still wasn't convinced. Hey, psychology expert, is she lying? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. A wronged Jung Yu-mi turned on Lee Min-ha. If you're going to make things ugly like this, you look even more suspicious. Telling me I should sacrifice someone else for no reason at all. How is that any different from murder? As soon as those words were out, they struck a nerve with the other girl. Oh, for fuck's sake. With her short temper, Lee Min-ha immediately started yelling. Was I being too nice to you? Is that why you're trying to make a fool out of me now? The other girl shot back just as fiercely. You don't have a shred of evidence, yet you're trying to frame me like this. She still didn't think she was in the wrong. Then where's your proof? Suddenly, another voice cut in. What a mad dog. Jung Ha-young couldn't help but scoff. All right then, let's do what you say. She pointed straight at Lee Min-ha. To be honest, you're the most suspicious one here. You keep leading the conversation and jumping on other people. Having someone like you here is a pain in the ass. It would be better if we got rid of you first. She gritted her teeth, not understanding why the girl had suddenly targeted her. But I just showed her how to attack someone else. Seeing Lee Min-ha's indignant expression, Jung Ha-young gestured behind her. Look around you. Do you think I'm the only one who thinks that way? And indeed, no one was intervening to say they shouldn't do it or that she was wrong. They just stood there, watching silently and coldly, or with looks of agreement. Lee Min-ha's face instantly went pale. What? I thought you said we shouldn't play a game of chance to decide who dies. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. Wait. Kim Jae-joo spoke calmly. Please give me a chance to ask a question. She raised an eyebrow, not understanding his intention. You're not going to ask some common sense question, are you? Asking if the person is male or female is pointless if the demon has distorted its gender. Of course, Kim Jae-joo knew that too. As she said, the statue's judgment is based on the original gender. If we ask it if the demon is female, the statue will say no if the demon was originally male. Asking about easily changed things like gender or occupation won't help find the demon. Park Hyung-suk gave a faint smile. Isn't it better to sacrifice one suspicious person than to let 5 people die? He coldly pointed directly at him. Can you be so sure you won't be chosen as the sacrifice? Based on the current situation, it would be Lee Min-ha and Young Yu-mi, he stated clearly. So who will be the last one? We will definitely drive ourselves to mutual destruction when we get to that problem. Instead, we should use the privileges we were given before making a decision. Someone as hot-headed as Lim Jin-sung actually listened to every word Jae-yoo said. He's right. Park Hyung-suk forced a smile, but the others agreed as well. All right, I agree too. Lee Min-ha let out a sigh of relief and pushed the responsibility onto him. Since you spoke up, you do it. Even so, this was exactly what Jae-yoo had intended. Thank you, everyone. A consensus had been reached. The next step. So, he places his hand on one of the statue's fingers, looking up at the goddess who was chained by the neck. I will ask my question. To be honest, from the very beginning, the demon felt it was damn unlucky to end up in the same room as Kim Jae-joo. She was always in a state of panic. Have I been found out? Meanwhile, he was smiling brightly, thanking everyone. Even though they tried to handle the situation by mixing truth and lies so Kim Jae-joo wouldn't find out, the fear that someone like him would soon realize the truth never went away. Now standing confidently before the statue, he declared, all right, I'll state my question. Ju already had the question in his head. Can the demon's gender change from male to female? Lim Minhya immediately yelled upon hearing it. Hey! Just asking about gender isn't enough. What are you going to do if there's a mistake? Suddenly, the stone statue trembled, its rigid face cracking into a distorted smile that stretched to its ears. Ju gave a confident smirk. I already know who the demon is. This statement confused him. You know, just from that one question, he explained. Even if the gender changes, habits stay the same. It's even more obvious if it's someone you know. Lim Jin-shung wondered aloud. Someone you know? Ju turned to one of them. That's right. We've met before. And then he pointed directly at the demon's face. Isn't that right, Miss Dung Yumi? She flinched. Dung Yumi forced a smile, trying to act like she was fine. What are you talking about? I've never met you before. Kim Jae-joo didn't stop there. Or should I call you? And then he revealed the real name behind this shy girl's facade. Mr. Dung Kang-hik? The people around had never heard that name before. Dung Kang-hik. Kim Jae-joo shrugged. He participated in the trial on the 6th floor with me. His personality hasn't changed at all. Now it was time to turn the case upside down. Do you remember what Dung Yumi said when we first met? He recounted every little detail. On the 5th floor, she chose a high difficulty and said she could use a bayonet. She must be a level 6 command knight, which matches Dung Kang-hik's bragging back then. You see, I'm a knight. I chose high difficulty, so I earned the position of command knight on the 5th floor. You can trust in me. Dung Kang-hik, knight class. Furthermore, she introduced herself as a physical trainer, which is no different from his greeting. I'm 26 years old. In the real world, I'm a trainer. Ju added, and the fact she said she heard about a magic-powered gauntlet coincides with the first time you used your gauntlet. Kim Jae-joo calmly concluded, if what she said is true, I'm certain it's the Dung Kang-hik I know. As he heard the analysis, he started to back away. Really? The demon, Dung Kang-hik, still acted weak. It wasn't me! I'm being framed! Dung Hong also pointed out something strange. Miss Dung Yumi, why did you look so flustered when Mr. Kim Jae-joo approached you? He stammered. That's because... A strange man suddenly came up to me. All of Dung Kang-hik's lame excuses were countered, but you were fine when Lim Jin-shung was near you. Why are you so sensitive only when it's Mr. Kim Jae-joo? Yeah, that's right. You weren't afraid of me. You even rushed into my squad to ask for help. She smiled as if she understood. From what I know about you, that expression means you know something about this person. Tears welled up in his eyes as Dung Kang-hik blamed everyone else. All the statues have confirmed the demon is a man who changed into a woman. Am I the only woman here? There are plenty of other women in the tower. Isn't it too much to target me just for that? Seeing the situation getting complicated and that he wouldn't admit it, Kim Jae-joo said, I don't enjoy witch hunts either, so let's do this. He requested, may I ask my remaining 5 questions? If you don't like it, feel free to interrupt me. No one objected. I don't see any problem with that. Me neither. Dung Kang-hik knew his end was near. The atmosphere had changed. No one was against it. Kim Jae-joo approached the statue again, placing his hand on its finger. He asked seriously, before I came here, had the demon met me before? Did the demon meet me on the 6th floor? The statue continued to curve the corners of its eyes and mouth, indicating correct. There was nothing left to deny. Should I continue asking? He stood there, frozen and speechless. Dung Kang-hik still tried to argue. Why are you doing this? There must be some mistake. This is ridiculous! He rushed over to Lim Jin-shung in fear. It's true. I'm sure it's a mistake. He lost his patience and pushed Dung Kang-hik away. Get away from me. Dung Hong waved her hand dismissively. Well, that settles it. Let's vote. We don't have much time. Watching them discuss so casually, he trembled and muttered, You've got to be kidding me, right? Dung Kang-hik went crazy, shouting, That bastard is lying. Kim Jae-joo is tricking us. Do you all want to die? No matter how many tears streamed down his face, they had already nodded in agreement. No one showed any mercy despite his screams. It's not me. It's really not me. Kim Jae-joo also made his selection on the virtual screen, his words as cold as a blade. Just consider yourself unlucky. Finally, the text confirming the completed vote appeared. Result, Dung Yumi, 5 votes. Invalid 1 vote. Dung Kang-hik held his head in despair. This is insane. It can't be. A shadow loomed over him. The stone statue had, at some point, transformed into a demon and was now behind Dung Kang-hik. He didn't have time to run before he was grabbed, only managing to cry out, Please! It threw Dung Kang-hik into a corner, and then the cage door slammed shut. He let out his final, begging screams. No! I don't want to die! Dung Kang-hik reached out his hand for help. No! Save me! A spear was already poised above the cage. What followed was a scene so gruesome that everyone turned away. In just a moment, another notification appeared. You have eliminated the demon. Trial complete. Chat function has been activated. Storage function has been activated. Skill function has been activated. The gate to the 18th floor will now open. The gate to the 10th floor will now open. Before leaving, Lim Jin-shung invited him. Hey Kim Jae-joo, I'll treat you to a meal when we meet again. Baek Jang-suk simply waved his hand with a word of praise. So this is why everyone's afraid of the 17th floor. You're amazing. Lim Mina also flashed a bright smile before dashing off. I'm alive thanks to you. See ya, he gave a faint smile. There was nothing more Ju could do. They left so fast. Suddenly, Dung Hong, who was still standing there, called out to him, Mr. Kim, Ju, yes? She smiled in congratulations. You passed the trial. Kim Jae-joo just frowned slightly, wondering to himself, Passed the trial? She. At the same time, he broke into a sweat and looked up, confused. What do you mean? In response to Kim Jae-joo's question, Dung Hong gave a gentle smile. Then she pointed at the system screen and said excitedly, The viewers told me to say that to you. He was a bit surprised to hear that. Next, Kim Jae-joo looked up and gave a strained smile, hesitating. Is that so? The scene changes to a house with a classic design, with the bright sun shining down from above. At that moment, Lee Se-yoon opened the door and walked in, announcing, Guildmaster, Kim Jae-joo has completed the trial. Han Sung-min turned his head upon hearing this and replied with a smile. Yes, I heard. Seeing his expression, he asked, puzzled, Geez, if you already knew everything, why did you make me report to you every day? Han Sung-min just let out a sigh and replied nonchalantly, You know how people talk. If you hadn't come, I'd really look like a good-for-nothing slacker. Then, Han Sung-min looked down at the scenery outside the window and asked, But I heard the 20th floor is in chaos. Have you heard anything? Lee Se-yoon immediately raised a hand to his mouth and coughed a few times, deliberately trying to change the subject. You know I've been busy lately. That newly formed guild is such a hassle. Upon hearing that, he immediately asked, That high school girl? Next, Han Sung-min smirked and glanced back, questioning him. You should learn to prioritize what's important. You're being strange. Are you having some trouble these days? Realizing he'd been seen through, he immediately stiffened. And then Lee Se-yoon hesitated. I'm sorry. He then turned his head towards the window and, without beating around the bush, asked directly, You know, don't you, about that blackout incident? Recently an event occurred. All players on the 10th floor were temporarily transported to a pitch-black space, and when they returned, many changes had occurred. That phenomenon is called a blackout. Hearing this, he broke into a sweat and asked worriedly, Was the 20th floor changed like the 10th floor? Han Sung-min just waved his hand lightly and spoke calmly. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But the 15th floor has definitely changed. It might be because they're about to riot. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, And the root cause of all these changes, and then Han Sung-min affirmed with certainty in his mind, is probably him. At that moment, an image of Kim Jae-joo's face appeared. Then, he brought a hand to his mouth and let out a soft sigh with a slight smile, thinking to himself that it had been a while since he'd had this much fun. Next, Han Sung-min bared his teeth in a cunning grin and muttered, After all, a life without any surprises is the most boring life of all. The scene changes to a city street, where people are seen walking back and forth, creating an incredibly bustling scene. At that moment, a thought surfaced in his mind. Asterisk, I definitely can't see them. Asterisk. With a slightly worried expression, Kim Jae-joo constantly looked around, telling himself, Asterisk, I walked all the way from the gate to here. Asterisk. And yet, I haven't seen a single member of the Hypet Guild, the ones who were always lurking on the 10th floor trying to find me. This must be Han Sung-min's doing. Ah, no, that would be too obvious. Meanwhile, Tae-joo was still cheerfully suggesting, "This way, please," to Kim Jae-joo. Suddenly, a system notification appeared on the screen. User Lover has sponsored 5,000 coins. Voice message, Jae-joo, it's your big brother. Seeing this, Kim Jae-joo spoke joyfully, "There you are. Thanks for the support." Comments started popping up along with it. "Long time no see, lover. But did something good happen? What's with the emoji?" The scene changes to the inside of a room with a simple yet elegant design. He was seen knocking on the door as he reported, "Guildmaster, Kim Jae-joo has arrived." At the same time, he reached up and pulled down his hood. Kim Jae-joo then entered the room alone, while Tae-joo slowly backed away. Inside, Han Sung-min saw him and cheerfully offered, "Have a seat. You're late. You weren't planning on running away, were you?" Kim Jae-joo immediately got straight to the point. He let out a breath and demanded, "Didn't you say I already passed?" Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. "You figured it out, huh? I had a really hard time, you know. I was worried sick about what I'd do if my surveillance network couldn't find you, so I might have overstepped my bounds a little." Hearing these false words, Kim Jae-joo gave a forced smile and said to himself, "Hard time, my ass." And so, he deduced in his head that Han Sung-min must have identified all the players who entered at the same time as him, then planted his subordinates disguised as spectators to follow him. It's to show that he has the power to make players follow his orders, and that he has a huge number of people under his control. He's telling me that he can watch me at all times, so I shouldn't try anything funny. It must be a kind of warning. After finishing his analysis, Kim Jae-joo immediately sat down with a look of reluctance, frowning as he thought to himself that it was a childish method, but an effective one. Next, he raised a hand to scratch his head, questioning in a serious tone, "Kim Jae-joo, what is your true identity?" Then Han Sung-min looked straight at Kim Jae-joo and said, "I thought you were just lucky, but I've never seen anyone clear the 17th floor so calmly. It seems you're someone who knows a great deal about the tower." Hearing this, Jae-joo nonchalantly asked back, "Is that really important?" He didn't seem willing to drop the matter and immediately smirked in response. "Yes, I want to know. I've never encountered anything this interesting before." Suddenly, with a rather serious expression, he made a suggestion. "Then let's make a deal." At the same time, a thought ran through Jae-doo's mind. Asterisk, I've used my abilities to prove that I'm not some nobody. Asterisk. Asterisk. So now it's Han Sung-min's turn to prove himself, to see if he's the person I need. Asterisk. Hearing that last sentence, he frowned slightly with a skeptical expression. Next, Han Sung-min glanced up at Tae-joo and said with a smile, "We're evenly matched, aren't we?" Hearing this, Jae-doo's face remained impassive as he asked, "Is that so?" Seeing that cold expression, Han Sung-min let out a soft sigh and broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, asterisk, no reaction, this is going to be difficult. Asterisk. The sound of Han Sung-min's fingers tapping echoed in the quiet space as he thought to himself, asterisk. Right now, we're competing to see who holds the better cards in this game of information. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even though I know Kim Jae-doo's cards are very good, I still have no idea what they are. I never thought I'd feel even a little bit flustered when it comes to information. Asterisk. And so Han Sung-min offered, all right then, I'll tell you about the trials on the 18th and 19th floors. At the same time, he asked himself, is that perhaps why this is so much fun? But not only did he not agree, he flatly refused. I don't need it. Hearing this unexpected answer was like a bolt from the blue for Han Sung-min. He could only stiffen as he wondered. Asterisk. Doesn't need it? Does he mean he already has the information, even though he's never been there before? Asterisk. When I first met Kim Jae-joo, I thought he was just one of the countless madmen in this tower. At that moment, an image of him appeared with an innocent expression, saying, there's something there. I can guarantee it. He continued his train of thought, but now that relaxed attitude of his is getting on my nerves, as if he knows everything. Suddenly, Han Sung-min looked up at Jae-doo with a slightly wary expression and asked, Kim Jae-doo, just how much do you know about this tower? His expression still unchanged. He replied coldly, just enough to satisfy you, Han Sung-min. Hearing that answer, he said, nice one. At the same time, Han Sung-min thought with displeasure. Asterisk. That vague answer of his is really starting to piss me off. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is he doing this on purpose? Asterisk. About an hour later, the sky outside had turned to the color of sunset, and the sound of lively conversation could still be heard coming from the room. Then he threw his hands up and declared with resignation, I surrender. Next, Han Sung-min leaned back in his chair and tried to calm himself. Asterisk, I'm not going to get any information if we keep talking like this. I'm going to explode from anger. Asterisk. And so, he helplessly extended a hand and offered, what do you want? I'll help you. Seeing that things were going according to plan, Kim Jae-doo's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, with a slightly terrifying expression, he cheerfully requested, "I'd like you to eliminate me." After Kim Jae-doo's words came out, the entire room fell silent. Han Sung-min couldn't believe his ears and immediately gritted his teeth as he demanded, "You spent all this time just to ask me to kill you? Are you messing with me?" Jae-doo then raised a hand to scratch his head, explaining, "I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I was going to ask you not to let me appear until the 20th floor." Hearing this request, he was a bit wide-eyed with a speechless expression. Next, Han Sung-min put a hand to his head and asked with a frown, "So you want me to get rid of the rumors that are spreading?" Seeing that the other party understood, he cheerfully asked, "Yes, can you do it?" But he just smiled brightly and replied, "Of course not. The rumors have already spread. However, I can make your presence less conspicuous." Hearing this, Jae-doo immediately showed his curiosity and wondered, "How?" Han Sung-min just held out his hand and smiled, saying, "It's simple. We'll mix the recent, well-known rumors with the rumors about you, Kim Jae-joo, and use rumors to cover up rumors." And then he clapped his hands together and said that doing so would buy enough time until you reach the 20th floor. What do you think? Hearing that, Kim Jae-joo gave a slight smile and replied, "That'll be enough." At the same time, Han Sung-min broke out in a sweat, squinting at him as he thought unhappily, "Asterisk, the deal was a success, but I still lost out a little. As the guildmaster, backing down now would be a blow to my pride. Asterisk." Next, he made a serious offer. "Since I gave in to you first, can I ask one more question? But you can't lie." Jae-doo just gave a slight nod and cheerfully agreed. "All right." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Asterisk, it's best to make this a fair deal. After all, Han Sung-min and I will have to support each other in the future." Asterisk. Then, Han Sung-min closed his eyes and spoke seriously. "This is information that I still haven't fully grasped." Hearing this, Kim Jae-doo was a little surprised. Han Sung-min then began to recount. "I heard you wore a fur suit on the 15th floor, and I heard that suit made a sound." Jae-doo's expression turned unhappy, as if a secret had just been exposed. At the same time, Kim Jae-doo glanced at the bag beside him, thinking anxiously, "Asterisk, trying to hide it will just wear us both out. Asterisk. Asterisk. If this guy sets his mind to it, there's nothing he can't find out. Asterisk." But then he let out a long sigh, as if about to make an undesirable decision. And so Kim Jae-doo opened his spatial backpack and called out, "La ha ha, Koden Baron." Hearing this, Han Sung-min asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, two eyes sparkling like stars appeared. Next was the sight of adorable creatures as soft as cotton balls appearing. Seeing this, he immediately stared wide-eyed with a face full of confusion. Before Han Sung-min's eyes, Laha, Cody, and Baron were all snuggled up with Kim Jae-doo. Looking at them, he immediately made an assessment. Surprising. They're tiny, and they have no way to defend themselves. Hearing this, Cody immediately let out an unhappy cry. Then, it roared in anger as if trying to assert its strength. Seeing this, Han Sung-min said with some hesitation, "They seem to be afraid of me. Looking at what just happened, you immediately offered your speculation. You must have been pretty ruthless on the 8th floor, huh?" Poi is very sensitive to the death of its own kind. But Han Sung-min quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. "What kind of person do you take me for? Anyway, what did you do before coming to the tower?" Hearing this, Kim Jae-doo smirked and thought to himself, "He's trying to change the subject." Then he looked up and began to recount everything. Before coming to the tower, at the same time, Kim Jae-doo thought to himself, "You viewers are very curious about this, and I was planning on revealing it one day anyway, so this is good. I told Han Sung-min about my past, how I got to the tower, and also the identity of the white furry creature, Poi. At the same time, a scene appeared of you chattering away, while he sat and listened obediently. After understanding everything, Han Sung-min lightly scratched his temple and said, "To make a living, to earn money." "I'm very surprised. That's a more normal reason than I expected." Jae-doo also spoke honestly. "That's how it started. Making a living was the biggest reason. But things are a little different now." At the same time, he turned to look at them playing behind him. And then Jae-doo stated seriously, "If other people see this place as a game, I feel like this game is real life." To put it simply, Han Sung-min just furrowed his brow and asked in a raised voice, "In other words, you've become completely immersed in the game." Kim Jae-doo didn't argue back and easily accepted this reasoning. You could see it that way. "Mr. Han Sung-min." Hearing you call his name, he looked up, startled. And then Kim Jae-doo asked the question, "You're playing because you're bored, right?" Hearing this question, Han Sung-min's face immediately darkened. He then tilted his head and let out a breath, while casually retorting, "What kind of madman enters the tower just because they're bored?" You cheerfully replied back, "Who knows? There are all sorts of people in this world." At the same time, Han Sung-min bit his lip, trying to hold back his anger as he thought, "I kept wondering why I felt so strangely annoyed. Kim Jae-doo treats me as if he knows me very well, when I don't even know myself." Then, he held out his hand and remarked, "You're interesting." All right. I'll do my best to help you, but you'll have to be prepared for a bad outcome. Kim Jae-joo quickly reached out to shake his hand and replied with a smile. Of course. After everything was settled, you called out, Laha, Cody, Baron. They obediently followed the command and jumped into the bag. At the same time, Han Sung-min inquired, what are you going to do now? Kim Jae-joo was seen closing the dimensional backpack. Then he swung it over his shoulder and said cheerfully, I'm heading to the 18th floor right now. At the same time, on the 70th floor, at the Hypocrite Guild headquarters, a massive building stood tall against the sky. Inside, Han Jin-soo was reporting with his head bowed. He only targets factories that produce their own magical metals, sir. It seems he has allied himself with some other guild. Seeing the photo, everyone shook their heads. And then, dripping with sweat, he said flusteredly, he only attacks with magic, so he doesn't leave any traces, sir. In response, there was a cold sigh from Shin Jin-woo. Then, he raised a hand to his chin and thought, tilting his head as he analyzed the situation. He didn't leave any traces because he's realized we're onto him. And yet he still wants to attack? He's even confident enough to show his face, which means he's very self-assured. It doesn't make any sense. Then Shin Jin-woo turned around and asked with a slight smile, what about Miss Kang Soa? Hearing that, Han Jin-soo answered truthfully, with the factory reconstruction, we're short on personnel, so we had to pull everyone who was watching her. During the fight with the attackers, Kang Soa was injured. She's resting now, sir. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, is that so? He also put on a serious expression and recounted everything. Yes, it was just a glimpse, but I saw it with my own eyes, so I'm certain, sir. The battle in Factory Area 2 was extremely fierce, and almost everything was destroyed. Shin Jin-woo's face darkened as he said coldly, then I'll go see Miss Kang Soa now. Hearing this intention, Han Jin-soo broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in shock, sir, she's currently injured, so assigning her work right now is a bit. But Shin Jin-woo just walked past him, speaking with a smirk. What are you talking about? Then, he glanced back and said with a smile, if one of my precious guild members is injured, shouldn't I go visit her? Hearing those words, Han Jin-soo thought with alarm, this is a man who wouldn't even bat an eye if he heard one of his own members had died. At the same time, he replied clearly, I'll make preparations immediately, sir. The city had now entered the evening. Despite that, there were still many people on the streets, and the comments continued to roll in. Our Jae-do has had to live such a hard life. I didn't even know, and I made fun of you, calling you a fake Kim Jae-do or something. I'm such an idiot. You're right, especially about that last part. Jae-do, from now on, this big bro will only watch over you, okay? You think you're the only one watching? I'm here too. Kim Jae-do was seen reading with a strained smile. Laha, Cody, and Baron had also jumped out of the bag and were lying comfortably flat on the ground, while those messages just kept scrolling by. What are you planning to do now? Are you heading to the 18th floor like you said? On the 18th floor, you only need one good person for Jae-do to win. You were seen looking for something in your bag while speaking cheerfully. Yep, I'm getting ready right now. The people watching are still chatting happily. Like it's a homework assignment? Then can we just erase the other people's names? Seriously. They should pay for the ride since they got carried. Our Jae-do isn't that kind of person. Yeah, our Jae-do is completely heartless. At the same time, the item information appeared. Lo Tan-soo's leather shoes, Master of the Seven Snakes, rank, heroic. Lo Tan-soo's leather jacket, Master of the Seven Snakes, rank, heroic. Lo Tan-soo's leather gloves, Master of the Seven Snakes, rank, heroic. Lo Tan-soo's leather guards, Master of the Seven Snakes, rank, heroic. Seeing these items, you were surprised and thought to yourself, they've all been restored. Now the only problem is the armor. The new armor's effect is pretty special, but I don't know what its set effect is. After the items are restored, I'll need time to get used to them. The information appeared once again. Leather armor of Lo Tan-soo, Master of the Seven Snakes. At the same time, Jae-do broke into a light sweat, pursed his lips, and continued his train of thought. I'll have to test it to see if everything has been fully restored. Rank, heroic. The leather armor of Lo Tan-soo, the controller of the Seven Snakes with unique abilities, made from the hide of a snake that died in battle. The armor contains the power of a snake. Ability, 1 second premonition. At the same time, 2 comments popped up. Right, Jae-do, aren't you going to open your reward? Did you forget? Feeling reminded, Kim Jae-do was startled and said softly, I was just about to do that. Chats with surprised expressions also appeared. Suddenly, a box dropped to the ground with a thud. 16th floor reward, a pouch of 1,500 coins, a rare grade hero's sword, the Fireball skill book. Looking at the items before you, you were a bit disappointed and muttered to yourself, these rewards are a tiny bit better than the 15th floor's, but I'm sure the 17th floor's reward won't be anything special either. But Kim Jae-do's finger still pressed the accept reward button. The moment he pressed it, a large gift box appeared before his eyes, causing Laha, Cody, and Baron to jump back in alarm. Comments expressing surprise popped up continuously. Huh? What? Did Jae-do get this as a reward for doing well? Whoa, admin, are you watching? Hello? But if I don't do that, Jae-do will. At the same time, you pursed your lips while opening the reward and thought to yourself, I made it to the 17th floor. And everyone knows the reward for the 17th floor is much better than the others, but no one's ever gotten a silver chest before. Jae-woo's expression immediately changed when he saw what was inside. Everything was going smoothly, but this still wasn't what we had planned. The live viewers were also completely bewildered when they saw this thing. Why is this here? It feels like you're being tricked, because the item in the gift box is the recovery cube, a rare grade item, the masterpiece of a freak from the Klanen Magic Tower. It's a one-time use item that can restore items that have been destroyed. After seeing it, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger, thinking to himself that he decided not to get dragged into someone else's schemes in this tower anymore. But it seems the administrator is laughing in my face and refusing to let that happen. You're in the palm of my hand. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. That's what you mean, right? Everyone in the chat was still in awe of this item. Why now? They gave him this to use, right? Whoa. This item can only be found on the 30th floor, and even then, it's still really rare. Next, without a moment's hesitation, Jae-woo reached out and twisted the switch on the cube. A hazy white smoke drifted out, and he looked inside with an emotionless face. The items inside the cube looked quite old. Suddenly, the gears on the outside moved. Seeing this, they broke out in a cold sweat with fear, but it quickly stopped, making a loud noise. The three of them jumped in surprise. Then, Jae-woo used his hand to lift a shirt out from inside. Next, he put the shoes on his feet. The system then displayed a notification activating the 5 out of 7 set effect. The mutually attracting snakes have activated several functions. The activated functions are Enlarge, Magic Amplification, Color and Texture Mimicry, Spell Nullification, Self-Defense, and 5-second Future Prediction. After reading that, the people in the chat couldn't help but gasp in admiration. That's definitely going to sparkle. It's magic that turns secondhand stuff into brand new items. If that thing didn't cost 5,000 coins, I'd use it as my daily washing machine. Really? That expensive. Meanwhile, Jae-woo put a hand on his chest to calm himself, letting out a breath and thinking, if he wants me to fight. Ever since I was a kid, I never liked refusing what others gave me, nor was I one to tolerate being pushed around. If the administrator wants me to fight, there's no reason for me to back down. Let's see who wins. Suddenly, the space around him started to distort. The images of Laha, Koden, and Baron before his eyes began to blur. His pupils had turned purple, and Jae-woo was trying to suppress his nausea while comforting himself. Okay, focus. I can do this. I can't see anything now. I just need to focus on one thing. And then, his pupils immediately constricted. At the same time, Jae-woo mumbled to himself, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. He quickly reached out to catch Laha, breaking out in a sweat and smiling to himself. I haven't fully adapted yet, but if I concentrate, I can use it for a short time. You okay? Seeing herself in Jae-woo's arms, she just looked bewildered. Next, he said cheerfully, let's go. Hearing that, they immediately got excited. Then Jae-woo thought to himself, the 18th floor. If the administrator doesn't pull anything weird, I can clear it easily with just a different attack. The scene changes to the 18th floor, at the Ailu Cloud Village. The surrounding space was covered in fluffy clouds. At the same time, someone angrily stomped their foot and let out a curse. Damn it. It was Kang Chun. He stomped his foot again and said irritably, my feet are sinking. Kang Tae-san, who was behind him, spoke up. You knew that before you came. Stop making a fuss. Hearing this, Kang Chun frowned, pouted, and said, you're so mean. Be careful. You know the guilds only send their best, right? The others are probably split into small groups like us, so if we get into a fight, we're dead for sure. He also frowned and reminded him, focus on yourself. Suddenly, the system screen displayed the text, Player 4870, 4891, 4892, 4893, 4895. At the same time, a person appeared with a surprised expression and exclaimed, whoa! Seeing this, Park Pyo couldn't help but squint and chuckle to himself. The announcement continued. High difficulty. A total of 10 participants have entered. As soon as he saw him, he immediately went over to get acquainted. You look pretty fresh. Have you done this before? Hearing that, Park Pyo confidently affirmed, of course. If you trust me, the 18th floor will be a piece of cake. Then Kang Chun turned to someone else and asked, you've done this before too, right? It was Jae-woo. He just smiled mysteriously and replied, no, this is my first time. Hearing that, he immediately called him out. You're lying, aren't you? At the same time, Kang Chun thought to himself, he clearly looks like he knows something. His voice and actions are pretty calm, too. And then a notification appeared. The trial for the 18th floor will now officially begin. The sky was still a clear blue, but it suddenly began to darken, and in the middle of it, a faint streak of light appeared. Suddenly, a golden cage slammed down hard in front of everyone. Seeing this, Yuhara broke out in a cold sweat and went on guard, but her group looked extremely curious. At the same time, the image of a giant screaming blue bird appeared. The system now displayed the words, "Welcome to the Ailu Cloud Village." Inside the cage were trapped bluebird demons. Capture 5 bluebird demons within the time limit. Note: if any of the captured bluebird demons die, you will fail this challenge. Time remaining before the challenge begins is 10 minutes. Suddenly, Park Pyo raised a hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. Then he smirked and spoke up. "Hello, is this everyone's first time challenging the 18th floor? I have a proposal, and I hope you'll all listen. I'm user 4850, and since I'm the most experienced person here, everyone should listen to what I have to say." The others heard this and began to murmur among themselves, confused. What's he suddenly trying to do? But there's no harm in listening for a bit. Park Pyo ignored their words and cheerfully continued. "We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point." Jae-woo stood there silently, thinking to himself, in this tower, a user's ID is like their age. It reflects the amount of experience they have. Words from an experienced player can change the lives of those who can't get information from the guilds. Next, he spoke up. Unlike the birds from low and mid difficulty, the blue bird demons are quite fast. If you let your guard down just because of their large size, you'll find yourself just waiting to die as you stare hopelessly at the sky. Hearing this, Juna immediately raised her hand with a question, "How fast are they?" Park Pyo just pointed at his own eye and replied with a smile. "Like this." Not understanding, she asked again, annoyed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Seeing this, he explained in more detail. "It means that most knights can't even touch a single feather on them. If you don't know their weak point, it'll be very difficult to defeat them." Suddenly, Juna smirked and asked probingly, "What if we use magic?" At the same time, she thought smugly to herself, "I can show the viewers a bird being captured with magic, and I can also negotiate with the other users. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone." But Park Pyo immediately shook his head and rejected the idea. "It's useless." Hearing that, Juna jumped and shouted, "What?" Then he explained seriously, "The bluebird demon's feathers have very high magic resistance. Even if you could use an attribute spell at the maximum output of an intermediate level, it would only stop it for a moment." Kang Chun, who was beside them, heard this and couldn't help but ask, "Then can't we just catch them right before they escape the cage, or surround them and attack as soon as the challenge starts?" Hearing those words, Park Pyo smirked contemptuously and commented, "That's even more impossible. The bluebird demons become very ferocious when they're caged, even if we try to catch them by surrounding the cage. In the end, we'll just be watching feathers fall to the ground as we're torn in half in an instant." Hearing that, his and Kang Tae-san's expressions soured. Then, everyone started to complain. "So we're screwed then? If we can't beat them with speed or magic, how are we supposed to catch them? We're all gonna die." Suddenly, a comment about the bird's weakness appeared, but the system quickly kicked that person out. "User Rindin has been banned from the broadcast. Goodbye." Seeing this, Juna worriedly thought, even getting hints from viewers is forbidden. Next, Park Kyu-ho gave a sly smile and made his offer. "So, here's my proposal. How about I take 500 coins from each of you? I know their flight paths and their movements. I can help you all clear this challenge quickly." At the same time, he thought excitedly, "Make the smart choice. No matter how hard you rack your brains, you're all still in the palm of my hand. Because I've had to challenge this floor countless times, the reward for me has long since dropped to just 1 coin. So, after setting the mood like this and telling them the bird's weakness, I'll only need to catch about 3 of them, and the challenge will be over. This way, I can make a nice profit off these newbies challenging the floor for the first time and still get the bonus reward when the challenge ends. To think I could come up with such a perfect money-making scheme. My brain is truly on another level." He just raised his hand, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Who the hell cares about some weakness? How are we supposed to catch those birds flying in the sky right now?" Hearing this, Park Kyu-ho immediately jumped down, exclaiming cheerfully, "You're all about to be amazed." Instantly, a loud sound echoed as he launched himself high into the air with all his might. The people below couldn't help but stare, wide-eyed in astonishment. And then Park Kyu-ho landed hard on a cloud. Then he confidently declared, "My physical abilities are enough to let me jump to the same height as the birds. But of course, they're incredibly fast, so just because I can reach them doesn't mean I can catch them. Isn't spending just 500 coins to clear the challenge a real bargain?" Hearing this, Kang Chun and Kang Tae-san looked at each other, and then he narrowed his eyes and said, "Fine." She also immediately raised her hand, saying, "I'm in too." The others also started to show their intention to join. "Me too. Me as well. I'll join." And just like that, coins started pouring into Park Kyu-ho's pocket. He was seen laughing while muttering to himself, "This is great." At the same time, Park Kyu-ho assured them, "And for the last person, I'm fine with a direct coin trade or using the trade window." But Kim Jae-woo immediately turned and refused. "No thanks. I'll clear this challenge on my own." He was startled by this and spoke up, What? Wait, if you don't have coins, I'll accept items too. At that moment, the system began its countdown. Time remaining before the challenge begins, 3 minutes. Park Kyu-ho, still in shock, thought to himself, I never thought someone would defy me at the last minute. Then, he glared angrily and yelled, You can't just go against the plan because you don't feel like it. Do you want to get everyone killed? Meanwhile, Park Kyu-ho screamed in his head, Damn it! He must think I'll be forced to catch the birds anyway, so he can just get a free ride and pass. Seeing this, one person shouted angrily, What the hell, are you kidding me? Juna, next to him, also said loudly, We all agreed to pay, so why are you suddenly backing out? At the same time, he turned to the side and whispered, That guy looks like he has experience. Isn't he acting like this because he's confident he can pass on his own without paying? He also frowned and asked back, Really? I can't tell anything from the way he talks. Isn't he just bluffing? The system announcement continued to echo. Time remaining before the challenge begins, 13 seconds. Seeing this, Juna shouted in frustration, This is driving me crazy, just let me pay for him. And then the text appeared, The challenge has begun. Time remaining, 60 minutes. If you fail to capture the blue demon birds, the clouds will disappear. At the same time, Park Kyu-ho announced, All right, now I'll catch the first one. Suddenly, a murderous aura flashed by, and something shot straight towards the blue demon bird's neck. Seeing this, he turned back in horror, stammering, This is impossible. That strange thing was wrapped tightly around its beak, and continuous screeches could be heard. Park Kyu-ho, still in disbelief, thought, This is completely absurd. And the one who had done it was none other than Kim Jae-joo. At the same time, the system announced, You have completed the challenge. The gate to the 19th floor will now open. After finishing off the blue demon bird, he casually turned around and asked, The gate's open. Isn't anyone going? He, having seen what just happened, gritted his teeth and demanded, Who are you? At the same time, Park Kyu-ho thought to himself, I couldn't even see his movements. On the 5th floor's hard mode, I learned the Royal Knight's Body passive skill, and by continuously leveling it up, I've gained excellent eyesight. At the same time, a whisper was heard from behind him. See? What did I tell you? I said there was something special about him. That was Kang Chun. He was seen glancing at Park Kyu-ho while whispering. Anyway, Kang Chun then said loudly, Going by that guy's logic, since the man in the cloak just carried us, shouldn't we give him the coins instead? Hearing this, he turned around in angry embarrassment. Park Kyu-ho just showed a disappointed expression, while she commented cheerfully, Oh my god, you're amazing. The others also started approaching Kim Jae-woo to ask, Have you ever cleared the 19th floor before? Are you alone? We still have a spot in our party. I'd feel bad just leaving like this. Do you need any coins? Meanwhile, indignant comments appeared, an endless list of party requests. How dare you all try to leech off him? Get lost! After they spoke, he broke out in a sweat and replied, Thanks, but I don't need coins or a party. I've never been to the 19th floor either. At the same time, Kim Jae-woo told himself, I should get going. I'll head straight to the 19th floor. The chat continued to explode. Where is love? The one who never misses a chance to praise Jae-woo. He's been gone for a few days. Could it be that his loyalty has shifted? Next, Kim Jae-woo quickly ran into the gate. The scene changes to another place. The surrounding space was covered in white. In a hospital bed, Kang So-ha was drenched in sweat, as if having a nightmare. Shin Jun-wook turned to ask if she was okay. Kang So-ha, pale-faced with bandaged hands, weakly wondered, Guildmaster, what are you doing here? He waved his hand dismissively. A patient doesn't need to be so formal. I know it's late, but I still wanted to visit you. She had just finished thanking him when she broke into a series of painful, continuous coughs. While Kang So-ha couldn't stop coughing, Shin Jun-wook covered his nose, looking a bit disgusted. Your injury seems very severe, she replied, completely exhausted. Yes, I was cut by a mana sword. At this, Kang So-ha thought, it's not contagious, so what's with his reaction? He spoke up, asking, Was the mana so strong that you can't heal from it? This made her a little angry. Kang So-ha reluctantly replied, Yes, but I'm better now. They said I just need to rest for a few more days. She told herself in her head, Act it up. Gotta make myself sweat buckets. Shin Jun-wook spoke. If you don't mind, he made a direct offer. May I take a look at your wound? She smiled with all the reluctance she could muster, cursing inwardly. Of course I mind, you crazy bastard. Kang So-ha reached for her clothes over the bandaged wound, telling herself, But if I refuse, he'll just keep suspecting me. She slowly pulled her clothes higher, revealing the still bandaged wound. Shin Jun-wook came closer to observe, hand on his chin, drawing a conclusion in his mind. She's not lying. The wound is still glowing, which means mana is still ravaging her body. He straightened up and asked, What happened then? Kang So-ha put on a trembling, fearful expression and recounted, He was so strong, I couldn't even react. Hearing that, Shin Jun-wook wondered, Then why did he run away? She tensed up, recalling the punch. I think he put all his strength into his first attack. When the fight dragged on, he must have realized he was out of stamina, so he destroyed the factory and fled. After listening, he rested his chin on his hand and said, I understand. Shin Jun-hyuk turned to Choi Mai and spoke, It breaks my heart to see someone as important to the guild as you get injured. So please, get some rest. As soon as he finished, he turned and left, the door closing firmly behind him. Seeing this, Kang Sora thought worriedly, the guildmaster is really agitated. He's not normally like this. This is too suspicious. At first, I thought he was just a very clean and tidy person, but since the 50th floor, I've realized that's not his true personality. She continued thinking nervously. Even if I told him the truth, he would have just been suspicious anyway. Since I gave such a vague answer, he'll definitely be on his guard. Just then, a sudden knock on the door made Kang Sora jump. A purple-haired staff member entered and said, Time to eat. I made some porridge. She was so startled she froze. The purple-haired staff member looked bewildered. Why were you so startled? Kang Sora quickly waved her hand, forcing a cheerful reply. It's nothing, thanks. I'll enjoy the meal. As Kang Sora picked up the spoon, she thought to herself, whether I made him suspicious or not, I don't plan on ending things here. She calculated her options. It wasn't planned, but now I have an amazing ally and can do so much more. Jae-woo was walking down a path. The system window was flooded with continuous chat messages. You're about to reach the 20th floor. I have to clear the 20th floor soon, or I'll get my ass kicked out. Jae-woo, accept my friend request, please. He replied cheerfully, Okay, I'll accept it when we meet. Many users immediately expressed their feelings. I'm so touched. Is it time? I think we've reached the viewer reward limit. Wait, you only stayed this long for that? How disappointing. Jae-woo stood before the system notifications. Player Iron Ladder has sponsored 1,000 coins. I'm a hardcore fan. Player Turn the Tables Before Enlistment has sponsored 1,500 coins. The money's pouring in. Open up your bag. User Chicken Thigh Thief here. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. The other side replied, It's all for our mutual benefit. Jae-woo pressed his hand on the screen, confirming, All right, I'm going in. The system began displaying notifications for player 4,880, 4,891, 4,901, and 4,902. High difficulty. 4 people have entered. The required number of participants has been met. He stepped into the trial, the system window still scrolling with information. The 19th floor trial will begin shortly. This is a 3-dimensional labyrinth created by Ren, the genius of the Magic Tower. Escape the tower within the time limit. The labyrinth will expand according to the difficulty level. Time remaining before the trial begins is 10 minutes. As soon as they entered, they saw an argument. A young man asked, What if we die? Another person replied, If you're scared, just go back. The short guy continued to yell, There are 5 doors in each room. How are we supposed to get back? This is user 4,901, Lin. The old geezer replied, Don't you have a brain? Just leave a mark on the door. This is user 4,880, Kim Sa-gang. Seeing this, Jae-woo thought to himself, Looks like they're arguing about the strategy to clear this stage. The system described it as a labyrinth composed of identical rooms connected by identical doors on every wall, including the ceiling and floor. The objective of this trial is to get out of the labyrinth, the description continued. A high-difficulty trial can have up to hundreds of rooms. Continuing to describe the trial, each time you enter a new room, a trap or a monster will appear. The system's explanation paused there. And if you're unlucky, you'll be attacked by magic. And there's more. Jae-woo pulled down his hood, calculating. So, the 19th floor trial seems to be the same as before. Both the entrance and exit of this labyrinth are in the same place. He looked up at the ceiling, studying it inquisitively. In other words, this room is both the entrance and the exit. Jae-woo continued to speculate. If I'm right, this door glowing with blue light must be the exit. He squatted down, touching the floor. When you find the switch hidden somewhere in the labyrinth and activate it, the hidden entrance in the room will appear. Exiting the labyrinth through that passage is the clear condition for this trial. He smiled. Then, another player spoke up enthusiastically. All right, calm down. I knew this would happen, so I came prepared. This is user 4,902, B. Jin-ha. Jin-ha held up a strategy guide and said, I got this strategy guide on the 10th floor. The guide for the 19th floor was super expensive. You know, he clenched his fist, declaring, Everything's in here, from the switch's location to things we need to watch out for. You two have to trust me. Lin asked doubtfully, Really? Sa-gang also spoke up. Where did you buy it? Can we even trust it? What if you got scammed? Jin-ha insisted. My viewer said it's trustworthy. I bought it from a famous guild. So don't worry. Sa-gang was still adamant. I can't believe you're still live streaming at a time like this. Our lives are in danger, you know. What if we trust you and end up dead? Who's going to take responsibility? Jae-woo, listening nearby, confirmed, He's got a point. You only get one life, so trusting unverified information from someone you just met is a bit risky. A system notification appeared. Player Wild Rabbit has sponsored 500 coins. That's right. Stop acting so suspicious. He beamed with joy and said, "Thanks for the 500 coins, Wild Rabbit." Seeing this was an eyesore for Sagang. He turned and snapped at her loudly. "Are you laughing?" Lin covered her mouth and replied, "No, I just have a cold." Sagang yelled in anger. "Damn it! Do I look like a pushover to you or something?" A hand rose up as a voice cut in. "Sorry to interrupt." He stepped forward, pointing at the floor, and announced, "But I'm going to break this floor. Everyone, please move to the edge of the room." Sagang heard this and couldn't help but curse, "Fucking hell. Are all the people who joined this thing a bunch of morons? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Jae-woo calmly replied, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't want to get hurt, you should move." Hearing this, he flew into a rage and shouted, "What? Are you threatening me?" But Jin Ha spoke in a completely relaxed tone. "Calm down. Let's just wait and see what he's planning to do," he agreed cheerfully. "Let's see what he's got." But Sagang was still skeptical. What if it's just a waste of time? Lin, however, was supportive. "It's fine. Just 1 minute out of the 60 we have won't hurt." Hearing that, he turned to look at her furiously. She turned her face away, crossing her arms, not caring at all. The system displayed a notification. "The trial will now begin. Time remaining, 60 minutes. If you fail to escape within the time limit, the labyrinth will collapse." Jae-woo then turned back and ordered, "All right, everyone, please move, cover your ears, and turn away. It's going to be pretty loud, and your eyes could get hurt." Sagang reluctantly complied. Everyone covered their ears. As he said, Jae-woo touched the floor, thinking, "There's definitely a mana reaction." He could feel a faint blue light from the floor. The sensation was familiar. It was just like the light that came from the giant mana stone on the first floor. Jae-woo recalled his past experience and reassured himself. "I cleared the trial on the 14th floor in an unconventional way too, which means I can do the same on the 19th floor. It won't hurt to try." He turned his head slightly toward his backpack and called out, "La ha ha, Koden, Baron." A sound started coming from the bag. One by one, all 3 kids crawled out cheerfully at Jae-woo's call. He asked them kindly, "Can you guys eat this?" La ha ha licked the floor that was glowing with blue light, and its face immediately filled with happiness and satisfaction. Seeing this, Jae-woo asked, "So you can?" La ha ha, Koden, and Baron all immediately got into a ready stance. He gave the command, "Eat." The group sprang into action like professionals. They ate through the hard stone slabs one by one. Jae-woo was extremely pleased. "Good job, you guys." The 3 kids finished eating the floor, creating a hole glowing with blue light. He stood and observed. The room below is also filled with mana. The switch must be just down there. It's strange for the switch to be this close to the starting point. Jae-woo turned to the 3 kids and said, "You guys, wait here. If you're about to be discovered, hide in the bag immediately." All 3 happily and obediently listened. He quickly jumped down into the hole. Jae-woo jumped down and saw a red button. He thought to himself, "There's no guarantee that the administrator who's been watching me hasn't changed the trial's content." He stood tensely in front of the button, hesitating. "This is annoying, but I have to press it." In the end, Jae-woo chose to press it, but nothing happened. He looked around, bewildered, wondering. Nothing happened. Is this switch a fake? Suddenly, the room began to shake, and he grew tense. What's going on? Is the room moving? A strange entity appeared, leaving him stunned. Jae-woo turned his head to look, puzzled. A pigeon? The creature stared at him with incredibly horrifying eyes. A distorted voice echoed, "Well?" It pressed its sharp metal talons close to Jae-woo's face and asked, "Have you thought about my offer?" He calmly identified it as the administrator. Jae-woo then calmly gave his answer. "I already said no, and I mean it." The admin's true colors showed then, as he said cheerfully, "You have no idea how much effort I've put into taking care of you." Jiu-do retorted in frustration. "That's enough. You know how famous I am. Unlike some people, I don't have time to just relax." That admin kept fawning over him from behind. The old creep uttered some unsettling words. "I had to rush just to prepare for this meeting, so let's stop here for today." The admin spoke to Jiu-do with a distorted smile. "You'll change your mind soon enough when you reach the 20th floor. I'm so looking forward to hearing you say yes on the 20th floor." Hearing this, Jiu-do was a little stunned. The 20th floor. Wait. The system suddenly announced, "You have cleared the challenge. The gate to the 20th floor will be opened. The gate to the 10th floor will be opened." He anxiously turned to look for that creep, but the administrator had vanished. Where'd he go? Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. "Oh my god, we actually cleared it! Holy cow!" Jiu-do was startled, suddenly remembering the poise. Wait, the poise were still there. They had quickly hidden in his pocket. Seeing this, he was very pleased. "They managed to hide in my pocket before they were spotted. Thank goodness." Chat messages started to pop up. "We passed! Poi totally carried the team. Those little guys are so cute. Hey, did the live stream just have a problem?" "Yeah, it was totally lagging." Sa Jiang looked a little tense and couldn't stop himself from asking Jiu-do, "How did you do that?" I think I heard something that sounded like a monster. Jiu-do saw that and instantly knew. Is he pretending he couldn't hear? He definitely heard everything. He shot back. And why would I tell you? See hi, then spoke up. Well, let's get going. He crossed his arms and reluctantly agreed. Let's go. Jiu-do turned to leave. Jin-ha looked back after him. He called out, Kim Jiu-do. Jin-ha spoke, his words full of hidden meaning. You should be careful. Hearing that, Jiu-do paused for a moment, then turned back and asked, Aren't you leaving? Jin-ha immediately asked, Seeing how you cleared that challenge, looks like you're using a bug, right? He continued his analysis and warning. You know that if you do stuff like that mid-game, you risk getting stuck inside the map and being unable to move, right? Getting stuck while clipping through a wall or trapped in the floor. What if a 1 in a million glitch happens? You need to be careful, Jin-ha went on. Also, my viewers have already told me everything. He continued his breakdown. I hear you're lying about your real name. One shouldn't lie to people like that, you know? Hearing this, Jiu-do thought to himself. Should have been more careful when I changed my nickname. The chat popped up again. Kim Jae-joo probably just swore at himself in his head. Yep, I heard it. He practically yelled crazy idiot. He began to wonder. So his viewers were looking up my name then? Jiu-do turned to Jin-ha and said, I'm not here to have a heart-to-heart with you, so if you could just leave, that'd be great. The chat piped up again. But isn't Kim Jae-joo usually the one putting up walls? Look, Jiu-do doesn't even know how to stream right now. Dude, just stop. If Jiu-do gets upset, it's really hard to cheer him up, guys. At that moment, on the 10th floor, everyone was chattering. Is there really someone like that? I heard someone on an upper floor even offered a bounty for him. How much? The chatter continued unabated. I think it was somewhere around 5,000. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Jiu-do stepped onto the 10th floor. He thought to himself, I'd rather go straight to the 20th floor, but first I should check if Han Sung-min is actually doing his job properly. Besides, it'd be safer if I gathered some more intel on the 20th floor. A voice called out, Hey, you there! A large man spoke up. Can I get a closer look at your face? Jiu-do heard him and asked, Is there a problem? The chat immediately lit up with messages. How dare that guy order him around? He must be from the Hoppo Guild, right? The large man remained firm. I just need to confirm something, so just do as I say. A gust of wind blew his hood back, revealing his face. One of the men saw him and blurted out in shock. That's not the bastard we're looking for! The big guy scratched his head apologetically. Oh, shoot. My bad, man. Sorry about that. We're just in a rush. Jiu-do quickly brushed it off. It's fine. The two of them went back to their conversation. They said the person we're looking for is a woman, right? That's right. Her name is Kim Ji. The chatter never stopped for a second. It was all about him. I heard it was a middle-aged man. What are you talking about? It's clearly a kid. Someone on the 15th floor saw them and told everyone, Are you drunk? I paid for this intel. What? Me too. You've all got it wrong. My intel is the right one, Jiu-do thought cheerfully. Looks like Han Sung-min is doing his job quite well. I didn't expect the rumors to spread this fast. Wild. The comment feed popped up again. Aren't all those people talking about Kim Juma? It's Jae-hee. No, it's gotta be Do-hee-soon. Kim Jun? Just the thought gives me goosebumps. A small house appeared, and a girl with a deadpan expression came out to meet him. So you finally arrived? You kept me waiting. Jiu-do looked at her blankly and said, You seem kinda busy? The girl replied in a dark tone that made his skin crawl. Thanks to time, someone asterisk, I've had to work overtime every single day. In the room that day, Sung-min was drooling in his sleep. The girl burst in, slamming the door and scaring the daylights out of him. Mr. Kim Jae-joo is here. He gave an awkward greeting. I hear you've been pretty busy lately because of me. Sung-min sat up, wiped his mouth, and mumbled drowsily, Is that what you heard? I haven't really done all that much. Then he suddenly jumped to his feet, activating full-on smug mode, leaving Jae-joo no choice but to bite his tongue and endure it. I helped you switch your gender over and over again. Then I went to every corner of this place, spreading all kinds of different rumors to every type of person. I even bullshitted everyone, saying I was a reputable info broker, and I made a pretty penny from it too. Since people only act on rumors, everyone believed the ones I started were true. I also. Okay, you're amazing. That's all I did, Sung-min continued. Then, he asked Jiu-do suggestively, So, what are you going to give me in return? Sung-min then noticed a system notification had popped up. System notification. User Kim Jae-joo has sent you a friend request. Do you wish to accept? Accept. Decline? He answered. I'll send your thank you gift through a message. Sung-min looked a little skeptical. You're not joking, are you? Jae-joo confirmed. Of course. The screen immediately displayed. User Han Sung-min has accepted your friend request. He pressed the system screen. Jae-joo told him, Go ahead and check. The man looked at his system with a satisfied expression. Sung-min read the system message intently. The contents included the likes and dislikes of the Taruha. It was a list detailing the habits of specific characters, the kind of information most people would dismiss as useless. But he smiled a dangerous smile. Sung-min thought to himself, To the right person, this information can be a more effective weapon than any gun or knife. He collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. A comment popped up. Jiu-do, are you heading to the 20th floor now? Jiu-do answered sluggishly. Yeah, I should. Hurry. He was so tired he fell asleep instantly. The chat messages on the system flew by. Hey, did he just fall asleep? He's out cold. Hey, if the guy's asleep, let him sleep. Is that the love? When did you get on? I thought you were dead, dude. So you've just been watching him sleep this whole time? You're into that? Yeah. So everyone shut up and let him sleep. Jiu-do's eyes groggily opened. Oh, looks like he's waking up. I can't respect myself for watching someone sleep on a live stream for 7 hours straight. We're all in the same boat. If it wasn't for the cute little poise, I would have bailed on this stream ages ago. The poise started to appear in front of him. Lying in bed with the poise, Jiu-do said, Sorry, everyone. I guess I must have passed out the moment I lay down. The chat appeared. He still doesn't look fully awake, but he's still so professional. Look at him, interacting with us immediately. You think so too? That 7-hour poise sleeping stream was awesome. He hugged the poise to his chest, thinking, this must be because I've been doing challenges non-stop without a single day of rest. I'm so exhausted. The comments chimed in cheerfully. It's cool. Watching the poise was super fun, so it's no big deal. Now hurry up and open your notifications to check your reward. Jiu-do scratched his head. Yeah, okay, I'll check it now. The system panel displayed a message from user Han Sung-min, which read, Kim Jae-joo, are you asleep? When you see this message, contact me immediately. Something's changed on the 20th floor. It feels weird. System notification. There has been a change on the 20th floor. A change on the 20th floor? He read the message and thought, stunned. Something's changed on the 20th floor? In the silent white night, Sejun ran frantically. Once he felt he'd gone far enough, he stopped and scanned his surroundings. The terrifying voice and brutal image of Palaham flashed in his mind. I shall punish all of the tyrannical wanderers who dare to wreak havoc in this place. A moment later, Sejun reached a fork in the road and froze, startled by the scene before him. The members of the Hypocrite Guild were collapsed on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds, with only one person still gritting their teeth and enduring. What is he rambling about? Is this NPC insane? Panicked, he quickly hid behind a door. Have all the members of the Hypocrite Guild been defeated? The guards had arrived, shouting and taking them into custody. Follow me? Are you deaf? He peeked out, gritting his teeth as he speculated to himself. From the 20th floor down, everything has changed strangely. This is definitely related to Kim Jae-joo. Elsewhere, the system continuously announced, Welcome to the free zone of the 20th floor, activating the discussion forum function. Users below the 30th floor will no longer be able to watch the live broadcast. Jae-joo had just stepped out of the dimensional gate. The guards all gripped their weapons warily, and the comment section erupted. Damn, what's going on? This atmosphere is so weird, it's a bit much. He glanced at them, confused, wondering to himself why he had received Sungmin's message and rushed to the 20th floor at top speed. But what is this situation? Looks like they didn't hold back at all. Jae-joo's eyes fell upon the scene of the guards standing over the surviving members of the Hypocrite Guild. The guard captain raised his axe and bellowed in a low voice, Traveler, kneel and remove your hood. He decisively refused the request. Something so absurd. I won't do it. The man narrowed his eyes coldly and warned, It seems you're eager to lose your head, aren't you? Jae-joo stood his ground, opening his mouth to challenge him. Try me. His hand had unconsciously tightened around the weapon he was holding. The enraged guard captain charged forward, yelling, How arrogant! You dare challenge a guard? The axe blade was almost touching Jae-joo's head, but he showed no intention of dodging, merely looking up quietly. A second later, the loud clang of metal on metal echoed through the air. Jae-joo had used his own axe to decisively meet him head-on, overwhelming him with superior strength. The guard captain was utterly stunned by that power. I thought the warriors had already taken care of all the strong users. The axe in his hand spun a few times in the air. The guard captain felt his whole body sway, his vision slowly tilting. His opponent's attitude was as calm as if he were discussing afternoon tea. What should I do? Chop your head off? And in just an instant, he was completely subdued by Jae-joo, unable to move his body. The other guards screamed in terror. The guard captain struggled to shout an order. Get the magic cannons and report to the squad leader. They replied, Yes, sir, and quickly ran off to get the items. The viewers watching the live stream couldn't stay silent any longer, flooding the comments. Those crazy bastards! Kim Jae-joo didn't do anything to them. Why are they making such a huge fuss? That's right, he was even their savior. It's all been reset. Those guys don't remember anything. Suddenly, a man leaped out from nowhere with a warning. Move aside. His entire body emanated a wary, dark purple smoke. Jae-joo and the man quickly clashed, testing each other's strength. Unexpectedly, he was pushed back by the tremendous force. Jae-joo, slightly surprised, gritted his teeth and stood his ground. The comment section went wild. What the hell? That scared the crap out of me. Is he a cannonball? Holy crap! The man approached and remarked, That's an interesting cloak. He also smiled and replied awkwardly, Your way of greeting is pretty aggressive. The man grinned, amused. This is just the beginning. Jueju raised an eyebrow in response. You say that as if you're planning to take my life, huh? Light gradually illuminated the man's face, revealing Balaham with a radiant smile. Hey, you're still as quick-witted as ever, just like an imperialist, huh? As always, seeing that the newcomer was him and that he seemed to recognize him, Jueju's eyes widened in amazement. He hurriedly pulled down his hood, finally managing to speak. Lord Balaham, Jueju tried to confirm. You still remember me? At that moment, it wasn't just him who was stunned. The guards of Taruha also stared with their jaws agape. They immediately let go of their axes, letting them fall to the ground. Their calloused, rough hands were placed tightly over their hearts. Whether soldier or civilian, they all bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Welcome, Lord Balaham. Jueju looked at them in disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder, it's not just Balaham. Residents of the tower shouldn't be able to recognize users, even if they just change channels. Even for the same individual, if they knew a user on the 15th floor, they still wouldn't remember anything upon reaching the 20th floor. That's how it usually is. Balaham smiled and extended a hand. I told you, how could I ever forget a special traveler like you? Jueju smiled, happily placing his hand in his. It's true. He firmly pulled him to his feet and said sincerely, Welcome back. He rejoiced inwardly. Taruha, Balaham, and the warriors still remember me. While the two of them were shaking hands and fooling around, Sejun quickly approached. He assessed the situation and began to deliberate. Found Kim Jae-joo. The warriors are close with Kim Jae-joo, so he must know something. I need to confirm it. It seems I don't want to die for nothing. At the headquarters of the Hypocrite Guild, a small ripple was quietly forming. Jin looked at the plan and gave a helpless smile. All our guild members have been defeated, Jin reported hesitantly. Yes, the queen has driven all users out of the city, and all the famous captains of the corporation have been killed. The rest have scattered and fled. He wearily covered his eyes and sighed, anger slowly building within him. Everything keeps changing so fast. In that case, I need to eliminate the root cause of these changes, and the obstacle Jin thought of was none other than Jueju. In Taruha, one could occasionally see peaceful scenes between players and soldiers. Jueju was quite curious seeing it. Are there other users who are close to the warriors? Balaham chuckled and explained. Those are users who have shown us respect. They said they came from the same place as you and have a pretty good relationship with the locals here. Hearing this, Jueju felt somewhat relieved. So, they're from the Hansen Guild? It seems Han Sung-min made good use of the information I gave him. During this time, Taruha was always covered in a thick layer of snow and embraced by the cold air. The guard dog was as well behaved as ever, even wagging its tail continuously to show its hospitality. Charette was happily preparing a meal for the cozy little house. Before long, beautifully arranged dishes were brought out. La ha! A gluttonous poi was greedily devouring its own lavish feast. He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed by this precious gift. I can't believe you even prepared stones. Low-grade ones would have been fine. Balaham raised his cup and replied generously. Hey, we're comrades who fought side by side after all. The least I can do is prepare something proper. The comments section became noisy again. He's right, you know. Don't you know basic social etiquette? Only the innocent poi were focused on enjoying the food. Just then, Jueju returned to the main topic. How much do you remember? He pointed to his temple and answered firmly. From beginning to end, my memory hasn't faded at all. In fact, it's become even clearer. Sometimes I even get headaches from certain memories sent from another me. The online viewers were extremely confused. What is he talking about? One of him is weird enough, and now there are two Balahams? Hearing that, his mind raced with thoughts. Another Balaham? Don't tell me the barrier separating the channels has disappeared. We're on channel 10 right now. Let's try switching to channel 20. In contrast to Jueju's anxiety, he didn't seem worried at all and continued chatting comfortably. It feels like the number of travelers has skyrocketed recently. The system prompted with a question, do you want to change channels? Without hesitation, he chose to switch to channel 20. After receiving the information, it reported back, switch to channel 20. Despite this, Balaham continued to eat and drink nonchalantly, resuming his previous conversation. Even though I've already captured a bunch of them, it's still not enough. Everyone in the viewing room left comments expressing their confusion. He changed channels, but that guy didn't change at all. Have the channels merged? Let me check. Wait a second, Jueju. I'll be right back. Seeing him constantly fiddling with the interface instead of eating, Balaham showed clear concern. What's wrong? Jueju smiled evasively. It's nothing. Did you kill the captured users? He recounted briefly. We're not butchers. Only the criminals were killed. As for the rest, we built them a temporary shelter outside the city. The three little poys had finished eating by now, and he mumbled, trying to eat while acting natural. I see. The comments nodded in agreement. Well, if they've killed people, calling them butchers is pretty accurate. In Taruha, that's legal. How terrifying. Baham continued with a bright smile. Thanks to that, Leto is still working his butt off against some travelers, and Khun is having a headache dealing with the manpower shortage. They'd be thrilled to know you dropped by. It's shameful. Only after you eliminated the demon flower did we realize. We thought that even if we died and came back to life with overlapping memories countless times, we would still fight on resiliently. But it's clear we were just gradually becoming numb. Hearing this, Ju was suddenly lost in thought. He still clearly remembered the memories of Taruha on the 15th floor. It was a never-ending, repetitive nightmare. And the 20th floor was the peak of that nightmare. Though, it seems that's no longer the case. Knowing that Ju still had other worries and concerns, Baham sighed with understanding. He slowly uttered words of affirmation. I can't deny that you are truly our savior. He looked around, shy and awkward. I didn't really do all that much. You're exaggerating. The comments took the chance to tease him. Look at him playing all innocent now. Lachan, you don't need to be embarrassed. Our Jew really did accomplish something extraordinary. Shalette also came forward, placing a hand on Baham's shoulder to join in. He means he's very grateful, you know. He pouted and stubbornly denied it. Grateful for what? We've survived this long thanks to our hard work and endurance all this time. She affectionately poked Baham's cheek. We should be honest with ourselves at times like these. He responded in kind with an affectionate gaze. The online viewers all seemed unusually excited. Is he getting married? Just get married already? Damn, to be this passionate. That's only like 1% of couples, right? Or is it 0.1%? Seeing the pink bubbles around them, Ju could only smile and accept his fate as the third wheel. Taruha had awoken from a seemingly endless nightmare. The next morning, Sejun was already staking out Baham's house. He watched intently, unable to stop himself from muttering. He definitely went into that house. But when is he ever going to come out? Suddenly, Leto appeared behind Sejun and demanded, Who are you? He shrieked in absolute terror. You're Leto? He asked, a little surprised and probing. You know me? Then Leto suddenly burst out laughing gleefully. You're a criminal too, aren't you? Sejun was fed up with that thought and quickly tried to find an excuse. No, I'm just lost. But he wasn't about to let Sejun go that easily and quickly grabbed him by the collar. I know where you want to go. Sejun struggled, trying to get free. What? How do you know where I was planning to go? Leto gave a dangerous smile and stated firmly, To jail. Where else? Just let me lead the way. He truly panicked, crying and flailing his arms and legs, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. He maintained a nonchalant tone. Sorry for what? Turning yourself in is a good thing, isn't it? In this desperate situation, someone suddenly approached. Ju and the Poise looked on, confused by the struggle before them. What are you doing? Both of them were surprised to see him. Leto was the first to speak. Long time no see. Ju also smiled and returned the greeting. Baham said you were really busy, so what are you doing here? He answered with some hesitation. Well, I heard that our famous Lachan was visiting, so I came to say hello. Hearing that, Ju couldn't help but be impressed, and here I thought you hated me. Leto stated his position clearly. I don't hate you. I hate travelers. At this, Sejun cried inwardly. It's hopeless. I'm going to die for nothing. Understanding this, Ju spoke up to save him. I know him. Let him go. Hearing he might be saved, he stopped crying and snapped his head up, his eyes filled with utter amazement. He still looked suspicious. For real? He explained with a bright smile. For real. That's why he came looking for this place. Leto hesitated, looking at the man he was holding up for a moment. A moment later, he sighed and let go. Geez, then you should have said so sooner, you punk. Sejun yelped in pain as his butt suddenly hit the ground. After letting him go, Leto strode away. Well, have a nice chat. I'm off to see the commander now. Ju waited for him to leave, then leaned down and began to ask. Hello, we've never met before, right? Did you find your way here while on the run? He gave a forced smile and nodded. Yeah. Inside, Sejun's mind was a complete mess. Kim Ju, why is he helping me? Ju also had his own calculations. Actually, this isn't exactly our first meeting. This guy's name is Shin Sejun. I've seen a video about him before. He was a user who once climbed to the 15th floor, but then he stopped and started working as a detective. Thinking of his talent, he suddenly spoke up. If you want to live, I'll help you. Sejun knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, so he asked, How? Ju smiled and asked him directly, Are you interested in finding someone? Hearing this, his head was filled with question marks. I don't understand. He seriously held out his hand and made a proposal. Make a deal with me. Within 1 week, I need you to help me find a person. His name is Chris Zenon. Clear calculations formed in Ju's mind. Chris Zenon, the man considered a genius in crafting magic equipment. With his skills, he could easily create things far beyond a simple pair of gauntlets. If I could get his help, it would be a huge advantage for me. With that, he listed the man's basic features. A young man in his 20s or 30s, 180 centimeters tall, blonde hair, blue eyes, and wears round glasses. He's on the 20th floor, on the American side. So, I should start by looking for buildings related to crafting magic equipment. The comments scrolled up like a stream. Which Zenon? Is he really from the future? I knew Ju was a regressor. To be honest, At first I watched Kim Jae-joo because he was so unique, but now I just want to cheer for him. Same here. Sejun knew he was being saved because he was useful, but he still demanded a benefit. So what do I get? Jae seemed to have anticipated this and answered decisively. At the very least, I'll get you a letter of recommendation from the captain, stating something along the lines of you not being a criminal. I guarantee it, and it will come with Baham's thumbprint. Your goal is safety, right? So that should be enough, shouldn't it? He still lacked a bit of confidence. A letter of recommendation? Will that really work? Seeing Sejun still hesitating after all that, he fell silent for a moment. Without hesitation, the very next second, Jae turned around, pretending to leave. If you don't need it, then fine, I'm leaving. Sejun panicked, like a shopkeeper about to lose a sale and needing to slash prices, and desperately called after him. No, I agree. I'll bring him to you. Not long after, Leto appeared with a scroll in his hand. Here, your letter of recommendation. Jae gleefully took it with both hands. Thank you. Leto glared at them, grinding his teeth. I'm only doing this because the commander ordered me to. Don't get the wrong idea. He could just imagine the scene of Baham smiling brightly and lying without batting an eye. Arla-chan is counting on you, he'd say, while you just stand there dumbfounded, going, me? Just thinking about it? Jae couldn't help but agree. Definitely. You must have had a rough time. With the letter of recommendation in hand, Sejun was so happy he wanted to jump for joy. He hurriedly turned to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. I'll go find him right away. Jae nodded and advised, don't push yourself too hard. To suddenly interjected, I'm going with you. Sejun jumped in fright. Why? He said nonchalantly. I have to make sure you don't use my letter of recommendation for anything. Weird. He looked at Jae with pleading eyes, but he was already lost in another thought. But this is strange. In the video, Shin Sejun climbed the tower with a knight he met on the 10th floor. Why is he climbing alone now? Did something happen? Either I've changed something, or it's an error on the admin side. What do I do now? As Jae thought, he opened his backpack and rummaged through it. He took out a metal gauntlet from inside. The online viewers who recognized it took turns commenting. Hey Jae, aren't you going to name that gauntlet? Yeah. Did you forget what Cray said? Show it some love. Reading those comments, Jae was suddenly reminded. A name? Thinking back, Cray did mention that on the 10th floor. He had seriously instructed him, name that item. No matter how good a piece of equipment is, if it's not named, it's just a soulless object. I almost forgot. A name? Jae hesitated, searching for the keyword bloodline on the system panel. He wondered for a moment, do I really have to do this? To me, it's just a piece of equipment. But if I don't, the viewers will nag me about it endlessly. Just then, the poise suddenly trembled and let out a whimper. Jae noticed and turned back to ask Han, what's wrong? All I saw was them cowering in a corner as if they were scared of something. Suddenly, a horrifying cry rang out. He froze in terror, his vision blurring, his focus seeming to vanish in an instant. On the fence in front of Jae, a bizarre pigeon with blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. Seeing it standing there silently, the viewers were all utterly astonished. A pigeon? There are pigeons in Taruha? I've never seen one before. Is this the thing that made that awful sound just now? Do you know what that thing is? He frantically hugged the three poys and the admin. The fastest commenters only had time to express their confusion. The admin, what the hell is that? A second later, the system was compromised, and the broadcast ended. Realizing his stream had been forcibly shut down, Jae was still in the mood for a taunt. You're more timid than I thought. The admin looked at him and gave an unreadable smile. Laha, Kodin, and Baron all tried to bare their fanged mouths to threaten the old man. Worried, Jae quickly raised a hand to stop them. It's dangerous, he advised them gently. Back off. With that, Jae backed up, putting power into his legs to build momentum. In a flash, he leaped toward the admin. An immense amount of mana was focused into his gauntlet. A magical blue light flared up, and a massive burst of mana shot straight ahead. The old man just stood there, showing no intention of moving. But those red eyes suddenly lit up, and a deadly aura filled the entire space. A massive explosion erupted from the clash of magic. Balaham and Scarlet, who were inside the house, were also drawn out by the loud explosion. The poise stood frozen in fear, not wanting to be a burden to Jae. After that attack, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The gem on his gauntlet also seemed to lose all its vitality, going dark before falling out. Jae picked up the gem, channeling a little energy into it, thinking he had just used too much mana. While he was lost in thought, the admin's chilling voice rang out again. Are you done with your tantrum? He flinched, his eyes widening in shock. Just as Jae looked up, a wing was already sweeping toward his face. The old man attacked without a hint of hesitation. Unable to react in time, he was hit with a blow to the face so hard it sent him sprawling to the ground. The admin shamelessly landed on Jaedu's thigh, laughing maniacally. That's right. How do you like Taruha? This place is quite meaningful to me. This is the image I thought you'd want to see. Hearing the man's disgusting laughter, he just remained grimly silent. But Jadoo's decisive action of reaching out and choking the admin showed his boiling anger. Jadoo put more force into his hand, not forgetting to taunt him. You admins must be bored out of your minds, always chasing after people. We tell you no, but you keep interfering anyway. Or do you get some kind of perverted thrill from being rejected? The old man's form began to distort. I don't know why you hate me so much. Then, the admin transformed into the boy's younger self and asked a question. What if I looked like this? Surely this appearance will make you less angry. Seeing that image, Jadoo was momentarily stunned. Balaham suddenly ran out, breaking the silence. What's with all the noise? Only then did he come to his senses and look over at the admin, still in the form of a young boy, being choked by Jadoo. Seeing this, the man's eyes widened in shock as he demanded, what are you doing? Seeing Jadoo remain silent, Balaham hesitantly asked again, What the hell are you doing? Jadoo suddenly didn't know how to react, his posture still frozen as he choked the admin. The man advised him gently, I don't know what happened, but you need to calm down. Jadoo flinched and yelled, Don't come any closer. The admin, however, was calmer, raising a hand to cast some kind of disturbance magic. He and the poise quickly ran to shield Balaham. The man was also taken aback by Jadoo's action, momentarily pausing his attack. He anxiously turned his head to ask Balaham, Are you okay? But when Jadoo turned back, he saw the man frozen like a statue, which made him suspicious. No reaction at all? Laha, Khun, and Baron were all frozen in midair, a time freeze. When Jadoo tried to move, he suddenly realized he couldn't move either. The admin then slowly walked up to him. Remember what I told you before? Human memories are just like souls. Taruha was the first place I tested that theory, to see how long they could survive in endless, repeating memories that they could never forget. Some waited for a savior they didn't even know existed. They had to scream and beg, Please, save us from this endless destruction. The residents of Taruha couldn't give up on their foolish hope. He glared, gritting his teeth in anger. So you're saying this was all just a simple joke? The old man laughed loudly as if watching a comedy. A joke? No, an experiment. An experiment. The warriors of Taruha endured better than all the others. So much so that I had to admit I could do nothing more and stopped. He tried to suppress his anger, biting his lip and snapping, I have no interest in your disgusting hobbies. Get to the point. The admin just kept rambling to himself, not bothering to answer. I already told you. Because you didn't see Taruha on the 20th floor, you thought the admins weren't so bad, didn't you? I put Dung Kang Hyuk into the shadow game so you could make it this far. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through? You should. Jadoo couldn't take it anymore. He reached out and grabbed the man's face, grinding out each word with clarity. Shut your mouth. No matter what happens, the answer will always be no. With that, Jadoo put all his strength into a direct strike to the admin's head. The fake body quickly developed holes where the magic hit. The man's whole body fell backward limply. He recalled his previous attacks and calculated silently. With the amount of mana I have now, no matter how I attack, it won't affect the admin's real body. I need to think of a better plan. Seeing the man remain motionless for a while, Jadoo impatiently prompted him, That's enough. Get up. As if obeying, the man immediately stood up, but abruptly appeared behind him and grabbed the poise. You behaved quite well when you first arrived, but because you didn't want anyone to become your weakness, you became cold to all your relationships. Jadoo whipped around in shock. When did he get behind me? The scattered pieces of the body were slowly being regenerated by the admin. He wore an innocent face as he smiled and spoke. There's a saying that the more you see someone, the more you grow to love them. The admin held up one of the poise. You love something too, don't you? A flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes, but knowing what he had to do, he opened his mouth and spoke cruelly. Enough of that. I only use them for survival. Hearing this, the man hugged all the poise and sneered. Really? Thank you for freeing me from my guilt. With that, the admin snapped his fingers. His head transformed into a giant mouth, like a bottomless pit. At this point, he could no longer stay calm, screaming in terror. Stop! His legs had unconsciously started running forward. Seeing a little poi about to be devoured by that mouth, Jadoo could only scream internally. No, don't do it! The moment the admin was about to enjoy his meal, the light returned to its eyes, and a loud explosion was heard. He stopped abruptly, staring straight ahead, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The poi's sharp teeth had sunk deep into the old man's flesh. Not only that, but the fur on their bodies grew long, holding the admin's mouth open. Laha, Khun, and Baron were all struggling to hold the man back with their tiny bodies. The admin exclaimed in shock, The souls of the world tree? Impossible. His crazed eyes darted around. How did you escape my control? You think that power has any effect on me? Giving up and accepting my offer is the best option for both of us. He quickly cut in. Admin, if you wanted to get my attention, you've succeeded. I'll give you that. I hate you. As he spoke, Jadoo raised the gloved hand, channeling more and more energy into it. A blinding explosion erupted, sending rubble flying everywhere as the destructive force spread violently. After that jump, Jae-do landed lightly. He placed a hand on his left chest in surprise. The solar mana was no longer resisting as fiercely as before. Even when it touched his heart, it only felt like it was supporting him. If one could see through Jae-do, they would realize that his heart was absorbing the mana to reinforce his energy. Jae-do looked at the magic gauntlet, thinking to himself, if I can maintain this state, I can definitely do it. Suddenly, a black shadow shot past, pulling his mind back to the real battle. The admin laughed smugly. Listen here, you little human brat. He looked up to see the man blocking out the sun, declaring loudly, it would be boring if you died, but I won't be going easy on you anymore. Jae-do answered firmly, do whatever you want. However, he had already taken a defensive stance to prepare for the next move, his mind in turmoil. Damn it, he's persistent as hell. If this keeps dragging on, I'll be at a disadvantage. Hearing that, the admin was surprisingly stunned. Then he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. That's enough for today. I have things to do. See you later. Jae-do was bewildered, having no idea what scheme the admin was planning now. But the man only left him with one sentence. If you're still alive to see me, and then disappeared. After confirming the admin had truly left, Jae-do finally allowed himself to relax. Exhaustion was clearly visible on his face. I'm alive. He just staggered like that and then collapsed to the ground. Not long after, the system also returned to its normal state and began broadcasting. The time remaining until the next trial is 5 days and 11 hours. The viewers all flooded in with curiosity and worry. Kim Jae-do, I trusted you. I thought something had happened. Jae-do, are you okay? When you called that pigeon admin, I thought you'd gone crazy. Jae-do just reassured everyone with a short sentence. I'm fine, but they still didn't believe him and questioned him continuously. Then why are you still sprawled out on the bed like that? Hurry and explain it to us. Stop rushing him. He's going to end the broadcast again. Seeing that he was being asked too many questions, Jae-do felt it wouldn't be right not to answer, and an idea came to him. Maybe I should go to another floor and then broadcast. In the end, he abandoned that plan and just made up a reason. The broadcast connection was so bad that it ended automatically. I was just resting while waiting for it to be restored. Just then, Palaham walked in with a smile. You're quite the artist when it comes to lying, aren't you? Jae-do looked at him helplessly. You're really something, sir. Palaham observed him for a moment and then burst out laughing. I was so worried about you, but seeing you so full of energy, I'm relieved. When you fell to the ground, even your spirits closed their eyes. The viewers now took notice. The poise looked smaller. Are they okay? What on earth happened? He looked at Jae-do and added, Karen came to visit you. He said you're fine, but for some unknown reason, it's best to just observe you for a while. Jae-do nodded while putting on his jacket. I understand. He began to analyze everything again. Based on the situation, it was definitely part of the admin's influence. He stopped time around us, and for the poise, it must be a side effect from them trying to protect me. Jae-do opened his backpack to put the sleeping poise inside, preparing to depart. Sir Palaham, thank you, but I have to go now. The man was a little curious. Where are you going? He put on his backpack and gave an obvious smile. An adventurer has to go on adventures, right? A plan had already formed in Jae-do's mind. I have to climb the tower, the 25th floor, the Asat region where the world tree is broken. That's the only place I can find out about the poise condition. Although I'm really worried about how the admin might have adjusted the difficulty of the trials. The admin's warning, I won't be going easy on you anymore, reappeared, strengthening his resolve. If he blocks my path, I'll just overcome it. The viewers suddenly voiced their opinions. Kim Jae-do, are you being a bit too hasty? Someone else agreed. I think so too. Jae-do was a little confused. What? They took turns listing their concerns. You still haven't checked the rewards for the 18th and 19th floors, and you still haven't named your gauntlet. Remember now? You forgot too many things. Only then did Jae-do realize he'd completely forgotten. He could only poke his fingers together awkwardly. Sir Palaham, I'm sorry. But the man just laughed it off. Stay as long as you like. I'll be busy, so I won't be home anyway. Jae-do bowed sincerely. Thank you, sir. Palaham didn't linger and left the room right away. No need to thank me. I'm off. Jae-do began to think about the name. The name of the gauntlet? Goddess of Victory. Enyon. I wish to receive your protection. This will be the gauntlet's name. Seeing that he finally gave it a name, everyone was excited. Enyon. Kim Jae-do must really like the names of gods. You should have named it something basic like Pop MK2. You're the Poise's mother after all. Jae-do quickly moved to the next step. Name's done. Now to check the rewards. After pressing confirm, the new rewards were in his bag. The reward for the 18th floor was 2,000 coins and the heavy metal electric magic skill book. The reward for the 19th floor was the same amount of coins and a rare grade Temple of the Holy Knight wrist guard. The others looked it over and commented, that's a nice set series. It's worth at least 3,000 coins. This provides pretty good protection, and it has an anti-demon attribute, which is quite expensive on the 20th floor. Jae-do now asked with a fed-up tone, satisfied now? I'm leaving. But the comments still tried to hold him back. Wait, sweetie, you forgot the most important thing, the special reward. Jae-do fell silent. truly annoyed. Since I was number 1 in the Hall of Fame on the 18th floor, I was going to check it anyway. I received a special reward. The notification board appeared. Hall of Fame, first place, Kim Jae-joo. Second place, Supreme Mage Siu. Third place, Tolna. After a moment of hesitation, he just closed his eyes and accepted the special reward. A mysterious gift box tied with a golden ribbon suddenly appeared. The online viewers went wild. This is the special reward? That bastard admin. He's so biased. Wait a minute. Jae-do walked over and opened the lid of the box. This time's reward is the Ruler of Shadows, Necklace of Shaknin, Hero Grade. The Necklace of Shaknin, the supreme ruler of the Western Desert region. It contains the power to lead his army. Its ability allows the user to create a shadow clone that lasts for 10 seconds and can mimic 10% of the original body's abilities. Everyone was stunned by the necklace's terrifying power. What? Why is a hero-grade item that should only appear on the 30th floor showing up here? But he's already wearing the Lotanso. Is that even allowed? No, it's definitely not allowed. His head will probably explode. Seriously, even for Kim Jae-joo, using both at the same time is too much. He picked up the necklace, examining it for a moment before pondering. Everyone is saying that wearing it now would be too much. The Necklace of Shaknin is definitely a good item, but it can't be combined with the Lotanso. Wearing the Lotanso while simultaneously controlling a shadow clone is like one person with 8 arms doing different actions. I need time. Having thought this, Jae-do announced. Now I really have to go. The comments agreed. They urged him on. Go, go, go. Hurry up and save the poise. However, there were still a few dissenting comments. Does anyone really think the poise are going to die? But Jiu, did nothing really happen to you and the poise while you stopped the broadcast? Did those bastards bother you again? I'll teach them a lesson. Noticing the viewer's concern, he didn't know what to do other than reply. I'm really fine. As dusk began to fall, the village sank back into its usual tranquility. Jae-do was still walking with faith and the will to save the little poise. Suddenly realizing something, his footsteps came to a halt. Jae-do turned and spoke. Show yourselves. Many people hadn't noticed anything and just left question marks. A few others were quite expectant. He's doing suspicious things again. He paid no mind to the comments and secretly glanced behind him. As expected, a suspicious group of men and women suddenly appeared behind Jae-do. One of them spoke to confirm, "You're Kim Jae-joo, right?" He wore a mask that covered his face, revealing only a pair of cruel eyes. Junie stepped forward and grabbed Jae-do by the collar, holding a blood-stained knife to his throat. "Let's talk, Kim Jae-joo." He maintained a calm expression and looked up to ask, "Who are you?" The man replied in an icy tone, "None of your business. Come with me now. Thanks to you, there are so many Taruha bastards wandering around that I had to create diversions elsewhere. Do you have any idea how many people I had to send in just to draw their attention away?" Just then, Ju noticed a red stain on Junkie's knife. Is that blood? I was wondering why the streets were so quiet. So this is why Sir Palaham has been so busy? The thought alone made him growl in anger. What if I refuse? The words of the Hypocrite Guild's master echoed clearly in Junkie's mind. Capture the player Kim Jae-joo on the 20th floor. He's not to be underestimated, so don't let your guard down. Still, Junkie let out a contemptuous scoff. But he's still just a weakling who barely made it to the 20th floor. He then skillfully twirled his knife. So arrogant. Guess you have to learn things the hard way, huh? Just as Junkie moved to strike, Ju launched a swift attack, catching him off guard and knocking the knife from his hand. It was followed by a sharp uppercut to Junkie's chin. He fell to the ground, terrified. Ju's entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent as he commanded in an icy voice, "Get lost." Junkie was utterly horrified. What? How can some rookie on the 20th floor have an aura like this? Still, he couldn't abandon his mission. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Shield bearers, move up!" Ju said nothing, just stared silently at Junkie. He turned back and warned, "This is your last chance. Get on your knees. Now." These guys have all reached the 29th floor. But when he saw the scene behind him, Junkie's entire body went rigid, his eyes widening in horror. Every single one of his subordinates was lying unconscious on the ground. Junkie couldn't believe it. Since when? Before he could even process it, he was enveloped by a black aura. Ju repeated himself, "This is my final warning." He uttered a single, cold, and authoritative word, "Scram." Junkie raised his hand behind his back to give a signal, thinking to himself, "He must be strong if the guildmaster warned me. But I can still kill him." Receiving the order, a swarm of hidden assassins emerged, surrounding Ju. They charged down, shouting, "Kill him!" Ju simply gave them a silent, ice-cold glare. A second later, a massive explosion erupted where Ju was standing, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Junkie smirked. "You should have just come with me quietly, you fool." Suddenly, he remembered the words of the Hypocrite Guild's master, "Capture Kim Jae-joo and bring him here." Junkie immediately panicked. "Damn it! I was supposed to capture him, but I got too angry. What am I going to do now?" Just then, a head suddenly rolled to a stop at Junki's feet. He looked down in surprise at the severed head. When he recognized the face of one of the assassins, a cold chill ran down his spine. Through the hazy dust, a hand holding a blood-drenched axe came into view. Ju stood unscathed amidst the rubble. His nonchalant voice rang out. "Go tell your master I'll be sure to return this favor." Terrified, he turned and fled. Seeing Junki run for his life like a coward, the spectators couldn't help but start chattering. "Who is that bastard? They're the ones who hurt Poi, right? Ju! Wait, I just remembered I have something to do." "You too?" "Me too," Ju sighed wearily. "Let's just hurry and move on to the 21st floor." Meanwhile, in the Hypocrite Guild's council room on the 70th floor, Jinsu was sitting alone, reviewing documents. A second later, Soha angrily slammed the door open, shouting, "Han Jinsu!" She stormed in, screaming furiously and unleashing a torrent of profanities. Finally, Soha gritted her teeth and stared him down. She slammed her hand on the table with enough force to crack it, right in front of Jinsu, of course. He just stood up quietly without saying a word. Seeing Jinsu remain stubbornly silent, Soha let out an angry smirk. He sighed and spoke up. "I thought you preferred certainty. There's no need to get this worked up." She immediately shot back. "And why shouldn't I be worked up? I heard most of the guild members sent are dead." Jinsu gave Soha a cold glance. "But now we have a lead," she asked doubtfully. "Really?" He gave a short reply. Kim Jae-joo said, "He said he'll be sure to return this favor." "He's only just reached the 20th floor, Soha mused. "And yet he knows about a guild on the 70th floor, and his power is unbelievable." Jinsu offered his theory. "I think he has a sponsor from at least the 50th floor. Soha concluded with a grim smile. What's certain is that making a move on him will be extremely difficult. She knew better than anyone that unlike the lower floors, where communication was blocked in 10-floor intervals, users from the 50th floor and up could move freely all the way to the 100th floor. The reason for the narrow communication range on the lower floors was to protect high-level users from unbalancing the floors below 50. He laid out his plan, but I think we should still keep a close watch on him until he reaches the 50th floor. Just then, someone burst in, startling both Soha and Jinsu, who whipped around. The door flew open and a panicked voice cried out, "Leaders, we have a situation." Heejin was too flustered to speak clearly. On the 50th floor. Just hearing that made Soha and Jinsu's faces fill with shock. She rushed over and asked, "Heejin, what is it?" She struggled to catch her breath as she explained, "There's been an attack on the 50th floor. 2 drug gangs connected to the guild have been wiped out, and 3 infrastructure construction sites have completely collapsed." Jinsu, now calm, pressed for details. "Was it the same person as last time?" Heejin denied it, flustered. "No." They covered their faces with cloaks, but the voice was a woman's. Soha, anxious for more clues, asked, "Did they leave a message?" She hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to speak. "Yes." The message was, "If you try anything funny, I'll kill you." At the same time, in Taruha, the quiet night was suddenly broken by small commotions. Soldiers stood guard seriously at a teleportation gate. Someone saw them and wondered, "What the hell is going on?" A helpful person explained, "From what I've seen, all the members from the major guilds are being arrested." The man said worriedly, "We can't stay here. We should hurry to the 30th floor. Everyone coming out is being arrested, and no one is allowed in." The girl agreed. "Do you have an ID card?" "I don't have the money, so I was planning on getting it later." Ju, having appeared silently, heard the entire conversation. He began to process the information he'd gathered, thanks to the mess the Hypocrite Guild members had created. "The atmosphere here is terrible. How many Taruha people have they harmed just to catch me? And now they want to pick a fight instead of trying to reconcile. If they're going to treat me as an enemy, then I won't hold back anymore." Hypocrite. I've hated that bunch for a long time. Seeing Ju grit his teeth in anger, everyone commented nervously. "Look at Kim Ju's killing intent. He's furious." Of course, even I'm angry, and I'm just watching. He only wanted to check on Poi's condition. Why did they have to start a fight? He quickly walked up and tapped a guard on the shoulder. "I'm using the gate." The 2 passers-by from earlier were terrified. "Look at that guy. Can't he feel the tension in the air? He's insane. He's gonna get his ass kicked." The guard glanced over coldly. "What?" Ju silently pulled down his hood, revealing his face, and asked, "Do you need to see my ID card?" The gate guard's eyes went wide in shock. The other guards hurriedly shouted in unison, "Greetings, La Chanta. Greetings, La Chanta. Please use the gate, sir," he said, embarrassed. "Thanks, but next time you don't need to shout like that." The commentators teased. "La Chanta has appeared!" Look at the faces of the people around him. Ju walked forward with his chest puffed out. He quickly touched the teleportation gate. A system notification appeared. The current number of selectable floors is 21. The 21st floor has been selected. Do you wish to enter? Player Ju has selected yes. He closed his eyes and stepped into the gate as the system's voice continued to drone on. The trial on the 21st floor will begin shortly. You know yourself well. Now may be the time for you to find the answer. When he opened his eyes, Ju found himself in an endless space, with water up to his ankles. He was startled to realize the content of the trial was the same as before, and the live stream room was as lively as ever. It's been a while. If the difficulty is high, he'll need 100% awareness of his physical abilities, right? That's right. The black smoke suddenly morphed into a platinum-haired version of Ju. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. Is it really the same as before? The viewers seemed familiar with it too. It quickly activated and walked towards Ju. To his surprise, the clone smiled and said, "Hello." That made him stare, wide-eyed in shock. The viewers seemed just as astonished. "Oh, holy shit, I just spilled my Coke. What the hell? Why can that thing talk?" It assumed a polite posture and extended its hand. Model. Why the surprised look? The comments are flooding in. What's this? Kim Jae-joo is collecting question marks again. But can that thing talk? No, it's high difficulty, but I've never seen this before. He gave a sinister smile. Are you shy? It's like looking in a mirror, isn't it? He frowned and yelled, "We're gonna fight anyway, so cut the crap." Jae-yoo's copy scoffed. How crude. Why are you such a phony? Kim Jae-joo, let me ask you something. Even if the Earth were about to disappear, would you leave this place? He looked baffled. What are you talking about? Even the comments are confused. We don't get it at all. Hey, he's talking way too much. Isn't this a bug? Why can a robot talk? He gestured dramatically, explaining, a great entity said that the Earth will vanish and only the tower can save us. The copy's eyes sparkled as he praised. See how divine that is? Jae-yoo looked at him, getting goosebumps. What the hell are you doing with my face? He sighed and uttered one word, bullshit. Hearing that, the copy's whole body froze. His eyes turned red with anger, though they were already red to begin with. Without another word, the copy charged straight at Jae-yoo with a punch. He roared as if his faith had been attacked. What? How dare a thing like you say that? Jae-yoo gave him a cold glance but didn't say a word. Seeing this, the copy pressed on, launching a continuous barrage of attacks. Jae-yoo finally fought back a little. He looked at the entity before him and thought to himself, the power of a high difficulty level, this is surprisingly strong. The viewers were understandably shocked. The hand Jae-yoo was using to hold his weapon was slowly melting. He told himself, time to finish this guy, and charged forward with his weapon. Seeing this, the copy laughed mockingly. I don't even have a weapon in my hands. He used his strength to leap onto the handle of Jae-yoo's axe. The copy questioned angrily, are you bullying me? Jae-yoo was horrified when he vanished in the blink of an eye. A second later, the copy was standing behind Jae-yoo and delivered his verdict. You will definitely die today. My intuition tells me so. How pathetic. I'm not even using any items. He remained unfazed, silently observing the copy. The comments were already in an uproar. What the hell? Does he want to fight? Is he crazy? Why would he do that? I think this is a real person. He gave a cold laugh and admitted it himself. I know I'm just a copy. I'm just an imposter. But the one who created me said. The copy intentionally spoke vaguely to arouse curiosity. If I kill you, I can become real. A flame suddenly appeared from his clothes as the copy roared maniacally. So, Kim Jae-joo, die. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack at him. Two powerful auras quickly collided. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became, as if he couldn't wait to skewer Jae-yoo on the spot. The copy laughed loudly, taunting, you'll never beat me if you only defend. Looking at the moves that had nearly taken his life, he no longer had any doubt. An imposter that can use items. I've never heard of such a thing. This means the admin is messing with me. The more discerning viewers in the livestream chat began to realize something was wrong. They were still outraged and wanted to demand justice for Jae-yoo. What the hell is going on? That damn admin is pulling tricks again. This is so annoying. Someone should beat up the admin. He was backing away to organize his thoughts. But it seems like he can't use all the items. He's just mimicking what he's seen me use. Just then, a wave of water surged up like a tsunami, threatening to swallow Jae-yoo. He stood there, stunned. What is that? It looks really dangerous. A stream of red magic took the opportunity to rush him. Jae-yoo reacted quickly, swinging his axe to defend. Looking at the things that were cut and fell around him, Jae-yoo couldn't help but feel suspicious. Scraps of cloth. So that last attack was from his coat. He moved underwater and then ambushed me from behind. But I'm sure of it. The copy appeared, laughing heartily. Why are you so surprised? This is simple. Can't you do it? Or maybe you should just surrender. As he said this, his tone suddenly changed in surprise. Wait. That's cheating. He held up his gauntlet and smirked. Not at all. Didn't your great one give you this? The deductions in Jae-yoo's mind began to connect logically. It's true. The imposter is only copying what I use. But just like me, once the imposter gets familiar with the items, he'll figure out new ways to use them. In other words, the longer this drags on, the harder he'll be to fight. So, I need to deal with him quickly before he learns any new tricks. I can't get a steady footing since there's nothing to grab onto on the ground. A long time had passed. He started to feel restless. The announcement hadn't appeared, and the mana burst hadn't spread yet. He's still there. There's no way he'll regenerate like the administrator, right? Now times would be cheating. Suddenly, The copy's voice rang out. You rely too much on your items. Red magic swiftly slashed across Jae-yoo's neck. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. The scene shattered into pieces. It turned out to be a vision of the future that Jae-yoo had seen. He had correctly predicted the timing of his approach. Because he had seen the future, Jae-yoo easily nullified the attack. He raised his hand, wanting to focus energy into the Enyan gauntlet, but no light flashed. Jae-yoo thought in frustration, damn it, my mana. The copy suddenly moved closer to him. You're pretty good. My head feels like it's about to explode. Even though I only used my coat, you look exhausted. He raised his hand and gripped Jae-yoo's neck tightly, a triumphant smile on his face. You're out of mana. I will become a greater Kim Jae-joo than you, so just give up already. While he was reveling in his joy, the corner of Jae-yoo's mouth suddenly curled up. The copy's eyes widened in shock as he stared straight ahead. A brilliant flame erupted in an instant. He stood motionless for a moment. A second later, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he asked in pain, were you pretending? A large hole had been pierced through the copy's body by Enyan. Jae-yoo smiled and explained, I never said I was out of mana. You're the one who assumed that, right? And I don't rely on items. I'm just fighting with everything I've got. Energy once again gathered and aimed straight at the copy's face. A loud explosion echoed through the space. The slime that made up his body splattered everywhere. The system announced right on time, you have completed the trial. The gate to the 22nd floor will now open. The gate to the 20th floor will now open. His whole body had lost its strength. Exhausted, Jae-yoo collapsed into the water. Meanwhile, on the 70th floor, in the central park of the city created by Hypocrite, a flock of pigeons was busy eating food scattered on the ground. A bald old man was enjoying the peaceful moment when someone suddenly appeared to report a strange player on the 20th floor. Jinwoo, annoyed, covered his nose with a handkerchief before speaking. He's got a backer so powerful he dares to threaten me. Do you have any idea who it is? The old man nodded nonchalantly. Ah, of course I do. Jinwoo forced a smile and offered his own guess. It might be the one who helped him. The man didn't seem to care, shaking the bag of feed in his hand as he replied dismissively. For some reason, this sent Jinwoo into a rage. That's not what you said before. You said you'd give us absolute control. The old man cut him off with a tisk. Kid, what do you think when you see an ant walk by? Jinwoo just stared at the old man, completely confused. The old man waited for an answer. Jinwoo could only stammer out a response. I don't think anything at all. The old man replied, exactly. Jinwoo was still skeptical. Is that how the admin thinks too? The old man regretfully shook the empty paper bag and sighed. I'm out of feed, and there is no one else but the admin. Jinwoo felt that the admin was a difficult being to talk to. He was always like this. The admin's one-sided way of speaking always annoyed him, but since the old man usually agreed to his requests without much fuss, it wasn't too much of a bother. Jinwoo's hands trembled as he clenched his fists. He knew exactly what the old man was implying, that to the admin, he was nothing more than a passing ant. With that thought, he turned away decisively. Fine. You obviously don't care. I'll handle things myself. The admin just gave him a sinister smile. Do whatever you want. Jinwoo was about to leave when he remembered something and stopped. He turned back to say something about the player on the 20th floor, but before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted behind him. The startled pigeons scattered in every direction as a girl, wreathed in flames, approached with a grin on her face. How perfect! The two people I hate most are in the same place. She was Lee Charon, a player shrouded in mystery. Jinwoo was immediately on guard. Who are you? He thought to himself, I have countless guild members stationed everywhere. For her to get past all of them means she's no ordinary player. Lee Charon suddenly let her flames erupt even more fiercely. Me? I'm the catastrophe that's about to happen. I just came here to blow off some steam, but to think a sewer rat who's always hiding is here too. The admin remained silent, just watching. Jinwoo was already sweating profusely from the heat. Phoenix magic. Even from this distance, it's hard to breathe. I need to block it with my mana. Now. He quickly formed a shield. She just smirked. A jet of fire shot toward Jinwoo's shield like an arrow. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Stunned, he gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. Lee Charon laughed and snapped her fingers. So, it looks like you didn't get your high rank in Hypocrite by pure luck after all. An even larger flame erupted violently. Elsewhere, a system voice was mechanically announcing player numbers. 4860, 4875, 4890, 4891, 4893. A total of 3 players have entered. The party is now full. This is the center of the magic tower, fending off mana beasts approaching from all directions. Hearing this, the other players jumped for joy. Finally, someone's here. We thought we were going to starve. Welcome. The system announced, the 22nd floor trial will now begin. The trial's difficulty will be scaled to the group's remaining time of 30 minutes. Jinwoo offered a reluctant smile in return. The viewers in his stream chat seemed surprised. What's going on? Why is everyone so happy to see Kim Jinwoo? Maybe it's because of the 20th floor? Jinu could sympathize with them. Since no one had come up from the 20th floor, they hadn't been able to start the trial. They must have been waiting for a long time to be this excited. A scarred hand suddenly extended toward him. Hey, what's your name? The man introduced himself. I'm Haboon. He shook the offered hand and smiled. I'm Kim Jae-joo. I'm a student of magic engineering. That's a tough one. The man sounded impressed. Magic engineering? That's really difficult. But you must be skilled. Can you provide support for us? Kim Jae-joo nodded. All right. The viewers began to discuss. Hey, is that other guy strong? He looks like a knight, but he's got a scar on his eye. Yeah, and it can't even be healed by rebirth. Maybe he makes up for it with skills he learned at Taruha instead. They had no idea that the two men had just been locked in an arm wrestling match so intense their arms nearly broke. A moment later, Habun shouted, All right, everyone, listen up. We're low on food, and it's a miracle we've lasted this long. We don't have much time left, so I'll keep this brief. Each team will be responsible for one path, but if even one path is breached, everything collapses. So if you feel you're in danger, call for support immediately. Kim Jae-joo, the newcomer, will join Group 3 with Lion. He didn't object, silently assessing the viability of the strategy. To deal with the mana beasts on 4 paths, the 20 participants are split into 4 teams of 5. That's the most logical approach. Seeing that everyone agreed, it was clear Haboon was a good leader for this group. He concluded, the total calculated difficulty will be 48. Based on that, the mana beasts appearing will be red-beaked birds and hermit crabs. We've divided the teams based on individual skills, so as long as we're careful, we should be able to stop them. Kim Jae-joo was a bit skeptical. They don't seem worried at all. Will things really go as he predicts? Sion urged impatiently. Hey, Kim Jae-joo, hurry up and get over here. He silently reminded himself to stay on guard. The admin had warned him not to let his guard down. He's definitely prepared some kind of unpredictable variable, just like that imposter on the 21st floor. And indeed, beyond the gate ahead, hundreds of monsters lay in ambush, just waiting for their prey. A moment later, the system announced again. 6 minutes remaining. Sion asked curiously, You're a magic engineer? So you've got weapon enhancement and mana amplification tools ready, right? He answered while rummaging through his bag. No, I learned through combat linking. But don't worry, I'll pull my weight. She gritted her teeth, full of doubt. What? But you're a magic engineer, Sion criticized him angrily. This is ridiculous. Do you think we're here to play games? Someone else quickly intervened. Stop it. He said he'd handle his part. The viewers were constantly expressing their displeasure. Are they seriously looking down on Kim Jae-joo? On the lower floors, players don't really understand much about magic engineering. After you unlock the 50th floor, they're called technicians. 2 mages and 2 knights? That's a balanced party composition. Jae-joo nervously gripped his gauntlet. I hope I'm just overthinking this. I really hope I don't have to use this. The system began the countdown. 10 seconds remaining. 0 seconds remaining. The trial has begun. Seeing the seal gradually fade, the group grew excited. It's opening. Everyone to your positions. They stepped quietly into the dark cave. The only light came from a brilliantly glowing staff, its blue radiance illuminating the small space. Jae-joo had a question. Red-beaked birds and hermit crabs, right? Someone replied, yeah. And luminescent screech owls with glowing feathers. They light up the path. The hermit crabs are super slow, so we should be able to get them. High above in the cave, several creatures that looked like giant centipedes were hovering. Sion called out to the group, Hey, they're coming. Get into position. The shield bearer looked confused. But do they normally make that kind of sound? The viewers speculated, this has to be the admin's doing. Why would that show up here? A giant insect suddenly dropped down, terrifying the group. What is that? Others in the stream chat commented, well, they have Kim Jae-joo there to stop it. But what about the other teams? At times like this, you just use Phoenix magic and be done with it. Who even learns that stuff? It's a mana sink and so inefficient, but its power is something else, for sure. A glob of green slime shot out of nowhere and snatched Sion's weapon. It instantly snapped the staff in half, drooling as it devoured the pieces. She trembled in fear. No way, my staff is supposed to be indestructible. Someone rushed to her side. Hey, get up. The viewers are saying we're not high enough level for this. We have to run. Sion screamed in terror. What are they doing? From the ceiling of the cave, swarms of similar insects appeared, aiming and spitting globs of slime down at them. A girl on the team raised her shield to block, shouting a warning to the others. Watch out! She watched in horror as her shield began to melt. At that moment, she realized what it was. It's acid, everyone, be careful. Sion's spirit immediately sank. What? How are we supposed to fight this? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, how long could a magic barrier hold out? No, it's better to request support from the other groups. Just then, Ji-Yu's firm voice cut through. This is dangerous. Everyone, get behind me, Sion said, confused. What? Before she could react, he shot forward like the wind and closed in on the insect. The magic Ji-yu unleashed enveloped him. Ji-yu's eyes seemed to glint in the darkness. He swiftly released an overwhelming pressure, annihilating all of them. The insect corpses fell to the ground. Someone exclaimed in shock. Did you see that guy? Sion was also stunned. Just how many did he take down? A moment later, Ji-yu landed and turned to walk towards them. They both stood there dumbfounded, watching to see what he would do. Ji-yu simply focused his energy and said one word, sorry. A massive explosion devastated the entire area. Ji-yu stared in bewilderment at the scene before him when a voice stopped him. Stop. The admin, standing between the two, spoke up. Sharon, that's enough. Then the old man left, saying he'd see them later, but it was clear to him that the guy wanted him gone. In front of these two, I'm just a dog putting on a show. To make it worse, she laughed out loud, mocking him. You're lucky. If it were just you, you'd have been cooked by now. Jin didn't argue further and coldly turned his back. I'm leaving. Now Charon started to scrutinize the admin. What's gotten into you lately? The old man deliberately dodged the question. What do you mean? She got straight to the point. Stop pretending. You know Ji-yu, don't you? But the admin denied it. I'm not pretending. The mention of his name made Charon flustered. Well then, my Ji-yu. I mean, that Ji-yu. Has he ever entered this tower before? And the old man confirmed he hadn't. She continued to question him. Have you ever provided him with information? The admin replied again. Never. This made Charon wonder. Then why? A question had always been burning in her mind. Why are you treating him so differently from the other players? This time, the old man answered honestly. Because I've found it. The admin's smile was demonic. An existence that can fix my broken toy. Even so, Charon was still skeptical. Stop spewing nonsense. He's only on the 20th floor. The old man corrected her. Not only. He's already times there. This new information startled her again. Impossible. His speed of climbing the tower is astonishing, and I've never seen the admin look so creepily enthusiastic before. Finally, Charon wanted to confirm. So, that means you're not planning to kill him, right? Good. I'm leaving then. The old man then revealed, I already have all the information. What he thinks? How he acts. The admin's words made her freeze in her tracks. Charon turned back, puzzled. What was that? But if you act on your own, the key worlds will be destroyed. Now she understood. That's why the old man wanted a replacement. He said as much when he offered me the admin position. The one who cleared all 100 floors of the tower. It sounds glamorous, but I found it to be a huge pain, so I refused. But since he said he would destroy Earth, I decided to stay in the tower. While on the topic, the old man revealed even more new information. I'm about to create another tower. I just need to do a little more research. But whether he goes to hell or fulfills his role doesn't matter at all. Charon just scoffed judgmentally. Heartless, aren't you? The admin's voice began to change. I can receive such criticism anytime. Soon, he vanished. Because the only thing left for me is the challenge of completing a ruined world. Another explosion went off somewhere. The screams of people echoed through the space, and a girl shrieked in pain. Sion trembled at her own pathetic state. My hair! Her teammate behind her immediately asked Hansen, Are you okay? His face was pale as he recalled what had just happened. I was shocked when he suddenly fired a mana blast, but if it weren't for him, we'd all be dead. The scene was now more chaotic than ever. Anonymous messages kept popping up. That shot was so satisfying. How can someone from the 20th floor do something like that? Don't look down on magic engineering anymore. Should I learn it? I want to too. Right now, Ji-yu was running at full speed. The commentators made their guesses. I thought you were playing Jibanori. For real. And they had faith. Ji-yu's handling them, so no worries. In this situation, he reasoned, there's not enough time to wait for it to recharge, so I'll just replace it with a new bloodstone. After that, Ji-yu moved on to another team. He pushed himself to hurry. The other teams were also struggling badly. It's lucky that I can defeat them with just the mana from the bloodstones. Ahead of Ji-yu, a beam of light shone into the cave. The girl struggled as a monster grabbed my leg. Now, all she could do was cry out helplessly. Help! Baekhyun bravely commanded. Everyone, get behind me! He focused, calculating. Why is there a monster like this on the 22nd floor? At this rate, we'll be annihilated in no time. What should I do? Should I abandon my guild members and run? Just then, there was a sound behind Baekhyun. Because of it, he urgently warned, Don't move. I already told you it was dangerous. The voice suggested that Baekhyun step back. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned to look. Ji-yu, what are you doing here? When asked, Ji-yu explained, I came to help everyone. Baekhyun was taken aback by this. What? A few comments popped up, discussing it. Weren't there 50 people on each route? One person must have been hidden. Even so, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Did you run away because Team 3 was wiped out? Someone's blood just splattered behind Baekhyun. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Ji-yu had already joined the fray. On top of that, he asked, Do you have any potions? Heal the injured. Those who are healthy, go fight and support the other teams. The girl nearby replied, I understand. And so, they helped the injured inside together. He was still standing there, frozen to the spot in a daze. I didn't even see him move. Is magic engineering really that strong? Or was it just... Baekhyun posed a question. That Ji-woo is just that strong. The notification panel appeared. You have completed the trial. The gate to the 23rd floor will open. The gate to the 20th floor will open. 2 torches were lit in front of the gate, illuminating the area. The victims from before were now being bandaged. My hand. My eye. I can't see anything. Bring more potions over here. He was still baffled. Why was there a monster like that? Baekhyun couldn't help but exclaim. This is horrible. Everyone is in the same condition. While we were desperately fighting the same type of monster on each route, you showed up and easily defeated them. Of course, there were people who couldn't be saved because Ji-woo arrived late, but thanks to you, so many survived. Suddenly, he called out Ji-woo's name. Then Baekhyun bowed his head to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives. Seeing this formal gesture, Ji-woo quickly waved his hand dismissively. No, I was doing it for myself too, so there's no need to thank me. But there was something only he knew. If it weren't for me, the difficulty wouldn't have increased so much. A comment popped up. See how great Ji-woo is now? Lashanta is the best, he affirmed cheerfully. I know that Ji-woo is just a nickname. If you need help in the future, I will definitely give it my all. A commentator popped up. Laugh my ass off. Holy shit. Baekhyun said his farewells. Everyone's been treated. I'm heading out. He replied, yes, I'll rest a little more before leaving. A girl was still affected by the monster from earlier. My head. Ji-woo quietly sat down in a corner. Then as usual, he just checked his rewards. A large gift box was dropped in front of Ji-woo. He immediately opened it to have a look. The system indicated a bag of 5,000 coins. Ji-woo couldn't help but wonder, is there anything else inside? He silently looked at the other item inside a box. Ji-woo dubiously opened the box. Will it be a bloodstone or a mana stone? His eyes stared intently inside, waiting. A moment later, the system announced, Ring of Saknin, the Dark Lord, hero grade. The Ring of Saknin, who reigns supreme over the western desert region. It contains the power to lead his army and the ability to use Gloomy Night once a day. The comments section exploded because of it. It's hero grade. Is this thing trash? Yeah, it's pretty useless, and it consumes a ton of mana too. Its only effect is to make the surrounding area dark. Ji-woo was overjoyed. He picked up the ring. Gloomy Night. I can't believe I got it here. This is an unpopular item. Many people even think it's useless. At first, I wanted to understand it, so I summoned one of its forms and tested it in a dark space. The result? It was completely useless. But that was only because I hadn't figured out its real effect. The Russian assassin, Areni, was the only one who discovered this item's true value. I still clearly remember how she used the Gloomy Night to devour others. Just like my entity demonstrated on the 21st floor, you can use a shadow like a tidal wave to wipe out your enemies. Seeing Jae-doo's expression, the commentator was confused. Why does he look so lost in thought? Jae-doo, are you thinking of using that thing? Jae-doo figured that if he could use it, it would definitely be useful in the future. Then he spoke, I'm still thinking. The commentators immediately suggested he either use the Cloak of Lotanso or sell it. His face suddenly darkened, and the followers could see that they seemed smaller than they were on the 20th floor. What if they just keep getting smaller and disappear? Jae-doo suddenly recalled that after the battle with the admin on the 20th floor, Poi still hadn't woken up. I need to get to the next floor quickly to check on them. A system notification appeared. Player 4890, Player 4891. A total of 2 players with a high difficulty rating have joined. The required number of players has been met, commencing the 23rd trial. And he knew one thing for sure. In this deathmatch, the battle wouldn't end until only one person was left alive. Just then, Trang-sun was sitting there, happily eating some chicken. Seeing Jae-doo, he spoke up. So, you're here? The comments started popping up. Why is he greeting him like they know each other? What's with his outfit? Is this a mukbang stream or something? Man, now I want some chicken. He wanted to confirm, you know me? And Trang-sun said, of course. The guild said that if we didn't know you, they'd take care of us. From this, Jae-doo could guess the name, Hypocrite. The guy replied, that's right. Trang-sun casually held out the pizza box. Want a slice? I can't eat all this myself, but he immediately refused. No thanks. Suddenly, the man revealed, it's not just 1 or 2 people waiting for you, you know. Lucky for you, I found you first. The comments went wild with confusion. What's he talking about? It seems like a lot of people from Hypocrite are waiting in the deathmatch to meet Jae-doo. Yeah, that's insane. Trang-sun's attitude made him remark, one of us has to die here, yet you seem pretty relaxed. He replied as if it were nothing. Of course. Turns out, Trang-sun had a weapon hidden in his waistband because Jae-doo was the one who was going to hell. He immediately drew his weapon to attack Jae-doo. Meanwhile, he was still shocked by this man's identity, an assassin. Based on Trang-sun's appearance and movements, I'd thought he was a martial artist and let my guard down. The system immediately activated and appeared. It announced that the time remaining until the trial began was 6 minutes. For a moment, Jae-doo was distractedly focused on the system's message. Trang-sun said sinisterly. If it weren't for this pre-match timer, you'd be in hell already. I'm different from kids like you, the kind who just mindlessly level up their skills or rely on items. Angry comments popped up. This bastard is fast. He looks like a character who only uses brute force, but it turns out he's that quick. Guys like that don't know how to defend. Just keep attacking and you'll win. Jae-do. And yet, instead of looking scared, he calmly asked, "What's your name?" This confused Trang-sun. Why would I want to know? Jae-do's words were filled with hidden meaning. I just thought it would be unfair if the person who takes you out didn't know your name. The man was still bewildered. What? An amused comment appeared. That dude must be so pissed. Hey, if you look down on him like that, Trang-sun's going to turn into a real thug. A system notification appeared. Time remaining until the trial begins is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He spat on the ground, then said loud and clear, "Trang-sun, that's my name." Jae-do noticed something about his opponent, a stealth skill. Even when I spread my mana out, I can't see him. Stealth is a low-level assassin skill, one used to deceive an opponent's senses. But a difference in level is another story entirely. In a flash, Trang-sun appeared behind him. Go say hi to the Grim Reaper. Just then, the system updated. Time remaining until the trial begins. 0 seconds. He eagerly raised the weapon in his hand to finish Jae-do. Who sent you to hell? The weapon was already at his neck, but Jae-do showed no sign of resisting. He suddenly spoke up. You have no idea what item I'm using. Instantly, Trang-sun's arm was bound tightly. He looked in confusion at the thing restraining him. How is this possible? Even so, Trang-sun knew one thing for sure. There was no way the kid could have reacted in time. Only then did he look up and see it. It was that cloak. Damn it. The cloak of Lotanso. Trang-sun's previous attitude vanished without a trace. Wait. He was truly shocked. The cloak of Lotanso. No way. Are you using future prediction too? Jae-do just smirked. I take it you know this cloak. Trang-sun struggled, unable to understand how he could have obtained such a high-difficulty item. The followers actually knew. Just use the cloak of Lotanso, and his head will disappear. And our Jae-do did just that. His face was cold as he raised his hammer. Why don't you go tell the Grim Reaper yourself? Trang-sun's eyes widened as he watched the weapon rush toward him. Just a few seconds later, fresh red blood splattered everywhere. That was the moment he left this world. Trang-sun's trembling hand tried to rise, but soon fell motionless to the ground. A few drops of blood remained on Jae-do's face. System notification. You have completed the trial. Suddenly, it vibrated violently and turned red. You have not completed the trial. In the free zone of the 20th floor, American Channel, a knight sternly asked, "Where are your papers?" The person next to him therefore demanded, "Adventurer, get down here right now." Soon held the paper, trembling, his face pale from the aura of these two. It felt like he'd just fallen from heaven straight to hell. He was indignant. Just because I'm an adventurer, the people of Taruha treat me like a criminal. It feels like they want to kill me on the spot. But their attitude changed 180 degrees after seeing the paper with the commander's name and signature on it. Although it was very dangerous because this channel's Leo didn't remember signing any papers. Soon was set free. Have a safe trip. At the magic engineering shop, he looked around, bewildered. This is the place Jae-do told me about. Soon peeked his head in and heard the people inside talking. So the cause of the disturbance on the 20th floor was a Korean player. This made him curious. Who said that? The two people in front of him startled soon. Someone was coming. They were talking about something. All the viewers are saying it. It's reliable info. From the doorway, he guessed it probably wasn't just a rumor. The guy inside responded, "Is that so? Then it must be true." For some reason, the man then actually shouted loudly, "Crit! Hurry up, we're here!" Soon had been waiting to hear that name for a long time. Just then, Crit! Rynan came running out of breath. I'm coming! He recalled the description of the person he was looking for, about 1.8 meters tall, and although he hadn't washed up properly, his hair was dusty, with round glasses and blue eyes. Looks like that's him. Crit told him, "I'll wait out here. Just looking at all that machinery gives me a headache." His friend added, "I don't get why you're so excited. I'll be right back." This confused Soon. That's weird. I heard he's a genius, so why is he being treated with such contempt? Could it be the wrong person? He continued to probe. "So, what's the information you heard?" Rynan replied, "I heard a heal effects appeared on the 22nd floor." Crit suddenly yelled, "What?" He let out a sigh. "Holy crap, this is the first I'm hearing about this." His friend's face had gone pale. "That's why it's so strange. It only appeared on that specific floor and in that specific trial." So Crit guessed, could it be because of the players there? The person next to him added, "It seems like they're trying to keep their identity a secret, but with a little more time, I'm sure I'll find out who it is." From their words, he was certain. They're talking about Jae-do. The two continued their discussion. At least it wasn't a guide. And he revealed a piece of information. Only 5 out of the 50 people who entered the 29th floor survived. His friend in the group felt pity for them. Poor things. Not many people run into that high of a difficulty level. It's a total nightmare. Right at that moment, his system was flickering, reporting that it was complete. Then a large line of text appeared. You have not completed the trial. The followers had no idea what the hell was going on either. Jiu suddenly thought of something, and he instantly returned to a state of high alert, but on the floor below, Trang San was still lying motionless. To his surprise, he watched as the man stood up on his own. The comments popped up in confusion. What is this? What's happening? Is something rising up? Oh my god, this is terrifying. Is he planning to use magic to deal with that thing? Trang San's mouth was hanging open, but Jiu wasn't scared because he knew what it was, so he held his ground and watched him. Because Jiu had recognized the guide, an elite warrior from the magical world summoned after the sacrifice of a human. It's a very rare monster to see on the 20th floor, the comments clamored again. What the hell is that? Why is that thing appearing here? Damn it, is that even possible? He had to seize this chance. The transformation ritual is over. I have to attack now. The Trang San from before had now transformed into the guide. It opened its massive maw, looking just like a monster. A terrifying surge of power erupted from it. Jiu was stunned by the sight before him. A moment later, the stream of power died down. Someone commented, "Holy crap, that looks nasty." Someone suddenly remembered its weak point was its horn. That's right, once you break its horn, it'll be neutralized. The guide instantly shot from its position, bringing its giant hand down in front of Jiu. The ground was hit so hard it shattered. Honestly, he had to admit, even though he blocked the guide's attack, the force was so strong he felt like he was going to be sent flying. Red blood suddenly spewed from Jiu's arm, and this time, he was the one left bewildered. Jiu looked up at its hand. I thought I blocked it correctly. The guide's weak point is its horn. If I can just fire a mana cannon at its horn. He suddenly stood frozen like a statue. Someone commented, an iron hand is clinging to the edge of the wall. He didn't even realize when he'd ended up dangling there, a hair's breadth from death. Jiu let out a sigh of relief, then looked back up. The guide was leaning down towards Jiu, roaring. At this point, he was getting a little tired. Can a guy get a break? But Jiu remembered the guide's weak point. Wait, if I aim for its horn right now, he wondered, can I do it? As he was mulling over the plan, Jiu's face went pale. His backpack had suddenly slipped off. No, only now did he remember something crucial. Jiu panicked. The pop poys are still in there. He watched helplessly as the backpack fell into the deep chasm. No, the pop poys are still inside. My jacket! No, I'll pin my jacket to the wall, then jump down. Before he could even act, the guide roared again, striking somewhere with a painful blow. The wall Jiu had been clinging to was shattered. The guide began to look around for him. A strange light flashed, and Jiu's rope wrapped around its horn. He moved like a lightning flash. In an instant, he had grabbed the backpack and attacked the guide. Jiu ran straight forward, the rope on its horn still pulled taut, and then he dropped to his knees on the floor. Jiu sighed inaudibly. Glad that went according to plan. I jumped while the guide was attacking to get the bag, then used my jacket to grab it and climb up. Now I have to tie the guide up so it can't move anymore, even though I can use the jacket. The rope on its horn was stretching. Moments later, the guide snapped it, but it wouldn't hold for long anyway. His face looked like he had a plan. Jiu was determined now. I'm not getting dragged around by it anymore. The moment the guide struck, he immediately got up and dodged. Then, Jiu focused his calculations. Even if I use the mana cannon to aim for the horn, the guide will just dodge it. The snapped rope was still in the guide's hand. Now he unleashed the gloomy night technique. Instantly, a blue light flared in Jiu's eyes. Not only that, but a great power began to radiate from his hand. The black substance he had just created spread throughout the space, and a moment later, it flowed down onto the ground. The guide was no slouch either, its demonic energy wrapped tightly around a nearby lamppost. The guide sat down, looking around, its head pointing upwards. Upon seeing Jiu, the guide rushed forward. It tried to pounce on him like a ravenous demon. At that moment, Jiu held up the ring on his finger and shined it at the guide. Black tendrils immediately wrapped around and restrained the guide. Only now did he dare to take a deep breath. Okay, but this ring consumes way too much mana. Because of that, Jiu's nose started to bleed. This was his biggest obstacle. It sucks up mana like a sponge. The sensation was giving me an unbearable headache. That's why he kept pushing himself. I have to hurry. He urgently equipped all the weapons he had and launched a massive amount of power at the guide. There's only one chance. Instantly, the entire area exploded. At the same time, in Taruha Square, the free zone of the 20th floor, Lucan commanded in a loud voice, "Drop your weapons and surrender." But the person on the other side calmly replied, "We didn't come here to fight," Saha tried to explain. "We just want a place to rest." Her stance remained unshaken. "I've already told you, I cannot allow an armed group of adventurers into the city. Leave, now." This was unbearable, and she showed her annoyance. But Lucan on the other side didn't back down, meeting Saha's gaze directly. Just then, someone stepped out, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Lucan, you're too uptight." The commander bared his teeth. "There are all kinds of adventurers, you know." Seeing him annoyed her, and she snapped, "Commander, are you trying to embarrass me?" And the commander simply replied, "Of course not." Then he made a bold proposal. "It seems neither side is willing to back down. How about we settle this with a one-on-one duel?" The commander cheerfully asked Saha, "What's your name?" Though a bit confused, she answered, "I am Saha." Lucan immediately shouted, "Nonsense!" He then provoked her. "What, scared?" Her pride on the line, she agreed instantly. "Who said that? All right, a fight it is." The commander asked the other woman for her opinion. "And you?" Given the situation, she felt the same. "I agree." And so, the commander stood between the two, excitedly acting as the referee. Lucan and Saha decided to fight outside. A crowd had now gathered around them. The two of them faced each other seriously. Meanwhile, the spectators were incredibly excited. She curtly asked her opponent, "Where's your weapon?" The other woman just cracked her knuckles and declared, "I don't need one." Hearing this, Lucan got into a ready stance. "Really? Well then." The words had barely left her mouth, and she was already gone. The next second, Lucan appeared in front of Saha, but Saha remained calm, a powerful aura radiating from her eyes. She viciously attacked Saha's leg, and achieving her goal, she grinned slyly. But when she looked down, that smile vanished. This woman didn't even budge. Her face radiated something that looked like pure fury. Lucan once again slammed into Saha's leg, then used her hands to attack, but Saha leaned back to dodge. After a brief struggle, she returned to her starting position. Lucan yelled in anger, "You arrogant thing!" This time, it was Saha's turn to charge and attack. She simply used her bare hands to punch. Even though Lucan used her axe to block, she was forced to her knees from the sheer force. Seeing this, Saha spoke, still holding on. Her fist clenched and once again radiated a powerful energy. Saha unleashed a flurry of blows. Lucan's axe cracked under the strain, which made her worry. Seizing the moment Lucan was distracted, she built up momentum and leaped forward. Saha delivered a punch so powerful that Lucan coughed up blood, was sent flying a great distance, and finally slammed onto the ground. Lucan let out an involuntary cry. She was foaming at the mouth, and still the commander remarked, "That wasn't very satisfying." The crowd outside was stunned by the result. Lucan lost? No way. She won so fast. The commander smiled and gave his permission. "You won. Say what you want to say." She slowly took off her face covering. Saha said, "Honestly, I want to help someone." In another area, dust and smoke filled the air, proof of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Jiu was lying unconscious amidst the rubble. His face was pale. It took him a while to open his eyes. So painful. The commenters were all worried. "Jiu, are you alive? I thought you were dead for sure." Jiu sat up and surveyed the situation. His whole body ached from mana deficiency. "Did I win?" Even the commentators are super hyped for this difficulty level. Did he beat it? Oh damn, that's insane. And the system chimed in with good news. "You have completed the challenge." Hearing that, Jae-doo's mood lifted instantly. "Oh my god," the system added. "The path to the 24th floor is open. The path to the 20th floor is open." Even in his pathetic state, he didn't forget to check his rewards. The commentator reminded Jae-doo to take a short break first. "Dude, go find something to eat." "That's right. Didn't you see how much that warrior was eating earlier? After coming to the tower, I could eat 2 burgers and a large pizza all by myself." While he was happy, Jae-doo's face suddenly froze. "What the?" Meanwhile, the comments were still in an uproar. "Check the rewards. Are you a pig?" Actually, it was 3 burgers. I was afraid people would call me a pig, so I didn't say. "That's more like an obese whale. You bastard." A message appeared on the system panel. User Hansung Minju. "Are you okay on the 20th floor? The situation seems worse than I thought. So I'm sending someone to help." User Lisa Ha. "Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? I heard you were in danger, so reply as soon as you see this. I'm on my way." After reading it, Jae-doo froze. The commentator guessed, "Saha, that military high school student? What is Sung Bin planning?" In the end, he just let out a tired sigh and replied, "User Kim Jae-joo, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Immediately, the system announced that the message had been sent. He just couldn't understand why she would do something like that. "I've never done anything for Saha. To be precise, I'm the one who owes her for the necklace. But what did Sung Min say to make Saha come help me? I really appreciate it, but I hate having to deal with people like this. The poys are getting smaller and smaller. I'm afraid they're going to disappear. I don't know where their final stop is, but I have to get to the 25th floor. That's the only slim ray of hope because the Tree of Life is on the 25th floor. I believe it will create a path for the poys." In Jae-doo's hand was another large gift box. A comment popped up, a Lorden L2 collection item. Just the box alone looks like a hero-grade item. The admin is so hateful. He also noticed that the viewers seemed to be used to these boxes. The system indicated the item inside the bag was worth 5,000 coins. Lordinal Toe's leather pants, Master of the 7 Snakes, hero grade. You have controlled snakes with various abilities. Made from the skin of a snake that died while crushing its eggs, the snake's abilities have been transferred into these pants. The viewers discussed, "Has anyone ever used these things before? Probably not. I've used them. Jae-doo can't handle this." "Really? This thing is terrible. There's one thing you haven't seen yet. It makes sense that even I don't know about this item. Not many people have collected so many Lord Nelto items, so it's natural there isn't much information about it. I only heard that someone sold it as soon as they got it because wearing these pants felt really weird. Jae-doo just stared at the pants in front of him. I like the Seven Snakes style more, but let's give this a try. Then he placed the pants down on the ground. Then he unbuttoned the pants he was wearing. The viewers went wild over this. Right now, right here, for real, are you taking your clothes off? Oh my god. While the audience was in an uproar, Jae-doo calmly unbuttoned his pants. Then he realized the problem and announced, "Hey guys, I'm going to blur the screen for a bit." A viewer commented, "Oh my god, are you shy?" The system immediately displayed, "Stealth mode, please wait. I'm changing." The commentator started joking around. "Seriously, we've eaten together, slept together, we've pretty much done everything together. Our bond is so deep, huh?" A moment later, the system announced that stealth mode had been turned off. A commentator asked, "Is Jae-doo done changing?" The system continuously announced, activating 5 out of 7 effects. The snakes have activated their functions. The functions have been activated. Mana zone amplification, color and texture mimicry, defensive magic nullification, prediction time 6 seconds, extreme poison. Just a slight expression from him sent the audience into a frenzy. Look at him frowning. It must be really uncomfortable. He already changed the color of the pants. Right now, Jae-doo could clearly feel as if hundreds of snakes were crawling all over his body. He imagined each snake slithering over him. Jae-doo sighed in relief. Good thing I have more control over my body after eating the magic stone. I feel so disgusted I want to throw these pants away. Then he spoke up, "I'm fine." Even so, Jae-doo's heart felt like it had been bitten by a snake. And not only that, he imagined it was still inside him. Finally, Jae-doo could let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally back to normal. The disgusting feeling is gone. I still don't know what it does, but there's no more time to waste. Jae-doo quickly grabbed his bag of items. Let's head straight to the next floor. The viewers were very worried about this. Why don't you rest for a bit? Go eat something. You're going to faint. But Jae-doo thought, I think I have to speed up. Only now did the audience remember the tiny poi creatures. Now you need a magnifying glass just to see them. It's not that serious. You really are cold-blooded. A voice suddenly rang out in Jae-doo's mind. You've handled everything so well up to this point, as if you avoid any relationships so you don't create weaknesses for yourself. But isn't there a saying that the more you look, the more attached you become? I know that even you have grown fond of these little ones. Those words made Jae-doo clench his teeth in anger. He put the poise back into the bag, then returned to the main issue. I have to go now. Currently at the mission location, system information number 4887, number 4891, high difficulty. A total of 2 participants. The required number of people has been met. The 24th floor challenge will now begin. Please escape the forest within the time limit. The exit will disappear if the time limit is exceeded. Sweat was dripping down Jae-doo's face. I expected this, but this place is still so hot and humid. The 24th floor is a 2-person challenge. Where's the other person? Finding the exit is up to each individual, but in this challenge, the terrain is a difficult problem and many stronger monsters will appear. If you're not confident in your combat abilities, it's easy to lose your life here. Someone hiding behind him distracted Jae-doo. The sound they made caused him to turn around. Min-hai looked at Jae-doo and exclaimed, "You're." While he was still confused, she asked, "You know me?" Min-hai looked very excited. "How did we end up meeting in a place like this?" She revealed emotionally. "I heard you were taking the Magic Beast course, so I was hoping you'd become my junior." Jae-doo silently assessed. Her emotions changed so fast. Then he introduced himself. "My name is Kim Jae-joo. It seems you know me." Hearing this question, Min-hai's face stiffened. She even scratched her head awkwardly. "Sorry, I just kept rambling on. It's because I'm used to talking to myself. I was talking too fast earlier, wasn't I?" Min-hai shyly introduced herself. "I'm Poa Mom, the one who's been following you since the first floor. My real name is Lee Min-hai, but you can call me Winnie, so Jae-doo knew after all. Poa Mom." A viewer commented, "You met Poa Mom in a place like this? What? She already has a magic beast? They say people raise magic beasts like pets on the upper floors. If she's following the magic beast path, she's no ordinary person either." Jae-doo gave a forced smile and remarked, "There really is a viewer who particularly loves the poise." Immediately, a series of comments appeared. "The poise are the best. I miss the poise. I want to say the poise are the greatest. No, I will never forget." The way she talks, it seems like she knows a lot about magic beasts. Jae-doo was a bit curious. She's one of my viewers. This girl really admires me. Min-hai was genuinely happy about all the commotion. I never expected to meet a viewer in a 2-person cooperative challenge. This is great, and this is my friend. She said the creature on her shoulder is named La. Hearing its owner, it repeated the name, La. And just like that, Jae-doo immediately pictured a bowl of instant ramen. Isn't that the name of a food? Min-hai smiled brightly and held Laska up. That's right. Doesn't it look like one? Jae-doo was speechless. How does that look like one at all? Suddenly, Min-hai sighed and confided, no matter what, I'm still very disappointed. I wanted to find it first and send it to you. Hearing that, Jae-do wondered, find? What are you talking about? And Min-hai revealed, our Koden, La, and Baron. I saw they weren't doing too well, so I grinded my way up to the 24th floor. The audience started to pry, our? She even remembers their names. That's true love right there. If she's been watching since the first floor, she's basically family. Totally. But Jae-do still didn't quite understand. Here? He only wondered to himself, is there something related to the poise here? I don't remember seeing that in the video. According to Min-hai's explanation, there's actually a hidden piece on the 24th floor. Since the admins are super strict about leaking info, she wanted to go get it herself as a gift for me. This information really surprised Jae-yoo, a hidden piece he knew nothing about. According to Winnie, in the forest on the 24th floor, a place filled with monsters, there was an unknown hidden piece. An item that looked like a cradle that fit perfectly in one's arms. As its name, the Cradle of Resurrection, suggests, it had the ability to heal magical beasts. Min-hai specifically emphasized its location changes randomly, and it's hidden really well, so it's not easy to find. Even Lhasa, who was on the verge of death before, recovered instantly thanks to that item. That's why I'm sure Poi will get better. Hearing this, Jae-yoo skeptically guessed that even though the world tree was on the 25th floor, the admins had probably meddled with it somehow. Can I really evade the admin's eyes and save Poi? Because of this, he decided he couldn't miss this opportunity. Afterward, Jae-yoo bowed politely. I'm really grateful to you. No. This behavior made Min-hai a bit awkward. I haven't done anything for you. She smiled brightly and made an offer. I even wanted to go get it myself and give it to him, but since it's come to this, let's just go find it together. Before that, Jae-yoo suggested finding the exit first, just to be safe, because if we can't find the hidden piece, we still have to clear the trial. Even though they were standing perfectly still, he felt a tremor. The sound grew stronger, forcing them both to pay attention. A giant hand just smashed through a tree branch. A forest keeper, a monster that appears on the 20th floor, was roaring in this place. A viewer commented, they travel in groups, so they're hard to deal with. They're called scouts or something like orangutans. For real, they throw spears from afar, and if they miss, they call for backup. Just as Jae-yoo turned his head, he saw a whole swarm. Winnie and the audience started chattering again. Their name is Forest Keeper, right? The name orangutan fits them so well I forgot their real one. Assessing the situation, Jae-yoo said, it looks like there aren't that many of them. Let's finish this quick. Can you clear a path for me? The viewers were shocked by his words. I must have misheard him. Not that many? Jae-yoo, can you only count using single digits? And then there was a very excited Min-hai. Leave it to me, Emperor. That title made Jae-yoo speak up. Could you please not call me that? Just then, a giant forest keeper appeared from behind and attacked him, but Jae-yoo quickly used his threads to block it. Taking that chance, Min-hai ran quickly to carry out the task she was just assigned. Once she was some distance away, she pulled out her big guns, then slashed a few times into the air. After successfully clearing a path, Min-hai leaped high into the air. Now she was standing in front of two forest keepers. Jae-yoo's thread suddenly attacked the monster behind Min-hai. This action surprised her. Jae-yoo reminded her, if you keep wandering off like that, you'll get lost. Let's make a plan first. Min-hai's eyes looked captivated. It's fine. I've been down this path a few times. Just as I thought. Just trust me. Seeing her expression, Jae-yoo could only sigh in exasperation. In a flash, the sky had turned to late afternoon, and a short while later, there was no more sunlight, making the forest even gloomier. The system announced 3 hours remaining. The forest keepers had been neatly taken care of by Jae-yoo. He confessed with difficulty. Finding the Cradle of Resurrection is harder than I thought. Min-hai sympathized, and it's nighttime too. It's so hard to see. At this rate, our only choice is to find the exit. Jae-yoo silently reminded himself, the Cradle of Resurrection is important, but I can't stay here forever. So he asked, Winnie, how did you find it? Min-hai thought back and then explained. At the time, I wanted to find some strange magical beasts, so I was wandering around. Then I bumped into something super hard. I couldn't see anything at that moment, but when I turned back, it suddenly appeared right in front of me. This caught Jae-yoo's attention. Suddenly appeared. Hidden pieces usually have specific conditions that need to be met. Maybe when she bumped into something hard, the conditions were met? With that thought, he continued to probe for information. Did the cradle have any cracks on it? Min-hai replied doubtfully. I'm not sure. It didn't look like something that would break easily. Suddenly, Jae-yoo requested, can you hold my bag? Then immediately unleashed a burst of energy, warning at the same time, this is dangerous. Stand back. Min-hai had no idea why Jae-yoo was attacking the empty air in front of him. Min-hai watched Jae-yoo from a corner, getting extremely anxious. If he keeps blasting away like that, he'll destroy the item. After a while, Jae-yoo still hadn't seen any difference. It's taking too much of my mana. What am I doing wrong? If I don't find it and my mana runs out, even so, he kept focusing his mana and firing at the space in front of him. Jae-yoo's eyes then caught on to something. Over there, he immediately shouted. Winnie, it's that way. My attack was reflected from that direction. Meanwhile, Min-hai was still confused. What? A moment later, she rushed over to Jae-yoo. Wait for me! After struggling for so long, Min-hai could finally exclaim, We found it! Both of them stared intently at the item before them, the Cradle of Resurrection. Jae-yoo wanted to confirm, Is this really it? Min-hai affirmed with certainty. This is definitely it. How did you find it? Jae-yoo just replied cryptically, I have my ways. The audience continued to comment, Heh, I have my ways, he says. Seriously though, how did he find it? In his heart, Jae-yoo let out a sigh of relief. Good thing my guess was right. Winnie said she bumped into something hard, and when she couldn't see clearly, the Cradle of Resurrection appeared. And usually, the condition for hidden pieces in games is that you need to touch them before the item appears. Since my attack range is very long, I could minimize movement and find it. The audience started rushing him. Hurry up and heal them! Put Poi in there, there's not much time left! Thanks to them, Jae-yoo remembered. Right, I have to. Min-hai immediately handed the bag back. Here. She smiled radiantly. Good luck. Of course, Jae-yoo responded warmly. Yes, thank you. Without further delay, he put the Poi into the cradle. The viewers were also very worried. Why have they turned black? Looks like they've been poisoned. Come on, you guys, try to wake up. The mana from inside the cradle began to glow. Jae-yoo earnestly prayed. Please work. Just then, the system displayed, related item cannot be healed due to limited function. At this, even the audience was disappointed. It didn't work? How do you remove the limited function? What a stupid limited function. Is this game messing with us? Min-hai cried out in distress. Oh no. As for Jae-yoo, his face darkened with anger. Damn it. To make things worse, an urgent system notification popped up. 2 hours remaining to escape. Now Jae-yoo was very worried. There's not much time left. I have to get to the 25th floor. Can Poi hold on until then? As he was about to move, something else appeared in the system window that caught his attention. A viewer reminded him. Hey Jae-yoo, don't you have that thing? The upgrade rune item. At that, Jae-yoo instinctively repeated, upgrade rune. The system provided information. Heroic upgrade rune. A rune that upgrades an item. However, it cannot upgrade an item to a level higher than the rune's own grade. Thanks to that comment, he remembered. I almost forgot about this. The audience buzzed with comments. That will probably work. What is this situation? If the level is increased, the restrictions will be removed too. If he actually pulls this off, this game will be legendary. Yeah, it doesn't even feel like a game anymore. And then, Jae-yoo took out the rune item. The system asked first, do you want to use the rune and upgrade this item? Jae-yoo decisively pressed yes. It has to work. Immediately, a stream of power from the rune lit up. Jae-yoo focused, waiting for the result. Min-hai, standing beside him, didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. A wave of overflowing mana swirled around the cradle. Finally, the system announced, you have succeeded in upgrading the item, Cradle of Resurrection. The purification and abnormal status recovery functions will be added. Do you want to use the purification function on the magical beasts? Jae-yoo once again pressed the yes button. The system updated instantly, beginning magical beast purification. A stream of power enveloped the Poi's bodies. The dark stains on them were flying off. In just a moment, the Poi were rosy again. Jae-yoo happily hugged the group of Poi. It worked. Min-hai was so happy, she exclaimed. Thank goodness. Jae-yoo didn't forget his benefactor. Thank you. It's thanks to you that the Poi have recovered this much. Even though it wasn't a complete recovery, Jae-yoo had a reason to be happy. They're still slightly poisoned, but this is good enough. They can survive until the 25th floor. A sound drew his attention. The system announced, 1 hour remaining. After the celebration was over, Jae-yoo got back to the main issue. Oh god, what are we gonna do? It'll take at least an hour to get to the exit. In situations like this, Min-hai would confidently declare, don't worry, Laska and I will take charge and get us to the exit in 10 minutes. Ju stared at her blankly, not understanding a thing. This forest at night was full of the sounds of plants and leaves, and a giant tentacle had just slammed down on the ground. Laska, who had just been a tiny thing on Min-hai's back, was now big enough to cover Ju. Looking at the creature before him, he was in awe, so it could use a skill to grow this big. Min-hai laughed and continued, impressive, right? That's one of the magic skills. If you could use magic, you could do it too. Too bad for you, Emperor. She struck another weird pose. In the name of the creator of love, Ju could only force a smile. Is that so? The audience was probably whispering, why did she suddenly jump up like that? The creator of love. Just imagine Kim Jae-joo doing that pose. A moment later, he heard Min-hai's announcement. Emperor, I see the exit. Ju was speechless. I already told you to stop calling me that. At the same time, the system window appeared. You have cleared the 24th trial. The gate to the 25th floor will now open. Despite her enthusiasm, Minhai still felt apologetic. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Ju immediately denied it. No, thanks to you. The Poys are doing better. I think they'll be able to live until they see the world tree. Minhai made another weird face. It's such an honor to see the Poys in the flesh like this. Even their ferocity is cute. Finally, she waved goodbye. Well, I'll head up the tower first. I hope I can see the Poys again in the future. Good luck. Ju waved back and let out a sigh of relief. He whispered to the Poys, You guys? I'm sorry, guys, but we have to enter the next floor right away, so please get back in the bag. The audience was immediately disappointed. No, my Poys, Ju, Emperor. Please let us see the Poys for a little longer. After they had all crawled inside, Ju continued, The bag's heavier now. A heartbroken viewer commented, The Emperor really is cold-hearted. The Poys haven't fully recovered. I have to get to the 25th floor quickly. But Ju ran into a small problem. I thought I was used to the feeling of passing through the gate by now. First comes a splitting headache, and then this awful nausea. For some reason, it feels worse than usual. Wait, this disgusting feeling. It's like my whole body is boiling. Ju's feet finally touched the ground. He looked up at the new realm before him. This is the demon world. The trial on the 25th floor takes place in the Forest of Spirits. The Forest of Spirits is a place overflowing with nature's energy. But this place, it's as if it fled from the sun and sank beneath the world. It really is the demon world. But something still bothered Ju. But how is this possible? I don't understand. On the 5th and 15th floors, the admins changed the trials, but they never changed the trial's location. The chat window, community window, and reward notification window were all unresponsive. That's how Ju knew so clearly that this wasn't a dream. He pinched his cheek hard to see if he was awake, but the scene before him made Ju freeze. A demonic-looking spirit appeared. You have arrived. Ju was on high alert. Who are you? That spirit had many eyes and a grotesque mouth. It pointed a finger and commanded, If you want to know, follow me. Ju looked up at the floating spirit, a bit puzzled. Follow you? Ju looked down at the deep abyss and wondered, Where to? Even so, he followed the spirit's directions. Ju looked around blankly. It's so dark. Where am I being transported? I don't think it's the admins playing a trick. If it were, they would have revealed their identities right after I asked who they were. Seeing Ju just standing there dumbfounded, the spirit reminded him impatiently, There's no time, hurry up. Ju was now standing before a castle, and he was stunned. It wants me to go in there? The Pois's condition has improved, but the poison hasn't been completely removed. I can't let the Poise stay in the demon world for long. The more time I waste, the more dangerous it gets. Just standing here won't solve anything. Someone's voice suddenly called out. It was Admin Charon, sounding annoyed. Are you listening? If you ignore me again, I'll come down to the 50th floor and beat you up. But then she heard him exclaim, I was mistaken. Sharon was taken aback. What? The admin didn't say another word. Instead, he looked very strange. The admin's eyes wavered for a moment, and he disappeared, leaving only one phrase behind. Next time. Sharon, left behind, slumped to the ground in fear. What the hell? Mistaken. Why would he? A familiar name flashed through her mind. Could it be Kim Jae-joo? Then Sharon read the information on the system panel. It only showed the words, Ju's broadcast is not broadcasting. Sharon fell into confusion again. He turned off the broadcast. Before Ju's eyes was a man sitting majestically on a throne. He proudly introduced himself. I am Sinin. I am the Grand Duke of the Demon World. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into summoning you? Ju was only momentarily startled. Sinin? Why is he here? Sinin is the final boss of the 99th floor. He's the most fearsome monster for those who climb the tower. Even though this is the first time he's seen me, does he know I've already prepared? He couldn't help but speak up and ask, You're supposed to be on the 99th floor, so why? Sinin arrogantly exclaimed, This isn't real, you toy. Ju felt indignant. You call me a toy? How can I believe that you're real? Sinin spoke slowly. And yet, I'm interested in the human that fool has his eye on. But you're just an idiot. The image of that person appeared in Ju's mind. Who are you talking about? Is it an admin? Sinin laughed in amusement and confirmed. That's right. I'm sure they're scouring this place looking for you right now. We'll have some private time. Ju felt the need to remind him. You say that as if we're still safe. This is a part of the tower. Kanin revealed something. It is my own space, a place that not even the admins can easily enter. Do you want to know why? But Ju bluntly refused. No. Please just send me back to the 25th floor. Sinin was a bit surprised by this answer. What did you say? Don't you know that opportunities like this are rare? So Ju emphasized, I don't care. Unexpectedly, Kanin had found his weak spot. Now I understand why you're in such a hurry. It's because of the world tree. Ju froze, having been hit where it hurts. On top of that, Kanin added, Right? I don't think they're doing so well. He had rummaged through Ju's bag and taken out the poise. It made him wonder when he had even taken them. Just as I thought, the poise condition is still getting worse. I can't stay in the demon world for long. I have to get out quickly. Cian asked another cryptic question. If a spirit told you they knew how to make these things healthier, would you listen to them? Ju was stunned by the question. What? He acted as if he understood everything. You're so worried. You've lost your mind. Think for a moment. Do you even know how to do it yourself? Meanwhile, Ju still wore a confused expression, and Sinan said, I will remind you what it is. Then, he lightly touched Ju's head. Instantly, he fell into a strange space. Images of the poise suddenly appeared. Ju's bag had fallen to the floor. At that moment, he suspiciously realized something. Could it be? Khun calmly watched Ju struggling. Now he placed a hand on his heart. I've never seen it with my own eyes, but what about the viewers? The stories are all the same. The poise absorbed the sun's mana and saved me. Is there a way? Sinan spoke up, saying that life is a cycle. If you receive something, you must give something back. Trust in your abilities. Ju was still reeling from what had just happened. His feet began to move. Ju stood before the throne where Sian had just been sitting, but now only the poise were there. He closed his eyes and placed a hand on his left chest as mana radiated from his body. He pleaded earnestly, move. A steady stream of mana flowed up from Ju's heart. Move. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in shock, fresh blood trickling from his mouth. Mana backlash. But I can't stop halfway. Move. Ju could feel the snake inside him stirring. It had just bitten the pulse in his heart, and Ju's face instantly went pale. He pictured that snake right in front of him. Not only that, but it also licked the palm of his hand. At that very moment, a surge of power welled up inside him. Success. I now know how to circulate the sun's mana. Ju smiled at his own achievement. Jae-yoo placed a hand on his chest, feeling the powerful beat of his blazing heart. I've done it. I finally know how to circulate the sun's mana. The pain from the recovery is gone, and the sun's mana is flowing through my body. This is the power that has lived in my heart for so long. The more desperate I become, the clearer it gets. It's a type of magic that reacts to my emotions. In the silence, Laha closed its eyes, immersing itself in the magical flow of energy. The light surrounding it suddenly flared. Seeing this, a vague sense of anxiety rose within him. The light began to fade, and black specks started falling off Laha's body as it sat before Jae-yoo, as if toxins were being purged bit by bit. Suddenly, its round, sparkling eyes, like two stars, opened, brimming with life. Laha gave a radiant smile and chirped happily. Ba-ba. He hurriedly embraced it, holding it tight in his arms with a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted. The poison's gone. You guys have fully recovered. What a relief. Laha tilted its head in confusion, letting out an innocent sound. Oh, Jae-yoo was moved. Laha, Koden, Baron, they look as energetic as they used to. This is great. But the moment didn't last long before Sian approached with a reminder. I don't think the admin will be happy to see them healthy. You should leave quickly before they find you. While the adorable poise were protesting loudly at being rushed, he could only respond with a choked voice. Thanks a lot. He gave a slight smile. I'd say that's enough of a reunion. You should hide them. Without hesitation, Jae-yoo opened his backpack and turned to ask if they wanted to get inside. One by one, the poise obediently and happily crawled into the backpack like children. Once silence returned, Knin's calm voice rang out. You must have a lot of questions. Who is Nin? Why were you summoned here? And many more, right? The two of them started walking down a deep, dark path between cold cliffs. The darkness seemed to swallow all sound, leaving only the steady echo of his voice. I told you that the admin can only imitate, didn't I? That's all he knows how to do. Simply put, he has the ability to create fakes, but they're never the real thing. He stopped, his eyes glinting with vigilance. And what does that have to do with me? Sinan smirked faintly and continued. It does. Because you are the only one in the tower who can create and recognize the real thing, the statement startled Jae-yoo. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he stammered in protest. No way. I'm just as normal as everyone else. But he just waved his hand dismissively, turning with a flick of his coat, his gaze as cold as ice. You may seem that way on the outside, but on the 5th and 15th floors, you stood out. While everyone else thought the scenario was fake, you were the only one who realized it was real. He quietly muttered a self-deprecating remark. That's just how people are. But Khun wouldn't let it go. He moved closer, his words like a knife cutting into Jae-yoo's mind. The spirits of the World Tree would weep if they heard those words. How can you deny it when you have a real thing that you yourself created? Memories flashed through his mind. It was true. The poise had helped him fight the admin. Even though they were his former subordinates, I can't argue with Sian's point. But to say, I'm the reason for this change? Finally, as they stood facing each other in silence, he let out a light but meaningful sentence. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. Khun changed the subject, his voice strangely gentle. Let's talk about something else. Jae-yoo, somewhat surprised and tense, had no time to react before he found himself standing before a strange sight, a field of shimmering purple flowers at his feet. This is... He came closer and bent down to pick a flower. Snin gave a mysterious smile. My favorite place. He offered the flower to him, making Jae-yoo wary, his eyes fixed on it. While looking at the glowing flower in his hand, Khun spoke softly. If you don't want to be controlled by the admin anymore, accept it. This won't harm you at all. But the suspicion in his heart hadn't faded. What if you're just messing with me? In response, he maintained his sly grin. Still so cautious, aren't you? But if I wanted to mess with you, I wouldn't do it like this. Jae-yoo remained silent, a bit hesitant and confused. He stood silently across from the other man, seemingly calculating something in his head. Just then, a strange sound from behind startled Jae-yoo. He turned to look nervously, while Sien just smiled sarcastically. Oh dear, it seems we're out of time. So, what will you do? Will you continue to be controlled by the admin? Or will you accept my offer? He didn't answer, his eyes glued to the blooming, glowing purple flower. The flower shimmered with a mysterious energy. Immediately after, under a clear blue sky, the scene changed to an incredibly lush forest covered by a wide canopy of leaves. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating a peaceful scene in stark contrast to the previous chaos. Two small, fairy-like creatures appeared. They were strolling and chatting. They were startled to see him lying unconscious at the base of a tree. Jae-yoo slowly woke up, his dazed eyes looking around. Once fully awake, he shot up in shock, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar scenery as he wondered, "Where am I?" Jae-yoo was stunned to see a giant horse's hoof stomping down toward the ground from above him.